Yasmin Khan, the longest running companion in Doctor Who's TV history. What is Yaz's story? What is Yaz's character? What has been Yaz's journey? And what is the nature of Yaz's relationship with the Doctor? We are going to explore all these sorts of questions through a big, comprehensive deep dive into her time and development on the show. In the wake of Eve of the Daleks and Legend of the Sea Devils, and the developments and conversations both in those episodes and surrounding them, I have gone through all the episodes of the Chibnall era and selected relevant moments from each episode that shine a light on Yaz's character and or Yaz's relationship with the Doctor, and related topics like how this Doctor socially interacts with and relates to people, and how our understanding of the Doctor's way of interacting with her friends has changed over time. And I've also combed through so many interviews, magazines, special features, all that sort of paratextual material in finding interesting and relevant material for this deep dive. And in doing all this, I've identified some consistent and some telling key themes and ideas recurring across all this material. So how this is going to work is I will play a clip or a selection of clips or read out an interview segment, and then my friends here and I will offer and develop our thoughts as we go, and in doing so, we're going to form a big cumulative analysis of Yaz and this Doctor and Thasmin and all these relevant concepts across the years of this era. This is all chapterized so you can see the layout of the episodes and periods and sources we go through and the concluding thoughts we end up reaching. For those following along, I would love to hear about your perspectives and how they have or have not changed over the course of this era as well. We are a trio today. I'm Neo from Australia, and I'm joined by Ingiga from England and Missy from New Zealand. Now, not everyone would have as much investment or interest in Yaz's character to do this with me, so trust that the three of us, in case the length isn't giving it away, we're not entering into this from a place of breezy dismissal or disinterest. We're entering into this from a position of curiosity and empathy. So the bulk of what you're about to listen to was recorded in between the transmission of Eve of the Daleks and Legend of the Sea Devils, and then towards the end of this timeline deep dive, you'll hear later conversations the three of us had as more Yaz relevant material came out after Eve of the Daleks as well. But let's start in order. So before we get into the timeline, I wanted to do a bit of a primer question for my friends here, and I'd be interested in hearing anyone else's comments and thoughts on this too for that matter. So cast your minds back before Series 11 actually aired, back to when all we knew of Yaz were a few scant details. Her casting, some of those press and promo videos and interviews and things before Series 11 began, even that leaked June 2018 clip from episode 1 of Yaz confronting the Doctor in the train in The Woman Who Fell to Earth, if you'd seen that. In those early days, what were your expectations and your hopes for Yaz? Ingiga, do you want to start? What were your expectations and hopes for Yaz back in those early pre-Series 11 days?
Well, when we got the first glimpse of the companions and finding out there were 3 of them, 2 guys and 1 woman, and I think maybe a lot of people seeing that picture of the 4 cast members were thinking, are these all going to get a good amount of focus? Like, what's going to happen here? And personally, one of the reasons that I thought a female Doctor was kind of potentially really exciting is that maybe we'd get a TARDIS team that was all women for once. So the fact that we really got 2 guys kind of thrust in to like balance it out and get that kind of gender balance was kind of not necessarily bad in itself, but in terms of the implication for the one woman companion, maybe there was a bit of anxiety about how well she'd be served by this whole arrangement. And when it came to the leaked clip, and we found out that she was a cop. And obviously that provoked a lot of thoughts about what Chibnall might be doing with cop stuff. But I mean, I was maybe a bit worried that maybe it would turn into cop wank or something like that. Like, it's entirely possible. We're talking British centrist TV, like, sure. But in terms of the clip itself, also, I guess, and this is true of both Yaz and Ryan in that clip, but there was a sort of a feeling of them maybe not having much going on, like not being there so much. And when it comes to Yaz, like, we can already see how she's kind of, in that clip, we'll talk about this later on in the show, but like, she's already kind of disappearing in the Doctor's overwhelming presence. So I guess, like, the initial impressions was just, I was a bit concerned because it seemed like she was at risk of fading into the background, like, from the very beginning.
It'll be interesting in a few moments looking at Yaz's first actual moment in the episode, because of course that leaked clip is a scene a bit later into the episode. Some interesting differences there. My impression was pretty similar. I was really interested in that police aspect, the sort of antagonistic setup, you might say, between the Doctor and Yaz in that moment seemed like an obvious place to develop further. I didn't have any particular arc in mind or anything that I wanted for Yaz, but I was hoping for a big fulfilling arc with the character across the new series, like the revived Doctor Who virtually always manages to do. I was wondering with the three companions, like you said, I was concerned if that would lead to the three getting not as much depth as past companions who had at least a significant amount of time solo with the Doctor had in previous series. But I figured Chibnall had done some good work with Torchwood and Broadchurch's ensembles, so he probably knew what he was doing. And even if we did lead into very, pro-cop kind of sentiments with how it was going to be handled, I was interested in the police aspect of the show getting handled one way or another, because I felt like it had just kind of lurked in the show for so long. So even if it was a weird way it was going to get handled, at least it was going to get brought to the forefront, presumably because there was a cop companion. But that's just me. Missy, I think you were less engaged with all the pre-release buzz and leaks like Gig and I back in the day. So just in a general sense, what were your hopes and expectations for the character before the era had really started to solidify itself?
So unlike the two of you, I was really trying to go into the Chris Chibnall era as blind as possible. So I only knew of Chris Chibnall's, he would be the showrunner, and I knew Jodie Whittaker would be the Doctor, and I think quite close to the actual airing of Women Who Fell to Earth, I found out that there were going to be three companions. I didn't know that it was going to be two men and a woman, or who they were, or what they were, or career-wise, or anything like that. So I just knew broadly that it was going to be a four-person TARDIS team. And at the time, I hadn't seen Torchwood or Broadchurch, but I had read a bit of people were excited for the Chris Chibnall era because of his prior work and those things.
I was, yeah.
Yeah. And stuff like Dinosaurs on a Spaceship and the Silurian two-parter in Series 5, which were all pointed to as examples of one of Chris Chibnall's strengths being an ensemble cast. So even when I found out it was going to be a larger TARDIS team, that wasn't immediate cause for concern for me.
Yeah.
However, when watching Woman Who Fell to Earth, and even more so The Ghost Monument, it did start to become one where I saw that maybe they weren't all getting as much focus as I would have liked, or as much focus as they would have had there been less characters. But yeah, I didn't know before starting Woman Who Fell to Earth that Yaz was a cop. So when that was revealed to me, I wasn't too interested. I'll be honest, I didn't think that sort of storytelling would be done. I didn't think that kind of thing would be done justice in the story, so I was less focused on the cop stuff and more focused on generally the idea of Yaz as quite a focused, strong young woman, and I thought that could make for an interesting companion. But those were my early thoughts.
I think to an extent, even just her gender sort of led some of us to read her kind of in the legacy of Bill, Clara, Amy, Donna, and so on. Even though the Doctor was now a woman, and so I guess you could kind of read it as, oh, the Doctor's a woman, the primary companion will probably be a man now. I just had the vague sense, I hadn't really interrogated this at all, but because, Rose, Martha, Donna, Amy, the new woman companion felt to me kind of like I just kind of assumed without thinking about it, she would probably be the primary one if there was a primary one. I know Bradley Walsh is obviously a much more famous actor, but that was just a little unquestioned assumption in my mind. As for the ensemble stuff, yeah, he had done shows with ensembles before for sure. One of them even connected to Doctor Who since he did so much work on the first two Torchwood seasons. But the cop stuff, it's not just Broadchurch. It's the Great Train Robbery TV films he did, the seasons of Law and Order UK he did. He had done a lot of work in that vein. So I was feeling really primed for some kind of police exploration in the show, and I was excited for that as a new place for the show to go and to interrogate. But moving on to the main event here now, Giga and Missy haven't seen this actual Yaz timeline I've put together, the Thasmin timeline, so this will be their live reactions as we go, and I certainly had some of my perspectives evolve as I collected and collated all this material together. So let's start off back in July 2018, over half a year since Mandip Gill and the other new companions had their castings announced, but still some months away from Series 11 actually starting. San Diego Comic-Con 2018, the first big meeting between the public and this new era of Doctor Who.
I think with the characters of Ryan and Yaz, we were looking for people who just have incredible range, because the tone of the show demands everything, as you guys know. It's emotional, it's funny, it's scary. You've got to be able to act to nothing, as well as brilliant guest actors. And just truth, is we talked a lot about bringing emotional truth to the show, as it's always had, but it's really important for us this season particularly. There's big emotional journeys for everyone to go on. Again, it just came in, and so there was one audition which you did remotely, and then one where we came back and you did a recall with Jodie. I mean, you both did recalls with Jodie, didn't you? Yeah. And Jodie at the end of both processes went, "It's those two." Yeah. We were like, "Let's go and see the tapes. Let's go and, who knows what will happen." No, it was totally those two. It's all of them aced it, and the chemistry was really apparent.
So this Mandip Guild quote from August 2018 Doctor Who magazine is, "When I started yesterday, before the Comic-Con thing we just watched, I did get a bit nervous because I've never done this before and I don't think I'm the most articulate person. Loads of people told us that we'd hear the same questions over and over again, and they were right. We did hear a lot of the same questions, just worded differently. After a while, I started feeling more confident, and before long, I felt I could maybe help other people answering their questions if they weren't sure what to say. I was really scared that people would ask us about things we can't talk about, but it turns out it's a lot easier than I thought it would be to answer questions without giving anything away." So for these first two things, I mostly just want us to have these in our minds moving forward, because I think there's some interesting notes of flavour that'll feel a bit different later, which is the promise of big emotional journeys for everyone in Series 11, Jodie and Mandip having good chemistry, their chemistry audition going really well, the need for the actors to be able to act to nothing, emotional truth within the series. And yeah, part of the reason we're doing this chronologically rather than thematically or anything else, the reason we're doing it like a timeline, not a topic by topic discussion like we usually do, is I think following the era like this, from these pre-release things onwards, helps really clarify and contextualize the concrete and the tangible ways the era has or hasn't progressed, but also our own reactions and perspectives. I don't think any of us three entered into this era wanting to be really critical. I remember being very hopeful back in the pre-release era. I know at least both Gig and I were fascinated by the idea of Chibnall with his police experience, his experience in police television, focusing in on that often unquestioned police aspect of the show. So Yaz being a police officer was an exciting development to me in that regard. And yeah, as we went into depth in our Eve of the Daleks discussion, all of us would be ecstatic over a well-executed lesbian relationship and storyline in the show. I'm not prefacing a big but here. This is just a big, setting out our mindsets before Series 11 in general. What were you guys' thoughts on those two things?
I will say, in terms of running recurring themes, the fact that she says it was a lot easier than she thought to answer questions without giving anything away. I thought, given that whole thing of spoiler phobia that comes in with Chibnall's era, but also the nature of how much there actually is in Chibnall's era to give away in the first place, especially where, Yaz's character is concerned, I feel like that might turn into a running theme as well. Actually, it's interesting that after the audition thing, Jodie sort of, almost in a sense, hand-picked both of them. I didn't know that. That's quite interesting. I mean, if you want to talk about the ways in which, I guess, the real-life relationship between Mandip and Jodie has perhaps influenced some of the Thasmin content, that would be a starting point, certainly.
I just thought the same thing as Gig's first point, where I was the answers Chris Chibnall was giving were quite nebulous, and I was trying to simultaneously pass that as how it would have sounded at the time and what it sounds like to us now, having seen the majority of the era. And it could have been read as very spoiler-phobic, but also what the Chib era has turned out to be is what it's turned out to be.
Yeah. The last note I have on these first two things, and this is something I'm very much going to circle around to at the end, is on that note of we did hear a lot of the same questions just worded differently, and hearing the same questions over and over, I think we're touching on something here about the idea of the same prompts, the same things cycling over and over and over again, and how avoidant answering can become the natural response. It can become comfortable and recurrent in response to the same things cycling over and over again. We'll come back to that. So the next thing is also a pre-release thing, which is an article from the producers, Chibnall and Matt Stevens, in September 2018. This is a really interesting one, and we read out a bit of this in our Eve of the Daleks discussion, but not the whole thing. So, what Matt Stevens said was, since the show came back in 2005, I think Doctor Who has been amazing at blurring the edges of sexuality and being quite gender fluid about the characters and relationships. He went on to say that the LGBTQ+ representation will continue in the new series, though it's not made an issue of, in quotes from the article, in any way, end quote. He also paid tribute to former Who showrunner Russell T Davies, well, former and future now, while hinting there will be LGBTQ+ representation within the main cast of Series 11. Quote, I'm not going to say if any of our characters are or are not at this point, but it is part, I think, of the DNA that Russell re-imbued into the show. There will be characters from across the spectrum. So that's all the Matt Stevens stuff from the article. Now for Chris Chibnall, what he said was, there are LGBT characters within the show. Obviously last year we had Bill in the show, but in terms of sexuality, it's often not necessarily a thing you go into in a Doctor Who story. Jodie teased these issues will play a significant part in the new series. It's really frustrating when you're not allowed to say anything, she grinned. When pushed on how exactly the LGBT issues will manifest, Chibnall added, you've just got to see how the stories play out. The only other thing I would bring up is actually zooming back even further. On early November 2017, when we had the 13th Doctor costume reveal, do you remember what was very prominent on that costume? A rainbow. So with that and this digital spy article in mind, any thoughts on what's being talked about there?
I mean, hearing Stevens' line kind of splayed out like that again, it really is amazing just how kind of nebulous and almost weasel wordy it was. I get the sense that Stevens is sort of a serial bullshitter, perhaps, and there's just a way in which he manages to avoid really saying much there, which is quite impressive.
The Chibnall thing I think is really interesting is when he says sexuality is often not necessarily a thing you go into in a Doctor Who story. I think that quote hasn't been brought up much lately or in the last few years, so that's an interesting one. And I also want to point out, they're not talking about the whole era here. They're not saying, oh yes, there will be queer characters within the era. They're talking about Series 11. So they're not talking about Eve of the Daleks. That's another thing I think important to keep in mind.
It's like the fact that they're very obviously just trying to promote the show, like, oh, you have to watch it and find out. You'll have to watch it and find out. We can't say yet. It's like, that's very much the focus rather than actually having an answer to the question that people will be satisfied with. That thing that Chibnall said about it's not necessarily something you go into in Doctor Who story, it feels like that just reminds me of the rhetoric in places like you sometimes get in places like Gallifrey Base and stuff, like stop putting politics in Doctor Who or whatever. Yeah. There's something weird about that. Like, I feel like it's, if you watch even like, well, any of Bill's stuff, of course, but also any of RTD's era, like, it's obviously something that can come up in a Doctor Who story, because one of the main themes of the reboot, of the revival, so to speak, is love. Yeah. You know? So it's like, it's quite natural, actually, that something that might come up very often. So, yeah, it's kind of a weird comment from Chib there.
One last pre-release thing is, this is an interview I've come back to a lot, because there's other interesting stuff in here too. It's a podcast that Stevens and Chibnall did with someone in the pre-release run. So let's listen to that.
So we wanted to just do a show that demonstrated the whole breadth and range of what Doctor Who can do, that would tell stories that resonate with the world we live in now, and that would be incredibly emotional.
Very much the Doctor, although eponymous character, is set apart in some ways. You view as the audience, you are the companions, we go through their POV. So the idea of having 3 companions was to sort of mine as many kind of emotional journeys and POVs as we can. I mean, there's a kind of an element we talked a lot about the Wizard of Oz, is that we want to grow a group of people who in some ways don't yet know what their strengths are, don't yet know what they can bring, don't yet know what they've got inside. And the Doctor makes them realise they had it inside all along, and they just need to go on this journey.
What is interesting to me there is Chibnall describing the show as incredibly emotional and resonant with the world today, and Stevens talking about how the companions are more the POV characters than the Doctor, how they have, full emotional journeys. And so this idea of the companions not knowing quite what their strengths are yet, but the Doctor will bring those strengths out of them. The Doctor will develop their strengths. They had that inside them all along, and the Doctor will bring that out. So interesting ideas there. Any thoughts from you two?
I thought Streven's comments, just the one we listened to now and the previous one, the LGBT characters across the spectrum, they both felt really like clinical to me.
Yeah.
Rather than like, oh, we're doing this because we want to, Especially this one, he said something like, we have 3 companions because the audience is the companion, and by having 3 companions, we could mine more emotional journeys out of them. That was an interesting choice of words there.
It's a thing, like when Russell T Davies does some melodrama or like really heartstring tugging stuff and like It's a Sin, I feel open to it in a way I might not with other showrunners, because he's a gay man who lived through the 1980s and the AIDS epidemic in the UK and everything. So there's a kind of authenticity where I'm like, I don't just think you're mining emotions to make us sad, Russell. I know that this is coming from an honest place within you. And I don't think you necessarily have to have lived through a certain period or thing to be able to tell a story from that authentically. But I think it's interesting that you're identifying a kind of clinical language around the emotions of the era. Yeah, that's interesting.
That thing about having 3 companions to try and, I guess, include as much audience as possible, I think there's a point of view there in terms of how drama should work. And I think rather than trying to get everyone on side with one character by getting really deep in on them, it's just let's have more characters, so to try and just fold in more people. And I think maybe you could say that kind of risks the individual characters being just sort of flatter, like a lack of willingness to commit to really making everyone empathize with the one companion or even the 2 companions. Let's just have 3. There's a degree of and that comment about how the Doctor is kind of set apart and how the companions are like the POV or whatever, that I think that reflects interestingly on how the Doctor is handled in the rest of the era, and the amount of interest that the show goes on to have in the companions versus in the Doctor as we go on.
I was so fascinated by that, that because I largely agree with what he's saying there. I think that's how a lot of the eras of the show tend to work, but I was surprised to hear the producers of this one characterize it that way. Before we move on to The Woman Who Fell to Earth, I think it's important to have some of that framing material, also because it would be easy if I just scooped a quote out of one article and was like, hey, Strevens once said this era was going to be emotional. But I think it's important to kind of build up this body of work, like this layering of quotes, so we see that there is a consistent messaging around the era, and we're going to see a lot more of it. So I really don't think any of the things we might be saying later on are a case of we just seized on one interview and, got way too specific with that. There is a consistent messaging around the era here, and it's only going to get more consistent. So that note of being resonant with the world today, we will revisit that later. Just
one more thing about that Strevens thing that we were just talking about, and how you said it was surprising to hear them characterise the show in that way, given what we've seen. I think a lot of the rhetoric that was kind of used to promote the show, like pre-Series 11, it felt like they were describing a sort of hypothetical platonic ideal of the show. Like they were describing how we might expect the show is meant to sound, what it's meant to be like, without that necessarily reflecting what they had made.
Yeah.
Like they know what they were meant to say, I think, is the thing.
Hi. Police? Maybe.
She smashed it with a hammer. Because you keep me near side door. Because you parked in my spot.
It's not your spot. There are no spots.
Ladies, please.
Thank you. Can I suggest a simple solution? You pay for a cracked window, you pay for a scratched door, and we all agree that parking round here is a nightmare. But that grown-ups really shouldn't need to call the police to sort it out for him. Now, if we're all agreed on that, there's no need for me to take any further police action, and we can all get on with our lives. What do you reckon?
I'm just saying, I am capable of more than parking disputes.
And I keep telling you, don't run before you can walk. You're a probationer, Yaz. Learn the basics.
I want to do more.
My thoughts, just quickly, are first, so we have a mentorly character to Yaz, framed as holding her down. Yaz wants to do more. Yaz is ambitious. Also, really interestingly, Yaz's first scene in the show is her being confident, calm, socially skilled, cool, effective, powerful, efficient, all these very positive things. She is very in control of the situation. We are introduced to her handling the situation really well. A dispute, a public dispute. Yaz is very competent and confident here, and she has the ambition to go even more with that. I think that's a very interesting start.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I was going to say, seeing Yaz there, it felt like seeing a different character. after these 3 years. Like, felt like someone else.
Yeah, same. I was so shocked. I haven't seen Woman, like, since it aired, and I completely forgot Yaz was like that.
There's no looking at her palm. She's just strolling into the situation. You know, that could have escalated. Maybe those women would have gotten violent. She diffused it effectively. She was very confident. She seemed really cool to me there. And let's look at the script. I'll get a picture up. See how she's described? Dazzling, brilliant, no nonsense. There's no... She's very in control here. She's very impressive here.
And she seems to know her own strengths as well. I mean, as we see when she says she wants more and stuff, she's capable of more than parking disputes. Like, she doesn't seem in ignorance of her own abilities or power or anything.
Yeah.
And even Mandip's performance feels so different in that first scene compared to, like, what we've got since. Like, she's just, like, her delivery and just the way she really stridently kind of puts herself out there. It's really striking.
And so remember that the producers promised big emotional journeys for all the companions, and our introduction to this companion is that she's very efficient, but she's being held down by a mentor who's kind of patronizing to her. But Yaz wants to do more. She doesn't want to be held down. She's efficient and she wants to go further with that.
Just to go back to that Wizard of Oz thing that one of them mentioned, I can't remember if it's Rufus or Chibnall, one of them said Wizard of Oz, right? And in that comparison, in that analogy, those characters like the Cowardly Lion or whatever, or the Tin Man with no heart or whatever, like they're all kind of trapped by some sort of internal flaw, and they feel like, oh, I need the Wizard of Oz to give me, like, to make me better, right? Whereas Yaz here, I mean, she's not like that at all. She doesn't seem...
Interesting, isn't it?
She doesn't feel like she has some internal thing, or she's beating herself down or whatever. Like, she seems like she just needs to actually show her heroism or whatever that she already knows she has.
Yeah, it's like she's got the wings ready to fly and they're just being held down. She just needs an opportunity to excel, is how she's being set up in her first scene in the show. So, very interesting how this progresses.
Ren! Stay away! Oh my god.
You three, relax, but stay put. I'll check the rest of the train. That lot of use you two were.
Hey! Hold on there, please, madam. I need you to do as I say. This could be a potential crime
Why are you
scene.
calling me madam?
Because you're a woman.
Am I? Does it suit me?
What?
Oh, yeah. I remember. Sorry, half an hour ago, I was a white-haired Scotsman.
That thing must have killed as it came through.
Must it? Didn't kill anyone else. Looks more like she died of shock when it smashed through the window.
Either way, a woman has died here.
But no more creatures.
Wait! Can you stop, please? This could be a major incident. I'm the one in charge here.
What are you going to do?
Call it into my station.
What are you going to tell them?
The facts.
Which are?
The train was attacked.
By what?
I need to take a look at CCTV footage.
And why do you need to check CCTV when we all saw it with our own eyes?
Was it an alien? Because it looked like an alien to me.
Oh, come on.
What, you think he's wrong?
No. I don't know, but...
But you're worried about how you will explain all this to a superior officer who won't believe you.
I can't not report it.
You could hold off until we get the answers to the bigger questions.
Which are?
What was it? Why is it here? Where's it going next? And most importantly, how do we stop it?
You really need to get out of those clothes.
Okay, so firstly, this is obviously a joke. I'm not reading too much into it, but I just want to note the little insult that the Doctor has for Yaz there. Fat lot of use you two were. No big deal in the first episode. I'm just putting a pin in that for now.
Starting as you mean to go on.
You really need to get out of those clothes. Obviously, the exchange makes sense in terms of the episode, but obviously, if you want to ship these two characters, that's a fun thing to look at. Also, I've seen Thasmin's shipping culture often really likes, you know how Mandip is doing those perplexed expressions on the train? Like she's like, huh, what's going on? When the Doctor's talking about being a man before and all those kinds of things. I've noticed the shipping community seems to really like when Yaz looks really confused by the Doctor. There's another one in the Witchfinders we'll see later. That's interesting. And also, this kind of, the way the Yaz and the Doctor's relationship is first set up is it's not quite a doubting Thomas thing, but it's like, Yaz is like, I need to follow the rules. I need to report this. And the Doctor's like, come on, you saw what really happened. You know there's something beyond your little world of, Hallamshire police and whatever else. There is more to this issue and this universe. So that's interesting. It also interests me that this very first episode is the one where the 13th Doctor's kind of policey, sorting out fair play within the universe. There's no such planet called time. This focus on rules and specifics like that is set out the same episode where 13's kind of saying to Yaz, come on, don't just follow the police rules. play the sound in the car as we're driving somewhere. Don't report it. I find that an interesting little tension as well. Yeah, what did you guys think of those clips?
I liked how what's the word? Kind of like fiery their relationship was. There was a lot of back and forth between the two of them. It was very interesting to see.
Yeah,
them acting that way, because they don't, spoiler alert, they don't act that way later on.
Yeah.
I was, especially since this is the first episode, like, that's a really strong, like, introduction for a doctor companion relationship.
Yeah.
Like, they seem to, like, it's not antagonistic.
Yeah.
They don't hate each other, but they don't really trust each other. They both seem quite confident in themselves, and they're both really strong characters. And I was thinking that makes for quite a good relationship between these two characters.
Yeah. I'm so interested in that snag between sorting out fair play throughout the universe and how that's developed into the 13th Doctor being very into rules and things, but also that initial sort of antagonism with Yaz is come on, don't just follow the rules here. Don't just report it. That's so interesting to me. Gig, do you have any thoughts on that?
See, what frustrated me watching that is that, like, although, yeah, we're seeing the conflict between Yaz and the Doctor, but also Yaz's confidence from that first scene seems to already be vanishing. Like, the way in which she's kind of, like, deferring to higher authority and just kind of saying, oh, this and that, oh, I've got to do this, oh, something's happening here, please. And the Doctor's just rabbiting on, just, like, pretty much steamrolling Yaz already, starting as we mean to go on, of course. It's quite annoying. Like, it already doesn't quite feel like we have that character with wings that we saw earlier. It seems like she's already shrinking down into a little corn cob and starting to disappear. It's
interesting. It's almost like, in a way, they've had to retro-engineer somewhere for Yaz to go, because in that first scene, she's so ready to fly already. I think you very much could continue on with that. Like, you could just have the Doctor being this beautiful opportunity for her to fly, this opportunity for Yaz to go do good out in the universe, hell, to even go do policing out in the universe with her. I think you could have played it that way. But it's interesting how it seems to be dialed back. Yaz is the idea that she was a bit cocky, but that's so weird because her first scene, she was really competent. And so when she was telling her, commanding officer, I want to do more, we're kind of reading that as well. He should let her do more because she was just so competent. But then here it's like, is she less confident and competent than we thought? It's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, when Yaz says, like, I'm in charge here on the train, it's like, it's a real sort of Dark Knight Rises sort of thing. It's really, she seems really pathetic there in that moment. Like, she's obviously not in charge anymore. Like, she doesn't even, like, the delivery of the line and just the way that the scene plays out with the Doctor obviously being the one who's doing all the in-chargeness. It just rings very much like Yaz is, like, the loser of the scene already.
I do wonder if that was intentional to set up 13. Because we start off with hyper-competent Yaz, and the train scene is 13's first scene as the character. So to have her win the conversation over another character we've already established as cool, kind of maybe to legitimizing 13 at the consequence of, Yaz being a bit tossed aside.
I think you can read that with the trio of companions in general. There's so many of them that there kind of has to be cuts made to afford them, an opportunity to be within the episode. So it's interesting you're saying that they have to cut down Yaz to make the Doctor like the leader there. And when Ryan and Graham are around, it's like Yaz has to be less around in something, or we'll see how they take precedence in some ways later.
Yeah, there's not really space for all.
Very well put.
The fact that the first comment she makes to Ryan and Yaz is, in fact, a lot of you two were, and just that the way that scene plays out, like, at the moment, Ryan and Yaz don't seem like people who would turn to companions at the end of the story. They come off more like people who would just be like one-offs and just get left behind in the TARDIS at the end. Like, yeah. I don't get the impression from that scene that 13 is really enticed by these people and is going to take them with her.
It's interesting how 13 rapidly, goes to I'm calling you my friends, and this almost love bombing, I want to say, way of treating them, where it's kind of like love bombing, where it's all about you're my friends and I think so much of you. When we get to Arachnids, we'll talk more about this kind of emotional play the Doctor makes with the companions, but yeah, that's interesting.
We're about to die. Oh, sorry, Az, I forgot you were there. Yes. Epso's character is very individualist, whereas obviously the Doctor is all about, the kind of ensemble. And so, it's all about kind of saving himself and doing what's best for him. And so there's a kind of clash of ideals right from the off.
as Yaz is coming to in space. It's the first time she's been on a spaceship. She's completely disoriented.
And then we see her entering the spaceship, and the Doctor and Epso are already trying to get it under control and stuff, so she's a bit like, what the hell is going on?
I can smell burning.
You all right? She's still alive.
Yes, you need to stay locked in the medipod.
So realistically, Yaz is our eyes. Yaz is like, what the is going on here? I'm in space, and am I about to die?
I'm on a spaceship.
The Doctor and Yaz have a special connection almost instantly. Yaz actually stands up to the Doctor and tries to take control of the situation when they first encounter one another on the train in episode 1. I think the Doctor recognises that, likes Yaz's spark and chutzpah, and that Yaz is actually quite good in a crisis, and she's proven herself, obviously through episode 1, to be absolutely reliable in that sense.
Maybe we did prove ourselves in the first adventure, and so she does allow us to do certain stuff ourselves. I do think even by episode 2 we still need to be told what to do.
Extra hand here!
I think in that particular scene I was still really very hazy. I'm completely confused. I'm still asking her questions. I think we're going to die. I'm like, you can tell us, are we going to die? And so a lot of it is just like, Yaz, do this. Yaz, press that button. Yaz, hold that down.
It's the second episode, and so the idea of Yaz is very competent on Earth, but in space this is a whole new experience. She doesn't know what to do here. Like, that makes sense. That's a pretty natural, humbling thing to do with the character in the second story. That's all fine. We're also touching on the repeating cycles idea I'm going to talk about a lot, which is, notice Mandip's, what she says there, where it's kind of, she's proved herself, or has she proved herself? It's like this back and forth. Did she prove herself in episode 1 with the crane and whatnot, or has she not proved herself and now she's going back and she has to prove herself again? This kind of thing. It's the second episode. It's not a big deal yet, but put a pin in that and keep that in mind as we move on. What other thoughts do you guys have on those? It's
interesting that Mandip doesn't sound entirely sure. Like, perhaps we proved ourselves in episode 1 and she will allow us to do things like hold down a button while she solves the crisis. Yes. Also, sorry, I don't know if you heard me laughing at that first clip where, Yaz, I forgot you were there. That's like...
Yeah. Yep. Again, like the first episode, fat lot of use you two were, forgot you were there. They're both one line in the first 2 episodes. Not a big deal yet. I'm not trying to read anything huge out of them yet. But we're doing a timeline, so we'll see how many more lines like that there are. I also thought it was really interesting how 13 is characterized as an ensemble woman, in contrast to the kind of antagonistic individualist Epso. Very interesting. We're going to come back to those ideas as well. Also, just kind of kicking Yaz out of the action, like, you know how Nyssa gets kind of kicked out in Kinder? Like Yaz just goes into the Metapod. Also interesting. Most interesting, Stephen's talking about the special connection Yaz and the Doctor instantly had. Also interesting stuff. Yaz standing up to the Doctor in the first episode, the Doctor liking Yaz's spark. That's interesting.
Yaz being unsure in the spaceship thing.
Yeah.
And that made me think of, I think this is a thing to put a pin in and might become more prevalent as we go on through this timeline. But one thing I noticed about, it's kind of similar to what we were talking about, how the 3 companions and them all jostling for space, is that quite often I see that the companions kind of end up doing what the story needs of them rather than what they would do as a character. Because they say, and I say, because this is only episode 2, it's a tiny thing now, but like when she said Yaz is currently very wary and unsure, and she has the Doctor there, and then Mandip speaks of the uncertainty on all that.
Yeah.
It's like, is it a really good reason for Yaz to be super acting this way?
I think it's worth casting our minds back to ways that previous companions were kind of introduced and having their first adventures and stuff. Like Amy would be like an obvious point of comparison here. Like in her first 2 episodes, there's loads of points where she's almost kind of going off on her own, or maybe kind of getting in the way of the Doctor's plans.
Yeah.
Or, just stuff like that. Like it's like such a contrast compared to Yaz being in this kind of position where having to like, okay, press this button, do this, go away, do that.
It's like, it's within the context of the story. It makes sense for the Doctor to be like, oh, Yaz, go away, or just do this little thing. Like, I understand how within the story it makes sense, but it's just like, with that big talking up of big emotional journeys, and even in this closer look, Stevens is talking how Yaz is like our eyes with the show. It's just kind of like, is this the most story generative way to go with the character? Like, that she was competent on Earth. Oh, then was she super competent in space? Let's just get it out of the way. Like, I guess if you're building up, one day she's going to not get out of the way and she's going to do all the things like in Ranskoor or something, I guess it makes sense. But
actually, I have one more thing, because you say it makes sense in the context of the story, but again, like, the story is a choice, yes. This choice of story is something Chibnall has done, like, and arguably, in terms of companion emotional journeys, going from someone who's maybe not as competent to someone who can do all the things, like you said, is maybe not the most interesting kind of emotional journey for a companion to go on in the show, given the kinds of things that we've had, in the past. Like, I don't want to just be always comparing to previous stuff, but
Part of the reason we're doing this as a timeline is within each episode, like, even in terms of a discussion we could have had on each individual episode, I think most of the time we could come up with, well, in the context of the story, I guess this makes sense. When we look at all these episodes in a row, though, we see the patterns, and we can recognize the choices that are continuously being made by the writers and producers. And that's what gets really interesting. So while people can always kind of narrow down and go, hey, but within the context of Resolution, it made sense for this to happen, or it made sense in Tesla for this to happen, sure. But when you look at, nearly 30 stories, why are those choices getting made over and over and over again? That's the interesting thing to think about, I think.
Last time I sneaked into someone's room by a window was Danny Biswas in year 10.
You just went right down in my estimation.
All right.
Danny Biswas. He was punching well above his weight.
Did you just accidentally pay me a compliment?
It's not like Rosa Parks wipes out racism from the world forever. Otherwise, how come I get stopped way more by the police than my white mates?
Oi, not this police.
Tell me you don't get hustle.
Of course I do. Especially on the job. I get called a packy when I'm sorting out a domestic or a terrorist on the way home from the mosque.
Yeah, exactly.
But they don't win, those people. I can be a police officer now because people like Rosa Parks fought those battles for me. For us. And in 53 years, I'll have a black president as leader. Who knows where they'll be 50 years after that? But that's proper change. What?
Were you born this positive?
Guess so. Must be my Mexican blood.
Well, before we get into anything serious, I just, the very scantest bit of positivity, regardless of the actual content of that, it was nice to have two proper character moments.
Yeah.
Like, those were actual things, characters saying stuff. It was weird stuff sometimes, but
I think we're echoing the Revolution of the Daleks discussion us three had with two others back in the day, where we praised similar things.
The bare minimum.
Characters talking, yeah.
I think we should probably talk Ryan first, might as well.
Okay, I'll read out this excerpt from the Metro then, which is from an interview contemporary around the episode, which was, appearing on This Morning TV program, Mandip addressed the possibility of Yaz and Ryan becoming romantically involved after both going to the same school. Mandip said, "I'm not going to rule it out, never say never. At this point, it's a little bit fun. I just think they're trying to find their feet in this world, but there's some times when she finds him really annoying, like an annoying brother." So that exchange where they held hands briefly and she fixes up the window and all that, that's our first very explicit marker of Yaz's sexuality, would you say?
Yeah, I guess.
Which is that at the very least, she likes men. There's that kind of flirtatious tinge where Ryan, kind of evaluates her, like he's kind of treating her like a romantic prospect there, where he's like, that other guy was punching above his weight. He's not good enough for you. She's like, wow, are you thinking of me in that way? And like she addressed it on a talk show. So that was something. This was a week before Arachnids, I remember too, which is interesting context. The police stuff. So Yaz loves Rosa Parks. She invokes Obama. She faces racial invective in her work. She really believes in that kind of post-history teleological process idea where it's like, things have gotten better and they will continue to get better. And Ryan characterizes her as having a very positive viewpoint. So there's another character note. Any other thoughts on that exchange?
God, watching that scene again after so long, my God, is such cringe. I really hate that scene in that whole episode, man. I can't do it. I think to a certain extent that scene kind of shows, maybe, I don't know if this will come up, but like the idea that Yaz was introduced in order to address certain themes, like stories that resonate with the world now, whatever, and we'll see more with that with demons. I guess like this scene kind of maybe gets this idea of Yaz being there so they can make certain points, I don't know, or sort of like reflect certain aspects of society, you know, do stuff about racism, perhaps, you know, that sort of thing. And I guess it's kind of maybe a bit didactic, like in the sense of, you maybe get a sense of like, this is why the character's here, rather than actually like getting much of an emotional journey with that character.
It's interesting. I feel like Rosa, and then our little triptych run of Fugitive of the Jadoon, Praxis, and Can You Hear Me, all kind of play with the police stuff a little bit. I mean, there are arguably moments where she does something that isn't just generic companion behavior, but is maybe a little bit policey in episodes here and there. But it's interesting. Like, the show, obviously, the Chibnall era doesn't have to be about policing. That was just something, you know, Gig and I thought would be interesting coming into it. But you want something else to be in the place. So it's interesting that Yaz's stance as police is kind of brought up in Rosa in that way, to kind of have that viewpoint of, you know, history has progressed. It's great that I can be a police officer now. Yeah, I've faced racism, but in another 50 years, you know, we got Obama in the White House, so we're going to get who knows what's next. So we have her ideology very set out there. I don't think it's interrogated or even really looked into much in the next 10, 11, 12 episodes. So that's interesting.
I think it's interesting given that Yaz sort of, I guess she sort of stops being a cop or whatever and ends up in the situation where I guess her cop abilities are maybe of limited usage now that she's in space and stuff. Like, it's interesting having them set out quite explicitly here that the show thinks of her being a cop as like a really great thing. Like, it's so great that she could be a cop. Like, this is what Rosa Parks won for us guys. Yaz can be a cop now. So it's like, it's interesting. Obviously, like, it's Chibnall who, like, obviously there's going to be positive towards policing, but like, there's like a massive ideological marker. Like, Yaz's former identity as a policewoman is something that she still prizes, I guess, and that the show still prizes to some degree.
So if it's important to her, it should be important to the show. Like, we should see more of it. I think I don't want to get plunged into what I see crop up online sometimes, where it's this discussion kind of winnows into this argument of, well, in Kerblam, she actually held someone's hands in a certain way, therefore she was evoking a police... like, that's fine. I do not even disagree that some of those moments were probably intended as police training. What's the story with that stuff, though? That's just occasionally maybe she does a policey thing or something she learnt in her police training. That's not doing what this scene is doing, which is actually looking at her ideology a bit, let alone going deeper and interrogating or commenting on that ideology a bit. It's just that now and again, Yaz might do something that maybe wasn't just a companion behavior, but was a policey thing she learned at police training. That's great. That's not really a story, though. That's like a move she'll do in the background of some scenes. Sorry to bring the vibe down on that, but I don't like that discussion. Yeah.
So, I suppose this is it.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Got you back. Guess we're done. Nice having you aboard.
Thanks, Doc. It's been a blast, truly.
Pleasure. What are you going to do now? Oh, you know. Back in the box. There's loads to see. By yourself? Yeah, I suppose. Do you want to come for tea at mine?
Definitely. Yes, I would. Thanks. I love tea. Tea at Yaz's, amazing. Are you coming? Are we all going for tea at Yaz's?
She didn't invite us.
Don't be daft. Of course you're invited.
All right, then.
Tea at Yaz's. Never been for tea at Yaz's.
I'm home. Got a couple of mates with me. They're probably all out.
You brought friends back? Sonia, Yaz has brought friends back. I'm getting food.
What, you actually have friends? She paying you?
Look at your views. Never had a flat. I should get one. I'd be good in a flat. I could get a sofa. Imagine me with a sofa, like my own sofa. I could get a purple one and sit on it. Am I being weird?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm trying to do small talk. I thought I was doing quite well. It's work. Maybe I'm nervous. Or just socially awkward. I'm still figuring myself out.
Well, I thought maybe as your sister is a policewoman,
officer.
and she said she'd do something about it.
I did, and they're looking into it.
Well, not fast enough.
So, are you and Yaz...
Mates. We were at primary school together.
Just mates, then?
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. I just need to clarify, because I just realized this probably comes across funny. In that first scene, the show does not actually go from the tea at Yaz's moment to the fam just leaving Graham away wordlessly. I just cut out the exchange in the middle because it was a big Graham thing irrelevant to our discussion about where Graham's going. Sometimes I'm going to do that where I'll just cut out the bits in the middle of a scene if we have no reason to listen to a Graham thing for like 2 minutes.
If only we could do that while we're actually watching the show.
Also, another last point just on how I've done the clips is for all of them except one at the end, I've isolated these to the center channel of the surround mix on the Blu-rays just so we can hear the dialogue very clearly and we don't have the music as well or the effects so much. We can hear them a little bit. We heard some of the Rosa trumpet. Yeah, I want to really focus in on what's actually being said here. And I think sometimes it's interesting to hear the dialogue more clearly when you're doing something like this. I think can be an interesting experience. What stood out to me there is the big grin Tosin does at Mandip. When she's like, of course, you can come for tea at Yaz's, maybe is still following along that line of like the Ryan Yaz stuff set up in Rosa. Maybe. I saw some people read it as that back in the day. And then, of course, Yaz's sister also evaluating Ryan as a prospect. We're still playing around with some of these notes of, Ryan and Yaz kind of stuff there. So that's interesting.
I will say it does stick out quite a lot that Yaz is the one who, I guess, pulls the Doctor back into the world of the fam, so to speak, because it seems like she's very obviously like signaling like she doesn't want to leave. Like, oh, I'm looking like a miserable little puppy, but like Ryan and Graham don't seem like able to actually make that overture and like reach out to her and sort of get her back on board. Whereas Yaz, even though Yaz is looking still kind of awkward and shuffling around, she does do it eventually. So I guess and like the fact that the Doctor says tea at Yaz's so much, I can see why tea at Yaz's became something of a catchphrase within Thasmin fandom.
Oh, the shirts with it and stuff, yeah. The stickers with it.
The stickers.
So do you two read, when 13 is doing the very like sad puppy expressions, I'll back in the box, alone, I suppose. When she's doing that, do you two read this as like, emotional manipulation might sound a bit thick, but do you read it as like she's intentionally trying to evoke, come invite me to something? You read it as that? Or do you think she's just genuinely so sad and she's like a big awkward puppy? Like the episode talks about her being awkward in that scene afterwards. So do you think she's just actually that sad and that's just how she's expressing herself and she's not thinking, man, I hope this convinces them to invite me somewhere? What do you think?
I actually was sitting here trying to think of a nicer phrase than emotional manipulation because I did think it was a bit harsh. But I do think that 13 was probably not ready for their adventures to be over.
Yeah, it's sort of halfway between, isn't it? Like, I think she was sincerely, like, she wanted a reason to stay, but, like, she also, like, she was very sort of beaten down by the thought of going off on her own again. It's sort of like halfway in between, isn't it?
When we get to Can You Hear Me, and especially when we get to Eve of the Daleks, I think some of these moments are going to be perhaps reframed in an interesting way as we learn more about the Doctor's emotional interiority and how she treats other people. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. So she's really, whatever way you read it, she's doing the big sad eyes there in a huge way. Tea at Yaz's, can either of you speak to the misunderstandings that went on there? Because I think some people not from the UK were confused about what exactly tea at Yaz's meant.
Well, I guess like, whereas obviously from a UK perspective, like tea is just kind of a colloquial term. It can just mean like, it can mean a variety of things. Like sometimes it's like sort of specifically its own meal. Sometimes people just use it to mean dinner. Like it just means basically just coming and having like some food, I guess, basically. Like that's just the thing. Whereas like I think maybe some people from like America or whatever kind of meant specifically like tea as in just the drink tea, like as a sort of specific ritual. Like come home and we will imbibe tea, like this sort of special thing. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
and
I love
the
that.
fact that the Doctor kind of repeated like tea at Yaz's so much, like it turned into its own sort of like individual meme.
Yeah.
Where like there's some sort of specific thing where you just drink tea with Yaz. Yeah, kind of strange, but there you go.
I love that. I love when the especially like the shippers. I like whether it's a misunderstanding or not. I think it's a kind of wholesome thing when they get very excited about like a phrase like that and they do their cool fan art and they make the stickers or whatever. I like all that stuff. My other thought just on those was, so we get Yaz's dad, again, invokes, you're a police officer. Her family, I mean, they don't seem that bad here. They seem a little bit annoying, especially to... Remember, Yaz is meant to be 19 in the series as well. So is Ryan. I I don't know about casting them as 19. The actors, I really like, I will go into Mandip's acting later. I think she does the best job anyone could do with what she gets. I don't think Thasmin and Mandip look 19. It's not a huge deal, but it kind of plays into this stuff we'll get into later about infantilisation. Like Ryan riding the bike and some of the Ryan and Graham stuff and a lot of the Yaz stuff as well. It kind of seems to be casting them not just 19, but even younger at times. And I think it's kind of compounded by the fact that I don't think these people look 19, and they certainly weren't 19 when they filmed the show, yet the characters are meant to be 19. I think that's all a little bit unfortunate how it plays out sometimes. But again, so she's literally a teenager. Her family's a bit annoying. They're not the worst, but you can see why they're a bit frustrating for her.
Yeah, one little note with Yaz's dad. In that scene there, like he's about to say policewoman and Yaz cuts him off to say police officer.
Yeah.
It's like, so maybe that's another little sign, I guess, like of how Yaz views her role, and maybe how like her dad is kind of like backwards and sexism plays a role as well. Like just sort of things floating around there. I have one more little thing to ask about the Tia Yaz's scene. I guess from perspective of, again, like companion introductions and how companions become companions, like with the Doctor. And like, whereas rather than the Doctor kind of maybe inviting Yaz and Ryan and Graham saying, hey, you guys want to come with me and be my cool pals? See, sort of the Doctor kind of like wants to be, I guess, invited back into the human world. It's like a complete inversion of the usual relationship, isn't it? I guess that's kind of interesting. Not necessarily a bad thing in itself, but like I guess it maybe shows how Chibnall is approaching writing, I guess, the relationship there. Like not necessarily one with this super tight, I guess, like grabbing each other sort of thing, but more just like an awkward, like, okay, you can come with us, please. Yeah.
It's interesting how explicit the show is with the Doctor framing herself as socially awkward there as well. That's interesting, and we'll return to that later, because how the Doctor socially interacts with people and how she respects or thinks of other people is really interesting. But here, so we have the, whether intentional or otherwise, the emotional guilting with the big sad puppy looks, and then she specifically is saying, I'm probably socially awkward when she's wandering around the house. Also, did you notice Mandip's eyes kind of glittering at 13 being awkward around the house? Like she seemed quite interested. I'm not saying this is necessarily something to be read romantically, but I can see why people would read it that way. And it comes back to this thing where Mandip will often be making faces at the Doctor that I think can be latched onto for fan videos and things, even if sometimes the context they're in might not be the most romantic. But in that scene, she looks pretty interested in the Doctor being so weird. So I can totally see why, especially given the other scenes we're going to see in this episode, this lit a fire for some people.
As of right now, you're both trespassing upon my property.
Put the gun down, please, sir.
My hotel, my rules. You were fired, yet instead of leaving, you bring someone else in.
She's my daughter, and she's given me a lift home.
Oh, how very moving.
Why'd you fire her?
I don't answer to you. What are you, 15? You should be in school.
Robertson is very explicitly and very clearly cast as villainous in all his appearances in the show. He's the bad guy. What he is saying is bad. What Robertson does there is very directly and explicitly infantilize Yaz. He basically calls her a schoolgirl. What are you, 15? This is the villainous character villainously infantilizing Yaz. And he also invokes my hotel, my rules. You are the little schoolgirl in my stomping ground. You're too young to be here. You're too infantile to be here. And this is my scenario where I'm in control.
You have no authority here, Jackie Weaver. No authority at all.
I just think it's so important to remember that this early into the era, we're getting the villain being cast as a villain for doing what is infantilizing Yaz and really stressing his authority and his rules over her.
Hi, Yaz's mum. Nadja. Yaz, they can't be here.
Nadja, you made a very awesome human. Tell me what's going on.
Sorry, but who are you? How do you know my daughter? Why haven't I met you before?
Oh, not now.
Yes, now. It's not a difficult question.
It is a bit of a long answer.
Well, I've got time.
But I haven't. Not right now.
Are you two seeing each other?
I don't think so.
Are we?
We're friends. I owe the Doctor my life. Quite a few times over.
What's that even supposed to mean?
Please can we not have this conversation now? And not in front of him.
Oh, I'm enjoying this.
So, are you two...
No.
No?
Oh.
First, can I just say how funny it is to me, that gag of a character having been present in like an emotional scene the whole time. Yeah. I love when suddenly Robertson is there just kind of leering at them and enjoying the possibly lesbian conversation.
Yeah, his delivery.
Yeah. So the first one, you made a very awesome human. This is again, like in the first 2 episodes where there were these individual lines where I'm saying, hey, these don't mean much just within the context of an individual episode. I'm doing the same thing here. You made a very awesome human and stuff like that. Primary school teaching, preschool teaching, talking in that way about someone is very normal. You made a very awesome human, 5 points for Yaz, all that kind of thing. Do you guys get that vibe from it too, where it's a kind of, I'm not making the link quite yet between the Robertson infantilizing thing, but where it's kind of, whether intentional or not, a bit infantilizing to be talking about, like an adult police officer this way?
I can kind of see it, although maybe it plays into the way in which 13 kind of gives off children's TV presenter vibes in general.
Exactly, yeah. I think at this stage in the era, we're still very much in the 13 being awkward stuff is probably genuinely her being awkward. I mean, she outright said it in Yaz's apartment this episode. So these things don't read as a big deal to me yet.
I also think about that awesome human thing. I think it starts to form a pattern of us being told stuff about characters rather than necessarily getting the real meat of like why that might be said about them. I guess the sort of thing like rather than, I think it becomes maybe a thing over this era where we hear about characters more than we really see into their souls, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. As someone who is very awkward, I personally often fall into the trap of overly what's the word?
Praising?
Yeah, overly praising just to ensure my meaning gets across. So I would say like, oh my gosh, you're the awesomest, coolest person ever. Just to,
yeah,
ensure my meaning. But I will say that the way 13 provides those specific types of praising that could be seen as infantile, this is similar to what Gig just said. It's like it's so nebulous and non-committal. It's not specifically anything about Yaz, so it doesn't really like read as an actual point of thing towards that person. It's just a non-committal bunch of positive adjectives thrown out for a second.
I think at this point in the era, you can easily read it. I think the most intuitive reading is just, this character is pretty awkward. She's an alien and she's not great at talking to or about people, so she's going to say weird things. She's complimenting Yaz there, is the idea. As we go on, obviously, we're going to develop a larger understanding of 13's personality. Are you two seeing each other? I think it's really interesting. And I often, in conversations around Thasmin and that scene, what I think gets lost is that scene with Yaz's mum and Ryan. Did you guys remember that scene?
I didn't.
No.
Interesting that, isn't it? So Yaz's mum doesn't just ask if the Doctor and Yaz are seeing each other in the episode, she also asks if Ryan and Yaz are seeing each other in this episode, which I think arguably kind of recontextualizes Yaz's mum, maybe not specifically as... Well, the thing is, we don't even know if Yaz is out as presumably bisexual, because in Evil of the Daleks, which we'll get to later, there's an exchange that often gets taken as meaning Yaz is closeted. I don't think it's that simply read. I think it could be read as Yaz not admitting her feelings for the Doctor to herself or to others. So I think there's this kind of unclear state of how much is known about Yaz's sexuality to others. Even if she's identifying as het, I don't think it's unrealistic that her mother might think she's bi or lesbian anyway and kind of bring up, are you dating a woman? I don't think that's unrealistic.
I guess with those two scenes kind of one after the other, the impression is more that Yaz's mum is just kind of like desperate for her to be with anyone.
Yeah.
And I do get that vibe. Like I've been asked like, oh, do you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend maybe? Like that sort of thing. Sort of Yaz's mum kind of being sort of meddling, sort of fishing around, just throwing out any possibility for why these people are around her daughter, I guess.
Totally. I think it turns having the Ryan asking her, the mum asking about Ryan after that turns it into almost like a bit of a running gag about Yaz's mum. But the important contextualizing bit is their responses, where Ryan and Yaz are immediately like, no, but Yaz and the Doctor are like, are we?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, the Doctor is, are we?
I do think whatever the intention was with the script, I think the Yaz and Doctor exchange does read a bit more meaty. And what I think most importantly of all is, especially in the context of those pre-release quotes we talked about there being representation within the show. So we're getting the show itself is explicitly bringing up the possibility of Yaz and the Doctor dating. It dismisses it Absolutely, it dismisses it, but it brings it up. You know, a lot of shows never get anything like that. And so that, coupled with the pre-release stuff about, of course, there'll be representation in the show, is interesting. And I think you can see why Thasmin really blossomed after this episode, because honestly, I think it's a pretty intuitive read of the episode. The producers was saying, yes, there will be LGBT rep in the series. We get an episode where Mandip's giving, you know, the Doctor's character some pretty interesting looks, and the mum is asking, are you dating the Doctor? I think it makes perfect sense from this episode to think, yeah, that's probably going to happen. There's probably going to be a relationship between them, or at least a Martha unrequited love thing.
I think the Doctor's reaction, well, you can read it as just general Doctor awkwardness, but like, just from an interpretive perspective, the fact that she seems open to the possibility,
Yes.
you know, in all her alien awkwardness, that's really where it all like comes from, isn't it? Like, are we? Like, oh, I didn't think so. Are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing.
I noticed in the last 2 or 3 clips we saw, especially the ones with Robertson and how she talked to her mum, we saw the return of confident Yaz for a minute, which I thought was interesting, when it's like not against or not towards 13. Confident Yaz was there for a second.
Yeah.
It interests me that a private security officer for Robertson pulls a gun in the UK on a police officer in training. That's kind of weird that doesn't go anywhere to me. I don't know if I'm nitpicking there, but like, a guy was pulling a gun and that's never really followed up on. I get the whole episode is a strange relationship to guns, I guess.
Can you please just clear them away?
There's no bread.
Sonia, I said get some more.
Why are you blaming me? Could have been Yaz.
I'll go to a shop.
Oh, thanks, love.
One day, you'll realise I'm right about all this stuff, you know.
And when you get back, you can tell me the truth about how you know the Doctor.
Yeah. When I get back.
Hurry up, will ya? Oh, you two.
Love you.
So sorry.
What's wrong with that?
Do you want brew?
Yaz, you wanted to come home.
I know. I love my family. But they also drive me completely insane. I want more. More of the universe. More time with you. You're like the best person I've ever met.
We get a really literal crossing the threshold moment with Yaz out the door. She does the kind of look on my family, like, I love you all, but, you know, it's time for me to, you know, mantle the next step of my journey. The general kind of boring, slightly annoying domestic family stuff. I want more, you know, I think all plays in fine with like that. Yaz wants to do more than that. Interesting. What did you think of the exchange Yaz's mum had with her there in like the hallway?
You know, the fact that Yaz's mum says, okay, when you come back, you can tell me the truth about her relationship with the Doctor. Like, and Yaz decides to like flee rather than actually come back and have that conversation. I mean, you can so read that as like a Thazzy sort of thing. Like, it's like the idea, if you want to put the reading on that, like Yaz doesn't want to like have to admit how she really feels about the Doctor or whatever, so she chooses to fly off instead. Like, it's all there. And the idea of a companion going on the TARDIS to flee some sort of personal responsibility or having to confront their relationships or feelings or whatever, that's not new either. Like, that's very established as a thing the show can do. So yeah, that feels like it's feeding into the whole thing there.
In the final scene, I mean, what is there to say? Yaz is beaming up at the Doctor. You're like the best person I've ever met. I want more time with you. It's not a reach in the slightest to read this romantically. I think with the context of later stuff, especially pre-Eve of the Daleks, I can see why some people started dismissing it. But in the context of this episode, this week, I think it's a very intuitive reading to read that romantically. Although that said, note it is kind of contextualized within a scene where the other companions are like, oh, you're great too, Doctor. But Mandip's performance definitely reads like she's beaming at the Doctor in a way Tozen and Bradley aren't, you know?
What I noticed about having these clips so close together was that it's kind of the inverse of the Tea at Yaz's scene, where Yaz is the one taking like the active role in this relationship. Both times 13's pretty meek about, oh, Yaz, you want to stay home maybe? And Yaz is like, no, I want more time with you. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, that Yaz being the active role in this relationship.
You're hitting something early that I'm going to get into later, which is the kind of melding or conflation between Yaz's defining character trait being I want more, being ambition, and this kind of obsession with the Doctor, or this real tangled up relationship with the Doctor. Yes, it's very interesting how these meld and how these develop. But yeah, I absolutely think it's interesting that her like strength and like active role in the narrative comes out in wanting to be with the Doctor there. That's interesting. We're going from I want more, like I'm a police officer that can be, you know, excelling more in my fields than what my patronizing commanding officer is saying. And here, that ambition after those last 2 episodes where Yaz didn't have the most stuff to do in the world is kind of being channeled into I'm wanting to spend time with the Doctor. That's like my goal. That's what I want more of now.
This actually isn't what I was about to say, but just on the note of Yaz being active and stuff, I think that forms part of, I guess, a larger thing within this moment in the show, Series 11 in particular, where I guess Chib is trying to, I guess, make the show and the dynamics a bit more like, do you know what the word is? But I guess in the same way that the companions got renamed to the Friends, and the idea of it all being like a flat team structure or whatever. So like Chib making the Doctor kind of a bit passive and just having the companions be like, oh yeah, we want to come and have this relationship with you, yeah, rather than being whisked away in the usual Doctor Who sense. Like that seems like a thing Chib was trying to do there, and kind of reflects on Yaz as well. And the thing I was actually going to say is that in terms of Yaz and kind of potentially being in love with the Doctor, like as Chibnall Who went on and on and on, and we got used to Yaz being just part of the scenery, you know, I started dismissing it, like you said, like sort of putting that stuff away. Like I started assuming it would never go anywhere. But like when we looked back at this scene and Arachnids and stuff, I actually went back and looked at what I was saying when this episode first aired. So before we knew much of how the situation would develop. And my assumption back then, after this episode, was that Chibnall was that he would kind of take the coward's way out, which is, in other words, keep it as subtext, and then only at the last minute turn Thasmin into like text, pretty much like just before they're about to leave the show. And who would have thought that my first guess all those years ago would be the closest to the truth? Although at that stage I could never have dreamed that the last minute for Yaz would be 25 episodes later. But like the fact that that first prediction has actually turned out to be the closest to the truth, that's pretty wild. Yeah.
The end of episode 4 is the point at which these 3 characters who've been whisked across space by accident at the end of episode 1 make a conscious decision. Do we stay at home with those lives that we were in the middle of, or do we actually make a positive, conscious choice to step back in the TARDIS and to go on these adventures with this crazy, brilliant woman?
Proper goodbye this time?
About that. Do we have to?
It is them committing to travel with the Doctor. They've got some experience of travelling with the Doctor, and so they know that it can be incredible fun, but it's also not without danger. And I think the Doctor has lost so many people over her lifetime that she is at pains to point out to them that if they want to come, they've got to know what they're getting into.
In all its, you know, truth, everyone's characteristics still play out, so there's still the gags and there's still the sarcasm. I think it just establishes how comfortable we all are with each other, and you know, on and off screen as well, which is always helpful.
We've got a really good relationship, I think, and it's really natural and started off really fast, but we were so close offset that it echoes in the performance. But I think it really works. Like, I think the dynamics work, the age differences work, you know. It just works as a team.
I think we've been very lucky with Tosin and Mandip and Brad and Jodie that they all get on incredibly well. And they have a laugh, and they're singing, and they're dancing, and they're messing about, and then they're very serious when the camera rolls. But they really enjoy each other's company. They're really good mates. They have great performance chemistry with each other, and they all bring something different.
You can fake chemistry to a certain degree, but I think it'll be obvious to the audience that we, in real life, all get on and find each other hilarious. Like, I double over laughing with and at someone like every day, and it's brilliant.
Interesting there, great performance chemistry with each other. So we get all that stuff about the actors all getting on well, Mandip and Jodie getting on really well. I think in the sustained stretch where there was not stuff so conductive to Thasmin readings as so much stuff in that episode, what I think really kept the Thasmin culture alive were interactions between Jodie Whittaker and Mandip Gill, not the 13th Doctor and Yasmin Khan. And so I think we really get that displayed out there, how these actors get on really well. They're genuine friends. You know, Mandip and Jodie got close in the show. They're very funny outside of the show. They're clearly close with each other. It's interesting, this kind of slippery thing where it's not quite the characters anymore, but the actors. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to be used by fandom for other readings. Like, I've seen Thasmin fan videos. This fascinates me so much, where some of the clips used are not clips of the 13th Doctor and Yasmin Khan. Even if they're in the costumes, it might be like what we just saw, like them touching each other in the TARDIS, you know, like playing around. That's really interesting to me, that kind of slippery line between Doctor and actor and how that plays into fandom and perception of relationships and shipping and stuff.
I think with stuff like using like the clip of them sort of like picking each other up in the TARDIS in that bit just there, and using that in like fan works and stuff, it's like, I think, especially with video things, I think there's a need to kind of try and get whatever you can, because I think you can, with fan vids a lot, often you'll get clips of the actors in other shows, and they'll kind of say, actually, okay, imagine this as the Doctor, and this is like the other character, and stuff like that. So it's sort of like, there's, regardless of what's actually happening, or what kind of the context is, it can be used as fuel, I guess, for just kind of putting together these visual representations of the ideas and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of interesting there, and then we kind of see that kind of thing, even though it's not in the show, but it's in the paratext of the show and it can be folded in.
What did you think of how the choice to go off with the Doctor is characterized as like the big next step in the companions' big emotional journeys for Series 11, the big positive choice to go on adventures? What do you think of all that? I
think you can see, like, how it all is meant to shake out. Like, when they explain it there, it all makes a lot of sense. Like, it makes complete sense, certainly. And I think also having the Doctor be kind of maybe a bit reluctant, the way they describe her there, like not really wanting to sort of like push them into it. Something she knows is dangerous. She's lost so many people, blah, 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 blah. And I noticed in Series 11 a lot, the Doctor is constantly saying sorry to people. I think there is a general vibe in that year of trying to like make the Doctor less toxic in a way, and whether that worked is, you know, up for debate. But like, I guess just, the way they describe it though, it makes a lot of sense, I think.
I think it's interesting that there's no commentary at all on the Dr. Yaz relationship, really. There is on the Mandip Jodie one. I think it'd be very easily read in such a spoiler-phobic era. I don't know what there was exactly to spoil in Series 11, but, you know, Chibnall and Stevens and the whole team were very spoiler-phobic, which is fine. I actually prefer that to a lot of spoilers banding around everywhere. But I think it'd be easy to read, like, they didn't talk about any of that stuff, but it's because, you know, they're so spoiler-phobic. I think a lot of the LGBT stuff in general in the era, or not in the era, is kind of read that way, where it's just like, you can't read into Chibnall not talking about it because he doesn't really talk about anything.
You can apply that to a lot of things. Yeah, not just Thasmin, yeah.
Self-detonation. Bingo. 10 points for Yasmin Khan, and yes, I am keeping score for all of you.
This must be scrambling your head.
Just a bit. Thought I knew my nan's story. She inspired me. If this is true, if this is her life, then she lied to me.
Yeah, but maybe she just didn't want to tell you everything, you know. Woman's allowed to have secrets, even from her granddaughter. And you've got to remember, Yaz, that girl in there, she ain't your nan yet. It's only later she'll decide how to tell it. And I honestly don't know whether any of us know the real truth of our own lives, because we're too busy living them from the inside. So just enjoy it, yes. Live this moment and figure it out later.
Easier said than done.
No, I get that, but look at us. The things we're doing with the doc. We're in 1947.
With my nan.
Yeah.
No one will ever believe us. Especially my nan.
Exactly.
If something happens to Umbreen, your whole timeline could be erased. No Yaz. We can't have a universe with no Yaz.
On the Tsuranga clip and the second Demons clip, that's back to the play school presenter, primary school teacher kind of thing, where we can read this as just the Doctor being awkward and a big ball of energy, or you can read it as slightly infantilizing. That's how I see it anyway. Like the giving companions points thing. I mean, obviously that is infantilizing. Adults don't generally give their adult friends points for things. And also, that also does cast the Doctor as the leader of the team. It's not so much a flat structure. I'm not complaining. That makes total sense. It's not a big deal at this point. But yeah, more of that note being hit. We can't have a universe with no Yaz. It's like, that is it's an interesting way to describe I don't want to lose you. Do you know what I'm getting at here? It's a very over-energetic kind of way of describing that.
Yeah, see, I always took that line as Thassi baiting. Like, we can't have a universe with no Yaz. It's like, it's very kind of a very random thing to say and a weird way to phrase that. But like, the idea that like, the universe would be so much worse if you weren't in it. You know, you can read it as almost like in that romantic sense again. It's like, but it's phrased in such that awkward, kind of clunky, kind of nebulous way that it's hard to really get a lock on it. And you can just, I guess that awkwardness of the Doctor, it kind of produces this ambiguity where they can just kind of throw in any dialogue and we can't really get a lock on what exactly what idea they're trying to put on screen, I guess. It's avoidant, I guess you could say.
And it's compounded by the spoiler phobia again, because it's like, the episodes aren't giving you all the material to work out what the intent is, and then Chibnall and Stevens certainly aren't going to give you that either. And so I think it makes for quite a fiery fandom at times, because people will read it one way or the other, and then there's not much else to really help them argue that. And so I think it's easy to get entrenched. Yeah, it's obviously this, or it's obviously that, because you're not really getting quotes from outside to help you, and the episodes are so ambiguous for, most of the 4-year run of the era. So yeah. It's the kind of Schrodinger's quote type thing. Like, you can't tell, especially in Series 11, I was reading the Doctor as just awkward. I thought that scene at the start of Arachnids was weird. I couldn't quite tell if she was trying to guilt them or not there, but she just seemed awkward most of the series, and so I just figured she's just saying stuff because she's awkward. I certainly wasn't reading this yet as her being manipulative. Yeah, we'll get to that later. On the Graham conversation, it's the first conversation those two characters have really had, I believe. Am I right?
Yeah, like 6 episodes in, yes, that's pretty much right.
Which is just, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's certainly not the end of the world, but I think it just speaks again to, it's difficult to have 3 companions in Doctor Who, and it often comes at the cost of certain things. But anyway, so he's basically saying to my ears and eyes, enjoy the Doctor while we have her. You can't know the whole truth of someone's lives. People are allowed to have secrets, and you shouldn't really feel entitled to more than that. Basically, take the Doctor and what she's offering us for what it is and enjoy it. How do you guys read that conversation?
See, because of its position within that episode in general, which is telling a story that is, in a very lovely way, is more about, I guess, Yaz's family than necessarily like the Doctor doing this or that. Like, I kind of feel like that episode, I don't tend to read that like that scene as like really being super focused on the Doctor, but in hindsight, you can kind of I guess you can kind of apply stuff about the Doctor, maybe, particularly as the Doctor's secrets start to dominate the era in Series 12 onwards, whereas they very much aren't doing that in Series 11. Like, they don't seem to care about the Doctor's secrets at all, really. So, yeah, I guess it's kind of, it's maybe slightly unfortunate how that ended up retroactively playing out, I guess.
Yeah, and I think, again, that's compounded by the kind of spoiler phobia around the era and the kind of ambiguity and thinness of a lot of the stuff in the episodes themselves, is that sometimes when we look back, it's like something's begged to be read in certain ways just because there's nothing else to really complicate it. When I listen to that conversation now, it's hard to not read that in the context of the Doctor's later secrets, because that's what dominates the series. Like, what else am I supposed to think about Yaz being, told how she should approach people holding secrets from her in that way?
And this is Yaz's why would they lie moment, so to speak.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Gig said, Demons is really focused on the guest cast. I love the episode, and I love the guest cast of the episode. I was expecting to find more Yaz-focused clips when I was going through it. I didn't really.
Yeah.
If anyone else can think of ones I should have clipped, please tell me in the comments. I'd love to hear.
Just one more thing about Demons. I mean, it's just ironic that obviously Chib was talking about how the partition was one of the things he wanted to do when he came in the show, and you could very uncharitably read Yaz as having been conceived and conceptualized for the purpose of that story. And then in the story itself, she's barely relevant, to be honest. Like, she has that lovely scene, but like, and I guess she also makes the decision at the climax of the episode that she wants to stay and I guess witness the tragedy rather than go back in the TARDIS. But like, she really does not play a huge, I guess, emotional role in the story of the episode. So she's kind of like, even in the one that she was introduced to enable, she's sort of at the sidelines. It's just, yeah, it reflects not that well.
If there was any significant number of episodes exploring Yaz's character, I don't think any of us would be criticizing that. But the era being what it is, yes, it does read as unfortunate. I want to read out some stuff from November Doctor Who magazine. So that came out a few days after Demons. So this first bit is from Mandip. She says, I often play a lot of streetwise, feisty characters. I wanted Yaz to be really different. I would describe her as a likable character. I think you can be feisty and also likable. Yaz stands up for what she cares about and is really up for a challenge. I'd like to think she's fun and quite witty. She's got a little bit of a mouth on her too, actually, but only when it's needed. As a police officer, she must be able to monitor what she says. To begin with, Yaz doesn't completely understand what's going on, which I think is needed, because if there are new people watching, they wouldn't have a clue either. I wanted her to be a real and relatable character, so to begin with, she's very worried about being able to get home if she wants to. Yaz initially doubts the Doctor, but then Yaz sees it with her own eyes, and she's like, well, it must be true, and she's really up for it. It goes on to say, by episode 3, Rosa, Yaz is definitely finding her feet. Me as well, says Mandip, because we're both on this journey together. I feel much more comfortable on set and I'm starting to find there are loads of different sides to Yaz's character. Some days she might have a bit more attitude and be a little bit sassy, and the next day she might be a little more laid back. For me, it's about trying to find those different dynamics and layers that make her a fully rounded person. Any thoughts on that?
I guess something that is sort of coming up again is the idea of like active Yaz versus passive Yaz, and to what extent Yaz is sort of being, I guess, having self-confidence and a willingness to sort of put herself out there and kind of speak up, and how often Yaz is kind of, I guess, being sort of a bit quiet and sort of, I guess, overruled and stuff, I suppose. I guess partially the whole thing of Yaz kind of disappearing into the background sometimes. It's like, to what extent is that the character being, I guess, more timid, and to what extent is it just the writer forgetting about her? Like, it's hard to kind of draw a line.
This repeating beat of Yaz rises to the occasion. Oh, does she rise to the occasion? Is she learning to rise to the occasion? Oh, she rises to the occasion. Oh, no, she didn't rise to the occasion. She'll rise to the occasion. I mean, we're still in very early days here. We're still in the first half or so of Series 11, but it's interesting we're seeing this oscillation very consistent in the show and the messaging around the show of what exactly is Yaz's story here? What is the character beat we are hitting? Are we hitting it and then going back on it and then hitting again? It's a bit confusing. Another thing on Yaz, so this is from the costume designer, Ray Holman, lovely guy. Very interesting thought he gives into some of these costumes. So what he says is, by the end of the first episode, Yaz is in civilian clothes. She has a leather hero jacket, but if you look carefully, she's got two. One is brown and the other dark red. She wears a distinctive orange jumper with a large white star on the front. Ray Holman says, I've got a little theme going with Yaz. She's hooked on travelling around the universe and she wears a few things with stars. In Rosa, she's wearing a jumper with planets on it. It's a bit abstract, but it's a little nod to space. Nothing too heavy, just fun. Yaz has the most amazing piercings in one ear. There are a couple of stars and some other things. Mandip, Gill and I went very specifically into what should go into those piercings. I think she's the first companion to have so many in one place, but you'll need to watch closely to see them.
This idea of piercings with stars and stuff, I noticed that the Doctor also has a kind of ear kind of piece sort of piercing sort of thing, doesn't she? So like, if you wanted to kind of, if you were mining for Thassi stuff, you could find the parallels there. Yeah, it's interesting. And Yaz, obviously, being so interested in space and the cosmos to the point where she's kind of wearing clothes that reflect it. If you wanted to, you could also kind of, you could twist that around and have it be a Doctor thing too, because the Doctor kind of represents the idea of the cosmos and stuff. So yeah, there's stuff to, I guess, poke at there.
I think it's similar to the music, the costuming of this era, in that there is stuff there, there is storytelling there. It's very subtle, or it's not as... When I think of Murray Gold's motifs for the characters, they were very fully formed. Like Clara has a very hummable melody that's very easy to remember or to play on the guitar or the piano, and it goes through stages. So it's very easy to kind of remember in that way. It's pretty much always played in the same way. Like, they're not varying around the notes or the intervals of it exactly. Clara's theme is Clara's theme. It's not often you get like the hero major version than a sad minor version. It's the same thing, basically. We'll hear it on different instruments and different speeds, but it's basically the same thing. most of the time. Same with I am the Doctor for the 11th Doctor and so on. In Sagan's era, the motifs are often much shorter. So instead of having lots of different stages to them, they'll often just be like one little progression and that's it. And then he'll often really vary around the notes. So it won't always be like the same, notes for Yaz's motif. He'll often change them up to better fit into like the scene of an episode, to fit the mood of it or whatever. And I think this has contributed to, I see we've got 2 episodes left. Loads of people have no idea Yaz has a motif. They can't identify it. They can't hum it. They don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah. It's very easy to miss. I had to watch a bunch of scenes in a row until my head finally went, that's it. Because he's always changing the notes. It's not just the same 4 things. Like, the notes are basically the same in configuration to each other, but he changes them to fit different scales and things. So it's very hard to kind of get a grasp on it. But I think it's similar to the costuming where, had you guys noticed all the star stuff with Yaz?
No. Well, the orange jumper maybe, but that's it.
This isn't at all a criticism. I'm not criticizing this in the slightest. I think it's a totally valid way to go about things, but I think it breaks from the more ostentatious way the first 10 series of New Who went, that I think a lot of people don't look for it or can't see it at all, which is maybe unfortunate, because there definitely is artistry going into the music and the costuming, but it's easily lost on people. And I think that also contributes to this kind of characterless sense we get with Yaz, and to an extent the other Dan, Ryan and Graham as well. Yeah, but there's definitely work going into there, but it's stuff being missed. You look at Clara's outfits and we can all think of some off the top of our heads, and they're quite loud in terms of what they're saying about her and how they fit into the stories. Her theme is as well. Bill as well, her theme I found very hummable. Her clothes said a lot about her. Remember when we all thought she'd be an 80s companion? Then the companions after, it's unfortunate that it's subtle or less present in people's heads. The last thing from that issue of Doctor Who magazine is from Chibnall himself, and that's the preview he was giving for the Series 11 finale. Remember how Strevens and Chibnall teased big emotional journeys, arcs for all the companions in Series 11. So teasing Ranskoor, Chibnall says, the big arc this year is the emotional journeys of Graham, Ryan, and Yaz, and the Doctor. They've been through a lot emotionally, they've lost people, they've been thrown across the universe and seen all the thrills and spills, dangers and tough times that being with the Doctor can throw at you, and they've made a conscious decision to travel with her. Which I guess was the end of Arachnids. Chris wanted to make a finale that delves into and challenges that new dynamic, the fresh team with the Doctor. Who are these people now? They've gone through at least 9 and many more unseen adventures with the Doctor. The Doctor's friends are going to be tested in episode 10. We're going to see how far they've come, how much they've learned, and whether they're going to make mistakes at a crucial moment. I guess there's not heaps we can say about that until we hit the Ranskoor clips. But it's interesting that even in the actual on-season, the progression of the episodes is still beating that drum of the big thing for this year is the big emotional arcs of the 3 companions. What do you guys think of that?
This was more about the first 2, and I was hesitant to say it because it was mean.
Please go ahead.
But I'm nice. It was like Mandip talking about Yaz's characterization and Ray Holman talking about the designs within Yaz's costuming. This is kind of similar to what Neo said about the costuming, which is that you could read this as them being quite spoiler-phobic still, even though I don't think that would necessarily apply here. But it felt quite generic. There wasn't much there. It was like, Yaz is sometimes feisty, sometimes she's not, sometimes she's a kind person. Some of these are, not a lot was really pinned down as to what Yaz was, and then the costuming to be like, sometimes we put stars in it because space. And I think that how I read it was that maybe like an uncertainty in the in the creation of the character or the development of the character.
I think Mandip's a very good actor, and I think Sagan and Ray Holman are very talented at what they do. But the thing is, when you have a character like Clara or the 10th Doctor or Amy, they are very defined by the writers. And that means the composer, the costume designer, the actor, they have a kind of constraint for what they can do. You can't just put Amy in any clothes. That's not going to work. There's some stuff that wouldn't make sense for her to wear. She has a specific personality, and place within the world that only some clothes are going to make sense to her. Some music would sound weird if applied to her. So they kind of are constrained by what Moffat has defined or what RTD has defined for these characters, and then they have to work within those limitations, which is really, really good because then that makes them do defining and unique stuff with them. With Yaz, yeah, I do feel a kind of uncertainty from Mandip and from, the craftsmen working on her, because she's so relatively undefined, at least in this point, that it's like, well, what do? You can put stars on her. Like, what interiority is Mandip meant to be conveying right now? Like, I think Mandip certainly has the skills to do more than what she's done in these episodes, but where is it? What is in the scripts that she could bring to life?
She is clearly on the space side of the space versus time debate that gets introduced later on. I think what we're kind of dancing around here is that, like, between what Mandip's talking about Yaz's character and what Ray Holman talks about Yaz's character, is that none of it's very interesting. And it's like it feels like they don't actually know who she is. So they've just got to dance around these little kind of minor details that are just kind of not enough to actually give us a picture of a fully nuanced, fleshed out human being.
If you want to compare it to Clara, like, look at the difference between Series 7 Clara, who is relatively undercharacterized, I think a lot of people would say, in contrast to Series 8 and 9 Clara. Look how Jenna's performance is in Series 7 versus Series 8 and 9. When she gets that more narrow band of stuff she can do, when she has that more defined character, she absolutely soars. It's incredible. In Series 7, she's good, she's funny, she's witty, she's doing all the lines well, she delivers all the lines well, but I feel like there's just less there to bring to life because of what the writer has set out for the character. So I feel a similar thing with this era and the actors within it.
He saved my life. I want to take this to his daughter. Tell her how much he loved it. How much he loved her. It's the least we can do.
What this doctor has is a real duty of care to the rest of them. So she will always go, look, I'm going to do this thing, but it's a bit more democratic.
Look at the size of it.
And she loves the fact that often now in the stories, it's the team that are leading the quest, going, well, we've got to stop, we've got to go and help, we've got to do this thing. So the doctor actually doesn't need to say anything because it's the gang that are constantly going, yeah, let's help, let's do it.
Everyone's growing into themselves, you know? Everyone's growing into themselves and everyone's pushing their boundaries and everyone's just playing to their strengths.
Yeah, things are not so weird anymore, they're more scary. We're still scared of aliens, we're still scared of robots, but nothing's weird anymore. It's not like, what the hell is happening, why are we here?
Yeah,
we get that bit now.
Been in a journey for a while, so we just know what's going on, we just crack on.
Do I detect a hint of uncertainty when Streven says things are a bit more democratic, or when Mandip talks about things aren't so weird anymore, now they're scary?
I was about to say, it sounds like they're figuring it out the same time we are.
We're coming back to this repeating cycle I keep talking about, where it's like, has Yaz crossed the threshold? Has she, stepped up and developed the character? Or is that what she's doing next? Or has she done it already? Because you see what I mean? We keep coming back to this thing again and again, where it's like, so the beat now is, okay, she's learned that aliens aren't weird, but they're still scary. I don't know how present that was in the first 7 episodes. I feel like it's kind of trying to mine a development out of something that felt a bit flat and static to me. What do you guys think?
I think it's very easy in those behind-the-scenes things for the writers and producers and whatever to sort of talk about what is supposedly happening in the show, regardless of whether it's really there. Because I think when they're making it, obviously it takes so long to make and they're doing all this stuff in their heads, but the amount of that is actually expressed on screen is maybe not always that much.
That thing of the Doctor's in charge, but things are more democratic, that's the other big oscillation, big repeating cycle I come to as well, where it's, well, what is it, the flat democratic team structure, or is it the Doctor on top of the stratosphere? We seem to swivel between these a lot, maybe intentionally, maybe not. But I notice in the behind-the-scenes material, we tend to go back and forth a lot there as well. That's interesting to me. The actual clip from Kerblam I had there, we touched on it earlier, because it's used in fanvids all the time. Because Mandip and Jodie both look really emotional on there. To the point where I was second-guessing myself before I rewatched Kerblam, and I was like, is that scene about Thasmin? Because it's always used in the Thasmin videos. They're looking really emotional at each other. And I felt like, no, it's not, is it? It's they're talking about the Lee Mack or something. And yeah, they're talking about a Kerblam character and taking the thing to his daughter or whatever. It's got nothing to do with Thasmin, but they look very emotional in those shots. And so they're great for using in Thasmin content and fan videos and so on.
The scene with 13 and Yaz, the sad Lee Mack death thing, is fully aware this might be just me, but I thought that was included as another example of infantilisation.
Interesting.
The way Yaz was like, we have to go and do this. 13's expression could be read as like genuine concern and sadness and empathy and blah, blah, blah. But I also read it as like, boo you. But yeah, of course we can. It's the least we can do. Of course we can go and do that thing for you. A little bit.
Yeah. The infantilizing thing I was reading in those things was when Stevens is like, well, it's a bit more democratic, but I guess the team are leading the quest. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, when you let your dog walk in front of you. Like you're giving them the impression they're in charge, but it's like you're so clearly in charge that you can do that. So yeah, I don't love that.
Yeah. The fact that Yaz's request, or the thing that Yaz wants to, I guess, quote-unquote lead here, is like a little side thing at the end of an episode rather than any part of the main quest. And it's not really a quest, it's just let's go drop off this thing to some person, some stranger. Like, it's very much, it's that. Like, it's something that can be a little add-on at the side of an episode, but it doesn't really become, like, the main driver to a huge extent. I guess, in terms of examples of other cases where the fam might have maybe led the main quest, maybe does Demons of the Punjab count? Does Yaz kind of motivates him to go back and check out the watch, right? That's one instance. Yeah.
I
don't know if there's any others though.
Sunday.
Northern accent, we must be close to home.
A girl called Izzy Flint bullied my friend Yaz.
Firstly, that first one, Yaz giving the Doctor a perplexed look. Again, that's something I see read a lot in Thasmin culture as like, look at how Yaz is looking at the Doctor. You know, that's a...
Yeah, it was an adorable shot.
Yeah. The second one, my friend Yaz. That's all I've really got there. She's evoking Yaz and something she knows about Yaz. It's nice that the Doctor remembers and knows the stuff about Yaz being bullied.
She didn't forget Yaz is there this time.
Yeah. The third one, I've seen talk online debating whether 13 says Yaz before being ducked into the water, presumably is ADR because it doesn't really match up with her mouth. Speaking of ADR, did you hear Bradley Walsh's really strong ADR in that first clip?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does she say Yaz before being ducked? What do you think?
Well, I'm going to have to say no because I had absolutely no idea why that clip was there.
Yeah, I'm also a no. Like, as someone who has re-listened to the clip a couple of times since you brought this up with me, like, I don't think it's really there.
I hear something. I think they added something in ADR. I don't know if it's just a formless yell or Yaz or what. If any people listening to this can hear it clearer, I'd love to hear because that's interesting to me.
I mean, R is 1/3 of Yaz, so
yeah, yeah,
she's being dunked into a river or whatever. Like, I think, and especially considering how Jodie often performs the role, she's always going, oh, whoa, whoa. There's a lot of that, so it could just be one of those again, very realistically.
Because in the beginning,
they held hands.
Well, so did, it wasn't just the Doctor.
Yeah, I was talking about Yaz and Graham.
Yeah. Again, I totally get, especially in series 11, like it's only a few weeks since Arachnids, I totally get the excitement at the Doctor grabbing Yaz's hand there. I mean, yes, it's muted by Yaz holding Graham's hands, but I get it, you know, sure. The really meaty thing to me, though, is I've seen talk online. I always thought it was interesting, like, 13 grabs Yaz, kind of manhandles her onto the bed. I think even more than the hand scene, that's easy to read very excitedly for people into Thasmin, for sure. Something I read recently that I hadn't thought of before, though. I don't know what you guys will make of this. But so the Doctor puts Yaz down on a bed, and what's above the bed? Triangle window. It's not pink, and it's not upside down. You know, triangles have, you know, LGBT associations, and so some people made a lot out of that.
Interesting, I guess. Sure.
Well, we're still in early days, and so I think the idea that He's not doing like flesh and stone tricks. Oh, look at the doctor's not wearing a jacket. That's important. This isn't just, a mistake or something weird. I think especially early in an era, it's more easy to kind of read that you are getting little symbolisms snuck into scenes like that. Maybe that is how the storytelling is going to work. So I can understand reading into the triangle.
It feels like the sort of thing that would get said about a classic Who serial like 3 decades, like 50 years after it transmitted. It's that sort of retroactive, like, let's find all the hidden occult meaning in this episode. So for it to be happening like the week after it transmits, I don't know. It just suggests that people are really kind of digging and trying to claw out anything they can get in even the most abstract sense.
I think what was most interesting about those 2 clips is I don't even remember the second one happened, just by the way. And I do think it merits more interest than They Held Hands. But I think what's most interesting is that up until that point, 13 hasn't been very physical with anyone.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that she is there. I don't want to say out of nowhere, but like, it's the first we've seen it because it's, this is still the first series. It's the first we've seen it.
Wait to the series 12 finale. We get an amazing physical.
Oh, I can't wait.
I think like you could also read it as another infantilisation thing, like physically manhandling Yaz, putting her here, dragging her there. It's almost. I mean, it's, in terms of picking someone up and putting them on the bed, that's something you do to a toddler, isn't it? So like, there's possibly a negative reading of it as well that kind of maybe resists the romantic one.
This is Paltraki. I'm on my way.
Get the hostages back to your ship. Yaz, you go with him.
No. I'm with you, whatever happens.
We'll wait for you at the ship for as long as we can.
Thank you for only having one Ranskoor clip.
I'm with you, whatever happens. I'll get into this more across the next 2 series, but I really feel like, especially because Series 11 was talked about in terms of big emotional journeys for all 3 companions, I really feel like there's been this subtle shift at some point from Yaz's defining trait and presumable having an arc evolve out of it being, I want more, I want to fly and not be held down by my commanding officer. Somewhere along the way, I feel it's transformed into, I want to be with the Doctor and protect the Doctor. Not even necessarily is I want to be the Doctor, like in the way that Clara was, or to an extent Bill, but this kind of, I want to protect the Doctor and stay with the Doctor and have the Doctor not, push me into the Medipod. I feel like at some point her arc has kind of shifted to that. Do you guys agree or get what I mean there?
Yeah, it's very much like the sort of reliance and being like attached to the Doctor almost. I think that line there, like, I'm with you, whatever happens, you could almost read it as her, like, not necessarily wanting to protect the Doctor, but maybe feeling that by the Doctor is like the safest place, potentially. Like, maybe that's not the most obvious reading, but like, I feel like it's one of those lines where you can kind of look at it multiple ways and it doesn't like scream out with one reading or another.
Yeah. I just think it's really interesting that Yaz was introduced, like we talked about with the Series 11 premiere, as wanting to do more, and that seeming like her journey, and it's shifted at some point. The Ranskoor isn't about Yaz stepping up and doing more. The biggest emotional story in Ranskoor is Graham not killing Zimshar. That's what Chibnall was lampshading in that Doctor Who magazine thing about the companions better not make the mistake. That's clearly what he was talking about, I think. I don't think you guys would disagree, would you?
No, I mean, there's really not much else in that episode to speak of. I mean, Yaz runs away from an explosion at one point, and if you want to talk about how Yaz is evolving into someone who can do all the things, that's certainly a thing that she does, but that's about it. Really.
So I really feel like Yaz doing more, Yaz's ambition has become melded. It's not her ambition to excel in general, it's her ambition to stay with the Doctor.
I agree.
Which is really interesting, and it's going to evolve strangely in the next 2 series. Also, I think it's interesting, 13 doesn't even say anything when Yaz is like, I'm going to stick with you. She's just like, yep. She just nods.
Oh, I do have something to say about that. It immediately made me think of Doomsday, when Rose is like, I'm going to stay with you, Doctor. And he's like, okay, and then slides the necklace on her. But 13 is like, okay, and doesn't, slide a necklace on her and teleport her away. So I did read that as a bit of a positive Thasmin from 13's side.
That's interesting.
As minute as it was.
I do recall, actually, in Ranskoor, because I wrote a very long essay about it once upon a time, is like the fact that Yaz chooses to stay with the Doctor there, in terms of consequences that has, like, I think what it ends up meaning is that they both have a neural blocker thing to put on both of the arcs, so it does contribute to saving the day in the most roundabout way possible. So, like, you could say it's like, that's kind of a positive thing there, but like, in terms of Yaz actually getting stuff to do, like, intentionally do, it's still very much, like, it's a pittance. happens, really.
But it's interesting because the neuroblockers don't end up doing shit. So it's kind of like this loop is like, are the neuroblockers there so Yaz can stay, or can Yaz stay to give the neuroblocker?
You don't have to come.
Of course we do.
We're always with you.
We talk less about companions and more about the Doctor's friends this year, because I think what Jodie's Doctor brings is an incredible lack of hierarchy.
I'm playing Yasmin Khan, who is a young, strong, forward-thinking girl from Sheffield who is up for a challenge.
The biggest thing is, I really wanted a Doctor you would absolutely fall in love with. Everybody loves Jodie. It's like she's a great leader, she's a great force of nature, she's a great person, but she brings so much of herself to the Doctor.
I'm the Doctor.
Yeah! But as much as anything, you want the Doctor to be somebody you want to spend time with, and somebody who, if they appear in the doors of a blue box in your front garden going, "Come with me," you're absolutely going to take their hand and go on an adventure.
We wanted to create a bunch of new best friends for them to fall in love with, and like any drama, like any show, I think it starts with the characters, and you need to love the characters, and almost you'll turn up to see those characters do anything.
I think Chris was really keen to shake up the dynamics in the TARDIS by having a team of people working alongside the Doctor rather than just a single companion.
It gives you many more different relationships and different emotional connections between all those characters, which gives it a really rich emotional palette, which has been a really fabulous thing to play around with.
They're all mates, they all have interpersonal dynamics, they're a team in some ways, with the Doctor leading from the front, but she's the one going, "Oh, come with me and we'll have an awesome time together."
The wonderful thing about the Doctor is the social cues aren't always there.
Aaron.
You weren't at Grace's funeral.
No.
Ryan waited for you. She goes straight in there and says it how it is. You let him down.
Incredible lack of hierarchy. They're a team in some ways. The Doctor leads from the front. Again, I think we're getting to that kind of oscillation or kind of uncertainty. What is it? Are they a team? Are they a team in some ways? Is the Doctor leading from the front? Is there a lack of hierarchy? What exactly is the status now? We've had Series 11 and this special. I think we very much can judge at this point. We've got enough material to really start making broader judgments.
Particularly egregious that the oscillation is coming from the showrunner.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting, that resolution clip, it was kind of like an almost direct repeat of the Ranskoor one, where Yaz says, "Hey, we're sticking with you," and the Doctor just sort of like
silently,
wordlessly just goes away. It's kind of funny, actually. But yeah, so I guess in terms of like hierarchy, it's just sort of like the companions demand to be dragged along, I suppose, which I guess is, it's fine. It's like, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as leading, it's just like voluntary accompaniment, if that makes any sense.
We'll revisit this more in Flux, but notice that Chibnall explicitly says that he wants the Doctor to be someone you want to spend time with and travel with. So when we get some readings which are like, hey, the Doctor is intentionally meant to be toxic or emotionally manipulating, I want to really keep that Chibnall quote in mind, because if he thinks that way, that's not what he's presenting, and so we're getting a bit QAnon with saying trust the secret plan that Chibnall's, don't listen to what he's saying, look at his hands, look at the Morse code he's tapping out to us in the interview or whatever. And Strevens is also saying you want to fall in love with the best friends, the character focus is really important, you must love them. So all these defenses that might be like, no, actually Yaz is under-characterized and that's okay because so on, those don't really hold to me, because the two execs right here are telling you what they wanted to do with Series 11 and Resolution, and it was to make the Doctor and the companions really likable, to have big emotional journeys, to be someone you want to spend time with. And I don't think the idea is that they suddenly go back on all that, by Series 12 or whatever. You want a Doctor to fall in love with. Interesting phrasing too. Obviously he meant that audience-wise, but easy to read how you will in something like this. Richer emotional palette as well. That's an interesting one.
I think that thing you were just talking about there with kind of the phrasing, kind of with the audience wanting to spend time with the Doctor and the audience falling in love with the characters and whatever. I think that kind of muddies the waters with Yaz, because obviously with Yaz we've got all this, she wants to spend time with the Doctor, and that kind of brings into question how much of that is specific to Yaz, like Yaz is falling in love with the Doctor or whatever, and how much of that is just Yaz supposedly being like the audience, someone who just really likes the Doctor because the Doctor is so cool. You know, it's that sort of nebulousness, that ambiguity there about what they're really trying to do, and whether the stuff that we're getting with Yaz can really be considered meaty enough to consider like a whole romantic thing, or whether it's just the generic, just sort of companionness.
Mandip again characterised Yaz in the kind of Series 11 premiere way, forward-thinking, strong girl from Sheffield up for a challenge, which I think held to episode 1, her, you know, with the parking dispute, her with the crane. But like, increasingly, was that the thing about Series 11, her being up for a challenge? It more felt like it was her asserting, you know, the right to be with the Doctor and right to travel with the Doctor. I guess you can take that as the challenge, but that feels like a step back to me, to go from, I am so capable that I want to come find the challenges to rise to I want to follow along after the leader, the, you know, flat hierarchy fellow comrade in the team, to be allowed to be with them. Like, I'm feeling a lot of muddying there. I don't feel the richer emotional palette compared to, I mean, that term by nature has to be in comparison, right? To what, Series 10 to Series 9?
Yeah.
Is the emotional palette richer? Because it has 3 companions? I don't think so.
Something interesting to note about those clips we just watched is that, like, all the talk of there being like an emotional journey over the course of the series, like by the end of those series with those behind the scenes clips, that all seems to have vanished, and they're just talking about the characters like they're almost static things again. Like this is just how they are. There's no talk about how they might have changed much since episode 1, which I think probably might be because, as we can all see, they didn't really change that much, apart from Yaz obviously wanting to be with the Doctor more. Like, but in terms of actually being a more nuanced human being or transforming much as a person, like, she's still kind of that girl from Sheffield, like, you know, where's the huge thing?
If you're going to bring up expectations set at the start of the series or before it, I want to think back to the Digital Spy article where we said that there will be characters from across the spectrum in Series 11, and that you've just got to see how the stories play out to see how LGBT issues will manifest.
Well, LGBT issues definitely did manifest.
They manifested, all right.
Yeah, there were issues, all right, definitely.
What was the LGBT presence in the series? So Woman, the first episode, I can't think of anything. Ghost Monument, a woman had a dead wife. Angstrom had a dead wife. Okay. Rosa, I can't think of anything. Can you guys?
Nope.
No.
Arachnids, there was that professional lady who had a girlfriend and she died. Tsuranga, I guess you could. Is Yos?
One could argue Yos. But
there was enough Daily Mail outrage about it that it probably counts.
Yeah, so I guess there's that. Demons, nothing. Kerblam, nothing.
No,
Yeah,
nothing.
I don't think there's anything Kerblam.
Witchfinders, you know, the king has suggested that he has some kind of sexual lust or relationship for Alonso, is it? What's his name?
Yes, Alfonso, something like
Alfonso. And also he's lusting after Ryan. So the villain of the episode is, you know, clearly not straight. Okay. It takes you away. The Doctor and the frogs scene is kind of framed romantically. Cool. Ranskoor, nothing. Resolution. There's a gay guard who gets killed by a Dalek who had his line about being gay, supposedly added an ADR, according to Gallifrey One convention from the director back in the day. So that's the much, you know, built up LGBT rep in Series 11. How did that make us all feel?
Technically speaking, they were all across the spectrum. And that's quite possibly the only positive.
Alive to Dead could be considered kind of spectrum in its own way.
Yeah, it was pretty horrific.
Like, remember the Comic-Con stuff, how that we started this timeline with, that was when Chibnall kept contextualizing his run of the show is going to be about the Doctor is the pillar of hope. It's going to be about hope, building hope within the audience. Like, I know some people will defend some choices in this era by saying it's a deep story, or, you know, like, it's not meant to make you happy. It's meant to well, sad is happy for the deep people. So, you know, it's actually meant to be challenging in that. But the showrunner isn't saying that. He's saying the opposite of that. He's saying this is meant to make you feel happy. This is meant to make you feel hope. I didn't feel any happiness and hope from all those dead LGBT characters or villainous LGBT characters. That just made me feel like shit. Why did he do that?
I think, like a lot of Series 11 and Chib Who in general, I feel like it's just like thoughtlessness on the whole. Like, the whole Pillar of Hope stuff just comes from like being generic promo copy for Doctor Who as a vague concept, and in terms of actually putting the effort in to try and make that a reality, it just sort of falls by the wayside, I guess, like a lot of other things.
Of course, the one instance of LGBT rep we didn't bring up in that list is Yaz, but that's because that's still a suggestion at this point. We'll see how Series 12 handles it to, continue our thoughts there. But if our most positive case of rep is one of the three companions might be bisexual or maybe even lesbian, we're not sure yet. I don't feel like that was something to hype the crowds up about beforehand.
Yeah, it's table scraps, isn't it? It's not a full course meal.
Yeah. And my only other note on all that resolution stuff and Series 11 summative stuff was, again, Jodie's saying the Doctor doesn't always have the social cues. So that's how the Doctor's awkwardness is currently being framed. And she's even saying it's a good thing because, look, she tells Aaron what's what there. She tells Ryan's dad what's what in that scenario. So the Doctor being awkward is, in fact, a socially rewarding thing in that sense.
That's an interesting thing to just put a pin in for later. The idea that the Doctor can, doesn't worry about social niceties, who just stridently goes in there, says what she's feeling, says the stuff that needs to be said, almost like in that Aaron situation. I think that contrasts interestingly with the Flux stuff and the Eve of the Dalek stuff in particular later on.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's not forget that.
I also want to point out, we're not covering any of the material from the novels or the comics or other tie-in media, because I haven't read all of that, and I can't offer a comprehensive viewpoint on it like I can the episodes. But also because I think what we're really doing here is focusing on the very concrete stuff from Chibnall and from the cast, which I think is its own sort of discussion. I think the extended material is probably interesting in its own right, but I think that's a different discussion because those are people doing what they can within the limits that, the BBC set them. It's not what the showrunner himself is trying to do with the show.
All of those extended novels and stuff, they're also written by kind of recurring writers like, those names we know, and people who are kind of ensconced in fandom in their own way, and it's almost like a kind of fanfic. Like, they're going to be doing stuff that maybe the fans wish the show would do, but that is not actually being done, and that's why the show is the source text and everything else is a satellite.
Yeah, I think they're an interesting discussion, but they're a separate discussion. I also didn't include stuff from the commentaries. I want to cover the commentaries as a separate thing at some point, and no fan material, again, but for the same reason. It's not Chibnall. So before Spyfall, there was quite a break between Resolution and Series 12, Spyfall, so a couple of interviews and whatnot came out within that break. I'm just going to read some notable ones out now. So one from 2019 February. So this is from the Metro. The headline is Doctor Who star Mandip Gill knows about you Dr. Yaz shippers and says, who knows where it's going to go. So the article says Series 11 had shippers punching the air when Yaz's mum asked if Yaz was seeing the Doctor. It hasn't stopped fans coming up with their own scenarios. Mandip Gill revealed to Metro she is aware of this section of the Who fan base and credited her chemistry with co-star Jodie Whittaker. Mandip said, I'm aware of it now, but at the time I was filming, it was never a thing. It must just have been natural chemistry between Jodie and myself. After it came out, I was like, wow, I didn't even think that was a thing. I didn't think it was a thing until I saw people mentioning it online. I think it's just a natural thing that can happen between friends, or who knows where it's going to go.
I'm getting that sense of the oscillating again, it can just be a natural thing. Well, but who knows where it's going to go? That sort of unwillingness to settle down on the thing.
It's a bit of a crush. No, that's the entirely wrong term. It's a bit crushing to have the actress say that was never a thing while filming, especially if you're like me and you were looking at Arachnids going, look at the choices Mandip is making. She's clearly going for it. Look at her eyes glisten. So us Stazzies felt a bit crestfallen by that quote, for sure. But hey, it's a very spoiler-phobic era. Moffat has outright said he lies at points in the promotion. And, even if we're not saying she's lying, she's not the one in charge. Chibnall is. So let's, it's not the end of the world for her to be saying that.
Being aware of it at least suggests that maybe in some way it could infiltrate and enter the show in some way now that one of the staff of the show knows that it's a thing that could happen.
Moving to April 2019, at a special screening of Resolution, Chibnall was talking a bit about Series 12. So a young audience member asked Chibnall the future of Yaz and whether she'd ever return to her position on the Sheffield police force. A lot of fans have questions about, is Yaz still a cop or is she not a cop or what exactly is going on? So this young fan asked Chibnall at a Resolution screening. Chibnall said, I think that some of these questions may be answered in the forthcoming season, Series 12. I think that's the first teaser of the series. Really good question. That's it. Then the actual Radio Times article says that many fans felt Yaz was an underserved character in Series 11. So hopefully Chibnall readdresses that balance in 2020. Mandip Gill herself pointed out that a longer look at Yaz's police background could cause trouble for the show's dynamics. Mandip quote, "If I get my job back, that means that I have to leave the TARDIS." Interesting one there. Again, we're seeing a bit of uncertainty, aren't we, around Yaz's job?
I remember a lot of discussion at the time. Lots of people took issue with that Chibnall quote because all of the things he said started with "I think," and people were like, "Oh my god, how can you just be like, I think? Aren't you the guy in charge? You shouldn't think, you should know." But I did just read that as like his general spoiler phobia of like, you know, part of
just
the
how he talks, isn't it? Like
it's how people talk as well, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
totally.
not going to read too much into that. In the Flux breakdown video, I think that got a little bit weird because he was not just saying "I think" generally, he was really contextualizing like, well, this could be that or it could be this, which was a bit weirder. But just that kind of terminology in general, I don't think is weird. In May 2019, there was a Making of Series 11 booklet thing with Doctor Who magazine. And so this is again about Series 11 again, but I love building up these cumulative points. So speaking of Series 11, Chibnall said about the big arc of 2018 being the emotional journeys of Graham, Brian, Yaz, and the Doctor. So just reiterating that was the goal with Series 11. Zipping ahead to December 2019, Doctor Who magazine again. This is a Mandip quote. She's talking about future adventures. So talking about Series 12, Mandip said, "I think the season as a whole is like one massive cliffhanger. It's going to raise a lot of questions. People are going to question what they know and what they've learnt. Each character starts questioning things about themselves." And here's Jodie's quote. "There's absolute character development in this series. The thing that makes this job for me is that we have this wonderful off-screen friendship. The love and support we have for each other comes across in the scenes. If one of the characters is in danger or if there's fear that someone hasn't made it, we can draw on a genuine sense of fear and loss." So Jodie's promising character development in Series 12. That's exciting. And Mandip's talking about there's going to be questions in it and it's going to be like a whole massive cliffhanger. It's funny, that feels how Flux was promoted to me as well.
Yeah.
Cycles again. Time loops, as we'll eventually get into. And the last pre-Spyfall thing is from the actual media pack, like press release for Series 12 from the BBC. Some Mandip quotes again. Going into a second year, Mandip felt really excited. "I think in the first year, you're trying to prove something. You're trying to prove that you are part of it. Whereas now we know it works. Chris has gone further and it feels like we've taken ownership of it now. Now it's like we are a four. We know what we're doing in the TARDIS. We know what parts we all play." That sound familiar to you guys?
Yeah, it feels like that was meant to have already happened.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they said it already happened too.
Yep. Mandip goes on to say Yaz is a little more grounded. "I don't think she needs the Doctor's attention as much. She's still really influenced by her and infatuated with her in loads of ways. But she's found herself, she knows what to do, she's not so scared of taking the lead." Mandip goes on to say this series you'll learn why she became a police officer. It was great to touch on that as it gave Mandip some sort of foundation and explanation as to Yaz's behaviour, why she's so into everything and wants to go on all these journeys. Yaz seems to really take things in her stride this year. Last year, we really needed the Doctor. We didn't know what was going on, really. Yaz needed reassurance. She needed to be told it was okay, it was safe. She was at the forefront of going, but she also needed someone to say, this is what we need to do. This time, Series 12, I think the Doctor needs her friends more than she needed them before. She knows where their strengths lie and what they can give her in certain situations, but Yaz doesn't need reassurance as much. She still believes in the Doctor, but she believes in herself now too. The last question is, are we going to see a change in dynamic between the Doctor and Yaz? Mandip says yes. And I think with the Doctor and the gang in general, there are times when we are taken aback a bit by her. There's also times where the Doctor doesn't explain herself and we get a bit confident and we're like, you never tell us about your past life. You're asking us all these questions. You never talk about yourself or why you're upset or this particular monster. So I think there's a shift both ways. I think we've got more confident. We're able to push her in certain instances and she's allowed to snap back. If she had done that in Series 11, it would have been like, who is this random person shouting at us? Yeah, I think it's so interesting to revisit press releases for seasons after you've already seen them because mostly everyone forgets and they move on and it's the next thing. I think it's so interesting to go back and see how series were promoted beforehand. Any thoughts on all those Mandip interview quotes?
Those last two, did Mandip say both times that Yaz has gained confidence? She's more confident in herself?
Yes.
Because that is approximately the exact opposite of woman.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit confusing, isn't it? The thing is, it's not just the audience that are confused. I increasingly get the sense that the cast and crew are a bit confused as well.
Very much so feel that. And I don't want to read into that too much, but it does feel like the episodes were written and shot and made, and then these things where they have to retroactively justify what happens in the episodes. It's like, oh yeah, Yaz is super confident now. I mean, she was confident before, and then she was less confident, and then now she's more confident, and then maybe in the next episode she'll be a little less confident, and then after that you'll see that she's actually gained her confidence, and then the story for next season will be that she gains confidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it very much feels like they don't quite know. I mean, clearly it was too early to judge during Series 11, and now she's going to become a real, like, fully-fledged companion, yes. So any minute now, guys. Yeah, I just feel like it's just like there's some sort of void here, like, in terms of what Chibnall is doing as a writer with the character, and everyone else is just kind of having to, like, just push together some justifications and rationalizations around it. And like what Yaz is talking about, what Mandip's talking about here in terms of Yaz, it's like, again, it's just so little in the scheme of things. Like, you know, in terms of a Doctor Who companion who is constantly going on these dangerous adventures, being confident, it's like the least interesting thing about them in any context. Like, of course they're going to be confident, they're in life-threatening danger every week. Like, you need a bit more for them to actually dig into, and for an actor to dig into, for an audience to latch onto. And I just feel like the rhetoric that we're getting about Yaz at this stage, it's just so, there's just so little to it.
That kind of links into earlier, I was talking about how I don't like the discussion of, well, did Yaz use her police skills in this episode? I think she used her police skills. I don't think she used her police skills, because I think it's this really blinkered, useless discussion that's not really telling you anything. It doesn't really matter whether Yaz is using her police skills or not. What we're really trying to express there is that we want Yaz as a character, you know, like Donna isn't good because her temp skills come into some episodes. Donna's good because that's a fully realized character in our view, that, you know, her characterization informs the episodes. You couldn't do anything with Donna. You couldn't give her any music or any clothes. Like, that's a very specific character. I feel like with Yaz as a character and Thasmin as a relationship, it's very easy to get in these blinkered discussions where it's like, well, there was evidence for Thasmin there, or there wasn't evidence for Thasmin there. And in doing that, we forget to say, is Thasmin interesting? Like, is Yaz an interesting character? Is a relationship between the Doctor and Yaz interesting? What makes them drawn to each other? What's interesting about that? Like, the Doctor and Clara, whatever they had together, that wasn't interesting just because, ooh, the Doctor and a companion having a close friendship? Man, that's new ground. That's really exciting stuff. No, it's because that was being told in a specific way, and there were very specific traits of both characters that were interesting. So yeah, I think the stuff with Yaz, Thasmin, the police stuff, all that, it's too easy to get into hair splitting and nitpicking of, well, this was in the episode or this wasn't in the episode, and forget, if it was in the episode, what's the point? Like, why is that good?
We can't get out! Oh, yes, I got that, Yaz. Yaz, how are you even here?
Doctor, you've got to help. I've lost Yaz.
Yes, I've got her. We're coming for you now.
What, did we win?
No.
Didn't know what I was doing anyway.
Well, you know what they say. Lucky at dice, unlucky in love.
Did they say that?
No.
I feel like Yaz thinks she's invincible just because she's got the Doctor. So, like, as much as I'm scared because I've just seen something or I'm reversing back at 100 miles an hour, I always think, I'm not going to die.
The first thing was just, it's another classic case of, doesn't mean much in the context of an episode, but the Doctor being a bit dismissive of Yaz. Didn't mean much in Woman, didn't mean much in Ghost Monument. I don't even think at this point it's meaning much, but I'm just collecting these.
It's turning into a pattern, isn't it? And it will become more of one.
The scene with Yaz in the cage, the glass cage of emotion, was, it's just that, you know, they look very emotional, and it's the peril of, we can't have a universe with no Yaz. Yaz is gone. Ryan's stressed about no Yaz. Doctor's stressed about no Yaz. Mandip's looking really spooked from the hair forest Kasavin place there. So that's a big emotional fraught scene.
Just on that note, with that cage scene, it's like, it's one of the things where a companion being scared for their life and being in peril and being like kind of beseeching the Doctor for help or whatever. Like, that's normal in Doctor Who. Like, that's a Doctor Who thing that happens. And I think in this case, with Chibnall and with Yaz and the Doctor, it's one of those things where, because there's so little going on elsewhere, it's one of the things that fans will latch onto it. Like, oh my god, this is crazy, this is such emotion. Even though it's actually just a regular level of emotion for Doctor Who, for these characters, it's actually like a huge thing.
You know, when people talk about Amy and Rory's romance, it's like, people talk about huge stuff like angels and that. You remember in The Doctor's Wife, there's a super emotional scene of like the death in the corridor thing. If something like that happened for this era, can you imagine the explosion?
Yeah.
But back then, it's like, it's something you might even forget when you're talking about Amy and Rory, because they had less seasons than Yaz, but they had such a, yeah. With the dice scene, I'll get a little script thing up here. So they grin at each other. Yeah, that's what's scripted. They grin at each other, but what Mandip and Sasha do is a kind of nudge as well. God, it feels like table scraps, doesn't it? But they nudge each other. So it's like a little, it's not Yaz and Ryan anymore. Maybe it's Yaz and O. Like, they look pretty fond of each other here. There might even be an interview quote about this later. So that's interesting. Another hit marker for Yaz. And so there we go. Yaz thinks she's invincible because she has the Doctor. That's an interesting one. How does this square up with... So Yaz started as ultra competent, and then that's kind of shifted to Yaz wants to be with the Doctor. That's like her ambition is to stick by the Doctor's side now. And now she thinks she's invincible because she has the Doctor. What kind of development is that?
Backwards.
It's also kind of the infantilizing thing. It's like a toddler thinks they're safe next to a stove because why wouldn't they? They don't know how stoves work. You know, they think they're invincible. Like my dog, you know, doesn't realize that it could drown in a thing or whatever. It's a dog. Like, I feel like it's also this childlike step as well of she thinks she's invincible because she has the Doctor. That's bad to me.
Yeah, then that's sort of like toxic development thing. Like that, you could compare that to Clara in Series 9. That's what Moffat was doing there. Like, Clara did feel like she was not necessarily invincible, but she was taking all these risks and stuff. Whereas with Yaz, I don't think it actually squares with how Yaz behaves in Series 12, to be honest.
Yeah.
It feels like one of these things that's just sort of made up on the spot and does not actually wash with the show.
Missy, what did you want to point out?
Oh, yes, it's actually good and relevant. To what we're just saying, is that if you compare the first scenes of Yaz in Series 11 and Series 12, I know that there's a bit with her family, but please ignore that for my sake. It's her scenes with her, her superior in the police force. In Series 11, it lays out how, well, basically it shows that she's, determined, confident, hungry for more, blah, 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 sets up that bit of her character going forward.
Yeah.
And this one, in Series 12, it's her meeting with her superior, and he's like, oh my gosh, you're being sent off on another thing. This is so weird. Are you, secretly undercover working on something higher up? And I just thought it was interesting how it's been reframed, her relationship to the police. It's like she used to want more, and now the story's about how she's going off with the Doctor, what has replaced the most important thing in her life. And I think that just ties into how her characterization has evolved, shall we say.
Yeah, so is it that she wanted more and she got it? Like, we're making too big a thing? The getting more was just being with the Doctor? I really dislike that. I feel like that's such a weird message, like, for the show to be like... Because remember, there are so many kids watching this. You know, it's a show ostensibly for children more than anyone else in a lot of ways. The message to be like, rather than excelling as, a professional, you want to be off with the space alien. Like, it's fine for the show to get super escapist. Like, sometimes it'll be like that. But it just confuses me because I feel like Yaz is oscillating between more grounded character storytelling and less. And, like, this idea... Yeah, it's weird just that I want more stuff to kind of be gone. And she's got more, and that more is a woman she really likes traveling with.
I think it's worth drawing attention to the idea that she's somehow still continuing with the cop stuff at home and alternating that with traveling with the Doctor. Because when Moffat started doing that with his companions, having them continue their home life but go on day trips with the Doctor, that was kind of a big thing. Sort of a quiet kind of reconceptualization of how the show worked with, like, Amy and Rory in Series 7B and then Clara and then Bill. And then, like, but with Yaz, it seems like... It feels like a non-committal thing. Like, it's not really... It's just sort of there, but the implications that might have for her character are never really, I guess, addressed at all. I mean, juggling travelling on the TARDIS with being a cop of all things. Like, it's one thing for Clara to do it with being a teacher, but, like, I don't know, it just seems like there are, like... issues and problems there, which are just sort of no one really cares about in terms of the show.
The show just seems uninterested in her being a cop and incurious about her life in general, I think is the issue. Like, with Clara, the specifics of how she managed teaching, I'm boring myself just asking that. I don't care. You know, who cares how she kept up her teaching job while being a companion? Like, yeah, you can get into the nitty-gritty of how that all worked, but it's not really a rich mine of storytelling, is it? I mean, I feel like any beats you could get out of that were played in The Caretaker, which were the tension between having a job as a teacher and being a companion. I feel like that was played in that. I don't think we really needed super specifics of looking at term contracts and saying, okay, well, the Doctor, he can't always land the TARDIS exactly in the right date. So what he did is he made arrangements and there was a vortex, like who cares? So with Yaz, I don't really care specifically how she maintained the job as a police officer, but I care that since Rosa, we haven't really looked at that at all. And then here it's kind of fobbed off.
I think the question is like not how, but like why. I think it's a big question because I feel like with Yaz, it feels more realistic. Why doesn't she just live on the TARDIS? Seriously, if Yaz is so interested in wanting more of the universe and wanting to stay with the Doctor, why is she at home at all? That's what I don't get. Is the thing.
I think it's another example of the oscillation that's going on. It's like non-committal. Like, we don't want Yaz to be a cop. We don't want her to not be a cop. So we just kind of like parked it in this like nebulous thing where she's a cop when we want her to be, but not when she isn't. And just if we need a cop thing, we can pick that back up.
Yeah, you see, there's even a confusion outside of the show, both in the audience and sometimes not in the audience, about whether she's a cop or not. So, yeah, I think it just speaks to the show doesn't seem that interested in Yaz, which is part of the overall tragedy, I think, of the character.
I first read the script and you notice that the Doctor's doing her own thing. She's on a different time, planet.
What was that?
It's quite exciting actually as an actor to read that because you're like, we get to do exciting things by ourselves. Usually it is very Doctor-led and she tells us what to do, and then you go, actually we're going to have a chance here to try and figure it out ourselves.
Yeah, it was practically like our own mission. We felt like it was like our mission rather than...
We still needed help though.
Yeah, we needed help.
You still needed to tell us how to stop the plane.
Yeah, she did.
You okay? You're really quiet.
Yeah, you have been for days now.
They're right, 5 planets, you barely said a word.
I'm fine.
Why don't you ever share anything with us?
I share stuff.
Not about yourself, though.
Yeah, you know everything about us.
And we know nothing about you.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Who are you, Doc? I mean, really?
I was born on a planet called Gallifrey, in the constellation of Castorberus. I'm a Time Lord. I can regenerate my body. I stole this TARDIS and I ran away. I've been traveling ever since. The Master was one of my oldest friends. We went very different ways. Questions?
Loads.
Can we visit it? You're home.
Another time.
So it's exciting for companions to do stuff by themselves, but we still needed help from the Doc.
That was really funny. Just the way in which they started it and then it was instantly shot down.
Yeah. We're going to get repetitive, much in the sense of the show here, but this drum we keep beating, look how many beats we get in the bar now of this oscillation between what is their journey exactly? What even are their characters? Are they rising to the occasion? Are they not rising to the occasion? Are they growing? Are they not growing? Are they going backward or forward? The actors don't even know. How are we meant to know?
This does sort of thing of separating the Doctor from the companions that continues into flux to quite a large degree. So that's something to put a pin in.
Yeah. I want to show a little bit of the script for the TARDIS scene with you guys. The Doctor, cool, distant. Obviously not cool in like the Clara way, cool in the brittle way. Graham, Ryan and Yaz, uncomfortable with the Doctor's mood. Back on the Doctor, avoiding their gaze. Haunted. I have the feeling Chibnall wanted this to be like, I'm not going to get too into Martha now because that's how I'm going to end this whole thing, is talking more about her. But you know in Gridlock, how at the end Martha kind of forces the Doctor to tell me more about you, stop shutting me out. I get the feeling Chibnall kind of wanted that scene to be that. But it ends with the Doctor lying again or deceiving them again by, not revealing her planet scorn, which is like, in the context of the episode, sure, I can understand why she wouldn't. Like, that would be very raw to her and she wouldn't want to let them in on all that necessarily. Like, that's fine with me. But it doesn't really work as the Martha Gridlock beat then, does it? Because it's not an affirming moment of the Doctor opening up. It's the Doctor looking visibly annoyed, giving them a few contextless bits of information they can't really understand, and then going back to deceiving them, and that's it.
Yeah, what's interesting is like this is maybe the first instance of the arguably unintentionally mean 13.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not sure if the scene was intended that way, but it does, like, factually what she's doing there is like, okay, fine, I'll open up to you, and then not opening up to you. But it's not played like that was a rude thing to do, even though that was a rude thing to do.
Yeah.
It's like Chibnall sets out to write the scene where the Doctor finally starts revealing herself, but then he starts writing it and just gets bored of it like halfway through and just writes her just giving the most like useless like tidbits, and then a really long pause. Any questions? Loads. And then they don't actually ask any of the questions really. It just immediately just gets shut down and ends again. Like, it's just such a non-scene.
Maybe he's realized that we need to save some stuff for the finale. we just have to park this scene here for a minute.
You see why Gridlock did the equivalent of like a song fading out, because the actual mechanics of a scene where the Doctor explains everything are really weird to get through and difficult to get through. So the easy thing to do is just zoom out as they keep talking, and then we can just read into, oh, so he explained everything to them then. When you actually get the Doctor saying, I'm from Kasterborous, I can regenerate, that's it. Like, what are they meant to get from that?
It's especially bad to show the end of that.
Yeah.
Because there's no, like, we don't care. We know the Doctor's backstory. We don't need to see them. We don't need to see the fam learning it. We just need to know that the Doctor is telling them. But
yeah.
So it's to show the whole way through and then to like immediately undo it as well is a very interesting choice.
The big uncluttered from the old approach aspect of that scene to me is this is where we can start looking at those little, oh, I forgot you were there, Yaz, or, go back in the Medipod, Yaz, or you're annoying me, Yaz, F off, Yaz stuff. I think this is the moment where in text, we're getting evidence now that, oh, this might not be just like, oh, the Doctor's just socially awkward and she didn't mean anything by it. The Doctor's visibly annoyed here and she's visibly shutting them out and being a bit rude to them. Yes, it makes sense in context of the episode because Gallifrey just destroyed and she's very emotional. But this is the moment where in text, we're starting to get evidence for the Doctor being mean, like Missy said, like the Doctor being rude. That's something not that we can just read into it now. That's something the show's actually starting to give us back a little bit. So from now on, when the Doctor is like, yes, I've got that, Yaz, I'm going to be looking at that differently now because I've seen the Doctor visibly be kind of cold to them in a way that wasn't just feeling like an accident.
And this is the point where Chibnall's disinterest in the companions starts to become the Doctor's disinterest in the companions. Like, it's leaching through into character.
Graham's, I know it's like an offhand jokey comment thing, but Graham's like 5 planets and you haven't said a word. Must be the most awkward TARDIS trip.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we've been to 5 planets and the Doctor hasn't said anything.
Oh, I'd love to read the 13th Doctor novels set within this period. So just being like ultra terse to them all.
You could do the Big Finish audios without even hiring Jodie. Save money.
Just the incompetence of the fam to be like 5 whole planets before they bring it up.
It's like the infantilizing thing again. They must be so pitiful and pathetic. What are they actually doing on these 5 planets? Are they having adventures where the Doctor's just rolling her eyes at them the whole time as they run away from, Crotons or whatever? Like, it's such
Doc, we need your help. And she's just there with her arms crossed. Do it yourself.
Yeah.
Is that the worst chat-up line ever?
Yeah. You just witnessed history.
I think the flirtation between Ryan and Bella is lovely, and it's awkward and it's clumsy.
We're seeing Ryan grow up on screen a little bit. We haven't seen how he is around girls, and he's suddenly found somebody he's attracted to. The brilliant thing about the 13th Doctor and the way Jodie plays her is she's both incredibly empathetic a lot of times and also absolutely oblivious to some things that are going on. She can just sit down in the middle of Bella and Ryan without any care for the awkwardness that is there, and just she's like, okay, what's going on? I'm now part of this.
I did audibly laugh at both of those.
Yeah.
I found them very funny scenes.
So yeah, first of all, the Doctor to be rude again right after our discussion of Spyfall 2, that's interesting. But then the closer look, so interesting. Chibnall saying she's incredibly empathetic but absolutely oblivious. So she's just awkward again. He's banging that drum. But what? What we just got from the episodes was this deeper look at 13, where it's not just a case of her being oblivious or really kind and empathetic. There's a different dimension to her now, which is this kind of coldness. Justified, you could say, because her planet's been destroyed again, so, it makes sense why she'd be cold from that. But there's another dimension to her there, but then Chibnall's saying there isn't. He's saying, no, there's just the empathy and the obliviousness.
Well, it's it's a contextual-based thing, isn't it? Because in the case of this obliviousness thing, it's to do with that. It's the Ryan and Belle comedic kind of romantic flirting scene, so she can be oblivious there, but then when there's something else that's in play, when it's in any other scene, she can be like, oh, she's sucking them out for other reasons. And it's there isn't really, I wouldn't say there's much of a through line, is the thing, uniting all the different bits of this character. It's just she's whatever the hell Chibnall thinks she ought to be at any given time.
It's interesting to get the character deepened in this sense. But yeah, the claims of her being incredibly empathetic ring a bit hollow to me now. Well, let's say she does some things that are very empathetic. That's all well and good. But clearly there's more to the character now. We're being able to see her be cold and rude and stuff. And I welcome complicating the character. But yeah, I feel like there's more to her now. In terms of Yaz, that look she gave Ryan and Bella flirting, some people take this different ways. Some people take it as her being jealous. Not how I read it. That's not how I read Mandip's performance.
No, I didn't read it as jealousy.
No.
The script doesn't specify. To clarify, we're looking at the revised scripts, the as broadcast scripts here, the ones that are released on the BBC writers' room. So these are cleaned up to match what actually happened in the episodes. But they leave the Chibnall stage directions in them, or the other writers' stage directions in them. That's how we see the so sad stuff and the beats. Interesting that it's not in this script though. If you want to read that as her being jealous, she does look at them, it is a pointed moment. I was interested how Chibnall said this is the first time Ryan's been interested in girls on the show. So I guess there goes the Ryan Yaz dream.
The Rosa thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of retroactively shutting down what happened before. Okay, now we're starting for real. This is the real thing. It's sort of amnesia, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought that scene of Ryan being to Yaz, well, that's you told, and Yaz being slapped down like that and being a figure of fun for it almost. It's wow, it's so mean.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting how normalized 13 being mean has become to the Tham.
Yeah.
She replies really tersely and they're like, haha, she told you off again because she's rude. It's normal now.
We're not at the Halloween apocalypse level of open toxicity yet, but we're starting to see the foundations being laid, I think, yeah.
This is the price of refusal. First she dies, then everyone down there. Stop! She's my assistant, I need her. She's not important.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. Very often, particularly in our first season, they need the Doctor, particularly because I need to get you back. But in this, there's times where I very much need them.
And it's just about them growing as a unit, growing as a group. We complete the mission, and the confidence that they have in themselves to try to complete the mission without the Doctor just shows the growth in them, from where they started before.
Who are you, Doc? I mean, really?
Like you see, we didn't actually know a lot about the Doctor. We've just gone on this thing thinking it's really exciting, and then all of a sudden, we're we actually don't know this person that we're following around. So I think it's more of a personal journey where she goes off and is okay to go off, and we're okay to stay back and use our strengths to do what we can do here.
We are golden.
The beauty of Chris's writing is that nothing is an accident. So these things that maybe feel as if they were in an episode 2 of season 11 and then forgotten about weren't.
Why is the Doctor being so secretive about where she is from? Now, I would say it's a Pandora's box to ask the Doctor where they're from. And I think particularly knowing how curious Ryan, Yaz and Graham are, they wouldn't accept necessarily the 1 or 2 word answer that I would be willing to give without revealing so much of my past, which some of it is a joyous memory, some of it is incredibly sad, some of it is steeped in loss. And I think that conversation is often too big in the moments that they have together.
We've come to the halfway point of the era now. I don't mean the halfway point from The Woman Who Fell to Earth to Eve of the Daleks. I mean the entire thing. 31 episodes. So if we go directly in the half of that, halfway through Tesla. So we're around the halfway point of the era now. So there's a few things to say. First of all, what do you think of Jodie Whittaker's explanation of the conversation we were talking about earlier? They're not opening up about the Doctor's past hugely.
I think in the kindest words, it has no basis on what actually happens in the television show.
Bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah.
She never actually gets to the point of answering the question of why the hell she can't tell them.
She says it's too big for the moment.
Moments? They're together on the TARDIS all the time. What moment?
5
She
planets.
can spend hours. Yeah, 5 planets.
I think it's a lovely diplomatic answer for the Wired interview itself, but in terms of the show, it's like Chibnall is making the choices. Like, why are there no moments where she can talk about it?
It's a very in-universe explanation, which doesn't add, what Chibnall could just write them having a moment where she explains it.
Why is it so important to spend so long with Benny? Why is that? Why are we getting that? Why did we need Orphan 55 or whatever else instead of... And it's not a zero-sum game. Simply remove some of the stuff from some episodes and you can put other stuff in there. Or don't create Praxis in the first place. There's no actual universe where these 31 stories happened and they're immutable. They're all choices being made by writers, and especially coming from the 2 execs, Stevens and Chibnall. But that cast Q&A was interesting. So we got Jodie saying in Series 11 the companions needed the Doc, less so in Series 12. Mandip saying they're learning it's okay to be separate. And Jodie saying Chibnall doesn't forget stuff. Even far back as episode 2, I know Chibnall isn't Ed Heim, but this is when, I talked about the triangle and it takes you away. This is why I feel like Outside of the Era has kind of encouraged that in some ways, because the Timeless Child thing being in episode 2 and then being an explosively, one of the hugest Doctor Who developments ever to happen, perhaps, in the TV series, are kind of eggs on the reading of, look for the tiny things. Even the little ADR lines from Rags could mean everything. So I can see why people would really read into triangles or whatever else. On an Eve-esque note, I feel, again, we're in that time loop, from that interview where we're talking about, so do the companions need the Doctor's help or not? What stage are the companions at? What character beats are we hitting here? I'm, again, getting the oscillation and the repetition and the confusion.
They talk about how the Doctor is the one who starts needing the companions more, but that does not square with what we've seen so far. The Doctor is very much not... She's just shutting them out again and just, not really... Certainly doesn't seem like she emotionally needs the companions. It seems like they're annoying her more than anything else.
Do you remember how we pretty much started with that Mandip quote about the same prompts happening over and over again, and how she had to learn avoidant responses to deal with that?
Yeah.
That's sort of what the Doctor's doing now, isn't it? Yeah, she's sort of doing the avoidant response thing to the companions.
Yeah. I feel like it's happening in the show and out of the show as well. So yeah, whether the TARDIS team are a flat ensemble or led by a leaderly individualist in the episode vein, whether Yaz has proved herself or not, to what extent she's proved herself or not, how much assistance she still needs, how much she's grown into the role of companion, what the role of companion means, what and how much she should expect from the Doctor in terms of openness and respect. I feel like these are all they vibrate at very fast speeds. I'm not sure what position is being taken on them in a given scene or a given episode or a given interview.
Yeah, it's all thrown up in the air, and it just kind of where they fall is a matter of pure chance almost. I mean, it's funny when Jodie says the beauty of Chris's writing is that nothing is an accident, and I think anyone who has studied Chris's writing of these last few series in any depth can probably dispute that in some ways.
So we're halfway through the era, and there's a considerable lack of clarity or inconsistent messaging around things like the lack of hierarchy or the character beats the companions are going on. So that's where we're at halfway through. I like I'm saying, I feel that the defining beat Yaz started with, wanting to do more, has melded into her seeking the Doctor's affection, or at least her protectiveness and bravery. Yaz's hero moments are more about her trying to repay the Doctor's affection and protectiveness, bravery, is what I think now. It's kind of moved a story into more a romantic vein, or at least that kind of infatuated vein, which, is a term that's been evoked in the interviews. which isn't necessarily bad, especially halfway through, I guess. And the idea is going to develop in the future clips. But yeah, I feel like in other eras, companions had developed more halfway through in terms of their self-determination and how they related to other characters and subplots in general. So Yaz's progression through half of the whole era seems pretty limited to me, and it's kind of shifted into this sense of repaying the Doctor, which squares weirdly with how the Doctor's emotional relation to Yaz is developing.
I think what's interesting in reading that, in that it becoming more of a romantic seeming story, is comparing it to companion romances in the past. Like if you look at how Rory or Mickey existed on the TARDIS, they weren't so much there as major players, majorly important, and they had their big moments here and there, but like say Rory was mainly there for Amy, and it's starting to feel like Yaz is mainly there for 13.
Yeah,
that's a really interesting comparison with Rory and Mickey, actually. The way that like 9 or 10 would dismiss Mickey, it's kind of reminiscent of how the Doctor's starting to treat the fam. It's really bad, isn't it? Ooh.
I think it's so interesting to get the perspective that we're halfway at this point too. I think that really puts things more clearly for me than they might be otherwise, especially because Flux is a different length and the specials and whatnot. But for people to be like, I remember when the season was airing, they were still staving off stuff like, wait, goddamn you, wait until the finale, wait until the special, wait until series 13, wait. It's halfway through at this point. Things will develop, but yeah, I think it's beyond valid to be questioning what the hell is going on at this point.
She's doing it again. Spending hours at the controls looking for something. Things we haven't noticed. I'll ask her.
Hey, Doc, what are you looking for?
How long have you been there?
20 minutes?
You haven't.
What you looking for?
Not looking for anything.
Don't lie to us.
The Master.
Why would you do that?
The Kasavan took him.
Yes, they transported him to their dimension and I can't get there in the TARDIS, but I thought if he escaped, I could track him. There's no sign.
I thought he'd be the last person you'd want to see.
He left a message for me.
Saying what?
It's personal.
Is that where you go? When you leave us to explore and you say you'll be back in an hour, but you never are? Are you out looking for him? Where do you go?
Home. On my own.
Why? Why not with us?
Because you ask too many questions.
Wow.
I don't remember that. But it's extremely easy to read that as Jodie Whittaker is the villain of whatever that is.
You will never guess how the episode wraps around to resolve that scene at the end. It's amazing. We'll get to that very soon. Take a look at the script. So tough, so quiet. On the trio, that's not fair. So the direction of the episode, the performances of the actors, the script itself are all saying this isn't fair. How the Doctor's treating them. She's snapping at them. It's personal because you ask too many questions. Yeah, the Doctor absolutely seems villainous right now. You'll never guess how the episode ends. So that's interesting. That's playing off a lot of the stuff we've been saying about the rudeness and the way she treats the Doctor and how once the big awkward puppy is being complicated and deepened into she's not just incredibly empathetic or completely oblivious. She has this brittle, cold, aware, self-aware edge to her. This isn't a case, we'll get to this in Can You Hear Me? This isn't a case of the Doctor not understanding social cues and then being cold. She knows she's being rude here. I don't see any way you can not realizing she's being rude. When she doesn't realize they're there, you can read that as an awkward, goofy moment. Also, was Yaz being literal? Were they there for 20 minutes? Is this like our 5 episodes with the planets things that we didn't see? Where she's just like sullen the whole time. Were they actually there for 20 minutes?
Well, yeah, Graham says she's been doing it for hours, and then Yaz is like they've been sat there 20 minutes just not saying anything. It very much feels like a repeat of the 5 planets thing.
Yeah, so that just feels goofy. But then when she's snapping at them, I do not see that as being meant to be read as the Doctor doesn't realize that it's rude to snap at her friends. Like, come on.
Yeah, she's trying to smack them down. She's not interested.
Also, the goofy steps thing. it is like, I think it's a comedic moment, but it is thinking about it again, like thinking about the 5 planets. There's a whole different layer to that where it's like, are they like scared of 13? Where they're like, you ask her. No, you ask her. And they just sit on the steps where like they're too scared to ask 13 what's going on because she's too scary.
And you can see why, because she snaps at them the moment they do.
She's gone from like exuberant, fun, goofy primary school teacher to like stern, severe, no one wants to go up and ask her a question teacher.
She's just told off the class.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like at this point the Doctor doesn't want to show her own vulnerability to them, because when you ask the question of like why the hell can't she tell them that like she's suffering, that like something horrible has happened and she's incredibly sad about it, and she can't take them to see the ruins of her homeworld, like, and it just seems like it doesn't seem like there's any like reason for her to be acting this way and so dishonest about it, other than that she doesn't want them to know that she can feel pain. And it's like, why?
On that note, it's interesting because it's not like we opened the whole era with an episode about a companion going through immense grief. It's like the very premiere of the episode had Graham lose Grace. Whatever you think of that development, the first episode of the era was the Doctor goes with the companion who just lost someone immensely important to them. And then in the next series, it's like the Doctor has the same thing happen, like on a huge scale. It's a planet of her people, but it's the same essential beat of losing and grieving. Why is she so reticent to convey that, to communicate that with the companions? Like, it might be interesting if we explore that more.
We don't.
Well, you'll see how it develops in the rest of the episode, but yeah, I don't feel like it's explored with curiosity.
There's space rhinos, Lee. What are you going to chat to them about?
They'll see us getting out of the fire escape. Unless... Diversion!
Look, you take Ruth, we'll go out the front and distract the space feds.
Do you think that'll work?
Come on.
No, because I'm not going anywhere without Lee.
I'm a police officer. I speak their language at a bit of stall and buy time to get them away. Then we can come inside with them and be by your side.
I don't need you to be here.
You obviously do, because there's a cannon about to fire at your flat.
Time limit exceeded. Initiating temporal isolation.
We're out of time. It's the best plan we've got for keeping this block safe. Right, be careful. The Jadoon might look done, but they're deadly.
Go to the cathedral. I'll meet you there, okay? You better. I'm going to miss your birthday, mate. Go, before they launch that thing.
Full documentation available.
See you at the cathedral.
Activate temporal blast.
Stop! Arbitration complete.
Arbitration result.
You can come in now.
So long as you turn that off.
Pause isolation. Remain here.
No fugitives in there, by the way.
And as for you lot, I don't want you using that. You haven't told us about Lee and Ruth and the Jadoon. Who was the fugitive?
It was Ruth. But Ruth was me.
What? What are you talking about?
How's that possible?
She said she was my past, but I know my past. And she's never been me.
I'm sure there's a simple explanation.
Time is swirling around me. The Master, Captain Jack Harkness, Ruth. I've lived for thousands of years. So long I've lost count. I've had so many faces. How long have you been here? You don't know me. Not even a little bit.
Don't talk to him like that.
Yeah, I'm not having that. We do know who you are. You're the woman that brought us together. The woman that saved us and loads of other people. You're the Doctor. Whoever you were in the past or are in the future, we know who you are right now. Right?
Right.
The best person we know.
And whatever is coming for you, we'll be here. Because we're your mates.
Well, not just mates. Family.
Yeah.
That felt to me like a kind of chilling redux of the end of Arachnids in the UK, where the companions' professions of like love and loyalty and all that to the Doctor, back then it was like part of the promise that the Doctor offered them. She was this amazing lady that could take them across space-time, and wasn't that wonderful? Here, the Doctor's snapping at them and, you know, kind of being deceptive to them, being openly rude to them. And their problem with that isn't really that she's being rude to them. Their problem with that is the Doctor isn't being nice enough to herself. it's like Yaz like says you can't talk to Ryan like that, and then like Ryan is because you are amazing, Doctor. You know, you brought us together, and you're so truly incredible. We're not at Halloween Apocalypse level yet, but it disquiets me. What do you guys think of all that?
I think the fact that the nature of the Doctor's dismissals of them in that scene revolve around her being basically setting herself above them, like as humans almost, like because she has countless lives, she's lived for thousands of years, like she's really doing that classic imperious
I'm so much more than you.
Yeah, that classic imperious Time Lord thing. Yeah, I feel like that's another case where Chibnall maybe starts writing something and then immediately just sort of shuts it down again to go to the other thing. So like immediately goes back to like, oh, it doesn't matter who you were in the past because we love you, Doctor. And they just never, and Yaz gets that one line of, hey, don't be so rude, but then it's just gone again. It's like it's really uncomfortable. Yeah, she told them some stuff at the end of Spyfall 2, yeah. And then at the start of this one, she was like, with the stairs, she was like, sort of like, she said the master, but then she shut them down again. Like, you asked too many questions.
So it's like here, like she gives them some information. Ruth was me. The script even has the Doctor looks at them should she tell them. So we have this thing of like, is the Doctor going to give them more information? And then we again have, she gives them some more information. But then, it's just insane to me how this warps into like this crazy... I don't understand why they're the ones comforting her here. Isn't she the one that's being mean to them?
My surface reading of that moment, the first time I saw that scene, is that like a lot of Chibnall stuff, I think it feels like it's trying to hit specific beats and specific recognizable moments from the show, regardless of how they fit together as a story. So we have the Time Lord Victorious-esque moment where 13's like, I've been alive for thousands of years. How long have you been here? And then, but we also have the Doctor, you're amazing and you're the most special person in the world, because both of those things are things that have happened in the past in Doctor Who. They don't work together at all, but that's not the point. The point is those things happened in Doctor Who and they're recognizable good Doctor Who things. So we put them in to make Doctor Who. It's
like they're taking inspiration from the Doctor after Jodie Whittaker to like look at these different moments where sometimes he was really imperious and sometimes, he was really bad and sometimes he was really good. And they're just kind of smashing them all into the one scene. And so it doesn't really like play because we're like, this isn't like when 10 had these kind of plays separately. And even then they might have been a bit too close together at times. But like 10 was cast differently. When he was being super imperious or when he was being super bubbly and, oh, look, he's amazing. To do it in the one scene is like an overload and it's disorienting to me.
I feel like the nature of the companion's response there, it's like, it feels like what they should be like saying to her is like getting her to trust them, but they seem to give up on the concept of her like trusting them to know anything, and they just switch to like, oh well, we know who you are now, so we don't actually care about that stuff you're refusing to tell us, so it's all good. Yay, go back to get your mojo back.
Yeah, it's like the incuriosity towards Yaz, and to an extent even Graham and Ryan, that I was talking about earlier. Like if we look at the script, close in on the Doctor, so emotional, recovering, resolving, and then when the lead into Praxis happens at the end where multiple alerts are happening, the companions look at each other, they can see what's happening with the Doctor, a resurfacing of mojo. This is all about the Doctor's perspective. So forget how Strevens used to say that the companions are really the main characters and the companions are the POV characters. We've inverted that completely now. It's all about the Doctor's perspective to kind of an insane degree, because in this scene that doesn't feel like how it should be to me. The companions are the one that the Doctor's being rude to, and yet their response is to kind of calm the Doctor down. I'm not going to go too far with this yet. I will with the Halloween Apocalypse. But this dynamic of someone being really emotional and snapping at you and being unpleasant to you, and then your job being managing their emotions and assuring them they're an incredible person and, you're so amazing. I have all the faith and loyalty in you. This makes me uncomfortable. I don't think it's great for family television either. The dynamic of it, and I don't think Chibnall's intending this, and even if he was, I question why do this in such an ambiguous way and then take so long to resolve it, because then it's like, it's confusing for the audience to know what to take away from it. But it feels kind of toxic to me. I really don't like it.
It feels like they're trying to like placate 13.
Yeah.
In terms of point of view, because you mentioned being who's the point of view character and stuff, it's worth remembering that, like, the stuff that the Doctor's refusing to tell the companions is stuff that we know, it's stuff that we saw. So, like, we're sharing the withheld information with the Doctor, and the companions are the ones being shut out from their perspective. So the companions can't really be considered point of view at all. It really has just switched over to the Doctor in terms of what we know and what is how the dramatic irony is working. So yeah. And it stays that way because we know all the secrets and shit. We know about Ruth and everything, and the Tecteun and the companions still don't.
Yeah.
Outside of, like, how it feels, like, gross and weird and toxic, it annoys me because it just feels like a cheap way out of that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Chibnall's written into, like, quite a serious, dramatic moment where, like, things are coming to a head, and instead of them coming to a head, there's, like, this massive left turn into, Doctor, you're amazing. Instead of actually interrogating what this conversation should properly entail.
Yeah.
I feel like that happens a lot in this era. It seems very common. The thing about Yaz being like, I'm a police officer, I can speak their language. She goes out to speak the police officer's language and immediately gets teleported away.
Oh, yeah.
I think that really just says it all, doesn't it?
It's like the show is having a laugh at her, which is so weird.
Also, it was like she she just remembered. Oh my god, I'm a police officer. I can be relevant in this story.
Kane! Closer, Kane!
Who are you with? Can you get back up?
Back up? Why would he have back up?
He's a copper!
Ex-copper!
What?
Can we not do this now?
Look out!
Down! Look out! I'm on a sabbatical. It's okay. So she.
Except I don't go around announcing I'm police.
Come on, Yaz! No. Sorry? There was a device in there. I couldn't get it free in time. It looked really important to them. I want to go back and get it.
We don't have enough time.
You go. Come back for me in, well, I don't know, an hour or something. It's too dangerous. We need to know why Adam was taken there and what they did to him. And how this is all connected to those other events.
I'll come with you. I'm more than ready to fight something.
1 hour.
Hey, I'm Gabriella. You must be Az.
Come on. He's through here.
It's not resolving a parking dispute, but Warren Brown's character doing the big takedown of the masked dudes feels to me kind of like the Yaz resolving a parking dispute thing, and these characters are being equivocated in many ways, actually. So they're both cops, but are they? They're on a sabbatical, are they? So this is, I think, another point of confusion. Graham says Yaz is on a sabbatical from being a cop. But what is the status of Yaz's copdom at this point of the show?
I think it's funny that she says she doesn't go around announcing she's police in light of something that happens later on in her era. We'll come back to that.
There's a couple of ways we can read Warren Brown's character and Yaz's character as connected, because they both love a space traveller. They are both kind of a cop. LGBT. The police officer feels inferior to the space traveller. They're miscommunicating their feelings to each other. That's another one. That's interesting. So there are some parallels between them there. And I feel like there's kind of with Yaz and the Doctor, almost a kind of codependency maybe, because this moment of Yaz saying, hey, can I go do a side plot is like so pivotal here, which is a bit weird for Doctor Who, don't you think?
Yeah. It's very strange. It's not the kind of scene that we ever really get in Doctor Who at all, is it? The companion just begging the Doctor to be allowed to go and do a side thing that would be very normal for a companion to do, really.
Yeah, it reminds me of like a child pleading, can I go outside, to ride my bike with my mates? Or can I stay alone at home for the first time? It's like, it doesn't feel like a huge deal, but she's pleading with glistening eyes, slightly watery eyes. Please let me do
it looks
this.
like she's about to cry. It's so weird.
Yeah. Yaz's first scene, which again, I feel like the big Warren Brown takedown of the masked dudes almost evokes in a way, is being super competent. So that was Yaz in episode 1. Now, over halfway through the era, Yaz is reduced to almost crying at the Doctor, please let me go do something without you. What's going on with this character? And how does it square up with, the messages of hope and positivity that the era is always contextualized in?
I mean, remember Spyfall 1 where they were talking about how, finally we can do something without the Doctor. We're really coming into our own here. And now, like a few episodes later, it's like, can I be allowed to go and do something, please?
Did you notice the throbbing pink heart in the Hong Kong street there?
Oh, yeah, another bit of symbolism to grab onto. I did not notice it, but I'm sure it's there.
Well, it's there. In Pete McTighe and Chris Chibnall's script, we see how the doctor's look when Yaz is going off with Gabriella is that piercing look, not thrilled but accepting, and then on Yaz, thrilled. So that's all interesting, but yeah, I feel like this character of Yaz has regressed and devolved and been kind of reduced in a way that makes me feel sad.
And the Doctor also visibly doesn't trust Yaz to go off and do this in the first place. No, she's not thrilled about letting Yaz go off and do her own thing. And you can obviously read that as usual protectiveness. Duty of care was a term that I think Strevens used at one point earlier on. But, like, again, it's also just like the lack of really... She doesn't believe Yaz can handle it, really, especially not by herself.
I almost feel like not only is this not a flat team structure, and not only does it certainly not feel like a healthy romantic one, it feels like a parent-child one to me, which is very unromantic. I understand how the big eyes Yaz is making at the Doctor there can be read, romantically, but for me, this doesn't make me want that relationship to happen. This makes me just feel like, fuck, I wish, this older woman was treating the younger one nicer, which isn't really conductive to me feeling invested in... I hope these two characters get together. What I hope is that the Doctor will stop being so mean to Yaz.
Yeah.
That's my big hope for the era. The pillar of hope is not the source of hope for me in these exchanges.
What you find with Yaz in this episode is that she really is tenacious. There is a real element of the Doctor in her. The Doctor's really rubbed off on her. In a sense, she feels that she could, if the Doctor wasn't around, she could definitely fill those shoes for a while.
Hesitation. Must be valuable.
Graham runs in, he's like, come on, Yaz, no, you've got to leave it. And he grabs her.
We're out. Yes, come on. Leave it. Yes.
I do feel like, it's like my dad. Come on, quickly, Yaz, let's go.
I think that she is continually impressed by how Graham has grown since she first met him and has become more heroic in a sense. And I think Yaz loves that about him. She sees in him one of them that's gone on one of the biggest journeys throughout their time with the Doctor. So they just have a really lovely energy between the two of them and a good humour as well.
Okay, it's weird that they talk so much about Graham and not about the Doctor at all.
I love that he could barely talk about Yaz and the Doctor stuff before pivoting to Graham focus again. That was just amazing to me. Like how even in the behind the scenes we can't escape Graham being the focal companion of series 11 and 12. Like it's even being framed as it's not just Graham being more important, but it's that Graham is being fatherly and mentorly to Yaz and, acting like her dad to Yaz is, the cool thing there. And Yaz loves how Graham has grown. Yaz thinks so much of Graham's character development. What is going on here?
Yeah, to call back to Yaz being restrained by commanding figures telling her not to do stuff and stopping her from doing more and stuff. I mean, and then we've gone to like her being all like, yay, Graham pulled her away from doing a thing she wanted to do. Great, wonderful.
Yeah.
Just more fatherly, paternal figures.
You couldn't get a better behind the scenes thing of the producer starting out talking about, she's almost like the Doctor. She could kind of be the Doctor if the Doctor wasn't around until, she loves her TV dad.
I mean, to be honest, I do not buy at this moment from what we're seeing of Yaz, given that she's having to beg the Doctor to do stuff. I don't feel like she could fill the Doctor's shoes. That feels very, not present in the show, to be honest.
Wait to Flux 5.
Oh, yeah.
Hitchhiking?
No.
Just taking in the view.
Not breaking the law, am I?
Nope. Where you off to?
Away.
It's good there.
Leave me alone.
Can't do that.
Why not?
People are worried about you.
No, they're not.
Your sister is. That's why she called us. She's worried you've left and are going to do something stupid. I've heard things are tough. Getting bullied at school. Grades have gone a bit wonky. Parents don't get what's up. You must be feeling pretty trapped and alone.
I'm feeling way more than that.
That's better than the other way.
What?
Well, feeling things isn't wrong.
I don't want your speech.
I know. Terrible thing about being older is you have all this experience and nobody Ever wants to hear it? Because I know that there's so much ahead of you. What if this moment where you want to run away from everyone, including yourself, is just that? A moment. What if we find a way to get you through it and out the other side? I've been where you are. Moments change. Help's out there. As much or as little as you need. I'm not listening to you. Would hard cash make a difference? I'll make you a deal. Look me up in 3 years. If I'm wrong, I'll give you 50 quid.
Something I don't like about that scene, and it's kind of similar to how we were talking about the ending scene of Fugitive being really the Doctor's POV and not the companions there, is I feel, to me, that scene feels more from the cop's point of view than the future cop, Yaz. Like, she's talking about how it's hard to relate to young people because they don't understand all this knowledge you've got, and she's talking about her quirky 50p thing. Meanwhile, Yaz, I see a lot of people read this scene and they're like, well, Yaz is clearly suicidal. Yaz is clearly suicidal over being bullied. Yaz is suicidal over being LGBT in a family, not understanding that. Yaz is not suicidal. She's depressed because of this and that happening. All those are super valid readings, but the multiplicity of them, to me, indicates that the episode wasn't really characterizing Yaz so specifically in a way where there was a specific thing to take from that scene, which isn't necessarily a problem, especially for a show that's really targeted to children in lots of ways. To be able to project your own troubles onto a character makes sense. But I don't really like this sort of scene being, to me, feeling like it's more about the authority figure trying to relate to the companion, the main character of the show, the main character of an era, than the companion's actual troubles, to the point where, with some fans, it's like we're talking at cross purposes. They're like, wait, how did you not see Yaz as suicidal there? Or wait, how did you not understand that scene was about Yaz being bi or about Yaz being a lesbian? So, for me, the issue with that scene really is perspective and a kind of thinness. What do you guys think of it?
I mean, it did strike me that, in spite of everything, that's the sort of someone willing to be just sort of, talk to Yaz in a friendly way and try to, make Yaz feel better and that there's a future or whatever. It feels like the sort of emotional intimacy that Yaz doesn't get from the Doctor in any way at all.
Yeah.
It's interesting to compare those two relationships there, especially considering we've got authority figures and also the Doctor being slightly rules copy obsessed in her own way, and just the way in which Yaz just seems to. It just seems like this random stranger cares about Yaz in a way that the Doctor is just. In a way that it's not the Doctor doesn't care, but the Doctor doesn't seem to care emotionally about Yaz as much as she does about just keeping Yaz alive, the whole duty of care thing.
Yeah, I think it makes sense why Yaz would become a police officer after the exchange, for sure. I just wish I was let in a little more into the scene, I suppose.
What I get from it feels really perfunctory and lore-y.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually matter what. Well, I say that. What I mean is the writing, the story isn't concerned specifically with what Yaz's problem was.
Mm.
It was more that she had a problem and then had that encounter with the cop, and this sets up becoming a cop. And that's the function of the scene. So the specifics of Yaz, what Yaz was feeling there isn't viewed as important to the writers, but to us, it definitely is. And so it's just a really unfulfilling scene.
What it feels like to me is, how sometimes, I'm sure we've all probably had experiences like this, is people will be like, this album got me through my breakup. I'm so appreciative to the band for making this album. Or, this book got me through my depression. Or, this whatever, meant so much to me. And it's all this big praise upon the novelist or the album or whatever for doing that. My perspective would a lot of the time be, it's actually more inside the person that's coming from. It's like wanting to be saved. And then it's not quite arbitrary what the album is, but it's not like there is only one possible combination of notes in all of human history that have could have possibly gotten you through your breakup. That's not true in my perspective. I think it's more an internal thing of wanting to be helped. And then, certain albums are going to facilitate that better than others. But like, I don't think Oasis is so much doing the life-saving as the people are doing it themselves, kind of channeled through an Oasis album. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think with this scene is absolutely means a lot to a lot of people. That makes sense to me. But I think for me, what feels like the thinness of this scene kind of speaks to how I think it's the people themselves that are actually doing the emotional work and the impressive work of, building up their confidence and stuff more than the actual dialogue written in the actual episode, which I think is an empowering thing for the fans. But I think it's a kind of note of hollowness in the episode itself, if that makes sense.
So it's an episode that's nebulously about the concept of mental health and getting help with mental health and stuff. It's not really about Yaz or any of the specific characters. Like, no one was dying to know, the real reason Yaz became a cop. Wow, such lore. It's just something that's just kind of there.
There's an interview Mandip gave around the episodes, after the episode's airing, to Radio Times that I think is interesting, where she says, it's a lot of people's stories, talking about Yaz's story in the episode. I've had lots of people say that they see themselves in Yaz. We worked with Mind Charity as well, which was really helpful. I think it was the right time to explore that avenue and explain her backstory. I've always said, there's a reason she became a police officer. It'll come up when the time's right. I feel the time was right to explore that and understand why she wants to be a part of this journey. She has her own issues going on, and the reaction has been absolutely amazing. Now this is the article. And interestingly, some of the ideas for the storyline actually came from Mandip herself. Before production began on Series 12, Mandip met with series showrunner Chris Chibnall to discuss possible ideas for her character in the upcoming episodes, and some parts of that conversation eventually found their way into the script for Can You Hear Me, which Chibnall co-wrote.
So you found the quote then?
That's what it was.
Yes.
Mandip says, one of the things was I wanted to know why she was a police officer, because there was one point when I, Mandip, was 5, when I said, I want to be a police officer because I want to make a difference. And I was thinking, why did I want to make a difference? We lived in an area where there was a lot of stuff going on. We'd phone the police a lot and they'd come out and help or whatever. We chose to do things for a reason, and if we could make that reason really wholesome and really real, it would probably resonate better. So I did briefly speak about that, going, why is she a police officer? And then Chris Chibnall padded it out, so it was amazing. And then the article points out that the Witchfinders had that bit about Yaz being bullied once, which was in that second Witchfinders clip. The Doctor mentioned that. Mandip says in response to that, we're not told a lot of storylines in advance because of secrecy, which is rightly so, but I knew it was planted at some point, so I knew I had that as a foundation. And then every time you get a script, you're like, oh, I say that, because now I've explained that I was bullied in school and found it difficult. So I guess it was just a layering process. Chris Chibnall is very good at planting lots of seeds. Any thoughts on that interview?
I think it's, I guess it's maybe reassuring in some way that Mandip sort of actually wants to contribute to the character and actually try to encourage Chris to actually write her some more, even if they didn't necessarily pan out all that much in the end. But it's interesting. I feel like there's, in terms of her relationship with the Doctor and the way her character is kind of going, it's stuff that fills in a blank, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it's giving us that much of a guide to the stuff happening right now still, I suppose.
So we're over halfway through the era and we get her being a cop explained. It's not necessarily the wrong way to go around things, but it's just odd to me that this is the time. I don't know. I feel like normally these sort of characterizations might happen earlier in a show.
Yeah, a lot earlier.
I think of, this is not the only ensemble show in the world. I think of, what was The Leftovers doing over halfway through its run? I knew those characters incredibly well, and there were more main characters in that than in Chibnall Who. So it's I don't want to get too blinkered in this Doctor Who perspective of, yes, it took a long time, but there are 3 companions. What were you expecting? No, there are shows with 12 main characters, and they don't tend to work like this.
But we also needed time for Benny. So, let's not forget.
We needed Vilma and Benny, and the dregs had to be finished at one stage.
Just before we do the cancer scene, I just want to say, Mandip's performance in that scene with the cop is really good. Just a reminder of how wasted she is on Chibnall Who, because I think she's actually really good.
Very much so. My
revelation in making this timeline was going, wait, has Mandip been good all along? And yeah. She's just so undercharacterized, it's hard to tell. I'm going to talk about that more in a scene with Jack in Revolutions, because that's when I'm like, whoa, this is actually good. That was my breakthrough of making this. Cancer time.
Okay.
The thing is, Doc, I worry about getting sick again, about the cancer coming back, and I didn't know who to say it to, so I thought I'd say it to you. Seeing as you're a doctor. Because once you have it, it's with you the whole time. Not quite a shadow, but don't get me wrong. I mean, my checkups, they're all fine, but it made me think, and I thought I should talk about it. Because those nightmares, I mean, well, they made me realise that the fear is still there. Yeah.
I should say a reassuring thing now, shouldn't I?
Yeah, probably.
I'm still quite socially awkward. So I'm just going to subtly walk towards the console and look at something. And then, in a minute, I'll think of something that I should have said that might have been helpful.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we had this chat, eh? Yeah.
How long is this gonna last, Yaz? Hanging out with the doctor?
I don't know.
Is this our lives? Going from one place to the next, ignoring home. We're getting older, but without them. Missing out bits of their lives.
When we're done, the doctor can drop you off at whatever point you want, though.
Yeah, but we'll have changed. They wouldn't have. It's like we're living at different rates.
The doctor said we won't come back the same.
I was thinking Frankenstein.
What?
Did I interrupt? Am I interrupting?
God, that seems fucking awful.
Yeah, still hits so badly after all this time.
Yeah. Let's look at the script. Yeah. It's quite musical, isn't it? Look at all those beats.
Beat.
It's like the Doctor's heartbeat, guys.
It almost feels comedic when the Doctor nods a beat, like in response to all the parentheses beats. So I think what's interesting here is we're going to get to the BBC complaint response in a second, but also look how the script has, and Graham's grinning to himself. That and the response, I think, frame it as this wasn't meant to seem like the Doctor being cruel or avoidant in the way that maybe those earlier Series 12 scenes slightly were, although then Fugitive ended in such a weird way. Who knows anymore? Again, we're getting to this uncertainty stuff. But the real positive beat of that whole exchange to me is it's like when Robertson was leering at the Doctor and Yaz the whole time in that conversation. Like how we moved, shot, and suddenly like Yaz and Ryan were there the whole time of like during that awkward cancer conversation. They were just like on the steps a little bit away.
It explains why Graham was whispering.
Yeah, I thought that was quite funny. Yeah, so there's a lot of opinions on that exchange. What are your opinions?
It's just watching that just now and seeing, especially with the context we've just finished watching, quite a few angry Doctor scenes, and to have them all in a row like this. Poor Graham. He looks so timid and so afraid to be sharing this. He's like, the test's fine, but, I was just maybe thinking that maybe, I'm just still sort of worrying maybe a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
And the 13's face is like she's making fun of him the whole time.
It looks like she's not even listening. Like she's just going, come on.
She's like the blankest fucking face I've ever seen.
She literally goes and starts working on the TARDIS. Like, it's
like literally one step away from, when did I ask?
It's like yeah, sorry for you though, or okay, cool, I'm not reading all that. Like it's like there's just no, and again, it's like the POV thing again is the Doctor in text is doing it to herself. She's like, oh, I should say a reassuring thing now. Well, I'm awkward, so I'm going to walk over to... What about Graham?
She's not even talking to him. She's talking to herself.
Graham is the one opening up here. And I know I've seen people who are, awkward or autistic or have some other way that they feel like they relate to this exchange talk about how, well, I actually felt like it was a realistic description. My problem with that, I know a lot of awkward people and a lot of autistic people.
Hello.
And a lot of their responses, have not been that at all. In fact, they've been that, no, we really don't feel represented by an awkward or an autistic person saying, no, that's totally cool. That's how I would respond. That, no one is speaking for everyone. No awkward person is speaking for all awkward people. No autistic person is speaking for all autistic people there. So I don't like when the conversation shifts to, hey, well, someone said this, so actually the scene is this. Like, the mere fact that this scene is interpreted in lots of different ways speaks to there being a tension within it. I mean, the BBC had to respond to a complaint. Clearly, there's not a clear-cut way to interpret this scene. But certainly to us three, the Doctor reads so coldly to me there.
I think tone and, from an authorial perspective, is like, I think that's like a way to look at it. And it's like, fundamentally here, we have a scene that begins with Graham talking about his fear about his cancer and ends in something that's like a gag. And it's like, how do you get from one to the other? That's insane to me. Like, no matter how you try to justify it with the Doctor, it's in context for the Doctor's character or whatever, like, it's still a choice to write a scene that plays out like that. You could write infinite different ways, and it's just like, what the hell? Like, why is it like this?
I completely get why some people might not know how to respond in a situation like that, but the way to respond isn't making it about yourself. It's literally doing anything besides... well, I don't know what to do, so I'll ignore you. Like, you could not get a worse response there other than, like, literally kicking him or something. Like, she doesn't say anything about him there. And so for the fact that the script reads in a way that Graham is meant to, like, grin to himself, and it's funny to me, Bradley Walsh smiles and then he kind of pulls a less smiley expression, which I think is quite interesting. Maybe he wasn't intending that to be read into, but I feel like just the script is so offbeat with how so many people are going to interpret this that the authorial intention doesn't matter much here, because it's like the Doctor is treating him like crap. And I don't know how to square up, like Giga saying, the tone of the scene, starting with this emotional, whispered response to the Doctor about Graham's internal fears and worries and anxieties and whatnot. And then the Doctor saying, well, I think this and I am awkward, so whatever. It's all about me. Like, this is a show that a lot of children are watching. So there's an extent to which the drama has to be mitigated by a kind of inspiration. Like, obviously, you violate this at times. Like, Dark Water does something a lot of kids will be uncomfortable with. That's okay to do now and again, especially when it's not in terms of the Doctor's character. Capaldi's Doctor did some very awful things. Generally, the narrative would point out that they were awful, subtextually or explicitly. I don't think it's good for a very human-like exchange about a very human thing, being cancer, being... perhaps a realistic, awkward character beat of, well, fuck you, I don't care, I don't know what to do, this makes me awkward, I'm going to go work on my toys. Like, surely there's a little responsibility to do better in such a relatable exchange.
I feel like it wouldn't have been that difficult to write, like, a more sensible version of this exchange where, like, the Doctor can respond to him in a way that still shows her natural awkwardness and kind of clumsiness. And it can be something that Graham legitimately finds, isn't the Doctor silly? How funny. She means well, at least. And that's not the scene we get here. It's like, it's just so not.
There's no, like, thing of she had to meet his eyes or she had to touch his arm. She didn't have to do any specific thing. She just had to do anything that wasn't me. Like, what if she still went and fussed with the console, but then produced like a little holiday cube, or said, hey, you know what? Let's go to, some football match, before we go to Frankenstein. Like, anything that demonstrated, I care about you and I recognize you have emotions would have been fine. But the, me is not it. And I think it's awful for the show to be doing that with its hero character, and especially for the script to kind of not view it as bad.
Earlier I mentioned that what was it? The Fugitive one, the Fugitive ending, where the fam call out the Doctor for being rude, and then she's like even more rude, and then they're like, no, actually you're perfect. And I said it was a cheap way to get out of writing what felt like was building to quite a dramatic scene, and this feels just like a much more horrifying version of that.
Yeah.
Where we went into, this is a serious discussion about cancer and we don't know how to write our way out of this. And then what happened.
What we're really getting through Series 12 is this deepened sense of the Doctor as a kind of unkind person in a lot of ways, or at least a uncaring person. And it's interesting how tense that is with Chibnall saying she's incredibly empathetic or sometimes oblivious. The oblivious thing will be developed in Flux, interestingly. But it's interesting how she's really kind of developing as a cold and callous character in a lot of ways now. But I don't get the sense that the show is even aware that that's what it's doing, like especially when we look at the scripts. So that's interesting, and I think it's telling for how Yaz and Thasmin are handled, that we see there's this kind of unmooring of how Chibnall and the other writers might be aware of how the character is coming across to a lot of people, and I think that's instructive for how a lot of the Yaz stuff feels so tragic to me, while the show is constantly contextualized by the producers and the writers and the cast as, you know, really positive terms, really happy-go-lucky pillar of hope terms. So that tension is interesting, but quite profoundly sad.
It's like they could never pick up on it when they're so disinterested in writing the companions, and
yeah,
they end up writing a Doctor who's disinterested in the companions as well, and it just never comes to the forefront that what's actually happening here is not so good.
It's also interesting, Ryan is kind of emotionally developed there. Like, he's trying to explain to Yaz what the nature of being a companion is doing to them as a person, and she just doesn't really get it, which is interesting. It's kind of an immature point to her. But you see, he's even rolling his eyes as she just doesn't kind of seem to get what he's trying to explain. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, the way they set up Ryan eventually leaving and Yaz staying on, like, it's, at the very least, it's marginally internally coherent in a way that a lot of stuff in this era perhaps isn't.
Yeah.
I just realized that Graham goes to the Doctor and is like, oh my gosh, I'm terribly worried about this life-threatening illness that might kill me. It might return. And then a few seconds later, she sprints over to Ryan and Yaz and said, I've just thought about Frankenstein.
The Frankenstein thing is interesting to me because it feels like that avoidant thing of her just running over and going, let's all go to Frankenstein, is like, it's like the supreme way to just, you know, say F off with all these emotions. You know, like, enough of Yaz and Ryan talking about their emotions and their characters, enough of Graham complaining about his whiny cancer bullshit. Let's go do what I want to do.
It's so unnecessary as well. Like, the whole thing of, like, the Doctor immediately teases next week's episode at the end of this one. Like, you don't actually have to do that. It doesn't serve any purpose. It's just a thing because we need something to go here, make it feel, try and get people to come back next week. So it really is just, like, the most useless, like, Doctor talks about Frankenstein.
And again, a cheap way to end the scene.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we're far from the only ones who had issues with that scene. So there was a Radio Times article pretty quick after the episode, which was, BBC responds to Doctor Who fans upset by, quite awkward, quote, Doctor and Graham conversation. And so it starts saying, you know, recent Doctor Who episode, Can You Hear Me, was praised by fans for its depiction of mental health. And then it goes on to say, however, a scene later in the episode had viewers more divided, when the Doctor found herself unable to respond to her friend Graham's worries about his cancer returning, informing him she was too socially awkward to offer words of comfort but might try again later. Talks about how some fans felt the scene was in character, some thought it jarred with the episode's message and that it was insensitive, so some complained to the BBC. The BBC Complaints Department responded, "Thank you for contacting us about Doctor Who Can You Hear Me with your feedback that it was insensitive for the Doctor to dismiss Graham's cancer concerns. We never set out to upset our viewers with what we show, and this episode tackled some sensitive themes. The episode used dreams and nightmares to explore the inner lives of the companions. Thanks to Zellen's nightmare powers, Ryan, Yaz and Graham were forced to confront their worst fears, many of which relate to the way travelling with the Doctor has changed their lives. When Graham opened up to the Doctor about his fear of his cancer returning, her response was never meant to be dismissive. The Doctor's friend was scared, and we see her struggling to deal with the severity of the situation. The intention of the scene was to acknowledge how hard it can be to deal with conversations on this subject matter. When faced with these situations, people don't always have the right words to say at the right time, and this can often lead to feelings of guilt. By showing the Doctor struggling to find the right words, the intention was to sympathise with all those who may have found themselves in a similar position. We hope this has helped to address your concerns, but please be assured your feedback has been raised with the program's executive producer." What interests me there is the specific bit about, by showing the Doctor struggling to find the right words, the intention was to sympathise with all those who may have found themselves in a similar position. So again, it's not about Graham, it's about the Doctor. It's not about the guy with cancer. It's about the person who doesn't care.
She's not even trying to find the right words. She literally doesn't try. She just gives up straight away. It's like, it's not exactly a good,
She gives up and she goes to Frankenstein. So, yeah, I hate... Remember, Strevens always used to say, the companions are the POV characters. Funny how we've completely changed that now. We've completely inverted it.
It's like the Doctor's alienation from humanity has become the shows and perhaps the writers as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Yaz, I was very clear about the rules.
Nobody mentioned Frankenstein and don't interfere.
And nobody snogged Byron.
Excuse me, Doctor. You broke a rule. Next you'll be snogging Byron.
What are you after?
Letters. If he's written about me, I can ascertain his true sentiments.
Or you could try asking him.
I have. His answers only increase the enigma.
I know someone like that.
Mary reproaches me. Insists I should find a more reliable prospect. Not that she can talk.
Perhaps she's right. His eye does seem to wander.
This enigmatic person of yours, would you trade them for reliable and dull?
My person's a bit different.
The kissing Byron thing I just have there because so it's the idea of, well, I guess any of the team, so the Dr. Yaz or the boys kissing Byron is like raised. Yaz doesn't seem especially jealous when she talks about that either, so I just thought that was somewhat relevant to Thasmin stuff.
I guess so the idea of rules, again, has come back. The idea of like doing this and doing that and sort of pointing out, pulling each other up when they break the rules and stuff. It's not that important an instance of it, but it just seemed like a running theme.
Yeah. Then this, I think it's the most Thasmin-y scene since Arachnids. This was certainly when I saw stuff flare up about Thasmin again in a way beyond just like the Thasmin shipping corner of the fandom. It's a conversation where, you know, the Doctor to Yaz is being equivocated with a romantic prospect to Claire. The exchange itself and the script are very clear about the equivocation. What do you guys think of that exchange?
I thought it was really interesting how at first the equivocation between Claire and what's his face and 13 and Yaz was set up, and at first Yaz kind of dissuades Claire, attempts to dissuade her.
Yeah,
which is interesting because, you know, this is meant to be a direct comparison to Thasmin, and we've got Yaz being maybe not. But then she's like, my person's different.
See, that line, my person's a bit different. I mean, it's like the most famous line from the exchange, but I can't help but think that specific line coming at the end there, it's like one of those things where it's a cheap way of getting out of the scene again.
Yeah.
Because it's not actually, it almost seems to shut down or like muddy the question of the comparison.
I think it works in isolation. A line like my person's a bit different sounds like you're really into a person. But in the actual exchange, the more Thasmin-y line is, I know someone like that.
Yeah.
So it's funny how that, like I see some people read it was, actually it's not Thasmin-y because she says my person's different. So her person's not like Byron to Claire. But, you know, the script and the exchange have the equivocation happen earlier. So it's not Arachnids level.
Yaz gets asked, would you trade this person for reliable and dull? And Yaz doesn't actually answer the question. Like, if she answered that question and she said, like, no, I would never trade them, that would be super Thasmin-y, right? But instead she just gets a non-answer instead, which is just classic Chiboo, isn't it?
You want to sacrifice yourself for this? You want me to sacrifice you? You want to call it? Do it now. All of you. Yeah. Because sometimes this team structure isn't flat. It's mountainous, with me at the summit, in the stratosphere, alone.
So I can't fault the series for being static anymore, because we've certainly gone from, you know, the fabulous lack of hierarchy in the flat team structure. Not anymore. That's, yeah, we've beat our way past that to the top of the summit for the Doctor. So that's an interesting development. What do you guys think of it?
I can't help but feel that it's something that occasionally happens in this era, where Chibnall sort of responds to a problem that he has created, like, and didn't really need to create in the first place, but it's there. So like the fact that he's now sort of writing against the flat team structure thing, even though that was something he kind of introduced, sort of, and like pretended was there. I mean, it's weird, but it's like we end up bouncing off that so hard that we get this just vaunting of how high above the other characters the Doctor is, and I can't help but feel like it's just embodying that disinterest in the companions again, and that like obsession with the Doctor being so much more interesting and so far above. I just feel like that's the true sentiment of the show leaking out there.
Feels like such a big development or explication of the Doctor's relationship with the companions that it's weird to me that it's born of such a meaningless sci-fi morality wobbly timey-wimey issue like Save the Poet or Save the Universe, which isn't something connected to a human exchange in the real world, like the cancer thing, you know what I mean? So it all feels a bit weird to me because it's this very emotional development in her relationship with the companions, or if not development, a very emotional statement of their relationship, but it's born of this sci-fi stuff that doesn't really mean much at all to me. That's, if we kill the poet, then the universe will be saved. But if we don't get like that doesn't really mean anything to me. Like that doesn't really map onto anything emotional or meaningful in our lives. So it's odd to me that it comes out of that. And also the lines coming before this, the world you came from, the world you were created in won't exist, so neither will you. It's not just the poet's life at stake, it's yours. You want to sacrifice yourself for this? You want me to sacrifice you? You want to call it? Do it now, all of you. That also is kind of gross to me. Like, is she saying, kill yourself if you really don't want me to go do this, or ask me to kill you for you because you guys don't have the stones for it? Like, this is so weird and like harsh to her own companions. I thought she was the font of positivity and absolute empathy. So what's going on here?
It really is the mask off moment for 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels adjacent to something that might make more sense. Like the idea that the Doctor doesn't want to sacrifice her friends, okay, that makes complete sense. And it's like, why don't you just write that instead of doing this whole thing of like, I'm in the stratosphere, you insects.
Yeah, it's like you want to sacrifice for yourself. It's like just egging on, go on, kill yourself. Or do you want me to kill you? Like, do you want to call it? Do it now. It's like, why are you framing it in this way to them? Like, they don't hate you, Doctor. They love you. Like, I don't understand why. It's coming back to this kind of toxic thing of when the Doctor's stressed or in a very highly charged emotional situation, it's like she does this classic toxic move of kind of dumping her negative emotions about that snappily onto the companions in a really unproductive way, which is like emotionally realistic, but
not in a good way.
Totally does not square up with like how Chibnall contextualizes the show or how Jodie talks about the show. Like, it's very negative and toxic. So like emotionally it makes sense and it's a more interesting character than she had in series 11, but it jars so much with how they seem to want the show to work. Like, look at how the Can You Hear Me script didn't line up at all with how so many people took the episode. So it's interesting to get this here, and I get the impression they didn't really want it to come across as we're finding it so gross. So that's interesting, and I think it connects to Thasmin stuff later. Yeah.
Every time this happens with the Doctor and she dumps her negative emotions on them, they're just silently, sullenly, like standing there, like taking it and just like cowed into silence. It's just so toxic. Really not good.
Yeah.
It's like if that listen moment where 12 to Clara is like, do as you are told. Imagine that, except Clara doesn't reply, and she just like, it's just that extended across 3 seasons.
Links back into the TARDIS.
Yeah. And again, like this era is more didactic than usual. Like it's even been described in those kind of terms. And like we have the historicals, which are much more meant to be like educational episodes. So in this of all eras, to be modeling this kind of toxic social treatment of others is weird to me. Like in an era that was kind of had a richer emotional palette in terms of that kind of thing and had more intentionality there, like the Capaldi era, I would be more open to some of this stuff. But in this one where we're always, we have this kind of hagiographic way of talking about the Doctor, and it's always been couched in such positive terms outside of the show, it's weird to me, that tension. It seems unintended, which is worrying.
Listen to me. Do not argue. Go with the humans. Help them, get them out of here. You won't make it back to the TARDIS alive. Make sure you're with them.
What about you?
I'll hold them off.
How are you going to do that?
This isn't a discussion. We're not just going to leave you. Yes, you are.
You have to, all of you. No questions, get out.
This isn't a discussion. In the script, that's even specified as snapping.
This is the time to point out that 13 is quite often angrier at her companions than she is at any antagonist in any story.
Yeah.
She's never snapped that much at the lone Cyberman in either of these stories, but she is at a moment's notice ready to pop off at the fam.
It's like, it's clear this scene is meaning for this to be like a Toby Whithouse style hero that has the world on their shoulders beat. Like, she's not just hating the companions. She's like, no, to save your lives, I need to stress that you need to go away now. But like, the show isn't just that way because of no reason. Like, Chibnall is writing the show that way, and he keeps playing this beat of the Doctor snapping and talking over the companions to save them. I don't know why that's the story being told, especially when we keep getting that oscillation of, oh no, the companions are ready. They're big adventures of their own. Oh no, they're not. They're still scared. Things are a bit weird. Like, it's that confusion is compounded by this sense of like, the Doctor is the hero that has the world on their shoulders, and oh, she hates hurting her companions, but she must do it to save their lives. It doesn't have to be written that way. There are other ways these exchanges could be written, or these episodes could be written. The companions don't have to be shoved in the Medipod, you know?
And the whole thing of like, this isn't a discussion. Oh, why does it have to be a discussion? Stop making it discussion. Like, this weird thing of like a refusal to actually talk out the problems and like, arrive at solutions. It's bad. Like, I don't know. It just sucks. I don't know why she's so against talking to them or like even justifying herself. Really,
it reminds me of stuff in early episodes where the Doctor would be like, "You have to trust me," but
yeah,
the companions would push back against that, and there would be like scenes of interrogating that and exploring that. Whereas this one, it's like, "You have to trust me," and that is it.
Yeah, like, we're so far from like Bill, guilting the Doctor for trying to mind wipe it, and so the Doctor's like, well, that's me told, and so he doesn't. Or like Clara saying, do as you're told to the Doctor. We're so far from the companions being on this kind of equal playing field that it's like, it's such a joke at this point. Yeah.
Ironically, considering this is the flat team structure era.
Yeah, it's crazy how all this Series 11 hype, it's amazing how not just forgotten, but inverted so much as it seems to have been. Yaz has become pitiful in so many ways, like in Praxeus, and like the team structure has become a mountainous summit, by Diodati. It's amazing what Series 12 has done.
I mean, it's not the only way in which Series 12 essentially just like goes back on everything Series 11 was setting out. Like, Series 11 was the whole lore-free period, and then Series 12 just goes full tilt on the fan wank. It's like any semblance of a new, better, or any sense of positive developments in the era was just completely renounced.
Yeah. And all this Doctor rudeness to companion stuff, again, I find it harder to tolerate, and I especially like when this episode aired, because the show and the people making the show seem so confused about what they're doing that there's not that goodwill. Like in other eras, if the Doctor's rude, like if the Doctor's insulting Clara, I'm like, well, I've seen how this writer tends to do, well, actually bad example. In other eras, if the Doctor's like being rude, I feel a sort of goodwill with the writer because I've seen them interrogate the emotions of like companions before in a way that I'm like, well, obviously they're not going to just say the Doctor's being cruel to Martha is like good and the way things should be. Obviously that's going to go somewhere, and then it does. So here, the reason why I'm like less willing to like humor some of these beats that play like toxically to me is because like the "Can you hear me" thing, they didn't seem to have any idea what they were doing with that cancer scene or how so many people would read it. So when the Doctor is being so rude to the companions, why should I have the goodwill that, no, hold on, this is a drama, Neo, this is a drama, so give it some time, give it some goodwill. They're not just, saying this is a good thing to do. Why should I humor that when, Fugitive ended the way it did? They've lost the goodwill with some of the audience, like me, basically. So I'm not humoring the rudeness and the callousness and the coldness in the way I might in some eras that had established much more of a consistent emotional curiosity in the characters.
There just seems to be a belief somewhere that making us watch these endless scenes of the Doctor having the world on her shoulders and telling the companions, it's not a discussion, go away, do what I say, like that'll be a pleasure in itself. And, maybe if you're Toby Whithouse it is, but I don't particularly find it to be one.
The boundary, it's real.
Yeah, and the Doctor's on the other side.
So how do we do this?
The boundary will absorb us, but you have to take the step.
Step into the unknown. Who fancies going first?
This is Gallifrey. This is where the doctor's from.
We're never gonna find her in this lot.
Yeah, we are. We're gonna find her and we're gonna rescue her. She's done it for us enough times, now it's our turn. This is gonna be even more dangerous from here. You don't have to come.
I started this with Shelley and the Siberium. Now I have to finish it. Alone.
What?
The TARDIS will take you back to Earth. All of you. You can settle in the 21st century.
You're not serious.
Deadly.
What about you? You detonate that thing, you'll die too.
That's the way it has to be. And I would do that in a heartbeat for this universe. For you. My fam.
We're not letting you go. You're not doing
Get
this.
off me, Yaz! Please.
Yaz. Come on.
Live great lives.
We're home. She got us home. But what happens to her?
So the first scene is kind of joyous to me in that Yaz does something. She's active in the narrative and she surges before everyone else. You know, she runs forward into the portal. That's fun. She actually goes and does something. But again, it's like how I've talked about, I want to do more, has shifted into, I want to be with the Doctor. I want to repay the Doctor's affection, such as it is, and protectiveness, which I don't really like for her arc to have been transformed into that. But at least she's acting narratively, you know, on the basis of her arc there. So that's something. And it's interesting how, like Streven said earlier, with the Praxius behind the scenes, she's kind of being Doctor-esque in how she like tells Ravio and Yedlami and the others, you don't have to come. Like it's that classic Doctor thing of, you know, you guys can stay and I'll go off and do it. It's like Yaz is now saying that. So that's interesting.
I'm reminded of in Praxis when she was kind of sullen about having, she thought she'd found an alien planet on her own. But no, it shouldn't. Yeah, I think that scene of Yaz stepping into the portal, obviously the editing is quite funny. And I think it kind of, the fact that they didn't bother to like, maybe have a shot showing Yaz resolving herself to do this, and like they just cut straight to her, like strutting away. I think it's maybe, again, another symptom of kind of just the, I guess, the lack of real coherence around stuff. But no, it's a nice scene. It's nice that Yaz is actually like, you know, putting herself forward. But again,
she's doing
it makes me wish for the days when Yaz cared about things other than the Doctor.
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
Like, yeah.
That's what I don't like, and it feels mildly toxic to me sometimes, how her characters just completely become in relation to the Doctor, rather than I want to be a better police officer. It's just, I want to be the Doctor, I want to be with the Doctor. Doctor, stop pushing me away. Like, I dislike that. But, so then the scene with the Doctor, and amazing visuals in this scene, has to be said. Timeless Children, whether you like it or dislike it, it has an unforgettable visual palette for sure. So in that scene, the Doctor wants to, the parting of the ways, the time of the Doctor, push the companions back to Earth and go, you know, sacrifice herself and whatnot. And we're back to the Doctor aggrandizing, you know, I have to go do all the things because I'm the hero and you guys, you know, I feel, I love you guys, but you have to go away. You know, like it's that classic beat, which I was sick of pretty early into the revived series. Series 11 is a kind of reboot. Series 12 is so dipped in continuity that like maybe I'm allowed to be annoyed at this beat being played again, but whatever. Get Off Me Yaz is interesting. I'll get the script up. So Yaz is in the script described as pulling the Doctor back there, and then the Doctor is furious. Get off me, Yaz. So sad. Please. Beat. So that's interesting. And the doctor's trying to hold it together, is what the script says for that scene. Our stunned, heartbroken trio, as you know, the doctor leaves them. So the emotions here all feel pretty sincere. What do you guys think of this whole scene?
It's amazing how much of the emotion in the scene is just Chibnall saying stuff like, God, the iconic trio, so sad. The amazing trio, look, God, they're so sad, so sad. And the text, just, get off me, Yaz.
I feel like it's an accidentally summative line here where their POV of her, the hero. So it's like the POV of the companions is like the driver thing of the show, is what we used to get taught, but the POV of them is just like idolizing the doctor. So it's funny how that's shifted. The doctor, like when she's furious, like obviously she's not like, oh, fuck off, Yaz, I don't like you. Like obviously it's like, no, Yaz, for your own good, I have to go off. But I'm just so sick of this beat. You know, like it's such a... I find it fundamentally boring. And that's back into like the stuff where we can split hairs about Thasmin and the doctor and whatnot. But like, is it even worth it in the first place? It's like, I'm so sick of these beats of the hero character being so aggrandizing and being like, only I can possibly... Yeah, well, in this episode, it's not even her. It's the Irish guy that actually can handle things. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just a boring beat to play to me, especially in this sort of genre. That, no, my companions, I must push you away and lock you away back to Earth, and I have to go and kill myself to save the day, blah, blah, blah. It's just uninteresting to me.
This bit feels infantilizing of Yaz again, because it's making her be like, oh, the petty human who can't accept that sometimes people have to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the universe. Yaz, you know, just like running away and kind of clinging to the doctor, trying to pull her back and get off me, Yaz. I think it really is just putting Yaz back in the position of being like kind of pitiful again. Like what you know, the mature Ryan says, Yaz, come on, come back and be rational. Stop being so obsessed with the doctor, come on. And it's like, on one hand, it's like it's nice that one of the companions at least has some sort of emotional drive, in terms of being Yaz. But it's just, it really puts her in this position of just being just so devoid of any like composure.
It's like a kid not wanting their mum to leave him at school or something. It's like how it feels played to me. Like, you don't leave me, and get off me. It's just
Especially since she's the only one of the fam to do that. If it was like a whole team thing, like, no, doctor, but because it's just Yaz, and because Ryan is like, no, come on.
Yeah,
she really definitely is like the singled out.
Yeah, she's the baby of the team.
Yeah.
On that very last scene, just interesting to look at the script. So Yaz, tears in her eyes as she says she got us home. She looks to the others. They're all three bereft. So big emotions, big tears for this episode. You know what this episode really speaks to me? What this episode really tells me is that, like we've touched on, Chibnall just doesn't seem to care about the companions. He seems so incurious about their emotions, and he seems to shove them aside for all like major events in the series so often. Like, how many times in these two series has there been easy little contrivances to get the companions out of the way, to not be present in a story? Like, we laughed at it in Fugitive of the Jadoon, and it's like a big actual focal point of the story here, but why is this beat being played all the time? Why introduce three companions if you try and get rid of them all the time? Trying to track the show through like the points of view of the three companions, or Dan later on, is just like, it's a very difficult exercise. It's a baffling exercise. And so it's odd to me that he wants so many companions, but he seems so kind of uninterested in them when they're there.
Again, I wonder if this is just a thing done because it's a thing that's done. Like, we have companions because we have companions, not because we have stories we want to tell with them, or because we want them in the stories we're telling. Doctor Who has companions, and so we're having these companions.
It links back to that thing from the very beginning of this whole thing when Stevens was like, well, we want more perspectives, as many as possible, to fold in as much audience as possible. Like, it's just there they're there for quantity over quality.
She's almost there. She's almost like the doctor. She's almost there.
Sorry, just give me 1 second to go back and see when exactly that was from. Oh dear. Quite late in the game for that kind of description.
Yeah, so that's March 26. So that's really close after the Series 12 finale. Yeah, that's that vindicates a lot of the stuff I think we've been talking about. Amazing After 2 series, that's how we're getting the character described in the actor's own words.
Almost there.
Yeah. So next, Doctor Who's Mandip Gill thinks Yaz should join Torchwood. So obviously this is from 2020. So her answer to the Radio Times was, yeah, she thinks Yaz would be up for joining Torchwood. She's learned so much that she would be good for Torchwood, but I also think that Yaz would really want to do it. And to top it off, I think she would need it. Mandip felt that if Yaz stopped travelling with the Doctor, she wouldn't be able to return to a normal life, with a job at Torchwood left as one of the only avenues for her to find similar excitement on Earth. Mandip says if this is her journey with the Doctor over after the Timeless Children, she's not ready for Sheffield. There's so much more for her to learn and develop, and she's just starting to find her feet and be confident with everything that she went through and what happened to her when she was much younger. She'd need more. She's not going back home and to her family. That'd be too fast. What do you think of that?
It does beg the question, like, I mean, Yaz in Torchwood, the thing is, things like the Doctor wouldn't be there, and we've seen so much that Yaz's whole thing seemed to be bound up in being around the Doctor. So if she was stuck with just like Jack Harkness or someone instead, I feel like it wouldn't quite be the same, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, because of that change in her, like, when she used to be all about finding new things and pushing herself, and now she's all about the Doctor. Series 11, Yaz feels like she could fit in Torchwood.
Yeah, like Gwen. Gwen was a cop. It's the same sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But Series 12, Yaz does not feel like she could fit in Torchwood.
Yeah, Series 12, Yaz would, like, die in, like, the second episode or something.
Another Mandip interview between Timeless and Revolution of the Daleks. It's quite a big one. So, first, looking back to Spyfall 1, her relationship with O, the interviewer asks, when Sasha was posing as O, it seemed like he and Yaz were kind of getting to know each other. Mandip says, yes. Interviewer says, and then nothing really happened with that. Would you like to see that dynamic explored again? Mandip says, well, I think we thought it was heading that way and played it like that. I thought, oh my god, I'm going to fall for O, and then it's going to be the Master and he's going to take me away with him. Interviewer asks, Yaz would be travelling through space and time with someone other than the Doctor? Mandip says, I know, I couldn't do that to her. Obviously that didn't happen anyway. I think where it went to was the right level of... she'd started to have feelings, or think, ooh, he's really interesting, but it felt like where it stopped was right.
It's just so random, that whole thing of her suddenly being attracted to this random dude who just showed up. I mean, it just feels like one of those various things that's just thrown up in the air in Chibnall Who, like this clusterfuck of just assorted elements that don't really reflect off each other in any way.
Elsewhere in that interview, they bring up Can You Hear Me and her backstory and ask Mandip, was it nice to like find out what made Yaz tick? Mandip says 100%. I'd had a conversation with Chris Chibnall about Series 11 and he was very open to ideas. I only went with, I'd love to know more about her. And maybe she shouldn't always agree with the Doctor, because I find in Series 11 she did naturally always agree. She was always looking up to this person. And then Chris Chibnall just padded it out into a really wholesome background. It's relatable, it's realistic, and really explains where she is in Series 11, why she'd randomly meet these people and go on this journey. She was really up for it, really keen. You know, when she went back home, she liked seeing her family, but she was always really quite quick to leave. So I think her backstory for me sort of explained Series 11, explained why she was so eager, why she needed this journey, and just why she needed the Doctor so much. It was also what I needed as an actor that I think the character needed. Thoughts?
I mean, this whole thing, and the insane thing about how, like, both her and Sasha thought that maybe the Master and Yaz were a thing. It all just, like, points to them not actually knowing what's going on and desperately trying to resolve it into some sort of sensical thing. It's like, oh yes, actually, Chris Chibnall, then he, you know, padded it out into this lovely narrative. That's the narrative.
The idea of not really knowing until, like, episode 18 or whatever, why Yaz was eager to leave in the TARDIS in her, like, in the first series. I mean, that's kind of bizarre in itself, isn't it? Like, so the question of why did the companion join the TARDIS is usually one that's wrapped up by the end of their first episode, or, like, at least their second.
Yeah. Last bit of that interview, the interviewer says, Given these developments, how do you think Yaz was feeling at the end of The Timeless Children with the Doctor gone and the team back on Earth? Mandip, I definitely think Yaz is gutted. If that's her time done in the TARDIS, she's definitely upset. I don't think she's ready to go back to Sheffield. There's so much more for her to learn about herself and about being a police officer in space. So I definitely think at this point she's really upset, and I think it'll take a long time for her to come to terms with this. Like, she's created this new little family. Everyone wants to feel wanted and part of something, and it was quite abrupt, really. She didn't have time to say the goodbyes that you would want to say. And she's created a really intense relationship with this person that she might never see again. Interviewer, I see what you mean, and it's not like she can just pop back and find her on Gallifrey. Mandip, exactly, it was not her choice, and Yaz is probably thinking, when am I ever going to meet an alien again?
Interesting phrasing there, like just an alien.
Yeah. Very non-committal.
Police officer in space, interesting stuff too. So still is that like how Yaz sees like her being a companion, is like being a police officer in space, or is she like literally still identifying as a police officer? Like, we're a bit confused on this point with how the series has developed it, but that's interesting that she still feels policey.
It's all vague, isn't it? And like the way she describes Yaz's feelings at the end of The Timeless Children, again, I mean, she says gutted, but like there's not much of the sense of like what we were just seeing in that last Timeless Children scene where she was like pleading with the Doctor, don't go, no, Doctor, and how intensely bonded with the Doctor she seems to be at this point. Like, Mandip doesn't seem very committed to that like angle in this interview either, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, she seems to be folding it more into like she wants more of the universe and stuff. An alien of some description.
Question for Mandip from Anna. We've seen that in the past that Yaz has struggled with mental health, which really strikes home for me and makes me feel seen. Do you draw from your own experiences? And it's so great to see representation of mental health struggles in television.
Yeah, I mean, I think Doctor Who has always been amazing at touching on loads of issues and subjects. So it weren't no surprise when this came up. Like Chris had phoned me and said we're gonna delve into Yaz's backstory, and it's gonna be we're gonna look at mental health issues. So obviously for an actor, for me, that's I don't want to use the word exciting, but it just opens you up to loads of things. You have to think about a lot of things, and we actually worked with Mind Charity, so. I didn't. So the question was, did I draw on personal experiences? I didn't. It's just not the way I work as an actor. But I did work closely with Mind Charity, and we were able to ask lots of questions and how would people react in certain situations, and maybe why Yaz hadn't mentioned it running up to this, and why she'd gone to her sister and not her mum, because she's obviously very close to her mum and stuff like that. But for me, it was. I'm really happy that I got to play that part, and it's part of Yaz's journey now. So it will affect basically her choices in the future.
Interesting. She says that Yaz is very close with her mum. I'm not sure I got that, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure that like a lot of what she said maps onto what came on screen.
And also it kind of feels backwards mapped, like out of, this wasn't mentioned in Series 11 because of this, but this wasn't developed at all until late Series 12. You know what I mean? Like, I get that they put a pin in things to come back to later. Like,
yeah.
I know some Series 12 episodes were thought of in some stage of development before some Series 11 episodes were. Fugitive and Orphan 55 are what I'm thinking of there. So I understand that, but it feels kind of weird to me to like go all of Series 11 and over half of Series 12 and then like come to that's why the companion is this or does that.
It's convenient to have the characterization of Yaz be a retroactive explanation for why she wasn't characterized earlier on. It's like, again, it's solving your own problems, isn't it?
Yeah. So moving on, in the press pack for Revolution of the Daleks, which we're getting closer to now, the question was, how is Yaz getting on without the Doctor? Is she having to take control here? Mandip says, yeah. I think like we saw, Yaz has a really complex and different connection to the Doctor than the two boys, for loads of personal reasons. So I think it would be safe to say that she's struggling without the Doctor, but is probably trying that bit more than the boys to solve this. Probably because there was just no conclusion, and that's a little bit distressing for her. But also, she has a connection with the Doctor and with space. She loves being in Sheffield, but there's just something about space. There's something about space. And the Doctor, that's just not been fulfilled yet. So there's just more a sense of urgency with Yaz trying to find the Doctor.
She's a true spatial object. She's got a real connection with space.
Yeah. And then, I love this. So this is a few weeks before Revolution of the Daleks. This is December 2020. From a little section of a broader feature in SFX magazine about Revolution of the Daleks. This little bit is called Shipping Forecast, and it's just with Mandip. And so the questions asked to Mandip are, what do you think of fans shipping character romances? Mandip says, me and the Doctor, I love it. The fan art is just out there. It's good, innit? You want a character and storyline, even though that storyline wasn't there. You want people to be talking about it. I don't want it to just stay on screen. I want people to relate to it or have seen something in our two characters that they think could go on a different journey. So to me, I'm here for it. I'm not saying it happens or it doesn't happen. Even if they were to do it, say, with a different character, it's like, well, at least I feel like my character's three-dimensional and realistic and they're able to relate to it. Interview asks, so you'd be fine with Yaz and the Doctor getting together? Mandip says, I mean, only if she balms her lips, because I really take good care of mine. Don't let that be your headline. She'll get loads of lip oil sent to her. I assume she's conflated Jodie with the Doctor at that point. Again, like that Series 11 connected quote, it's saying that that wasn't there. Although here it's even more like, but that's cool that people are reading that into it. And I like that my character's three-dimensional enough that people, you know, can kind of read into a big romance there.
I feel like there's a degree of excitement for her in seeing like seeing the fans add more to her character than there is in the text, like, which maybe says something about the show itself. It's kind of like the degree to like which the fans are kind of making the character perhaps more interesting than she actually is in the show.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So after that in December, from a Doctor Who magazine thing, Mandip talking about Yaz, she says she considers Yaz to be far more confident now. She's really found her feet and she's found her place within the group. In Series 12, she goes back to her family a bit more. In one episode, we see things that have happened in her personal life which explain why she is the way she is, why she became a police officer and how it's affected her, what was going on in her life before, which made her want to escape with the Doctor. So there's been a lot of personal growth for Yaz herself, but also a lot of growth with the group. Throughout Series 11, they all seem to rely more on the Doctor, whereas in Series 12, the Doctor actually really needs her friends this time, so the four of them step up. They're using initiative a little bit more and not asking so many questions. They're off on tasks. Being a police officer, I think, probably helps her negotiate the situation in Spyfall 1 with, trying to ingratiate themselves with Lenny Henry's character. So these classic points, we've heard a lot about now about the characters finding their feet. Oh, no, wait, they found their feet this time. They found their feet this time. They found their feet in this season. They found their feet in this episode. So again, more of that.
They keep talking about how the Doctor needs the fan in Series 12. And she doesn't.
Yeah, like, when the hell does she need them? Even in The Timeless Children, where Yaz goes through the boundary portal and they're like, oh, we're going to go find the Doctor and rescue her. Like, it doesn't end up achieving anything, because they find the Doctor, she wakes up, and then the Doctor's just like, okay, I'll go do this thing now. And it goes off, and it's Ko Sharma who ends up saving the Doctor's bacon. The fam don't do shit. So, yeah.
The last thing from 2020, so the last thing before Revolution of the Daleks, is from a Radio Times interview with Chibnall and Mandip called Why Doctor Who is Tackling Mental Health on Screen. Of course, it focuses on Can You Hear Me a lot. So Chibnall says, I think it's really important because every family is dealing with something. And I think the responses we get to those stories, a bit like dealing with things like Rosa and Demons of the Punjab in the previous series, the responses we get are amazing. The family audience is the great thing because you know that families are watching and you know that families can sit down and discuss them afterwards. Like, I do get it is a sci-fi show and people watch it for escapism. It's about an alien, added Mandip Gill. But TV has a responsibility to teach people about these issues and allow those who are suffering to see themselves. I think that's what's really good about Doctor Who. Chris's writing, but the writers before that too. They are able to mix the two worlds together effortlessly. Back to Chibnall, we want people who are suffering to feel that they are represented and feel like they can see themselves in these characters and they can see their fears and concerns and joys in these characters. It feels massively important and I'm really proud of how everyone's done it. We've been really grateful for all the organisations that we've worked with in creating those stories and the responses they've had. Chibnall says, there is something you can do in Doctor Who that makes it even more resonant in dealing with metaphorical issues, the article points out, because you're also dealing with the metaphors. So you're not just dealing with the literal expression of these things, you're dealing with metaphorical and emotional resonances within them. Mandip adds, it doesn't feel for me weird that you're talking about mental health and an alien. They just go hand in hand together, and probably a big part of why Doctor Who works, because you are able to relate to it to some degree, and then you have that escapism that people will probably need from real life. Chibnall says it's really important to keep Doctor Who connected to the time it's being broadcast in, and you want the current Doctor Who to feel like it's part of the world that its audience lives in, and some people might disagree, but that feels very important to me. Chibnall, hinting at, what's to come after Series 12, says, this storyline was very important in how we're revealing Yaz's character over a long period of time to the audience. Mandip adds, we started to see Yaz with her mental health storyline. Now that can sort of be explored a little bit further. There's room now to explore that. It never probably felt like the right time to do it before, so I'm looking forward to it.
It's fascinating how they talk about sci-fi as a genre as if it's some new strange thing that no one's ever done before, and the concept of having both sci-fi and real issues in the same thing is some fucking crazy concept. It's never been done before. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a weird we're back to basic storytelling fundamentals things again. The show hasn't already been on the air for over a decade by this point. I don't know, it's odd.
I was fascinated by, we've started to see Yaz blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
We've started to introduce his Yaz interiority over halfway through the era.
And then we can maybe explore it a little bit more later on, maybe.
Spoiler alert, they don't much.
Over halfway through the era, 2 series through her 3 series, we've started to see, Yaz explored a little bit. Now there's room to explore it further. It's very strange to me. And also, all the talk about emotional resonance just highlights to me that the way we're reading things emotionally realistically, like how we've gone into some of the dynamics and some even the toxicity, is very valid, because this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to make the show emotionally realistic. That's what they're saying to us, right here, that they're trying to deal with emotions and emotional resonance, and we want people who are suffering to feel represented. So we're certainly not off base in reading this kind of thing into the show, because this is how it's being delivered to us and contextualized for us. So when I don't feel seen by how the show deals with, some aspects of toxic relationships or obsessive fixation on someone or stuff like that, I feel like that's even more valid than in other eras, because the showrunner is trying to do that well, and he's promoting the show on that basis.
I keep thinking she was barely in here for a couple of minutes, and yet she coded the entry lock to our DNA, just like on her own TARDIS. Maybe that's because she wanted us to be able to follow her, to find her, because she needed us. I'm going to work it out. I must be able to work it out.
Happy New Year, Yaz.
When was it New Year?
You've been sleeping in here.
Maybe.
Yaz, you can't keep being here all the time. The doc, she went to do something she knew might kill her. We just got to assume she didn't make it.
Why? Why do we have to assume that?
Mate, we've been back 10 months. We have to get on with our lives. That's what she told us. That's what she wanted for us.
But what if she needs us? How many times has she saved us?
Yaz, face up to it. We don't know how to find her.
Cleared.
The gang are following leads that they found about Robertson, about this prototype Dalek that he's using, led by Yaz.
For Yaz, there probably is a slither of doubt, but there's definitely 99% hope. But I don't actually, when I think about it, I don't think she really thinks she's coming back.
Hi, I was in space jail.
You what?
Guess who got her out?
You all met Jack, right?
Hey, Silver Fox.
Hello.
We were worried about you. Oh, how long's it been? A week? 2 weeks?
10 months.
Yeah, the range of reactions is very different, but Yaz has clearly been holding this all inside and sort of explodes onto the Doctor when she sees her.
We were worried about you.
She's really angry when she sees the Doctor. There's kind of like an outburst of anger that I don't think we've seen from Yaz before. But, there is love there.
The subtext of that is, I've really missed you and it's not fair and I've been really sad and angry and worried for you.
The doctor is a massive part of Yaz's life, and I think she probably didn't realise just how much until she was taken away from them. It wasn't like a decision that they wanted, it just happened to them. There's a lot of emotions in that small scene, actually. It goes from being like anxious, doing all the researching, to the shock of her turning up and the TARDIS just landing there again, to, right, you're back now, but this is what's gone on, this is what we've been dealing with.
So the show has really shifted into a new phase with Yaz, and the interviews are actually aligning with what's in the show. So the show, in that awesome conspiratorial set of the TARDIS, covered with all of Yaz's notes trying to find the Doctor, Yaz is sleeping in the TARDIS, Yaz is overly obsessed with the Doctor, and the narrative is framing this as bad. We get Ryan and Graham worried about this. So we've gone from Yaz wanting to do more, wanting to excel as a police officer and, be a greater force within the world. That mutated into Yaz wanting to repay the Doctor's affections and like companionship and whatnot, in Series 11 and Series 12, and wanting to stay with the Doctor and not be, pushed into the Medipod all the time. And now this is kind of morphed again into like an actual fixation on the Doctor, like an actual obsession with the Doctor. And the interviews and the show are aligning with this being like too much. So that's interesting. And Mandip even says Yaz wouldn't have realized how important the Doctor was to her until she's gone. And so now there's, this fixation. Chibnall is even saying subtext. He's saying Yaz really missed the Doctor. Mandip saying there is love there. New emotional range in terms of anger. We get the shove. What do we think of all this stuff?
I think a very interesting point of comparison here would be to look at Parting of the Ways. When the Ninth Doctor sends Rose home, and she has that whole moment in the chip shop with Mickey and her mother about how, you stand up, you fight back, you do what's right. That it's portrayed as like a positive, and Rose goes through all this work, and eventually her mum brings the big yellow truck and Mickey, and they all help get back because it's the right thing to do. Whereas across the Timeless Children and into Revolution of the Daleks, Yaz's whole we need to go back and save the Doctor is like unhealthy, bad, negative. She needs to just move on. And then the Doctor does return and is saved, but has absolutely nothing to do with Yaz.
Yeah.
Not even in like a romantic way, paralleling Rose and the Doctor and Yaz and the Doctor, but just in a proactive companion way.
It reminds me of how towards the end of the Flux series, Yaz basically has this whole big subplot, which seems really untethered to anything, really. Like, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense or really be connected to the main story. So that's interesting how Yaz's obsession is like a character note, but the Doctor returning to Earth is kind of completely separate from that. That's weird.
It's just busy work. Yaz has been given busy work while the plot happens around her.
That's strange.
It strikes me that the direction Yaz's character goes in, something feels improvisational about it. When you track all the interviews between series and stuff, and then we get to Revolution of the Daleks, like this whole thing that they do in Revolution, where she's got all those notes on the TARDIS set, she's sleeping in the TARDIS, she's developed this fixation that's presented in a pretty evocative way. Like, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily the direct logical progression of series 11 or even series 12 a little bit. It feels a little bit like, okay, let's try this, let's throw this onto Yaz and see where it goes. And usually the answer is it doesn't actually go anywhere in particular. But it was so refreshing to actually have Yaz be given anything like that, like a trait like that could be classed as a flaw or an interesting sort of fixation. I think fixations and obsessions and weird behaviors of characters are some of the most interesting things you can do with them.
Yeah.
So it's nice for Yaz to finally get one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting, and oh boy, does this develop in the next story. It's so earlier the unhealthy relationships between Yaz and the Doctor were seeming accidental, in terms of the interviews and the scripts as we were looking at them. Here, the narrative is at least seeing Yaz's fixation as bad. Chibnall's kind of saying, the subtext is Yaz is really upset, but it's not really describing that as a bad thing. It's just big emotions. But what's interesting to me here is, so we're getting a one-sided obsession with someone who seems less interested in you, a bit patronizing to you even, an obsession over a crush, kind of almost throwing fits about the crush. We're getting the physical violence. I'm not condemning Yaz shoving the Doctor. I think that was great, but that's an interesting escalation. trying to track 13 down to that obsessive level, that fixation, and this kind of possession of the Doctor, this kind of overbearingness of the Doctor, of her crush, to the point where she gets kind of spiteful and petty with her friends, Graham and Ryan. That's interesting. This feels to me like a kind of toxic relationship we're dealing with here. Like, I feel like that's actually what's getting presented to us, like, intentionally. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, like, the explicit way, how negatively her being obsessed with the Doctor and the cool TARDIS, it's the obsession Yaz currently has with 13 in this episode is definitely read as a negative, and I think that does map interestingly onto the rest of 13 and Yaz's relationship up until this point.
Yeah.
Especially since, like, it's the first time it's become explicit, but this is the way it's been chosen to become explicit. Like,
yeah,
Yaz has gone crazy.
See, the thing about a toxic relationship is like the idea that the two people being together is kind of what's generating the problems, like with 12 and Clara here. And what we get in Revolution, which I suppose we'll see in the next clip, is that, like, it seems like the problem is on Yaz's side for not accepting the truth about being with the Doctor, and she needs to be advised on that by Jack before she can like become more rational, and that will like untoxify the relationship or something. I guess it doesn't necessarily feel like the show is like really sort of critical of the way these two people interact, but like it's just critical of Yaz for being like for having delusions about herself as the Doctor's companion. I don't know.
Is it meant to be heroic or unhealthy what she's doing in the TARDIS there? Because like in The Timeless Children, it's seen as heroic that like she surges through the boundary and, you know, she's more caring of the Doctor than others and she's trying to save the Doctor. And this one, it's kind of framed as unhealthy that she's going extra mile and trying to save the Doctor. Is that just intentional, like, drama, or is there anything deeper there?
I think it's like, it's not like condemning Yaz exactly. I think it's meant to be sympathetic, but ultimately like misguided behaviour. Because like the way we get again with like the whole Jack thing is that Yaz has to accept that the Doctor comes and goes, and like with the Graham conversation that you brought up in Dreams of the Punjab, it's like the whole thing of like having to just accept the ebb and flow of how these things kind of spool out, and not trying to like control stuff, I guess.
Interesting messaging.
Had a rough time then. Without the Doctor?
I don't know what you mean.
Saw the way you shoved her. You thought she wasn't coming back, right?
You're guessing a lot from a shove.
I have my own experience with the Doctor.
I just missed her. I never stopped to think.
Hey, when I was with the Doctor, I saw more than I could have ever dreamed. And then we lost each other. I don't know what happened to him. If he was alive or if I was ever going to see him again. Hard way to live. Being with the Doctor, you don't get to choose when it stops. Whether you leave her or she leaves you.
It felt cruel. To be shown something I couldn't have anymore. It felt like I'd rather not have known. I'd rather not have met her, because having met her and then being without her, that's worse. How'd you deal with that?
How many people in the universe get to meet the Doctor? Let alone travel with her. We're the lucky one, Chaz. Enjoy the journey while you're on it. Because the joy, it's worth the pain.
So, emotional character scene about the characters' interiority and experiences, acted well by two actors. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, that was a properly good scene.
I think that's my favourite scene in this whole timeline. So that's quite interesting, that one. I especially love the deployment of Jack as... Like we talked about, Gig touched on how Series 12 is so much fan wank earlier. And yeah, it does. So I was surprised that Jack's inclusion in this special actually to a weird and maybe bad degree, wasn't really using him. Like, he didn't even die and like come back to life, but it was just kind of more often deploying him in service to the present day characters. Like there, Jack, having travelled with the Doctor before and perhaps loved the Doctor before, is just kind of supporting Yaz's current journey. So that's an uncharacteristically non-fan monkey way to deal with returning characters in this era, I think. But like Gig mentioned, this links with the demons scene, Graham and Yaz scene. We're getting a thing here like, hey, how many people get to travel with the Doctor? It's an amazing opportunity we have. You know, it's amazing that we get to do this. It's worth it. It's worth the pain or the inconvenience. And then in like very romantic terms, like Jack is basically saying it's better to love and lose than not love at all, which, you know, is a very classic romantic mindset. So that's really interesting to me in this as well. I'm not sure how healthy it is, the idea of just put up with the Doctor because it's worth it. Not many people get to travel with them or know them. You know, it's worth the pain. I think that's really interesting and a very romantic way of phrasing all this. What do you guys think of all that?
There seems to be like a double meaning constantly operating when it comes to traveling with the Doctor versus like for the actual travels, the adventures, versus loving the Doctor.
Yeah.
And like there's sort of a lack of clarity as to, well, they're sort of both they're both happening at once. You can read them either way, and it's sort of a way of not actually committing to either side, which I think I find kind of annoying. But like,
oh yeah,
that's kind of how it goes.
I remember there were some people back in the day who thought the 10th Doctor and Rose were sleeping together throughout series 2. I know it's not the most like common reading, but it's interesting to me that the traveling with the Doctor stuff, yeah, it's like some people will read that as more literally romantic than others. Some people will just read it as like this constant will they, won't they tension within it, and then only like finales can possibly escalate it more, like Journey's End with Rose and the Doctor, or, you know, whatever else. So it's interesting how it's a kind of, yeah, how it's, well, Chibnall was saying metaphorical resonances, emotional resonances earlier, so that's interesting.
At the same time, I feel like in Doctor Who, you don't need to use a metaphor for two people loving each other necessarily. Yeah. You can just say it. You know?
Yeah. But that felt like it's like I was drowning and I suddenly got a gasp of fresh air. And it's like the show was curious in Yaz's character and curious in her emotions and mindset there, which was nice. It was nice to actually get a proper look into her there, a scene entirely about that. So it was nice to be able to touch base with her like that.
I think the bit where Yaz actually comes out and says, like I'd rather not have met her at all if it's going to be like this. Like that felt like one of those rare moments of like honesty, which that was really nice. Just a moment where a character just like actually lets how they actually feel just like slip out and stuff.
And man, does what the next episode be? Oh yeah, we'll get to Halloween soon.
The light's been changing really slowly ever since we've been here.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Yaz. I missed you, Yaz. Right, why is that important? Oh, there's too much going on. Where was I? Yes. How are you going to get off this planet? There's still SAS Daleks marauding through Earth's skies. And now they know I'm here.
So we have to keep you out their way?
Or what? Shh, working.
Doctor, tell me.
You're going to have to trust me on this, Yaz. When have I ever let you down before? I won't disappear again.
Yeah, you will. One day you will.
Are you gonna
stay? Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
I'm not ready to let you go yet. That's all right, isn't it?
You said it now, so... Cause it's all right. She needs you.
Yes, for Yaz.
Hey, you're getting over me leaving quick enough.
2 hearts. One happy, one sad.
So the points to Yaz, and also Yaz having to check in with Ryan that it was okay to stay. Again, the kind of infantilizing, patronizing points with Yaz that we get often. Odd bit of honesty again there with Yaz saying, yeah, you will. And then followed up by, of course I'm going to stay. That's interesting.
I really liked that moment. It felt like with the Jack scene previously, like Yaz has evolved as a character and 13 hasn't yet.
Yeah.
And so we see like new Yaz, old 13 bumping into new Yaz and having to like, oh, Yaz talks back now.
It's sad to me that we get the talking back and yeah, you will, that kind of honesty and that maturity, you know, partially built off the Jack scene, But then Yaz just excitedly, I'm not ready to let you go. Of course I'm going to stay. That's okay, isn't it, Ryan? Like it's like this regression thing. And it makes me sad because Yaz seems honest about how unhealthy some of this might be or how it's going to hurt her. And then she stays anyway, partially off Jack's very emotionally honest, but perhaps not healthy advice. And so that makes me sad because I think that's a sad development or move backwards for the character.
I guess this episode is sort of like the moment where, I guess it's like in Last Christmas, where Clara has a moment of leaving the Doctor, then she's like, fuck it, I'm ride or die with the Doctor now, this is happening. I guess this is that for Yaz. Like she's had her kind of thing of like her moment of conflict, but she's accepting that she's going to go with the risk of suffering down the road. So I suppose that to a certain extent, maybe you could call it maybe a maturation in some ways, in the sense that she's prepared for the pain. She's not like freaking out at the possibility of it happening or whatever. She's sort of accepted the good things, but at the same time, she's also locking herself into a relationship where the Doctor is not actually reciprocating that maturity in some ways.
I think you can see it as a maturation, but it's like a sad one. You know what I mean? I wish she wasn't maturing to this perspective of, yes, I will put up with this person who's rude to me because it's worth it. Like, I don't like that. Okay, so between Revolution of the Daleks and Flux, there's just 3 things I want to look at. So one is from October 2021, so when Flux started getting marketed more. Mandip says, talking about Flux, Series 13, story-wise, you can really get your teeth into it this time. And the magazine, interestingly, attributes this as agrees Mandip Gill returning for her 3rd series as Hallamshire Police's finest. So, still part of the police, it seems. Mandip says, I've been able to follow emotions through and follow storylines through and the subtext of certain things. You don't just have to leave it inside that episode. In the 2 seasons previously, sometimes there wasn't the space to carry on those journeys. And also, just because it hasn't been done in the last 2 series, it feels nice to be doing the same show, but doing it differently. It's a series full of emotions, it's full of revelations. I really think people will enjoy the story arcs for the individual characters and the overall story that runs through the episodes. So, the previous 22 episodes of the show just didn't have the space sometimes for exploring certain emotions and the subtext of certain things. But this shorter series perhaps will, is the message here.
It reminds me of, I think, in like pre-series 11, Mandip comments we heard, where she was worried about being asked the same questions over and over again.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out answers. And now that we're approaching the 3rd series, and Mandip has become an old hand at saying the exact same thing year in, year out. Emotions. We can sink our teeth into it. It's good. There's character stuff. It's the same thing every year.
Think how many companions didn't get a 3rd series. And then in this one, this companion's 3rd series, we're talking about, well, here we actually get more space to finally go into the character. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, emotions that go past more than 1 episode. Wow, what a concept, you know? Revolutionary.
Yeah, it's like Amy and Clara got 2.5 seasons each. Well, I guess if you want to call Flux half a season, maybe it's the same here. So, yeah. Okay, so the next thing is from these lovely BBC press packs we love. So for this one, Mandip talking about the journey Yaz will go through in Flux. She says, Yaz continues to go from strength to strength in terms of independence in space during this series. Yaz can be seen to be taking charge in adventures without the Doctor, but, naturally, at times is out of her depth and asks herself, what would the Doctor do? I very much enjoy these struggles as it naturally shows that no matter how many adventures Yaz goes on, Yaz will always need the Doctor. That's very relevant for us.
It speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah. What I will say, like, not strictly relevant to that, but when Mandip is praising Yaz and she's like, oh, Yaz is great, Yaz is independent, Yaz is so cool, but she still needs the Doctor. It reminded me of, she said almost the exact same thing when talking about Revolution. She was like, Yaz is furious, Yaz is so angry at the Doctor, but she actually still loves her, and it's just this, like, streak of non-committalness to like any actual idea. It's like, yes, this thing is happening, but could go another way. which you could read as spoiler phobia, but
I feel like we're in a time loop. I feel like we're in Eve of the Daleks with the messaging around the series and the stuff going on within the series. It's all these cycles, yeah.
They always have to rein it back in whenever they risk saying something definitive. They're like, oh, but, yeah.
The next thing, also from October 2021, interview with the Radio Times, headline is, Doctor Who's Mandip Gill addresses Yaz Doctor romance rumours. That's what happens to people naturally. So, within this interview, what Mandip says is, obviously I wouldn't say if such a romance was happening, but it could do because, they have spent so much time together. That's what happens to people naturally. However, Mandip Gill also cautioned that fans don't buy a hat for Yaz and the Doctor's wedding just yet, noting that the duo's closeness doesn't necessarily mean they'd become involved romantically. Mandip says, at the same time, it could also head down the route of it being platonic, because two people are allowed to travel together and not have that relationship. People have asked about it, people have wanted it. Me and Jodes have a lovely relationship as people, as actors, and our characters have a really, really nice relationship, and I think it's been written very naturally. And then Radio Times asks about how the Doctor and Yaz's relationship will develop one way or another in the new episodes. Mandip says, I'd like to think where it heads, people will have gone, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. So again, it's that evoking of Mandip and Jodie being close in real life, trust the plan kind of messaging as well.
What I do think is interesting is the way Mandip's comments have evolved on Thasmin over time.
Yeah.
Because after Series 11, it was like, no, I never heard of that, but that's wild. And then Series 12, it was like, oh, yeah, no, it didn't happen, but it's pretty cool. And now this is like, oh, maybe, but you never know. It's slowly getting less and less immediate of a shutdown.
It's kind of tempering people's expectations, isn't she? She's sort of like, yeah, it could happen, but also it might not. And I feel like, obviously it's not finished yet, so we can't say what's going to happen one way or the other. But I guess it's there's maybe a burgeoning awareness that it's the only interesting thing left that can happen to Yaz before she leaves. So it'd be good if it did, The
last thing before the Halloween apocalypse comes from Entertainment Weekly and Mandip, and it's that okay, Doctor Who star Mandip Gill admits that she and co-star Jodie Whittaker argued so ferociously while they shot the upcoming season of the show that it freaked out new recurring cast member Jacob Anderson. But don't worry, Whovians, these domestic arguments were merely a sign of the two TARDIS veterans' affections for each other. Mandip, me and Jodie have this relationship where we're just not nice to each other. I don't know how we developed it, but it's really fun. We were setting up yesterday, we did a rehearsal, and one of us, I'm still going to say I was in the right, obviously, but one of us did it wrong, and we just had a mini domestic and the whole crew just watched, because that's just what we do. We're always taking the mick out of each other, and it really makes Jacob feel uncomfortable because he's so sweet. He's like, the way you speak to each other, it's just not nice. And then EW asks, what can you tell us about Flux? She says a few things. She says, as characters, we've been able to create better relationships, more intense relationships that haven't had to be rounded up in one episode. I've been able to explore Yaz with all these other people in space aside from the Doctor and monsters, and then explore relationships with people like John Bishop. So for me as an actor, it's been a really exciting year, restrictions aside. Again, they sound super close and fun. I love that visual of Jacob Anderson being a bit freaked out by, how antagonistic close friends can get. So that's fun.
What a relief. Right. No one gets away with doing that to us, Yaz.
He's deliberately leaving traps in case he's followed.
Clever and dangerous, our Carvanista.
So why are you obsessed with following him?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I need to see a man about a dog. That's all you said. But it turns out the man is a dog and he's called Carvanista, and you won't tell me why you were so interested in him.
So, the bed. It's pretty big Thassie bait, whether intended or not. I mean, it's the two women falling onto a bed they have in the TARDIS together. Obviously the bed's there to cushion the fall, but, just the visual alone is there.
Also the visual storytelling of 13 immediately getting up and running away while Yaz stays there.
Yeah. But I mean, it's Doctor Who writer Paul Cornell tweeted suggestively about the bed. It's certainly not a reach to go, ooh, with that visual.
Also the handcuffs as well, not to get too Moffat-esque about it.
And then, don't you guys feel at home? They get a classic scene of the 13th Doctor being avoidant and rude and deceptive with Yaz. Not answering questions about why she's following Carbonista, playing dumb, being deceptive to Yaz. This is well trod ground by now.
I feel like Yaz's anger in response to 13 kind of shutting her down is escalating slightly. She feels more mad at 13 here than she did the last couple times this happened.
Yeah.
Agree. I think I was about to point out, I think this is it feels like the first time Yaz has like won one of these conversations.
Yeah.
It's usually like Yaz speaks up and then the Doctor's like something and then Yaz is like, oh, okay. But this time Yaz stands her ground. So yeah.
They've been together so long and they've had all these off-screen adventures between Revolution and now that, yeah, I can totally believe Yaz is just getting... It's not even necessarily she's getting stronger as a character. It's just this is happening so much to her getting shut down that she's more at the end of her tether now, yeah.
And she feels less scared of the Doctor as well, in some ways. Because we've talked about the companions kind of being cowed by her. It doesn't feel like Yaz really be like intimidated by the Doctor at this point.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Checking all systems for malfunctions. Also, quick MOT check on my mind. Had a little glitch earlier.
What sort of glitch? You didn't mention it.
You know what, Yaz? I don't mention everything.
No kidding.
Are you being mad, eh?
What sort of glitch?
A glitchy glitch. What does it matter?
Because I thought we were friends.
We are friends.
Then why won't you let me in? What's going on with you?
Nothing's going on with me.
Don't lie.
Have we not had a good time together? Since Ryan and Graham left, have I not taken you to amazing places?
Of course, but...
I thought I was showing you experiences of a lifetime.
You're hiding something. About him. About why you tracked him down in the first place. Tell me.
It's convenient that the story gets the Doctor out of that confrontation, isn't it?
Yeah. There's always something.
Yeah, again, it's the classic thing of, in the context of one episode, you can be like, well, it makes sense for... How many patterns have we identified by now? Anyway, when we talk about resonating with the real world and real life, like Chibnall and Stevens have said since the pre-release of Series 11, well, hell yeah, I certainly feel it there. The haven't I showed you, the experience of a lifetime? Haven't we had a good time together? That feels really resonant to, patterns of speech I recognize. That is really toxic stuff.
Yeah, that was horrific.
Yeah, that's outright dismissing, what your friend, your traveling companion, all their, very valid complaints they're bringing up. Why are you shutting me out? Why are you deceiving me? Why are you avoiding me? With, hey, don't I provide you with so much? Like this is classic, this is very toxic at this point. And look, we can even look at the script to back this up. Look how the script describes it. The Doctor, passive-aggressive now. Yaz recognizing the accusation as like a power play. Like this isn't even just something we're reading into it. The script is actually wanting this exchange to be this. So what do you guys think of that?
I thought it was interesting. I read it like the first part of that scene where they're kind of doing their back and forth. They feel like an old married couple now, but we've like, we didn't get to see the honeymoon period. We've just skipped into them like a squabbling old couple. But then, yeah, it shifts gear into 13 just like really trying to take advantage of Yaz and being like, well, actually, I did nice things for you, so maybe stop asking questions.
Yeah.
It's insane how much 13 just disrespects Yaz utterly. Like, she's not even, like, trying very hard to lie. She's saying, oh, nothing's happening, it's nothing at all, it was just a glitchy glitch, blah, 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 I don't care, shut up, I'm going to change the subject now. It's like, wow, like, she's really just not showing even the slightest bit of respect for Yaz's time, or just at all.
She's not even trying to manipulate Yaz, exactly. She doesn't really care. She's just trying to say, go away. There's not even that like guilting, we would have got in an earlier series. Well, there is in the exchange afterwards, but before it escalates to there, she's just like swatting a fly away. It's amazing.
It's like, why is Yaz there? From the Doctor's point of view. Why does the Doctor still have Yaz around?
Yeah.
Like, the Doctor accepts Yaz when Yaz is, like, I don't know, helping with some scheme or, like, I don't know, praising her maybe. But when Yaz just does anything else or
holding a test tube.
Yeah. But if Yaz shows any, like, self-determination, then she's just an annoyance, just like...
There's still such a power differential here because it's the Doctor's car and house, basically, that, Yaz is with. Yaz can't travel, without the Doctor. Yaz lives with the Doctor. It's like the Doctor has all the cards here. The Doctor has all the power. So for the Doctor to do that, to do a power play like, hey, don't I provide you with a lot? Don't I take you to amazing places? Don't I make you feel good? It's just so gross. And it is resonant. This isn't like Diodati stuff we can't map onto human reality, like save the poet or save the universe. This is really recognizable stuff. When Chibnall says, I want people to see themselves in the episodes, I want people who are suffering to see themselves in the episodes, I think he's excelled at that here in, you know, a truly awful way. There's another bit in Flux 1 and the trailer for Flux, which is just another classic dismissive move where the Doctor's off to do something and she asks Yaz any questions and then just goes away.
You find Dan, and I'll confront Calvinista. Meet back here.
Confront him? Do you not remember how that ended up last time?
Yeah, we got away.
Doctor!
The prisoner's hall's that way. If you hear gunfire or explosions, get back sharpish. Right, synchronise watches. Forget that, I'm not wearing a watch. Any questions? No? See you soon.
So, yeah. And Yaz actually says to herself, does that make sense to you, Yaz? Not really, Doctor, no. Like, she's even miming the conversation that could have happened between them.
The fundamental assumption on the Doctor's part that Yaz should just come with her on all these dangerous escapades without knowing why or what the object is, like, it's like a servant relationship almost at this point. Like, you will not ask questions, you will do what you will do as you are told.
Are you an alien too?
I'm Yaz. Yasmin Khan, formerly PC Yasmin Khan of Hallamshire Police. Very human, very much not with the dog fella.
Doctor! Are you alright? Stop asking me that.
Okay.
Just the classic little Doctor rudeness to Yaz. Stop asking me that. And then, I love this. It reminds me of the Voyage of the Damned speech where I'm the Doctor, you know, I'm from Gallifrey, the constellation of Casterus. But it's Yaz saying, I'm Yaz, you know, I used to be a cop. But so she's not a cop here. She says formerly a cop. This will get complicated later in Flux, but here she says formerly, which is quite explicit. Which lines up with Praxis, we're taking a sabbatical, as Graham said. So formerly a cop, it seems now.
I suppose I sort of liked how, in terms of like introducing herself to Dan, who's another human, obviously, Yaz sort of like linked it back to like the parts of her identity back on Earth. Like, I used to, you know, I'm an actual human Earth person. I had a job and stuff. Like, that was sort of nice. It felt like there was a smidge of actual identity to Yaz that isn't just bound up in the Doctor, which I think is, I guess, the significant bit there. The idea that she has a way of introducing herself. Like, I'm not just, I'm the Doctor's friend, I'm the Doctor's servant. No, she's actually her own person, which is nice.
You're falling through space and time. Yaz, stay calm. I will find you.
Promise.
I promise!
Can you repair?
Can I what?
All assistance is required. Can you repair?
Yeah. I can. Hi. I'm Yaz.
Serving Commander Instant V Vendor of Casto Winford Foxfell. At your service.
Oh, well, if we're going formal, Servant Officer Khan, Hallamshire Police, Earth Division. At yours.
Formerly police officer, but now serving police officer? What's the go?
I think she's just playing up for Vinda. She doesn't want to say former.
It's like, it varies depending on who she's talking to, really. It's just sort of like a touch and go kind of optional thing.
It's Yaz's own psychic paper.
Yeah, and the idea of being able to sort of like modify your identity according to the situation, that's a Doctor-like trait, isn't it? So it's not necessarily like some huge bad thing.
Yeah. The first bit, Doctor making a promise to Yaz again, you know, the classic Yaz is getting zapped away from the story. You know, the Doctor will come find her. You know, we've seen that in Spyfall. We've seen that in Fugitive. So there's another regular beat. But the one in the middle is the really juicy one. So remember how Yaz was introduced to us as a really competent, cool, confident police officer. And now it's, what would the Doctor do on the palm of her hand? It's like, it's an incredible regression. I can't believe that's in the episode. I can't believe this choice was made. It's so infantilizing. It's so much a reduction of the character and a regression of the character. And I don't think it was meant to be, amazingly. Like, if we look at the script, close in on Yaz, calculating, thinking, she opens her hand and looks at what's written in pen on her palm. WWTDD. Then she feels confident enough to keep walking around and talking to the little robot thing. Like, it's just incredible to me that this choice was made.
It's weird, you know. It's not some like insane high stakes kind of scenario that she's in.
Yeah.
She's just talking to a little triangle. It's not threatening her. It's just asked her a question, and all she has to do. I mean, how many adventures must she have been on by this point? Like it's not like she makes some huge decision to like sacrifice herself or do something crazy. She's just okay, yeah, I can come help you, robot thing. Like, it's just so low level compared to even stuff that was happening in like series 11 probably. Like, it's just, yeah.
I love Yaz, but it makes me like laugh at her just because that's so pathetic. It's so pitiful. It's so sad to have this character reduced to that childlike stage of having to look at the writing on her hand. Oh yes, I can talk to the triangle. You know, I'm brave enough to talk to the triangle.
Again, it feels improvisational, like it's being made up as it goes along. Like, this doesn't feel based on anything in the past of Yaz. It feels like some random idea that Chib had and decided to throw into Yaz now, like several episodes from the end.
Yeah.
You got identification?
Very good, Yasmin Khan. Does the doctor know you're out this late by yourself?
I don't think we've met before.
Such linear creatures. And that message in pen on the palm of your hand that no one knows about. WWTDD. What would the doctor do?
How could you know that?
Why does she choose you? Any of you? So unremarkable.
Take your hands off me right now.
You heard her.
Yes! Doctor, don't come near. I've seen what he can do.
Yeah, that's amazing. The big villainous Ravager bad guy reading out the WWTDD. It's just so humiliating.
Yeah, it's so mean to Yaz. Just the story.
It's interesting. So in the script, when the Ravagers walk in, Yaz is freaked out, trying not to show it. I love when Swarm manages to know what's on her palm. Yaz is described as utterly thrown by that, almost shaking. Because I feel like it's not a hugest deal in the world for the alien to somehow know what's on her hand in the room. It's like when 13 freaks about a planet called Time. Like, is this really like the big the big deal of the scene? I also don't like how, I mean, it's cool that when Swarm grabs her, she's like, take your hands off me. Like, she's not just quivering and crying. I don't like how just the guy in the room going, hey, yeah, do that. Then Swarm's like, okay. Like that, again, it just feels like the story's not on Yaz's side there. Yeah.
The way it's set up, it seems like Swarm should be like revealing her darkest, deepest secret, and it's just like the random kind of weird palm thing that she does. And I guess obviously we sort of made fun of that a lot, so maybe it is a source of deep shame for Yaz, but I don't know, it doesn't really seem like it ought to be in context.
Why does she do it? Like, why does she need it on her palm? Why can't she just think that?
I can't answer that question. I just don't know.
It's weird. It's like over the course of the era, Yaz's moments that really showcase her character and her thing have, like, she's become less and less involved in them.
Yeah.
She's regressed. She's like diminishing.
She's absolutely regressed. The Can You Hear Me policewoman scene, it's meant to be about Yaz, but it's actually all about the policewoman. And now the scene is like, it's meant to be about Yaz, but it's actually about the doctor.
Yeah, she's receding.
Yaz isn't being defined as herself. She's being defined in relation to other people.
You know, it's ironic, like, with Swarm, who turns up and he's all demeaning of Yaz, like, does the doctor know you're out this late? Again, infantilizing Yaz. And, like, the attitude he takes to her is, ironically enough, the attitude that kind of the show has sort of taken towards her.
Yeah.
And of course, that's ironic when it comes to Swarm.
Yeah, because there's no comeuppance or anything.
Yeah.
Yaz doesn't have a good reply. She's just like, no.
And that's kind of funny in terms of Swarm's role in Flux overall, because this whole thing is like, life is meaningless, blah, 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 blah. And that kind of reflects how, like, the show itself is kind of incapable of attaching much meaning to life in itself. It's kind of like, again, sort of the problems with the show sort of materializing in the show, like manifesting and just becoming a thing, because there's just nowhere else to go with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just weird pathologies in Chibu.
You have to keep your eyes on it. If the angel gets you, it will propel you back in time. I won't know where you are. You could be lost forever, and I won't be able to find you. Yaz, I'm being pulled away.
Do you want me to be single forever?
No. Come on, Doctor. You're in here for a reason. Fix the future. Fix Atropos. Protect Yaz and that lad. I will not go. No! Pull me back. Pull me back. I want to go back in there. I have to get back in.
Doctor, it's okay.
It's not okay. Not for me. You don't understand anything.
In the script, the Doctor's so distraught. I want to go back in. I have to go back in. Yaz comforts her. The Doctor, in the script, vicious to Yaz. It's not fine. Not for me. You don't understand anything. Yaz, in the script, recoils.
So it feels like we're back to the old 13 Yaz relationship where Yaz just meekly accepts.
More placating.
Yeah. Calming the Doctor down. It's all about the Doctor's emotions, as usual.
It's like this, it's so normalized how, like, angry 13 gets that Yaz doesn't even blink an eye. He's just like, okay, all right.
Yep. That first one, interesting that the possibility of the Doctor losing Yaz forever and the possibility of being single forever were, evoked within seconds of each other.
Ooh. Yeah. What I thought was funny was, it's the classic, like, weeping angels are so terrifying and scary that, like, the character's freaking out, but you could read it as, like, Yaz wasn't scared of the weeping angel. She was scared of 13 being like, I would never see you again. We'll never be together again.
Yeah. And then the Doctor, in a scene without Yaz, is saying, I've got to protect Yaz. So obviously, the Doctor doesn't hate Yaz. Like, she does want to protect Yaz. The Doctor's just kind of a toxic person in how she actually talks to Yaz and relates to Yaz, which is quite sad.
And it's weird how, like, through all of this, Doctor's like, oh my God, Yaz, you could never understand what I'm going through.
If only you could communicate to her.
Yeah, and the thing that the Doctor is going through, there are secrets relating to her past that she doesn't know and she wants to find out, right? And it's like, oh God, yeah, Yaz could never understand that. It's not like Yaz asked the Doctor to take her back in time to find out secrets about her past or anything, in the first season,
Very good point.
Yeah.
Had a whole episode about that, had that whole grand conversation about that. But the Doctor couldn't possibly relate to a human on such matters. And it's the Doctor's equal in the era very much seems to be more the Master, is the one that she can kind of open up more emotionally to, positively or negatively, but they seem to be on a much more level playing ground, even though the Master doesn't think it's particularly level. So, Radio Times interview between Flux 3 and Flux 4 was Doctor Who's Mandip Gill on growing tension between Yaz and the Doctor. So, it's not just us seeing this. The article talks about how the relationship between them has become slightly more combative in Flux. How does Yaz feel about the new tension? Mandip says, the Doctor, as we know, she is going through something and she doesn't talk about it. She always finds an excuse not to tell us. So I think Yaz, having spent a lot of the time with the Doctor, is a bit like, oh come on, you really don't tell us anything. Our tension is coming from that. You keep making us do things, keep making us chase you around, but you're never explaining what's wrong with you. Where have you come from? Yaz doesn't really know that much about the Doctor, and yet she's gone on this massive journey with her. Yaz has opened up about what it was like in Sheffield and what she went through at school. So I think she thinks it's only fair that the Doctor does that. From the Doctor's perspective, she's obviously not in a position to talk about it, but naturally it's come to a little bit of a head. This is the real interesting Mandip quote here though. I don't think it's anything that people need to worry about. I think it is just what would happen naturally in a relationship with two people that have been going round space together, having all these adventures. Yaz does idolize the Doctor. She does think that's the best thing that's ever happened to her. She's opened up Yaz to so many things, but at the same time, you do naturally get annoyed with people.
Yeah, okay. The problem with that is that it's like, that is the exact bit of character conflict that we had at the end of Spyfall 2.
Yeah.
And it's been like how long since then? And we're in the exact same place. All that's changed is like Yaz is a little angrier about it.
Yeah.
I think the assertion that on Mandip's part that this is just normal and organic and fine, there's nothing wrong with it. I think that's just like, what the fuck is she on about? Like the things, like, there's no real good reason for the Doctor. Like, she says the Doctor's not in a position to talk about it. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Of course she fucking is. Like, what is stopping the Doctor from just talking about this stuff? Like, none of it. Like, it's not gonna destroy Yaz to find out the Doctor has past incarnations or whatever. There's no like CIA out to interrogate Yaz and torture her to find out about the Doctor's past lives. Like, it's just like, what? It's just so ridiculous.
It's like Missy talked about earlier, that kind of constant uncertainty in the interviews, like to back away, or don't worry too much about this story seed. We won't develop it too much. Like this, don't worry about the conflict between the characters, guys. Yes, there's a bit of conflict. We won't do much with it like usual, so calm down.
Yeah, of all the things to like stop with the spoiler phobia about, it's like, of all things, the Thasmin relationship, it's like, don't worry about the anger that's going on because it's going to be fine. It's like, oh, good. So yeah, now I know to not care about any of those moments. Thanks.
And it makes me feel worse, and it makes me feel sad that the show and like the cast and, you know, presumably the producers and writers are talking about stuff like the Halloween apocalypse scene as, yeah, it's a bit bad. It's not a big deal. That is a big deal to me. I thought that was a really toxic exchange, and I don't want that modeled as okay in a show that's watched by so many children. It annoys me that it's being passed off as normal. I don't think that's normal. Or at least I don't think it should be something children should be emulating, or adults even should be getting presented as fine in a show that's normally much more didactic, especially this era about things. I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too, of we can totally depict toxic relationships and not, you know, go into them being toxic because it's a drama, you know, we're all adults here. You can't have that cake and also have, this is a show for children as well, it's Doctor Who, and, you know, we're very didactic about some other aspects in this era. How do these square together? I don't see how they're squared apart from this incuriosity and lack of care about the toxicity or about some of the bad things going on with the characters or the unhealthiness, which really frustrates me and makes me sad.
Building's surrounded and there's more of them than there are of us. At least inside, we have a defendable position.
Don't go any closer! We're stuck in 1901.
We're what?
Maybe we should have brought that to you a little bit more gently.
We can't cross the line.
Why do you think I included that first one?
Was 13 tying like a rainbow thing?
Yes, yes. I've seen it raised online that that's more Thasmin material, especially in this series, which is, you know, a bit after some, like the pink, well, the triangle and whatnot. But I've seen that evoked as, you know, this is more affirmations from the people behind the show that, you know, Thasmin is coming. Look at the rainbow. We're signaling LGBT stuff is to come soon. I've seen some people interpret it that way. The other thing, one of us earlier evoked Doomsday, and that scene kind of reminds me of Doomsday because it's like, it's not two different universes, but it's two different time-spacey locations, and we got the big wall kind of thing in the middle of them. And the peril, again, being evoked, like in the last episode, is Yaz being separated from the Doctor, you know, which will come to pass in the next episode. So there's that.
I think, like, Angels is another example of Yaz getting conveniently shunted out of the way of, like, the Doctor's storyline again. And of course, that will happen, like, in a big way at the end of that episode. And it's just, it's like... It just feels like the fact that more and more episodes go by without anything really happening, like, with that relationship and those two characters, like, with each other. It just feels like something's running out of steam. They're just finding anything else to do. It's quite frustrating by this point.
Especially if you're someone who actually is kind of invested in the character as well. Like, I think Revolution of the Daleks kind of made me sit up and pay more attention to Yaz because it evoked this more emotional reality with her, and I really liked that Jack scene. And so ever since then, I've been like, well, let's, you know, see what happens. And then Halloween Apocalypse had the kind of toxic scene, and so since then I felt more emotionally attached to her. And then, yeah, she's still getting shunted off, even after an episode that was so tense. We had an interview in the Radio Times about the tension, so it is frustrating.
One lump or two, sir? One, please.
Sit on his legs!
You can't fight in the future!
Who sent you? Why are you following us?
Answer the question, or I'll bite your toes!
You're not getting away! No! No!
Poison capsule lodged in his tooth.
Self-sacrifice, eh? Jolly good thing, too. I was just about to bop him with his own teapot. Now we have an additional conundrum. We appear to have a dead waiter in our cabin. What if someone walks in?
Roll him under the bed for now.
Hang on. Under the bed's where I sleep.
Then come nightfall when it's quiet, shove his body overboard. What?
You seem remarkably proficient at this, Miss Khan.
There's no use being squeamish. We've got the future to save.
So it's interesting, kind of like Revolution, we're getting Yaz characterized as the leader of the three companion trio, although now it's two different men. But the difference with Revolution is, in Revolution, Yaz is like the leader, but what Yaz is doing is wallowing in her conspiracy TARDIS and, you know, kind of just hitting dead ends most of the time. What Yaz is doing here is globetrotting, adventuring, you know, fighting assassins and things. She's actually quite active here. Is this the wanting to do more thing? Like, has this finally been fulfilled in the penultimate episode of her last series, that she's actually kind of excelling as like an adventurer and kind of a, I don't know if we can say police person at this point, but like a agent of order and, you know, detective kind of person? Is that promise fulfilled now, do you think?
It's certainly more swashbuckling than she's been allowed to do before. Like, I can't remember her being in an actual fight before this point.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she was.
She's pretty cool in that fight. Like, I think Yaz is really cool there. Like, her moves, like how she's fighting the guy. You know, it's not like in Flux 2 where Swarm's just choking her and it's Vinder that has to say, hey, stop that, and then Swarm does. And here, she's the one, like, fighting back, you know, the best, which is really cool. And it felt vindicating, you know, in true Flux style to me, to see Yaz be active again, be accomplishing things, be fighting people. When, you know, back in the Praxis behind the scenes, the idea of the Yaz being like the Doctor was floated. Well, now we're, you know, a season later, but, you know, finally that's kind of happening. It's kind of similar to what we'll get into with how can a queer love story work if the queerness is only explicated with 2 episodes left to go. I feel like it's kind of similar thing with what kind of story is being told if Yaz finally succeeding as an adventurer in a very active way is told in the penultimate episode of her last series. But, you know, at least it is there.
I mean, it's funny, this feels a world away from WWTDD, which at this point was like, what, 2 episodes prior?
Yeah.
3 episodes before? Yeah.
It's a very strange progression she's had over the show. It's so scattered, and it keeps going back and forth. So when it goes forward quite a bit, it is so weird because it was just backward heaps.
And it's interesting to think that only now in this episode where she's separated from the Doctor, she's actually seems to be like not regressing anymore, but like progressing somewhat.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Without, you know, someone beating her down all the time and ignoring her emotions, with someone like we see with Dan, and we'll see more in, you know, Eve of the Daleks. Dan is quite attuned to her emotions. It seems a much healthier environment for her, and she seems to be thriving. Also interesting, some people care about this more than others. She doesn't kill that guy. The guy kills himself, I feel like I've got to point out.
Yeah.
But she's certainly very cavalier about the corpse, which surprises the 2 guys. What do you guys think of that?
I thought it was it's quite amusing how when the guys kind of look at her funny and she sort of replies to them like, what? Like her delivery, it kind of reminded me of 13 a little bit, the sort of snapping at the infantile companions.
Yeah, that's a good point. Some people I see earlier when I listed out at Revolution of the Daleks, some things that you could see reading into the kind of toxic relationship aspect, the fixation, the pettiness, the spite, the physical shoving. Some people read the cavalierness with the body there as, you know, being part of that. And I've seen people incorrectly say she killed the guy as being part of that. I don't know. Like, dumping the body overboard at night in a remorseless way is like, yeah, that's pretty cold. Not everyone could do that. But the guy was, you know, attacking them, and he did kill himself. Like, I don't think it's the hugest deal.
It's not presented as a bad thing. She gets a line at the end, like, there's no point being squeamish, we've got the future to save. Like, that's the end of the scene, you know, she gets that whole heroic line, you know, so she's presented as, like, she's doing what needs to be done. It's that pragmatism, and I think you can kind of see that in a lot of Chibnall's writing, actually. Like, in not just, like, Who, but also some of his Torchwood as well. Just the idea of, like, well, the character who, like, swallows up their, you know, juvenile objections, just does what needs to be done, you know, not one bit, bang, 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 bang. You know, just sort of like, yeah, that's kind of vaunted.
David Tennant's character in Broadchurch is always contrasted with Olivia Colman's character. Olivia Colman's character is much more emotional and really attuned to the emotions of the community. David Tennant's character is very kind of, he's a good man, but he's much more callous and cold and pragmatic. And he's very often portrayed as kind of the victor in these exchanges. And, you know, that's Chibnall's masterpiece. I guess it's his most successful show. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. What would 13 think of Yaz's tussle with that guy and then dumping the body overboard? 13's moral compass is pretty weird, so like I think it's hard to predict, but I get the impression she might not like that.
Well, Yaz didn't use a gun, so it would be fine, I think. She wouldn't have any problems at all because there were no guns.
Well, if she choked the guy, depriving him of oxygen, she might have liked that because that's in tune with the Arachnids' idea of just depriving the spiders of oxygen.
And also 13 just...
And in tune with her liking strangling.
Yeah.
Sorry, I beat you to that one, Missy.
So that's interesting. So we've just talked up all this stuff about Yaz thriving as a character and Yaz as a swashbuckling adventurer in her own right and Yaz excelling, in the absence of the Doctor. Let's watch another scene from this episode.
So this is an adaptive hologram. Right now, we're in the TARDIS, having just left the planet time, which should not exist. Still bugging me. I've just pulled you out of your own time stream because I'm good at doing stuff like that.
All right, Big Ed.
Did you just call me Big Ed?
I bet you did.
Well, it still works even if you didn't. I'm worried about what might happen next. These are primal forces of evil that we're dealing with. Some forces I don't even understand yet. I think I'm at risk. Which is why I need to record this and smuggle it into your pocket to say, if we lose each other, if we get separated, don't worry. This will activate 2 weeks after we've not had contact with each other. I won't know where or when you'll be, or if you're on your own, or with Dan or whoever, but this is the task. Earth has been shielded from the flux, but it'll be vulnerable. It'll become a target. If the flux is destroying the universe, if planets and stars are being wiped out, there will be displaced creatures who need a home, somewhere to take over. But that would mean a time of battle for ownership of the Earth. You need to find out where and when that will be. And events like the flux create ripples through time. It will have been foreseen somewhere by some smart people. You need to figure out that date and help the Earth. That's all I have. I'm sorry it's not more. I'm probably worried for you if you're hearing this. And I'm sure I miss you.
Miss you too.
I know you do. I hope you said I miss you too, else that bit's weird. Oh, hang on. Right there, I think you're calling me from the control room.
Job done. Heavy beggar. He made quite a splash. I can't say I enjoyed that. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
I should have brute.
We will see it again. She'll be all right. Whatever she is.
So, the series Flux featuring a scene of someone lovelornly looking at a hologram of the person they are in love with. Where else do we see that? Because it's not just here. It's the Bell and Vinder scenes throughout Flux. So, like how Praxius equivocated the astronaut and the cop, I feel like here we're kind of getting an equivocation between Bell and Vinder and the Doctor and Yaz. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think it's hard to miss that. I mean, obviously, it's there's always a risk when you try to find intentionality in parallels and stuff with Chibnall Who, but I think this is a case where it's really hard to miss it because it's kind of glaring there. It's there for the taking.
That's a very intimate scene for those two, possibly the most yet. They're having their little in-jokes and the Doctor's saying, I care about you, basically. I'm sure I miss you, probably worried about you, all this kind of stuff. Yaz is very noticeably rattled by it. That sad little she gives her boys. She needs a bit of comforting by Dan, who I think is the character most attuned to her emotions in the whole show. He's in more episodes than Jack, so he gets more opportunity to do that. So yeah, this feels pretty directly Thasmin-y to me.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how, if you directly compare 13 and Yaz to Dan and Yaz, because this also, some would argue the fight scene previously shows that maybe some of 13 stuff is rubbed off on Yaz, the way she kind of avoids the questions here.
Yeah.
When Dan's like, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm fine. That kind of mirrors 13 a little, but Dan is quite, as you say, he's attuned to her, so he just sits down and is nice about it. It's a really nice moment.
Well, really interesting what you're bringing up, because it's like the same thing with how the companions would actually understand the Doctor's troubles. Like Graham would understand the Doctor's grief. Yaz would understand, secrets of your past not matching up who you thought you were today. Similarly, Dan would totally understand Yaz's issues, as he eventually speaks to in Eve. Of course he understands what she's going through. He's been through something similar. That's really interesting.
I think with the hologram and stuff, because obviously we know this isn't the first time she's watched it.
Yeah.
This is something that she does, maybe every so often, but you know how regularly she does it. But she looks at this recording of the Doctor saying this stuff just so she can see the Doctor again. So that sort of gets rid of the ambiguity that we had in Revolution, where it was a question of is it the Doctor or just the adventures that she's so addicted to and she can't leave behind? Whereas in this case, it's clearly the Doctor, because she's very much having adventures, albeit not in space. But she needs to watch this recording of the Doctor because she needs the Doctor back with her in some capacity.
If you wanted to read this scene really uncharitably, you could say that it's like, you know how Yaz gets so lost without looking at her palm to see, I meant to do what the Doctor would do. Yaz gets so lost about her side quest unless she remembers, oh yes, I'm looking for the date.
I did think that a little, especially in contrast to the fight. It was she's really doing it all on her own, and then she has to go back and check the message she's been left.
Yeah, it's it does. You could feel it lessening up, because it's she was just such a badass, but now she's mooning over. But I also feel like in an action movie, the really cool main guy will be shooting people and he'll be super awesome and active. And then he'll also be looking at the photo of his dead wife and being this is what drives me.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure it's necessarily diminishing her. I think because the Doctor isn't actually in the scene with her. It's a recording. So the Doctor can't really be toxic with her. The dynamic can't really play out. When you abstract it more out, it's even like in a toxic relationship, when you're not actually in the room with a person, it can feel much better than what it is, and you can even maybe take strength from in a twisted way. So that's interesting. So I don't necessarily think it's diminishing her, but certainly, it's interesting to follow up her being a badass with her mooning over the whole hologram.
Yeah, no, I read it as a romantic longing thing as well.
Yeah,
much more so than anything else.
Yeah.
And I think this scene is quite important in terms of it being the one scene that gets retroactively concretely made a Thasmin thing, in the text, because that doesn't really apply to many of these other scenes, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. It's not, Eve, Dan, no one brings up Arachnids, but in Eve, but yeah. Okay, so the day before the Flux finale aired, there was this interesting Jodie Whittaker interview in The Guardian. There's just a little bit I want to read out, which was, so the interviewer asks, in summer, you said that you thought you'd be filled with grief at the end of your Doctor Who run. It has been a few weeks since you filmed your last scene as the Doctor. How are you feeling? Jodie says, I've literally just got off the phone with Mandip. It's been 4 years of my life. My grief of saying goodbye to the job is one thing, but it won't feel like the end until it's the end. It's the everydayness of these people and this atmosphere and this group. I find myself monologuing at various people on WhatsApp, checking that they miss me. Mandip's had to take the blue ticks off because I'm, quotes, exhausting. Interviewer says, it's something of a drawn-out farewell, because after Flux ends, you've still got 3 specials. Jodie says, once they've decided on the next Doctor and announced that, then it will become really real. The way they shot The Last Day was brilliant, because they shot it in order, and we never do that. I knew my last shot was my last shot when I filmed it, which was necessary for my head to make sense of it. Interviewer says, Chibnall said that you and Mandip made a secret video for the crew. What did that involve? Jodie says, that's never seen the light of day. Interviewer says, are you aware of the shipping that goes on around the Doctor and her assistant? Jodie says, I've never heard that term. The interviewer says, it's an internet thing. When you ship 2 characters, you want them to get together. Jodie says, Mandip's on social media, so I've been aware of it. It's probably also based on the fact that every time me and Mandip are photographed on set, my arms forever draped over her. You can base it on the fact that I absolutely adore her, and I'm never more than a foot away from her in real life anyway. So that's that interview.
It's interesting that she assumes the shipping is caused by their offset activities and nothing from the show itself. Actually, now I think about it, would they have shot all the 3 specials at this point?
Yes.
They would, right? Yeah, okay. So I guess you could say that's secretiveness.
I did think it was interesting how, not just the interviews, behind the scenes stuff for the episodes and fan vids. There's so much conflation between 13 and Yaz and Jodie and Mandip.
I'm here. Where's here? And also, I was... Yaz! Dan! Kate Stewart! Kate Stewart! Jericho! And a Victorian-looking bloke. What's hardest? And a lot of doors. Wait. But seriously, how am I here? You okay?
I am now.
How long has it been for you two?
A few years.
We went all over the world. She was amazing. She is amazing.
Don't go all soppy on me now, Scouse.
I missed you.
I missed you too. Thanks for the hologram.
Get yourself settled in properly. Yaz. I'm sorry. I didn't let you in to what I was doing. Going after Carvanista. What I was looking for. I shouldn't have shut you out.
No, you shouldn't have.
I was looking for information about me. A life I never knew. I want to tell you everything.
I'd like that.
Did you say left or right?
Come on, Scouse. Let Yorkshire show you the way.
So the first two clips there, I was feeling pretty good about. Yaz seems confident and kind of at peace with herself. Like when they hug, Yaz doesn't seem
desperate.
Yeah, she doesn't seem desperate or so emotionally charged in the way she was in Revolution. And when the doctor like is kind of building off Revolution, I assume, checking up on her. I wasn't away for too long, was I? And she was, but Yaz is like, it's okay. I was fine. And Dan's like, you weren't just fine, you excelled. You know, it's like Yaz's ambition from the first episode of Series 11. It's kind of been fulfilled, I guess, here. Like, she's been the big adventurer. She's excelled. She's led a team of Jericho and Dan. She did the whole side quest. I'm still confused by the point of the date thing exactly. But anyway, Yaz is being framed as pretty successful here. Would you guys agree?
I also think that hug between 13 and Yaz felt kind of overdue by, like, years. It just feels like most of the ways in which 13 and Yaz have, like, touched each other, interacted with each other, it's been like, get off me, Yaz, or shoving or dragging around. And given that New Who pre-Chibnall has so many hugs, and whereas Chib's era has been so, like, relatively low on just, like, nice expressions of intimacy like that, it just felt nice just to have them interact in a way that, like, normal people, like, nice people who like each other would interact. Just, nice.
The hug's pretty nondescript in the script. It's just she grabs Yaz and hugs her, Yaz hugs her back. So I thought it was interesting. There's no specificity there, the way the script is often pretty keen on. Also, their exchange of missing each other, the script doesn't give any real direction to, which is interesting because the scripts often are quite overbearing in this era. So yeah, that all seemed pretty healthy to me. And if anything, I would feel like the show was kind of building towards the Martha-esque. Yaz realizes that she likes the Doctor a lot, but she doesn't need any of this nonsense in her life, perhaps. Then that last bit, which is pretty much more or less the ending of the episode, 13 apologizes to Yaz for shutting her out. Excellent. Great development. You know, the toxicity was bad in the Halloween apocalypse, and now we're circling around, right? Because Yaz agrees 13 shouldn't have shut her out. I was looking for information about me, a life I never knew. I wanted to tell you anything. Yaz is like, yeah, that's what I want. Then what does Chibnall decide to do?
A cheap way to get them out of the scene.
Yes, get the hell out of all that nonsense of, character development or, equalizing between the two characters. Let's get a gag of cock blocking from Dan in and let's, go. That's it.
And it's worse in life what happens immediately afterwards, because the reason Yaz gets dragged out of the scene is so the Doctor can do her thing of dropping the fob watch into the TARDIS and hiding it away. And of course she does that while Yaz isn't watching. So again, it's just straight back to the secretiveness almost. That's really annoying.
That very frustrating thing with the Flux finale of it's like the oscillating and then the going backwards. Yeah. So it's playing the same beats and coming to the wrong notes off them, which is just so frustrating.
It's getting worse and worse because like we're so close to the end now. Like, how much longer can you keep pushing this back if you're gonna do anything with it.
And it's worse in light what happens immediately afterwards, because the reason Yaz gets dragged out of the scene is so the Doctor can do her thing of dropping the fob watch into the TARDIS and hiding it away. And of course she does that while Yaz isn't watching. So again, it's just straight back to the secretiveness almost. That's really annoying.
Yep. So 2 10-episode series, 2 specials, and a 6-episode series. So 28 episodes by now. And we're going in circles, and when we leave the circle, it's like we're going to the bad ending. We're going down the wrong path, at points. So it's so frustrating.
I have to say, I'm looking at the script extracts and the way that Chib isn't really being very heavy-handed at all. Like, I feel like while it does read as Yaz being more mature and stuff and being less, like, freaking out about everything and stuff, it could also, like, just be... It could almost be accidental, like so many things with Chib, because that episode is such a mess. You can feel like it feels like a first draft, like he just slapped everything down there. So, like, it's almost like Yaz is accidentally comes off as, like having developed just because Chib doesn't care to, like, slop ridiculousness and dialogue onto her anymore.
One other note on that finale was we got the Doctor displaying a rare romantic, even sexual interest in someone. Who was that to?
Herself.
Yes. So, yeah, that is what it is.
Well, I mean, in a way, that at least opens the floor for it potentially being another woman at some point, maybe.
It's exactly like me saying the Arachnids scene dismisses Thasmin, but it does bring it up. So, yeah, true.
Baby steps.
Saying 13 has a romantic, sense of self, at least opens it up. That's true. So, still in 2021, in December now, this is really interesting to me. So this is from Doctor Who magazine. This isn't from Chibnall or anything. This is from the reviewer in Doctor Who magazine who's talking about survivors of the Flux. And he says, amidst all the knockabout fun, Yaz's exchange with the hologram Doctor is a touching change of gear, one that inevitably recalls the 9th Doctor and Rose in The Parting of the Ways with, I'm sure I miss you, as the have a fantastic life choker. It also has obvious parallels with Bel and Vinder, another couple, rent apart, whose yearning loss echoes across the universe. This caused quite a stir online, and certainly in Thasmin circles. So it's not anyone involved with the show, but it's, a reviewer in Doctor Who magazine who's equivocating couples with Doctor and Yaz and Bel and Vinder.
It's interesting that the Parting of the Ways has come up again, because that seems to be coming up again and again and again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like with the Timeless Children parallels, with Jack parallels. Like, it was really weird how much the Parting of the Ways is kind of figuring in as like this linchpin of the Thasmin complex, so to speak. In terms of the review, I think it's just like he's making the points that any of us could have made. Anyone watching the show could like see this stuff. Like,
then in the press pack, the official BBC press pack for Eve of the Daleks, Mandip is asked how are the central trio managing off the back of Flux. She says the trio have been through a lot and they've been separated for quite a long time. Weirdly, we sort of forget about the emotional turmoil that we've all been through to some degree. What happens in this world is you get thrown into another challenge and adventure, you meet new people and you dust yourself off and you're back in it again. There's no time to sort of reflect on everything that has gone on. However, we do. I've been on a really long journey with Dan in which he's seen things and emotions, a side to me he probably wouldn't have seen if I hadn't been separated from the Doctor. Dan starts to question my actions. He makes me think about my actions and my feelings, so we do remember to a degree what we've been through and what happened when we were separated, so we do touch upon that, and we don't just forget about the distance and the years that we spent apart. At the same time, they are just thrown into a new adventure, and they don't have time to think about the gravitas of the Flux at that point. The question then is, what would Yaz's New Year's resolution be at this point in the story? Mandip says, I think Yaz's New Year resolution at this point should be to talk about her emotions a little bit more with people in the TARDIS and people back in Sheffield. She's a very emotionally intelligent character and she always bangs onto the Doctor to talk about what she went through and open up, but all the while, she's been hiding this turmoil she went through when she was younger. She's got mixed emotions and is toying with things at the time of this episode, and yet really, when someone confronts her, she doesn't answer. So I think I'd say to Yaz to take her own advice.
So this was before Eve aired, right?
Yeah, this is the 23rd of December.
That's crazy. Like, listening back to, like, what Mandip says there in light of the actual episode itself, it's crazy. Like, for Chipu, for someone to actually give away that much about what actually happens in the episode they're talking about, that's rare. That's pretty rare.
We get that same thing of all the time of there's not enough time to go into this stuff usually. So at this point, Eve is the 29th episode of the era of the 31 episodes, and there's still not much time. We always rush into the next adventure. Why? We don't need to rush into the next Praxis. We don't need to rush into the next Tsuranga. The writer could make time for this stuff.
I felt like that was just like the ultimate example of this like retroactive explanation for why Chibnall era plots go the way they do. We just run out of any other explanations. Like, oh, well, we just rush into another one. That's why stuff from the last one isn't picked up on. We just go into the next one.
Of course, as we all know, Chibnall can make time within an episode because he did it in Revolution of the Daleks. He inserted 4 minutes to Osaka. Yeah, to let the Doctor and Ryan talk about their feelings. So, like, there's really no excuse. Like, it's all made up.
Yeah. I was interested by Mandip's characterization of Yaz as, emotional and emotionally intelligent. Yeah, Mandip seemed quite astute with all that.
I think it was juicy for Mandip to get that stuff like that she has in Eve about the whole like feelings thing, and it's juicy for Mandip to actually have something to talk about in regards to Yaz. So she doesn't have to go like, oh, she's independent and stuff anymore. She can actually talk about feelings.
Very loyal fans, and I've always said this, but some of them are really good at drawing. Sorry, you don't know about fan art yet, John. No, really good at fan art, yeah. John obviously didn't get any fan art yet, so...
I haven't had any fan art.
I'll draw you some, John.
Yeah.
My crayons in the car.
Oh, that's good.
Have you got your grey crayon?
I've got my grey crayon.
Grey from here.
The old bloke, yeah.
The old faded fella. So that's it. Apparently fan art is something to look forward to.
So just moving on to the show in general, Doctor Who's kind of been at the forefront of LGBTQ representation for a long time now. What does the support of your queer fan base mean to you, and have you had any nice experiences meeting those people?
I think what's really beautiful about the show, and has always been, I think the thing that really surprised me as a new Whovian coming in, was that it celebrates inclusivity on an epic scale. It's the idea that someone is an outsider is alien to the show, because the actual alien is in the inner of it, and the celebration of humanity. It celebrates humanity. Therefore, humanity should be represented. It should be, and we should have, we should watch the show and feel as if every single person in every single walk of life is a part of this, because we don't have the boundaries of time periods. We don't have the boundaries of anything. There is this. Any society can be represented in this, literally on other planets. So for us to be in something that celebrates everyone is really important, because I think for us, it's something where we sit, and it's something that it's who we are. So to be in such a show that then backs that up is really important. But I also think for little kids watching a TV show, you want to feel like you're in it. That's what all we've ever wanted. And gradually that became, as a woman, that became a much easier thing to see the part and go, oh, that part ain't now being played by. So for everything to do with, representation, that should be in every element. Every kid should see themselves.
Absolutely. Do you have a favourite queer character or storyline that's appeared on the show?
I think, we were talking about, I think
she had a really, really nice relationship with her doctor. And
I think because of the time, it feels, I think because Pearl's, she's such a great actor, and I just think at that time as well, weirdly you feel as if, with my casting happened in 2017 or whatever. So obviously, dates-wise, it's like, it shouldn't be a news story, but, Bill's character shouldn't be a news story, but because it is, and it at least becomes a part of the conversation, and it is something that I think was really well represented, and I thought, their chemistry was really brilliant.
What do you think about the interview Jodie and Mandip had about LGBT fandom and LGBT stuff in the show?
I have to say, Jodie's kind of really long answer to that first question. I was kind of squirming during it, because I felt like she was struggling a little bit in terms of answering the question. She was sort of going a bit of a roundabout way about it, and just talking about how everyone, we represent everyone. It's like we have a specific answer to say here. I felt kind of bad for her, like, oh, that sympathetic cringe, like, oh my god.
Notice the invoking of the kids watching again, which is something I've come back to, because I see people try and defend some of the more toxic elements of the relationship sometimes being, hey, it's a drama, you know, it doesn't have to just be all didactic all the time, but the messaging around the show is kind of that it is. You know, the show is often quite didactic, especially in this era, and the messaging, you know, we're getting from the cast and the producers often is, we want people to see themselves into this, we want people to feel represented and, you know, to link up with what's going on the show. So specifically in a queer context, I think that's really interesting that that's being invoked there.
I think it's just such a difficult position for them to be in, to have to answer that question when their era has so like little of this to speak of, at least prior to Eve. So it's like they don't really have much to actually concretely latch onto.
Yeah. And talking about Bill is interesting because, Bill... Yeah,
it's just such an unflattering comparison for their era. Like for them to talk about Bill, who was the main character of that whole season. Like they just don't have anything that matches up.
Yeah, when you're asked about representation and the response is this big kind of vague, you know, everything is everything. There's aliens. I don't like that because I feel like it's like. But if you do what we're doing and you go and you know you count through the episodes, the dead wives, the dead guards, you know, I guess there's Jack in series 12, but there's so little, and the stuff that's there is outside of Praxeus. It's often not in the greatest light, and so it's this kind of difficult situation where, you know, as we're about to see in the 29th episode, Yaz is cast as, you know, LGBT. In the 28 previous episodes, it wasn't a great run for that kind of thing. We get so many straight couples all the time in this era, like Bell and Vinda with the, you know, a big focus of Flux.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Daleks were about to see another one. So I certainly feel like the straight audience has a lot of representation in this era.
Yeah, the hets are feasting.
Yes, and the LGBT audience is getting not much, and what it gets is often not very happy. In an era that we're constantly seeing contextualized in terms of happiness and positivity and being inspired and, you know, having hope. So this is a huge tension and disconnect for me that makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, as for the John Bishop video diary, fan art jokes, you know, I don't know what's being invoked there, whether it's Thasmin stuff or Dan Avista stuff, but that was quite interesting to me.
Yes, it's interesting foreshadowing, like to say that John doesn't know about the fan art yet. Oh, he would. He would learn about the fan art in a big way.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, she was being coy there, so but possibly Thasmin related, maybe, who knows? Because there's some crazy art out there that I definitely am not showing in this.
And what about the chemistry between you two? Because I think
none.
Flux,
we don't get on in real life.
No.
We really, really hate each other.
Yeah, clearly. Like in Flux, the scene. I'm thinking of the scene in the last episode that we all saw, where Yaz is talking to the doctor, you know, remotely, virtually, was so moving and interesting. And like I think a lot of people are talking about the love between, you know.
But this is the thing. I think the thing about the relationship is like, for the doctor, obviously saying goodbye, for my doctor, saying goodbye to Graham and Ryan and the kind of heartbreak that happens. But then if you think, like, for us, Yaz and the doctor have gone on this massive journey. And also previously when I was imprisoned, that was over a 9-month period.
Yeah,
this is years now.
Yeah.
So Dan and Yaz have been away and have no idea if they're getting back. And I think to show that kind of love and loyalty and friendship, and the fact that Yaz has chosen to be on this journey for a reason, because it is such a massive, there is that thing of it is a massive part of your life, but also the fact that I love that Yaz and Dan have this whole world that they navigate, and it's nothing to do with the doctor. And, for me watching it, because I watched the episode, we watch it as it goes out. We don't get to see it beforehand. And I was like, I was texting, I was like, I didn't know you had all these fun bits. Didn't know you were this good. The hilarious, Nepalese character who was making me laugh my head off. I was just like, it's brilliant. And people like Kevin McNally just come in and your face hurts after 10 minutes chatting to him. He's made you laugh so much, and it's amazing.
But do you think, Mandip, that Yaz, like the love that Yaz has got for the doctor really came through in Flux. That's kind of been there, and to interpret whichever way we want in a way.
Yeah, definitely. I know what you're saying. Yeah, no, 100%. I think it has been all the way through. Like, I think you've always seen that Yaz really cares about the Doctor. Not going to say more than, Ryan and Graham, but a little bit more than Ryan and Graham, because she's constantly going, we need to get her back. Like, I need to get back there. She's always finding her. But, like, I do think it was, there was a high in that episode, and you don't just stop there. Like, it's only going to get greater and greater, but it's a love of friendship. They've been through so much together. And if you think me and Jodie only met each other on this job, and there is so much love between us as people, our characters have been together way longer than that.
I suppose as well, you needed in that episode, particularly the one that's just gone out, but the fact that to really show time passing.
Yeah.
Because it is, obviously, the show is about that. But sometimes because scenes happen so back to back, and, we've just left the Weeping Angels episode where, you don't really realise how much has gone before, because it's gone within 45 minutes for us. And I think that's just really, I love that in Chris's writing, that he has these really clever beats that say so much in just one little piece of action, which is a hologram, just to show time has passed, and it's a massive deal for everyone involved.
And then, having spent most of, let's face it, Flux apart, are you together more in the New Year's Day episode?
Yeah, we're all together, all of us, all the time. And I have to say, there was a heavily worded WhatsApp about that. Every time I read an episode, I kept saying, because when we started out in Ep 1 of the Flux, dangled upside down together, and then I was like, I am only in 3 scenes with Mandip. This entire series. And because of COVID, it meant that you were really apart because you filmed it so separate. And I was getting very childish and petulant about it.
But I'd actually asked them to do that.
She's so clingy. Yeah. She doesn't understand social distancing.
I'm not able to develop as a character when she's around.
She holds me back. But yeah, so as soon as I read it, and one of the exact things Chris said to me was like, don't worry, wait for the New Year's Eve episode. I was like, okay, yay.
Because you're both mature adults, you probably aren't aware of the way people talk about the show on Twitter and social media, etc.
She's on it.
No, I came off it. I kept tweeting.
Yeah, you came off it.
Yeah, I matured. I was like, do you know what? I'm in the shower thinking of a tweet that's 140 characters. I need to get a life.
What a loser.
But let me inform you that the response to Flux has been amazing, I think.
Oh, great.
Gig, did you feel that squirming, sympathetic cringe again when the interviewer kept pressing them on Thasmin stuff?
It wasn't quite as bad, because I feel the interviewer was kind of relented a bit more than the Attitude one did. And I felt there was more room for them to just kind of weave around and just talk about other things. It wasn't quite as bad this time. Did you guys feel that way, or?
Yeah, I felt a bit uncomfortable because he was clearly trying to get them to talk on a topic, and you can read it as Chibnall era spoilerphobia, or you can read it as whatever you will. But yeah, interesting how they avoided it largely.
Yeah, it was weird how the interviewer kept pointedly asking about Yaz and 13, and Jodie would always reply with yes, all 3 of us, all together.
Or Jodie and Mandip, she would talk about. Yeah. I laughed at really clever beats. In Chris's writing is all these really clever beats.
Yeah, there are a lot of beats. I don't know if I'd say they're clever ones.
I'm not able to develop as a character when she's around.
The truth coming out, maybe.
Yeah, it's weird how it sometimes comes out almost inadvertently.
Yeah. Mandip saying Yaz always cared about the doc. Yaz and Dan navigating things without the doc, so that's been fulfilled. And yeah, Jodie Mandip chemistry, dodging of Thasmin questions. So yeah, some running beats hit on in that interview for sure. The last thing before Eve itself comes from the 2022 yearbook, so released at the end of 2021 from Doctor Who magazine. The stuff from Jodie and the stuff from Mandip I want out of this. So in terms of Jodie, she says that she thinks the Flux worked brilliantly, especially as Yaz has stepped up loads more this season. Dan challenges us to speak truthfully about our feelings. Obviously, I can't speak for Mandip's character, but for the Doctor, that's a big deal. So I think a big development this season, Flux, is that she started to be honest within herself. Conversations will be had. Jodie hints at the specials to come. That's the magazine's wording. And those conversations will cost a lot, but everything is said with honesty and love. It's always a joy working with Mandip, and this season we lucked out with our guest stars. She loves being part of the team. Jodie goes on, and she says, Mandip is the dream person for me to go through this with. We'll be friends forever. Yeah, you can rely on each other. The emotional space you need is always there. It's constant and supportive, and I hope Mandip feels the same. Mandip in the magazine talks a bit about what would the Doctor do. It's a question Yaz repeatedly refers back to. What would the Doctor do? No matter how many adventures Yaz has been on with the Doctor, or how many times Yaz has been left alone, there will always be instances where Yaz doesn't know what to do. The Doctor left Yaz in flux. In instances where she had to figure things out herself, I think that's been a really natural development in Yaz's character, that she's got to a place where she can be relied upon to do things that the Doctor can do. At the same time, those moments where they put in what would the Doctor do show a vulnerability to Yaz and show that she still relies on the Doctor. I think it was written really nicely. Just like in real life, some people go, what would Beyonce do? We joke about things like that, but sometimes you need to take a step back and think about what somebody else would do in the situation you find yourself in. Stepping up was a responsibility both Yaz and Mandip relished. Mandip says, I love working with Jodie, and Yaz loves being with the Doctor. But sometimes it's really nice to be in charge, and to a degree, I was essentially in charge of Dan.
I think the stuff about conversations to come that will cost a lot is, again, another rare instance of someone actually gesturing forwards at a concrete thing that might happen in future episodes. It's very rare. And that framing of the WWTDD stuff, I mean, it's quite a sympathetic framing, and I think, like, the way that it was shown on screen just feels like less normal, perhaps, than the way it's described in that quote. Because I feel like it's one thing to just kind of think back to how other people might handle a situation, and it's another thing to write a catchphrase on your hand that you have to look at to be able to talk to a stranger.
The more straightforward way of doing it might have been if there was some kind of symbol that would evoke a moment that Yaz remembered the Doctor being really brave. Even something like if there were handcuffs on the wall of the temple or something that looked like handcuffs, and she looked at it and had like kind of a knowing look, then we could think, oh, Yaz is thinking of how they had that really tense scrape with Carvanista in episode 1, but they persevered. Like if there was something like that, where just something in the environment kind of reminds Yaz of the Doctor's bravery, that would probably work. But to have it on your hand is just so childish that, yeah.
Handcuffs reminding Yaz of the Doctor sounds like something Moffat would write, to be honest. So maybe not that one.
Speaking of Moffat, I was thinking even just like straight up a flashback, like how, not even to necessarily something we've seen, but you know how in Deep Breath, Clara remembers being a teacher?
Yeah.
And then uses that against the half-faced man? Just something about Yaz having anything that isn't written on her hand, basically.
We're never going to get that moment on the beach where you tell me everything that happened to you, are we?
Of course we will.
I don't care if he's a weirdo. And he is a weirdo, you know, but he's decent. And he's got a good heart. And my friend Lauren actually says that good-hearted weirdos are actually the keepers. So...
What? No, nothing.
First one, it's like a comfortable pair of shoes at this point, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The Doctor, you know, fobbing off, opening up to Yaz, being deceiving to Yaz, kind of ignoring and avoiding Yaz. Yeah, we're so used to that by now.
The fact that it comes, like, almost like straight away, like, at the end of the last episode, we seemed like the Doctor was finally going to talk to Yaz. It's already been shut down and just delayed and forestalled and just tossed away again. It's like we can never make any progress.
And just the way Yaz reacts exactly the way the audience does. It's just like, oh my God.
This is the 29th of the 31 episodes of this era, and that drum is still being pounded all the time. As for the next thing, look at the script here too, because I think the direction and the script are quite clear about what's happening, which is that the good-hearted weirdo stuff is being equivocated really directly with the Doctor. Like, it's literally out in the script that Yaz looks to the Doctor is oblivious about that, but Dan clocks it. Like, this is all very clear here.
What I think was interesting about that scene is how different this kind of thing is treated in this episode as, like, say, if you had this moment in Series 11, like, you might have had Yaz glance at the Doctor for a second, but that would have been it. Whereas, like, the Doctor's like, what? And Yaz is like, no, nothing. It's like, there's a whole thing is made of this. And I know it's like, it's partially so Dan can clock it because that's what the script says and that leads into a future scene, but just the way these smaller scenes are treated.
It's interesting to see how it's written differently when we know it's going to towards a big reveal of Thasmin towards the end of this episode, whereas compared to how it was written in earlier years, yeah, it's intentional for once.
I think Dan has injected some emotional reality into the show, into the era, in a way that wasn't there for me in the first 21 episodes. It was kind of there in the 22nd with Jack, which is interesting. I felt it in Survivors of the Flux too, where it's like he is attuned to Yaz's feelings to the degree that the Doctor treating them carelessly feels a little more in narrative weird now at this point, and not just like us saying, wow, this is weird.
The fact that Dan is kind of a big cuddly teddy bear, whereas Ryan and Graham are kind of like two massive blocks of wood just floating around in the show, and so getting rid of them, it kind of feels like we're taking a weight off to some degree. Like, it's not like Dan is some incredibly complex, nuanced character. He's kind of a big kind of Joker thing, but he had some... I guess there's some sort of shaggy dog-like lovability to him. Like, we've seen him get beaten down by life a bit.
I also think Ryan and Graham are very concerned with each other, and like, neither of them are very emotional, I don't think, in the sense that Graham is emotional about his grandson and his dead wife, but he's not really, I think, empathetic necessarily in the same way that Dan is, where Dan just seems to kind of care about people more. Like, even the soup kitchen stuff, it's, a kind of broader societal care thing.
Mm-hmm.
And also with Yaz, how he kind of, like, remember that thing with Mandip saying, oh, Graham's like my dad because he took me away from the Praxius evil blokes. Like, that's one kind of thing. But the thing of, hey, are you okay? That's a really different kind of thing. That's, an emotionally sensitive, emotionally intelligent person, which I think Dan is, Ryan and Graham less so. They were caught up in their own stuff.
I can't execute the plan in time if it's dark. Stay here. No, but you stay here. I need to know where you are. We've only got 4 minutes here.
Stop leaving us all the time.
We're all worried, but I'm trying to keep everyone safe.
Have you ever told her?
Told her what?
How you feel about her?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you do.
Is it that obvious?
Well, maybe not to a good-hearted weirdo. I spent 4 years travelling the world with you. I saw it then. You didn't half came looking at that hologram.
I didn't. I mean, it was just that... She's just... I don't know what to do, Dan. I've never told anyone. Not even myself.
Just tell her.
It's not that easy.
Look, I took way too long to tell somebody that I liked them, and then the universe ended and everything got messy. I wouldn't want that to happen to you, Sheffield.
Dan really is like this big giant sword just cleaving through this Gordian knot of like Thasmin, will they, won't they, for so long. All we just needed was Dan to just come in and be like, oh my god.
It's such a bolt from the blue in this era to get a scene that actually just feels like emotional and like tender and warm in that way. God, it's just so different. And it's just a good scene.
It is a really good scene.
It's funny to me that it's... So the last festive special was the last time I felt like this happened. So it's like we have to go through the whole span of, a year in between. So it's like we get our annual allotment of emotional reality or, sensitive conversations with Yaz. Yeah, interesting in the script. Again, it's that kind of Dan focused, Dan observing, Dan being kind and gentle, saying the you do stuff. So it's quite specific with how Dan should be in these situations. Interesting that Yaz is also italicized when stop leaving us all the time. So yeah, it's a big deal. Again, like, what is there to say? This beat has been played so much of the Doctor. I'm trying to keep you safe, so that's why I'm going off and doing the thing, and you're sticking around, uselessly. Like, we were talking about that especially with Ascension, but with all sorts of other episodes as well. So it's a beat that's been played so many times that, it's like a bolt from the blue. It feels so jarring, not in a bad way, in a vindicating way, really, to have that questioned and interrogated that, hey, it's a bit annoying that the Doctor keeps doing that. It took us 29 episodes to reach that realization, but we're here now.
I think it's interesting how it's gone on so often, like Doctor being used to say, "Hey, I go do the thing." That is the moment where the reveal comes in. That's what's been chosen as this, like, defining this as, oh, Yaz really cares but it's in the middle of, like, one of these toxic weird moments. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Obviously, Mandip's really good in that moment. Like, really love her performance there. And
oh yeah,
there's and I just think the way in which Yaz in this scene is kind of characterized as kind of helpless and kind of like lost, like needing help, like with her own feelings, and it's kind of like not knowing what to do. And I think there's something that feels true about that. Maybe this is a bit mean, but like the way Yaz has been written through her whole era has always been so chaotic, and she's been in all these positions that we've identified as like toxic for so many reasons. So to have like a character actually come out and say like, I don't know what to do, like I feel lost, like help me, and just like admit that, it's feel like finally the show has actually become real to some degree. Like we're not just dismissing these problems anymore. And also, again, it feels like the first time someone has actually like just been sympathetic to Yaz and just understood her problems. Like it's like we've wished someone could talk like this to Yaz like the whole time. Like, finally, he bothers to write someone who actually does it.
I feel like it's the drowning person gulping for air thing again. Like I said with Revolution, and that it finally feels like these characters are not just real but cared about by the narrative and by other characters in the story, which is ridiculous. That there's like 2 episodes I can really point to. Here.
Yeah, because there's so much talk about being inclusive and space for all, and characters feeling like there's a big family and love on the TARDIS and stuff. But so for it to be so rare for a character to actually get to like be honest with themselves and to actually like just be gently like encouraged to talk about their feelings like that, it just feels like this is the first time Yaz has actually had someone on her side, because it feels like she's been on her own almost.
Yeah, that is relatable, but it doesn't make me feel good, and I doubt it makes many people feel good, relating to this story of this person who's been dismissed for so long and shut out and deceived and talked down to and ignored and avoided, for someone finally 29 episodes into their story to say, hey, are you okay? You don't seem okay. Like it hurts. It's sad that I think Chibnall has succeeded in his emotional resonance and his societal resonance here, but in a really sad way that doesn't at all seem to work with his aims he talks about all the time, him and Strevens and the cast, about, positivity and hope and representation and all that kind of thing. Like, I feel the resonance here and the representation in that sense, but it makes me really sad.
Dan, come and help me with this. Yaz, go get Sarah and Nick. Bring them down here.
What about all the stuff on the 5th floor?
Just bring them down here. Sorry. No time. Really, no time. My actions are catching up with me. Time is catching up with me. I will not let you die because of decisions I've taken. Please, go, get the others.
She likes you.
I like her too.
No, I mean, she likes you.
I don't understand what you're saying, Dan.
I think you do. But for some reason, you pretend to me and to her that you don't.
Okay, it blows my mind and it reframes the entire era for me.
Yeah.
That in the actual narrative, a hero character, characterized as a very good character and emotionally intelligent, an honest person, a good man, a caring man, directly characterizes the Doctor as being specifically emotionally avoidant. So it's, when we think back to Series 11 and all these moments, the Doctor's just being awkward and not realizing what she's doing. What the narrative is doing right here, through a hero character who's characterized as intelligent and emotionally intelligent, who's characterized as emotionally intelligent, is that this is like on purpose. That the Doctor intentionally avoids things or intentionally pretends not to notice things. This blows open the whole era for me in a way. And like, I'm not reading too much into it. Like the script backs me up here. Like the Doctor avoids his eyes. The Doctor keeps on working, to avoid the conversation. The doctor's so haunted, so old. The premonition of time sitting on her shoulder. Dan feels the stillness. Like, this isn't just how the actors have chosen to play it. This is like what the scene is. Wow. Like, that's as big a shock to the series as the last scene of the Thasmin confirmation, I think, in a way, to me, read as, this is the Doctor's personality.
Well, I think the avoiding the stuff has kind of been there, like, since at least Spyfall, like, when she kind of avoids actually telling the fam any of the stuff about herself. But to find out that 13, like, knows that Yaz likes her and is avoiding confronting that as well. I mean, that's quite a bombshell, I think. It's like there's sort of one after the other, just sort of, oh, okay, because it makes her seem crueler to Yaz, almost, in a way, yeah.
It makes me think of the Graham cancer scene in Can You Hear Me? Because now we've had it directly said that the Doctor intentionally avoids and pretends not to understand things to avoid them. How are we meant to read the Graham scene now? It's absolutely validates our reading, that the Doctor is being a dick there. Because that's what the hero of the narrative here, Dan, is like characterizing her as, and the narrative seems to be going along with it. That's a really cruel Doctor characterization, and that jars so much with the presentation of the Doctor as a pillar of hope and, a really positive character, role model character. This is like not that at all.
I think the most charitable possible reading of it is that she's like pathetic rather than necessarily like vindictive or like malicious. I think it's like in the sense of like she's so like terrified of actually confronting real emotion in any way that she will just play this ridiculous like performance of being oblivious to any of it, and it's like it is a very, very weird thing to do to, I guess, the Doctor as a character. I mean, I don't want to be comparing all the time, which I say every time I'm about to compare the Chifu to something else, but like an emotionally like a distant Doctor would be 12, right? And even
yeah,
like even his own way, he has a very deep level of empathy. Like he's not his unkindness to Clara is like born out of his abstraction from humanity in a way, and that's explored to a really great extent, and it's contrasted with a real deep like love and adoration that he has at the end of the day. It's not like some weird thing like we're getting with 13. It's just so bizarre, and I just get the sense that Chib, like as Chib writes the Doctor, he's like just writing someone who he doesn't find particularly admirable at all, which is an interesting choice, I guess.
I think even the most charitable read of the Doctor as a character in light of this scene is still so much a model of what not to do. Kids at home should be thinking, what would the Doctor not do, in an emotional situation? She's clearly doing the wrong thing. Whether you read it as just pathetic or whether you read it as, outright callous and cruel and, uncaring, which is amazing. It's like, this is why it blows my mind as much as the Thasmin confirmation, in that we've seen it before, like in how the Doctor treats people, but I don't think we've ever quite seen before the narrative say, yeah, you guys are right to read it this way. The Doctor is being very avoidant and callous in that avoidance and knowing in that avoidance. I think back to when Chibnall was talking about Orphan 55 and he said the Doctor is incredibly empathetic but also can be completely oblivious. Here, that obliviousness is inverted, and it's that she presents herself as oblivious sometimes, but sometimes she very much is aware, but is choosing to present herself as unaware.
I think we've fallen into the same trap that the writers have done, in which we're focusing entirely on the Doctor and not on Yaz. It's just that charitable readings aside, like I agree that this is an absolute bombshell of a scene, because the way that it reframes the entire existence of Yaz on the TARDIS is so horrible.
Yeah.
It's just really sad that like Yaz has been on the TARDIS. Because on the subject of how she feels about the Doctor, it's not entirely certain like when that started, but they've been on the TARDIS for ages, and like there have been moments, it's at least Villa Deodati earlier, where it's been like pretty explicit in text, and years of off-screen adventures, and not only has Yaz been feeling like this, but 13 knows and has actively chosen not to engage for whatever reason is awful.
And it begs the question, how the hell can this possibly end well at this point? Like, if the Doctor's been fine to just avoid the topic for this long, like, would she really, like, there might be a reason, like, and is that, like, that I feel like there could be a problem in actually trying to actually sort it out at this point. Like, it feels too late.
Well, I think that if we look back to how Chibnall solved the ending of Fugitive, the answer is to just completely ignore the dramatic ramifications of what's going on and completely do something else. So that's what I think is going to happen.
I think to avoid the whole of speculations, which can of course come true or not come true, it's prudent to point out that however this develops, however the Doctor's character progresses in the next two, her final two episodes, we're 93%, 94% through the era. There's just, it's like we said, like Giggs put well in the Eve of the Daleks discussion we did, there's just no way for the remaining, like 7%, 6% of an era to somehow make this all a great queer love story, certainly for the Thasmin content, but I think even a great story for the Doctor in general, because it's just coming so late. And I think when the era is all finished, depending on how it goes, retrospective readings might become dominant. But I think the real world aspect can't be forgotten, because it's not like this has all been one unit. Series 11 aired and then there was a huge gap. Series 12 aired and then there was a huge gap. Flux aired and now there's a considerable gap until the final story. In all those gaps, that's the time fandom wrestles with what happened and, it comes to their peace with it. So, people have come to their peace with, oh, it's okay the Doctor treats Yaz this way, or it's okay Yaz does that. Because there's no, it's not like Rosa's journey through Series 1 is the one journey, we don't have to wait 4 years to say, oh, so she needed to do that, it's been presented as separate packages enough that I don't feel that cohesion, however it resolves, because I just don't think you can add that in the last 6% of an era.
At the end of the day, we've been this wild goose chase for several years, and that can never be unhappened, regardless of what we get next.
I don't think you can make sense of all the oscillation we talked about. For all those years, literal years, going through, series 11 to 12 to Flux, the oscillations and the companions did step up, they didn't step up, it's a flat team structure, it's not a flat team structure. I don't think there's anything that can really make sense of that, because even if there's a thing at the end which is all along I was oscillating between thinking you're my equals or not because my blood is blah 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 or whatever, that doesn't somehow make the years where the fandom was wrestling with that and the cast and producers seem to be wrestling with that make sense. The fact that the producers and writers seemed confused themselves in a lot of these behind the scenes thing or interviews, I think speaks to the fact that I don't really think two more specials can make it make sense, because it didn't make sense then. The centenary can make sense in its own right, maybe, but I don't think it can go back and make Stevens know what he's talking about, in the behind the scenes for a thing where he seems to be oscillating between two positions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does Dan out Yaz in that scene?
It's kind of muddy, isn't it? I think it's in one sense, he's sharing something with the Doctor that Yaz is keeping secret. So that's kind of, in its own way, that's sort of not so great. Rather than sort of encouraging the Doctor to maybe ask Yaz, he just says it outright. And it's oh, okay, was that really your position to do? But at the same time, in terms of Yaz and what the nature of what she's keeping secret is, I mean, there's some ambiguity there, isn't there? Some people have read it as she's keeping her sexuality hidden. Some people have just read it as it's just her feelings for the Doctor that she can't admit to herself for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, again, you can't really slot it precisely into one box or another one, can you?
I don't think Yaz was closeted, but it's ambiguous enough in the era that I totally see why some people are oh yeah, she's closeted. Oh yeah, she's not closeted. And that seems like the completely intuitive, only possible reading to them. And again, I think that's partly because, like I talked about with Can You Hear Me, and the thinness of some scenes, how they lend themselves to projection, which can be productive for sure. Projection from the audience kind of lends itself to this in some audience members' cases, I think. I thought the secret was the loving the Doctor stuff, because my impression in Arachnids wasn't that she was closeted. But I could see how she could be closeted, and the mum's just doing that nudging thing of, see, I don't care if it's a woman or a man you date kind of thing. The show just hasn't delved into Yaz enough in its 29 episodes so far, yeah. I think, to make it very clear.
We just haven't had the time.
I think it just begs the question of she says she couldn't admit it even to herself, right? And if that's the case, why couldn't she admit that to herself, that she loves the Doctor? What is so bad about being in love with the Doctor?
Yeah.
Given the way she's been acting, sleeping in the TARDIS, that wall of post-its, everything she's done, what was stopping her from making the step to think, oh, I love this woman? What was it? And we don't quite know, do we?
I guess the closeted reading is the charitable one in a way, because then it's oh, well, of course, that's why she wrestled with coming to terms with the feelings with the Doctor. She didn't want to come to terms with being a lesbian or bisexual or whatever she might be. If she's not closeted, then I guess you can read that as more, it's just her wrestling with liking the Doctor, which I guess could be seen as a smaller realization.
I mean, maybe the possible obstacles may be something to do with the fact that the Doctor's like a immortal alien or something. Or
yeah.
the Doctor's supposed to be like, the fact that she feels like she should have pure platonic feelings for the Doctor because the Doctor took her on all these amazing adventures or whatever. I don't know. Again, like, we don't know. We might never know at this rate.
Yeah.
So it's all just a case of interpretation.
The Dan thing, I think, is unfortunate in that, like, I think the show is framing it as he's doing a kindness, and I think that's kind of the function of the scene, but I think it's unfortunate that for Yaz, so many scenes and beats related to her are like a fatherly character handling something for her.
Yeah.
Which just, again, speaks to the kind of infantilization. It's like your parent asking someone out for you, kind of.
God, isn't it?
That's the one clip not isolated to the center channel because there's no dialogue and because I think the music's important in that scene. So that's the front, left and right speakers. I would show you the script aligning with that scene, but I can't because that's not actually in the script, that exchange. These scripts are the as broadcast scripts as well. So the script excerpts I've been sharing aren't from the scripts they had on the day, the shooting scripts. They're from the scripts that they've gone back to align with how stuff was shot and edited. Those are like the scripts you release, or, you know, like subtitle people will use, or some post-production people will use the as broadcast scripts. So that's why, like, improvisation that characters might have done in Eve of the Daleks is accounted for in the Eve of the Daleks script we've got, because this is the, like, final script for release. But it's interesting that the exchange there, which feels pretty important to me, isn't in it. So I guess whoever tidies up the script to as broadcast level just didn't add in stage directions, or maybe they don't add in stage directions when they do that. Maybe all the stage directions are just from the writers, and so they didn't feel.
I feel like it's probably they probably focused on dialogue. It's like stuff like a character wordlessly looking at another one. It's like try and pretend to be Chris Chibnall and write in like, oh, like so emotional she looks at the Yaz. Like, you know, you don't need to do that.
But that's interesting. So perhaps the director came up with that herself. Maybe
it's very possible, because we do know that Chip hadn't finished writing the episode when the director came on. So, and there's lots of points where the director, the actors could have like said, we should have this happening here.
I love the music. I think that's really nice music there. The exchange of looks. So we get the very romantic, so romantic, you know, the big fireworks and the couple, whatever we think of that couple, as we went into in the Eve discussion we did, whatever we think of them, they're framed very romantically there, the fireworks, the gorgeous music. Then the Doctor looks over at Yaz, and at first it's like a happy look, like, oh, fireworks, isn't it so nice, we saved the day. Yaz is just enraptured by the fireworks, it seems. And then the Doctor's look shifts to, how do you guys read this? Pity?
I read it as more like
worry?
Yeah, worry of like, kind of like, now that it's not fully out in the open, but that Dan's kind of made it more explicit than it was before, that 13's going to have to engage with that. And so it's just a general like concern about her and Yaz's relationship. So
she comes off as kind of like afraid and concerned again. Like, I think, and the whole thing of like looking away from Yaz again, like it's a contrast, because Nick and Sarah, whatever their names are, they look at each other, they smile. Like the Doctor looks at Yaz and then looks away again because she can't do the thing. Like it's sort of like she's retreating again. I think it's like her inner conflict. I think there is concern for Yaz in there, but she's sort of like, again, it's like she's afraid to actually face it.
Yeah. And it's like that most charitable reading of the Doctor, like you were saying earlier now, in light of this episode, is like that she's pathetic. So the most charitable way to, I guess, read this here is that the Doctor's so pathetic that she's like squirming and afraid for Yaz, or afraid of whatever she's going to have to deal with in the future with the Yaz relationship stuff.
One does not get the sense that she's a 1,000-year-old immortal being at this point, the way she's kind of like behaving a bit like a teenager.
And then Dan is doing his classic clocking. Although his last expression there, I think, is a kind of smile. I assume it's a sad smile. It's definitely a kind of recognition expression, but yeah, that's interesting.
Sort of like, oh, those two, will they ever learn? Silly them. And he's kind of paternalistic to both of them at this point, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. What did you mean when you said your actions were catching up with you?
Nothing. I don't remember. I say lots of things. We all say lots of things we don't mean.
Fuck's sake. Honestly, for fuck's sake.
How many times do we come back to this same goddamn beat?
It is like parody at this point.
It is.
We finally turned a corner and then we turn right the fuck back.
It's a great way to end, honestly.
this whole era, not just Yaz's story, it's just like this constant will they, won't they about storytelling in general. It's just so insane to me.
And like in this case, like it's even more like deranged. Like the nature of what she might be keeping secret. I mean, it's literally nothing at this point. At least we knew what it was in Flux. This time, it's like, what the hell? There's just no reason for any of it.
It's like this is just the Doctor's personality. Is just don't let them in no matter what. It's like reflexive. Even if the audience isn't quite sure what secret. Like, is it that she's gonna face the Master soon and time with a capital T and like regeneration? Is that the secret? I can't even keep track anymore. It's like her personality is just whatever you do, don't let that pitiful human into your internality, which is just so sad and so repetitive.
And what's annoying is that we noticed in Halloween Apocalypse, Yaz was kind of resisting the Doctor's like obtuseness in terms of lying and stuff and deceiving. And here we're just straight back to her just meekly accepting it all. Just like, yeah, okay.
She does like a disbelieving little shake of her head. Yeah, that's just how it proceeds. If we look at the script, I find this quite interesting. Yaz looks to Dan, he smiles back at her. She gives him a nervous half smile. They're on to their next adventure.
Yay.
I don't like this ending with a smile. Like how Dan smiles feels a bit off to me because Dan was so emotionally intelligent earlier. Why is he smiling at this regression?
Dan was the one who like broke us out of this constant cycle of will they, won't they? And he's been relegated to just like being part of it.
Yeah, it's a shame.
He's stuck in the loop now.
Yeah. It's just that it's insane for the episode to end that way. The 29th episode, the first to confirm Thasmin in the sense of Yaz indeed has a romantic crush on the Doctor. The episode to confirm that the Doctor is intentionally avoidant and kind of, I guess, cold even to avoid dealing with emotions with other people. Amazing for it to just end again on that note of her flippantly passing off, having to engage emotionally with her would-be friends.
Dan and Yaz have spoken about about Yaz's feelings towards the Doctor, and Dan and 13 have spoken about Yaz's feelings, but 13 and Yaz haven't spoken. So for 13 and Yaz, we are exactly where we were in Spyfall. Nothing in that relationship has changed, apart from 13 being more rude and Yaz standing up for herself more, but like functionally they are in the exact same place. There is so much wheel spinning and like we're out of road.
Like Chib set aside an entire special, this whole episode, to do something with Yaz and the Doctor, and he does this and takes it nowhere, meaning that if it does go anywhere, then it'll have to be in another story that's obviously doing its own ridiculous set of things and God knows what.
2 left.
We're sighing a lot in this podcast, aren't we? We're sighing every 5 minutes.
It's fascinating to me that for all the incuriosity the series has about the emotional lives of the companions, or the companions in general, even Graham and Ryan to an extent, the series is also quite incurious about the Doctor. Why is she being so evasive? Why are the things that should be big emotional drives and, big emotional scenes, like Chibnall has outright characterized episodes in terms of big emotions before. So clearly, at least in the abstract, he cares about big emotions of episodes. So why do the big emotional events around the Doctor, like meeting her adoptive mother, or the torture from the Master, her once best friend, why are they so draped in meaningless like lore, like this sticky lore that is so hard to deal with? Why is the substance of them so coated in these abstractions of plot and lore and fan wank that are hard to come to any grips with? Like, it's like the show isn't just not interested in Yaz. I would also say the show isn't particularly interested in the Doctor to a very real extent. Like how we talked about in the Vanquishers discussion, how the Doctor's mum is not mentioned once in the finale outside of the previously on. It's like, we're talking about the Tragedy of Yaz in this big timeline, but I think we could talk about the tragedy of most of the characters, really, because there's just this fundamental lack of interest in their emotions and their lives, and that's sad to me.
The show is not interested in itself, really, other than as a vehicle for, I don't know, fan wank, I guess, or just like, it's not interested in itself as a drama. Let's put it that way.
I want to, this isn't the end, but on Thasmin in general, so we've come to the idea being confirmed, here in text. We've moved from subtext to text in terms of Yaz romantically likes the Doctor, and from subtext to text in terms of the Doctor is intentionally avoidant and kind of a dick to people because, well, we're not really sure why, but that's what she's doing. So with all that aside, now we can actually think about a relationship between Yaz and the Doctor. What would that be? It's a cold, avoidant, rude older woman who is more interested in her clones than, any real people around her, at least, romantically and sexually. And then we have the cop, maybe, who seems to move constantly back and forth between maybe being mature enough to do a thing or maybe not being mature enough to do a thing and looking at her palm to talk to a triangle or whatever. And what is their actual interest in each other? The Doctor takes Yaz around the universe. That's pretty basic. That's, any Doctor companion romance is built off that. What else is there? And what is the Doctor's interest in Yaz? She's kind and pretty brave. What is the engagement here exactly?
I think it's hard to say. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it certainly feels kind of one-sided in its own way, in terms of we've seen lots of kind of Yaz mooning over the Doctor and being so overwhelmed by the Doctor's uniqueness and amazingness, and then the Doctor will say something like, "Oh, Yaz is awesome," every so often, like 5 points for Yaz. You're an awesome human, Yaz. Yeah, you're great. Go press his button. And it's like how it's really tough to imagine any sort of reciprocated relationship of equals between them, because like where the hell are the moments that make them fall in love with the other, like as an actual person rather than just as a pet, I guess. Like it's weird.
There was a commenter on our Eve of the Daleks discussion put it well when they said that the basic representation of like a woman to woman relationship, such that it is nice, but that the commenter said they were never really into 10 and Rose or 11 and Amy, but they could understand why people were into them because there were scenes that demonstrated those characters' bonds and what drew them to each other. And then this commenter asks, what exactly draws the Doctor and Yaz to each other? What is there that means I should care at all about this relationship over literally any other one? Through all these hours of looking at Yaz and the Doctor clips, I can tell you a lot about the toxicity of the relationship and the way I think Yaz has regressed and devolved and the way I think the Doctor is cold and avoidant. I can talk a lot about that. I don't know how to answer that commenter in terms of what's special about this relationship.
Like, I don't want to give like the mean answer, but like I think like to a real extent it's the fact that it's the only, I guess, nugget of like maybe something, not just something queer, but just like something like romantic at all, like in this whole era, like something for people to think like, or maybe it would be good if this happened, and people have kind of latched onto that in a way that makes complete sense, is very understandable, but like it's sort of that has taken precedence over there being any real meat on the bones of this ship in the first place, and fans have had to probably invent that in their own heads.
It's like the commenter said this as well, the conversation revolves around the existence or not of the thing, not the depth of the thing, because what is that? That's why the conversation is always about Yaz does or doesn't use her police skills, or Yaz does or doesn't like the Doctor, because the existence is all we can talk about, really. It's like there's so little depth to any of it. Or what depth there is toxicity, which isn't uninteresting, but which is quite tragic. And I mean, I can understand the draw to toxic relationships, like that's not uncommon in fiction, but the show doesn't seem to be portraying it as one. And then it kind of is in, with 2 episodes left to go. And so like, I don't see how this can be resolved in a responsible way, no matter what happens, just because to what extent was it a queer story when it took us 93% of the run to clarify that?
I think at the end of the day, what people really want to do is just take the relative paucity of content that Chibnall has put on screen and just kind of use that as a launching pad for, I guess, their own wishes, their own desires, like their own ideas, their own fantasies and stuff. And those are probably going to be much more interesting than the actual show. And like, and I think that's cool that kind of fans are kind of like able to do that. But it's like, it's tough when it comes to the actual show itself. Like, yeah, it's a shame. I think we probably deserved more. Like, if I dare to say as much as that.
No, I agree.
did.
Yeah.
If it was another show, if it was an HBO drama, I might be thinking, well, there was also that HBO show and it's all adults watching. So I might come to that with a certain point of view. This is a show children watch at tea time. Returning to tea at Yaz's, that kind of idea. Children watch this show at tea time. And not only is it a show for, children very much in that sense in a lot of ways, the people behind this era have been very much characterizing it as a show meant to resonate with people and inspire people and invoke hope in people and, teach people things. We've seen so many, nuggets of interviews and whatnot across this timeline of that. Therefore, I think they are proudly saying, yes, we have a responsibility. And that's what we're doing. We're upholding that responsibility with what we're displaying. But what they're displaying is really toxic when it's there at all. And I don't think it's responsible to relegate, a relationship between two women in such toxic terms and vague terms for so long. And then when it's finally confirmed, it's at the absolute tail run of an era with 2 stories left to tell. It's just maddening to me. And I don't think it's respectful or responsible. Yeah.
When you think of any other romance in New Who, and you think of like the journeys that those characters go on, and like the sweeping kind of emotion of it all, and you just look at Thasmin, it's like, Jesus Christ, like why has the bar dropped so far?
It's the funny thing is, when I think of the fan art, like the comics and even like the montage videos and the fanfics even on Thasmin, I'm far from dismissing them. I actually think they're producing much more than the era, which is quite interesting to me. I think they're more creatively fulfilling, and I think there's more substance to them than the era itself in terms of the relationship, which maybe isn't how the relationship between the show and the fandom culture should be, that the fans are doing all the work and, and they're kind of investing the fans are kind of putting the wholesomeness of the relationship into it where it's not there in the show. Like I've seen so many cute comics of the Doctor and Yaz interacting in flirtatious ways, or sometimes outright romantic ways, or even sexual ways. And it's like the fan comics are the ones doing that in a wholesome way, and the show is portraying the Doctor barking at Yaz and biting her head off. You know what I mean? So I'm far from dismissing the Thasmin fan work. I actually think that's accomplishing much more than the show, and that makes me sad because I think the show, puffs itself up so much, saying we're so responsible and we're telling such emotionally resonant stories for people, and I think it's actually been quite irresponsible in how much it's not doing that, and how much it's portraying toxicity, and how much it's staving off queer representation to any meaningful degree to the very, 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 very end, after years of argument and, fan work doing all the work. So that also frustrates me.
I think the saddest part is how it's not surprising. This feels like just the typical the Chibnall era has given us table scraps when the LGBT characters in general, or even just most bits of the show, we're not getting a lot. But then to have that for this thing that means so much, like the two main characters of the entire show, a major romance between the Doctor and a major queer romance involving the Doctor. There's so many like big moments here, but again, it's scraps. But because there's such a big deal in Thingdon there, that it's I guess people just wanna take it, even though we deserved more, and it's really sad.
The production always talks about, we didn't have time or space, to tell, the story, the emotions, and like the conversations are always interrupted by like the TARDIS does a thing or the plot happens. Why? We've had 29 episodes where that could have not happened. We could have had the development of the relationship, or just development of the characters in general, even queerness aside. Why didn't we get that? Why did we get, the Praxeus virus? Why did we get the Pating? Why did we get, all the craziness and flux? Why did we get that instead of emotionally exploring our 2 main characters, let alone their queer would-be romance in a series that keeps priding itself on emotionally resonating with the world today? I just think it's awful.
I think I think you guys will probably have both have seen this. There was a little kind of skit thing that they shot. I think it might have been for Children in Need or something. It was a crossover with all this like COVID NHS hospital stuff, and basically the Doctor and Yaz were in it for like 2 seconds.
Clapping for the carers. But yeah, Bake Off is about to start. We better get a move on.
And there's a very brief moment where the Doctor kind of does her sonic wavy motion thing, and Yaz grabs her arm and then pulls it down, so she's acting like normally. So in that kind of presents a relationship as like Yaz being a stabilizing force for the Doctor, someone who kind of reins the Doctor in, and kind of like they have some sort of dynamic, some sort of bond there. And it always struck me that in that 2-second skit, which isn't really canon to the show at all, like there's more of an actual model for how a relationship between them, how a dynamic between them would work and be positive, like non-toxic, than there is in the entire actual TV show that they are from. Like there is an idea there. There's something that could have worked there, and it just never showed up, which is just frustrating in the extreme.
To bring it all around, to bring some kind of circularity to this discussion, we're going to go back to executive producer Matt Strevens and look at an interview he had in Doctor Who magazine 574 from February 2022. I'll read out this bit specifically on, well, look at the cover of the magazine. Can you believe what's on the cover there? Thasmin. The word Thasmin has made it to the cover of Doctor Who magazine. So in this Strevens interview, he discusses Thasmin. So I'll read it out and then we'll have a little discussion on it afterwards. So, reading from the magazine verbatim, how familiar is Matt Strevens with the, in quotes, Thasmin phenomenon, the sizable community of fans with a very passionate interest in the Doctor and Yaz becoming more than just good friends? Strevens: I'm not a massive social media guy, but I did go onto Twitter on the night of the Eve of the Daleks broadcast to see what the buzz was, and everybody was talking about it, he says, smiling. You can't go on your phone without something about Thasmin popping up, but I didn't even know what it meant. Until suddenly it clicked and I was like, wow. I think since Russell brought the show back, most of the companion stories have been love stories. Very different sorts of love. Platonic best friend love, sometimes a romantic unrequited love, like with Martha. Sometimes more than that, like with Rose and the Doctor. It's always been there, but I was very pleased with the positive response to those scenes between Yaz and Dan and the Doctor. I thought they were beautifully played. Mandip Gill was stunning. Back to the magazine. Given that the 13th Doctor has already been told at the end of Flux that she's living on borrowed time, Doctor Who magazine can't help but worry that hearts are going to be broken. Strevens quote, "It's the old C.S. Lewis Shadowlands thing, isn't it?" suggests Matt. In a way, the Doctor is a bit like Lewis, in that you go, I either don't engage with love and the world and I protect myself but I've never loved, or by loving I will inevitably open myself up to being brokenhearted because, in the end, all love stories end. I think that's a constant thing the Doctor's grappling with, how close to get to her friends and companions. Obviously, it's a special bond with Yaz because they've spent so much time together. Who knows how it will end between the two of them, he teases, giving nothing away. But I've enjoyed watching this speculation. And that's it. That's our Thasmin content. So what do you guys make of that?
Well, I guess just in terms of how he couches that, in terms of it all being about the Doctor and this eternal dilemma that the Doctor is in about love and getting close companions and stuff, I get the sense that the eventual resolution of this, to what extent there is one, is just going to revolve around that, I guess, that tragic element of the Doctor, and it's probably not going to be a very upbeat kind of conclusion. And that's just my assumption, hearing that.
Yeah, it's interesting because Strevens and Chibnall are so spoiler-phobic in their approach to the show, but I felt like he was invoking a pretty direct analog there with the C.S. Lewis stuff, so that's interesting. I
mean, I'm not familiar with the specific story that he mentioned there. Like, is there something I should, like, is there more context I should know there? Or
Just him actually setting out the Doctor's mindset as, I don't engage with love and the world and protect myself by never loving, or I'll open myself up to love and get brokenhearted because all love stories end. Like, there's not really a positive outcome raised there, is there?
in terms of doing a love story with the Doctor, but also having it, I guess, go in a positive way. I guess the last real grappling with that was, I guess, Moffat and Husbands of Riversong, I suppose, because that love story is really defined by it ending in tragedy. But the last actual episode of it that we got, Husbands, was all about finding the happiness before the ending. So it was like they lived happily, even if it's not happily ever after. So that story ended up on a very happy and positive and fulfilling note, in spite of the fact it was circumscribed by kind of a sad ending and a sad beginning and so on and so forth. So I suppose that's an example of how you can write a love story with a Doctor that isn't just all about the tragedy and the misery and blah and despair. And now that we're talking about Chibnall and Strevens, I feel like maybe their ambitions don't quite extend that far. So we're just going back to the usual RTD era stuff of, it's the curse of the Time Lords.
Yeah. Missy, what was your take on all this?
Yeah, I also was a bit saddened to hear all of that, because the two things he sets up are very... It's weird he positions it in that binary where it's like, it could either be this sort of tragedy or it could be another sort of tragedy, where it's like, okay, but is there a not tragic option?
I guess if you really wanted to strain it, you could read it as spoiler-phobic misdirection, but I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, probably not, But the thing that really jumped out to me was how disinterested in the Yaz side of things Strevens was. It was all about how the Doctor will feel and how the Doctor will react and what would that mean for the Doctor. And yeah, so just the fact that, we're talking about a relationship and we're only focusing on one side of it.
Yeah. I don't want to read too much into this because it is just a few paragraphs in a larger interview. It's not the sum, depth with which the producers are imbuing Thasmin with, but it was interesting that he kind of relaxes it by invoking, so many love stories have been, not all love stories are romance. Look at Martha, look at these other characters before. And then he even brings it to, he talks about the scenes between Yaz and Dan and the Doctor, and I think that just again highlights that even in the episode that kind of brings Thasmin to the fore, it's still not really there yet, is it? So that avoidance strain, I still really feel it here. He relaxes it into talking about the legacy of the show and platonic relationships and non-romance love stories with companions. And then he brings it to our attention how the episode didn't really have Yaz and the Doctor interact yet, which I guess is building to the big drama. But like how Gig talked about Husband was built off the back of multiple episodes that dealt with the Doctor's romance with River, that actually had that in the forefront. That's never happened with Thasmin. There are 2 more opportunities to do that.
The way he makes it all about the Doctor and stuff, it reminds me of the whole power dynamic that I guess we looked at over the course of the timeline. Because, this whole Thasmin situation is basically contingent on, basically, not so much Yaz or Yaz's agency or anything like that, as whether the Doctor decides to, give Yaz the time of day or not. and it's all just... It really just feels like Yaz is just almost a non-entity here. It really puts her in that ugly kind of pet position. I don't like that. It's uncomfortable.
It almost feels more like the setup for a coming of age arc or some kind of self-fulfillment arc with Yaz more than a romance. Well, I guess it probably is that.
Yeah, in the sense that what Yaz needs is some kind of getting over the Doctor and reclaiming some of her own agency that she's lost over the course of her time with the Doctor, as we looked into.
And that just ties back into the cycles and the steps backward and the infantilisation stuff we've covered. Before this edition of the magazine came out, I saw buzz online, people excited about, since Thasmin was on the cover and it was getting talked about, that there was this executive producer interview about, well, at least covering Thasmin in the magazine, that it could be going over how Thasmin was planned all along and things like that. And, I was excited for maybe getting more stuff like that too. And so I felt for these Thasmin fans that were getting hyped up about what this interview might cover. And then to get it kind of offering those 2 different tragic outcomes it might be and not really talking about Yaz much with all, it just kind of feels like a pretty fitting full stop to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about.
Also the bit that Strevens didn't know what Thasmin was.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fitting.
Yeah, I think because maybe one possible theory that people might have had is that maybe the fans could have influenced Chibnall whatever to put in the show, but the fact that it got to the transmission of Eve and he still didn't know what that like extremely common fan term for the relationship even meant. It's like, well, you have to wonder a lot of the time with Chipu, what is going on behind the scenes in their minds? Like, where is it all coming from? Because it often just feels like it's just throwing spaghetti at the wall and just seeing what sticks.
It just strikes me, the first Strevens interview we looked at, the Digital Spy one, he invoked Russell, and he was talking about how Russell imbued the LGBT representation into the DNA of the show. And it's funny here, he kind of does the same thing. He says, look, when Russell brought the show back, he put love stories at the fore of it. He made the companion stories into love stories.
I think there's something to notice there, which is that even though he invokes RTD and stuff, in this latter interview, he pointedly does not bring up the lesbian element at all. The fact it's queer rep at all. In spite of the fact he was talking about that before Series 11, now that's just sort of vanished from the conversation, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe because he knows that well, I don't know, let's not read too much into it, but like the optics of him bringing up the fact that it's like, groundbreaking queer rep or whatever, in light of his comments about it being destined for tragedy, maybe the optics aren't so hot there.
You'd think as a producer, if it was going to be something to celebrate, of anyone working on the show, the producer would be the one to start celebrating it and kind of hyping it up. But he's almost I get the sense he's kind of relaxing it here, or kind of setting our expectations, like with that tragic equivalence he did with the C.S. Lewis thing. I don't want to read too much into it, but yeah, my little Thazzy heart didn't feel very, very fulfilled by this interview.
I think the question on many fans' lips will be, I think you know what I'm going to ask about. I mean, last episode, the Doctor and Yaz we learned a bit more about their feelings for each other. Are we going to see that followed up?
Yes. Yeah, that's where I think the heart is, the understanding, the emotion that Chris is so good at writing. So I won't tell you which way it goes, but we obviously had to touch upon that again. It wouldn't make sense not to. But I mean, that's in the midst of everything else that's going on, and the sword fight with the Sea Devils and all that kind of stuff. So
okay, and so now we're coming back at the start of April to talk about some new developments when it comes to Yaz and when it comes to Thasmin that have occurred since our last little recording pickup. So we're going to be talking about the Gallifrey One convention that was hosted in mid-February 2022 this year. Some new stuff from Doctor Who magazine 576 right from the end of March this year. And then some stuff from the Radio Times early in April, like we are now. So over February 18 to February 20, 2022, Matt Strevens, our executive producer, our Chibnall's right-hand man, our other, big voice in the show, Matt Strevens was on some panels at the big Gallifrey One Doctor Who convention, and he said lots of interesting things, a lot of them really quite pertinent to our Yaz and Thasmin talks that myself and Giga and Missy have been doing. Recording isn't allowed at Gallifrey One, but people do write things down and people do tweet things out. So we're going to be going through some interesting stuff Strevens said at the convention.
It sounds great. I mean, to the extent that we can tolerate listening to Strevens.
Well, the last time we talked, it was regarding his interviews in Doctor Who magazine. So we're really on a roll with the Strevens. So the first panel he had at Gallifrey One where he talked, that's what we're going to start with. So quoting from a tweet from someone at the event, they say, Strevens stresses the main representational push with their era was behind the camera to balance out shortcomings in the BBC and lack of open doors. He saw Russell, T. Davies, as having already set the template for diversity in gender, race, and sexuality in front of the camera, which links back a little bit to the pre-Series 11 Digital Spy article we discussed earlier on.
That phrasing confuses me. It says RTD already set the template for stuff in front of the camera. I mean, does that mean that was their excuse to, I guess, regress the stuff happening in front of the camera? Like, oh, RTD already did it, so you don't need to bother anymore. Like, that's interesting.
It's tough without a direct quote, but the invoking of RTD in that way is interesting, yeah. Here is a direct... Okay, I have a direct quote. I think we did very well in terms of diversity.
Yeah, I mean, they have more, women writing on the show than there have been at any previous point on Doctor Who. That's inarguably, a good thing. You can't really fault them in terms of just behind the camera, stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, when we talk about them having, the first black writer on the show, it's a fantastic thing, but it's hard because it's like when it's taken this long, there's like a grimness to it as well as it being a celebratory thing, if you know what I mean. Like I feel like it embarrasses the show more than it should have happened such a long time ago, which isn't Chibnall's fault at all. But I think there's always a weird tone to that kind of thing, just because it's such a embarrassment.
Yeah, there's a sense that the show is just so lagging behind the rest of humanity in so many ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
And even with those, small, like kind of moderate, finally catching up achievements, there's still a sense that they really ought to be doing like more, like way more.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, that links back into the Thasmin stuff, like the crumbs that get praised here. It all ties back into that thing. If you're fed so little, then you can have like the reaction to, when you get a first black writer in like 55 years down the line, it feels kind of like a crumb to me in that obviously it's unquestionably a fantastic thing to have happened, but it's like it shouldn't be something that has to be celebrated because it should have been something so normal for such a long time. And I feel like there's a kind of similarity with Thasmin in that
the crumbs are not a 3-course meal, so to speak. I suppose one little thing that kind of distinguishes the RTD here in the Chibnall Who is that, like, these days in the Chibnall Who era, you will get accused of having an agenda regardless of what you do. Like, even the moderate things that Chibnall does get, this whole industry of YouTube channels going, oh my god, they have wokeified Doctor Who. Whereas, like, back in RTD's day, he got accused of having this big agenda, gay agenda and stuff, but and that was more because he was actually willfully, like, trying to push the envelope. Whereas these days you don't have to push the envelope, you'll still just get accused of doing so anyway.
Yeah, I hate, this is, I'm going to say this in one sentence since it's kind of veering off topic, but it frustrates me so much as someone who lived through the RTD era when it's kind of said now that, RTD and Moffat didn't have to put up with, all the outcry over what they were doing, and Chibnall has to put up with so much and the era has to put up with so much. I was there. The gay agenda thing for RTD was insane. I was a child and I, could witness so much of that discourse. It was like, RTD didn't get to pass through things smoothly. Like, he fought for a lot and he copped a lot for what he was doing. It wasn't an easy road. So I don't like when it's kind of bent now as if like Chibnall's doing the impossible and, with some of the representation with Yaz or something. Like, it's great to do the representation, but it's not like they're walking on roads that have been... It just frustrates me when people act like it was easy or uncriticized what RTD did. Okay, so that was from his first panel. A later panel he did with our lovely actors for The Master, our lovely actor for The Fugitive Doctor, and our lovely actor for Yaz. So this is an interesting one. At one point, Barrowman is mentioned, and apparently 2 people cheered in the audience, and then very awkward laughter rippled through the audience. So, yeah, that's interesting. Mandip says, if Chris Chibnall's on the panel, I'm just going to look at him because I don't want to get told off by him, in reference to having to hide spoilers all the time. Mandip says, regarding her last days of filming, it was very emotional. In fact, there was a lot of emotional days on that final special, the Regeneration special. Mandip mentions a lot of fans told her how much they related to I've never told anyone, not even myself.
I think that's a testament to that line and how, like, kind of maybe rarely for Chipu it taps into something that actually feels really genuine.
And her performance really helped sell that. We talked about it when we discussed Eve, but it's such an odd little injection of humanity into that relationship with her and the Doctor, which feels so not inhuman, but like we've debated so much over whether it even existed. Like it's so weird to suddenly anchor that down into like an actual recognizable human thing that an actor can play really relatably and that people can really relate to. I wish there was more stuff like that across the development of their relationship. But yeah, I'm not surprised fans being able to relate to that for sure. There's no real build up to this. So the previous tweet recalling and live tweeting Matt Stevens in this panel was just about Chibnall being a perfectionist. And then it leads right into this tweet, which is a direct quote from Stevens, from mid-February 2022, which is, I didn't know what Thasmin was. But I mean, that was in the DWM magazine we discussed earlier. But Twitter has a wider reach than that magazine. So I saw this tweet, you two probably saw as well, blew up a little bit more. Because the thing is, like, I go through the Doctor Who mags and I look for the interesting stuff, and then, you know, we talk about it, but it's a magazine that costs money. So a lot of people aren't going to be reading that. And people generally don't pull a Radio Times and just, you know, copy it all online. So live tweets from conventions get more spread than that. So I think that was the moment, February 19 there, where I didn't know what Thasmin was, kind of broke out beyond a lot of people. Strevens goes on to say, Jodie said after the first season, oh, there's speculation out there, but we hadn't really thought about it. And then the tweeter, Kevin Scribbles, adds his own commentary there, which is, Matt Strevens confirms hashtag Thasmin, all caps, was not planned at hashtag Galley1, which got some engagement because, yeah. I mean, you guys saw some of this. Do you remember the reaction to these kind of confirmation from the exec that Thasmin wasn't planned stuff? We talked about it in the context of his magazine interviews, but this was a bigger deal for the online sphere.
Well, I guess it sort of forced maybe a bit of a change of the narrative that some people had in their heads, maybe. There was some stuff like, well, you know, it's awesome that they evolved the story along with the fandom and stuff, and we got organic representation or whatever. Like, you can spin it, I suppose. Obviously, the whole idea of Thasmin as some brilliant master plan that's been hanging over the show since the first episode, that's obviously nuked to hell now. But to be honest, I don't think that that conspiracy theory was all that tenable in the first place. So, like, it's maybe not a seismic of a shift.
Some of the engagement with the tweet was attempting to correct Kevin here and saying, not planned in Series 11. To which Kevin, you know, who's been live tweeting the panel, replies, Flux, I believe. Strevens said after Jodie brought it up, after Series 11, he, quote, forgot about it.
Right.
So, yeah, to reiterate that, Strevens said after Jodie brought up Thasmin after she learned of it after Series 11, Strevens forgot about it. I don't really know what to say to that.
I do think it's interesting how, like, just the nature of this storyline, how important it is, whether or not, like, when exactly it became a thing.
Yeah.
Like in the whole, like, nature of the discourse.
You know, it's difficult for me because I thought it was more intended in Series 12 than Strevens is saying here. I'm not going to do the but you, what do you know type of thing because he's the exec. But that honestly surprises me. Like, you've listened to me argue for its presence in a lot of stuff, and it's not like he's the only creative voice on the show. Like, it's not only the actors, you know, there's directors who are deciding the emotional tones of some beats, different writers have different ideas. But Strevens saying he forgot about it after Series 11 does kind of lend it this overall sense that it wasn't like an executive thing. Like, there wasn't a top-down, we're hinting at XYZ through what we're doing with Yaz and the Doctor. It's more like, I'm still going to argue it's present in some episodes, but its presence doesn't seem something dictated to me, if that makes sense.
See, Missy, what you just mentioned with the whole, how insane the discourse is of when it started being intentional versus when it didn't, and it really just feeds back into the fact that fundamentally this whole argument is over a storyline that isn't, it's not present enough to actually be tangible. So everyone's just kind of squabbling over, is this implicit, is it not implicit? The fact that it's, like, debatable whether something is implicit in these episodes or whether it's just not there at all is just like that is the problem, essentially. The fact that that conversation is even possible kind of illustrates the flimsiness of everything that's being discussed.
Yeah. There are in this actual tweet exchange, the person Kevin is replying to here is being perfectly good-natured and polite. They're arguing stuff not dissimilar to what I believe when they were correcting him, not planned in Series 11. They go on to cite some stuff in the novels, like the Expanded Universe novels, that how could it be not intended from the execs when these exchanges are present in the novels? Of course, the novels aren't like... They're very adjacent things. You can do quite a bit with those. You'll get blocked on some things, like how Juno Dawson was blocked talking about Yaz's religion in to a great extent in the Good Doctor novel she wrote for 2018, but it's not like you're not being ridden by Chibnall there. He's got other things to do than dictate to what extent you can do something Thasmin-y in a novel or not.
And at the end of the day, like the novel authors, their relationship to the main show is kind of not that unlike ours and everyone else's. Like, especially considering how many fandom spin-off content authors are part of fandom. Like they watch the show, they kind of come away from it thinking, maybe there should be something between 13 and Yaz. I mean, a lot of the viewers think that as well. So it's natural that they'd write hints or suggestions of that into the books. And it's not like Chib is gonna like go down and say, no, stop that. Or like conversely, it's not like Chibnall's gonna go to the books and say, you must now write this one sentence of Thasmin T's in your book. This is executive decree.
Yeah.
So yeah, the books really aren't evidence of fucking anything.
They are. It's it's similar. Big Finish just get blocked because their scripts get read by BBC Wales, but it's to check they're not like doing something the show's going to be doing, or they're not. I mean, they're such a well-oiled machine. They're not generally going to be violating something that the BBC wants not done with the brand, but it's to like check. Oh, Mark Gatiss is actually doing an episode in X setting this series, so you should switch the setting of that audio so there's not overlap. It's not like the EU really gets they're not synced in I think the way sometimes it can appear. They're very much an adjacent incidental thing. This person replying to Kevin brings up a lot of script segments I would have brought up. Stuff from Revolution of the Daleks, that Jack and Yaz conversation and whatnot. I guess, to be fair, Revolution isn't part of Series 12, so...
Yeah, it is post-Series 12. I guess it's not quite in the same, like, blob as Flux, but, like, it's on the way there, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to be moving goalposts, but Revolution could have been where the idea started fermenting, as much as it started becoming an actual, are we going to do this thing? Because the obsession stuff is pretty full on there, and the conversation with Jack... But am I doing the like thing like other people are doing there? I'm like, how can you look at this book, look at this series 11 episode. It's such a sweep for him to say he forgot about it. Not only because not only because it's saying we weren't planning on it, but because it's also implying that it's such a minimal thing to think about that it could be forgotten.
I think when it's tempting to ask that question of how can you not see this? How can it not be there in the scene? How can you not see this? How can this not be obvious? I think because this is Chib Who, it's always possible for them to not see it. Like, I think there's so much stuff in Chibnall Who where there's such an obvious like possibility for a story or a thing they could have done or would have been really good to do that they've just sort of blithely just sailed right past. So I think it's very much possible, even when it seems insane and like completely improbable, that something isn't intentional or that something isn't unintentional. Oh fuck, the words are just completely escaping me now. But you see what I mean? Like that insanity is kind of very much possible within Chib Who.
I don't think it's a coincidence we lose our words here. It's so discombobulating to hear this stuff.
I was just about to say that I think it's interesting usually when we discuss that kind of stuff with Chib Who, it's to do with like specific plot or narrative logic. So then having it apply to like character stuff going on, it's so strange.
Yeah.
It just really shows how the same problems kind of pervade the show at every level, isn't it?
Yeah.
In each different aspect of it.
Well, to continue to quote from the panel, from Kevin's tweets, Matt Strevens says, every doctor and companion relationship is a kind of love story. From unrequited to gay best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the phrasing of that, well, every companion relationship is a kind of love story, really. That feels kind of like a sort of hedging bets kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, well, they're all love stories, really, so ours technically counts as one. We don't have to make it explicitly one for it to count as one. Yeah, that feels like a kind of trying to kind of like satiate the fan base or like soothe the rabid, like, you know. Yeah, that's not very encouraging.
I mean, you can say that for like even Ten and Donna have a kind of like, it's obviously not romantic, but there's a kind like they find something in each other, you know, and so on. But like the Doctor and Rose is a love story. Like that's an actual, like they say I love you. Well, you know, kind of. It's like an explicit. So yeah. Another direct quote from Strevens. A couple screen grabs went around that could be misinterpreted, and then we sort of forgot about it. So I guess that's the larger quote for the forgetting. That could be misinterpreted. Oh man, that's...
Misinterpreted is a very damning word.
Misinterpreted.
from the show that is he talking about there? Like actual moments from the show that he's saying could be misinterpreted?
I assume that's what, the direct quote is a couple of screen grabs went around that could be misinterpreted, and then we sort of forgot about it.
Like the hand holding.
Kevin's commentary is this is Matt Stevens on Thasmin fandom and story planning after Series 11. That could be misinterpreted. I'm guessing it, like gift sets of Arachnids is ending, yeah.
Yeah, gift sets, for example. When you're talking about moments between the actors and stuff, it's like, to a certain extent, Stevens' word on what is a misinterpretation and what is like an acceptable interpretation is maybe I wouldn't say his word isn't necessarily law in cases like that, when just like a passing look between Yaz and 13 or whatever. But like at the same time, the fact that he thinks of it that way, it kind of it says it all, really.
I feel like we're doing like a God in the gaps kind of argument where we're like arguing the gayness could emanate from somewhere. Like Stevens doesn't have the authority to wipe it out completely. Like there are
Jackie
little
Weaver moments.
Yaz. Okay, this is another Stevens direct quote. Yaz is not sure about what these feelings she's having are. Yeah, there's more to come. So it's been said, but third last story, unsure about feelings. This is very creative pacing.
Like, there's more to come. It's like, but is there time for it to get here?
Is there more? You've finished filming the last two specials. So here's Stevens on ultimately bringing in Thasmin to the show. The quote is, Thasmin was something that Chris Chibnall wanted to bring in and sort of play with it.
Yeah, again, like final 3 episodes, is it really playtime? Like, I mean, I don't know, just in terms of toying with things in a vaguely non-committal kind of way. Yeah.
Especially with something important like this. It's like, oh, I think it's a little play.
I really wonder how the more invested Thasmin fans felt about these comments. But I mean, you can like argue, well, he's only, there's another executive producer. Chibnall, look at his scripts, trust the scripts. But I just feel like there's a point where it's like you're getting word after word saying the same kind of thing and you're retreating to the gaps you can have, and it's just not great, is it?
You could easily see like a conspiracy theory forming, like Stevens is like the homophobic, like not understanding the true form of Chibnall's amazing scripts. Stevens is downplaying the queer representation that Chibnall is bringing us.
There's a lot of the stuff surrounding that. There's a lot of discourse, people talking about authorial intent, people talking about how stories evolve, like the format of TV being improvisational, people being confused because of how clear stuff like the special person line or stuff in Revolution of the Daleks seem to them. There's also some people trying to spin it like the Thazis should be happy because they shipped a ship so hard that they got their ship into the show. Like they sailed that ship in, is an argument.
Like there are contexts where that would make sense and be like something that I could see like a really good rationale for being really, really happy about. But I think it's because that, again, it's the final 3 episodes effect and the fact that it still hasn't actually materialized in terms of a back and forth kind of mutual relationship kind of thing. It's just like, you've sailed the ship so hard for all these years, and what have you got? Like 2 episodes before Yaz leaves, she's still unsure of her feelings. Like, wow, what a victory. What a prize, guys. Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's... People keep falling back on the, well, you liked it when RTD and Moffat did it kind of thing of like saying, well, Moffat made stuff up as he went along. RTD, he openly bragged about doing that. But it's not the same. Like the Paradox Machine is not the same as like a big gay romance or would-be gay romance. It's not the same thing. There's no one is like, there's no reason to care really about the Paradox Machine coming out of nowhere. It's just a plot mechanic. It's not really vital to anything. But this, like people latching on to Yaz's lines and Eve about, I never admitted it to myself, like you're playing with fire here. So to bring Thasmin in to sort of play with it, it just feels, I don't like that attitude.
I mean, it's just what happens when instead of putting the character stuff and planning the character stuff first and then doing all the plot shit kind of secondary, and you can make plot shit up like Paradox Machine as you go along, and it's not really a big deal. I mean, it might annoy me, but like it's not really a big deal. But stuff like major character arcs and revelations about character, that's the kind of thing that really has to come, I would say, at the start of the process if you're writing a drama. Like you don't necessarily have to have it all completely mapped out, but like a big idea like that, it's really not something you can just toss out on a whim.
even with like, I don't believe, maybe he did, but my impression isn't that, you know, in writing The Christmas Invasion and New Earth, that Davies had like the End of Times character moves for 10 in mind. But he built 10 up as a pretty fully formed character. And so from there, like there were obvious through lines and there were obvious places the character could end up, because you've developed someone, you know, vain and arrogant, therefore you can pay off that by doing something with their vanity in the end. 13 and Yaz, I think, have some shallowness. That means whatever you do with them is going to feel... Is that true? It's going to feel improvisational, just because it's like there's not enough logic, there's not enough character logic, or I don't feel like I have enough of an understanding of the character for something to feel inevitable in that good tragic flaw way. Whereas I do feel like that with some other doctors and companions. Like, well, it's like we talked about. Yaz is built up, I think, fairly fine in Woman Who Fell to Earth, but then the traits kind of fall away, and then there's a hollower character because the stuff of her ambition is kind of reversed and played with weirdly. So I feel like if the characters were defined enough, I think coming up with a development for them late in the game would not feel so out of nowhere, because they would be defined enough that it's like, you know, they can almost write themselves. When characters have great tragic flaws, it's like there's a pleasing inevitability to how they're going to progress. But, you know, the reason we're so surprised by the thing in Eve is because, yeah, there were things that felt Thasmin-y to us, but it never felt like the show was steering the ship like tightly.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's like there's not enough of a foundation for Yaz and for Thasmin for anything to feel like a logical progression. Like we're not used to that enough for things to make sense when they happen.
They have been so roughly sketched, the both of them, that doing anything status quo changing, like the stuff in Eve, feels like you've lobbed a bomb in, and it's like, whoa, everything's different now.
There's something happens in the last, it might be the very last episode or the penultimate episode of the show Mad Men, where basically two characters get together like romantically and they hadn't been together before. And it feels kind of out of nowhere, because that's not something that people have like been throwing around much outside of like shipping culture. It's not something people have really been talking about or expecting. It never seemed like the show was going there. And so when it happens, that scene is kind of, it throws you off and you think, whoa, that's weird. And the characters have the same reaction. And then the characters and the audience have the same thing, where they think about these two characters who are on Mad Men, you know, an extremely character-based show. And these are extremely three-dimensional characters. So you, the viewer, and I've seen this, so many other people have the same experience, and very much the intended experience, where you think through the two characters and all their traits, and you think through their interactions, you know, over all their time in the show. And then you go, hey, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense. I wouldn't have thought of that, but these characters totally could match up really well together. And so that moment works for me, because it's like a surprise romance done in like the last episode or the second last episode, but the characters are so built up that you kind of process it through and you process all the history and you think, no, that works. But here it's like we have the same handful of Thasmin moments, and the characters have had so little development that I can't really reel through my head thinking, well, you know, let me go over 8 seasons of character development and see, you know, how this feels, because I'm reeling off like 4 moments. And moments are only like foreshadowing for a ship. Like we have even less stuff that I'd actually call like the meat and potatoes of, you know, a great romance story, which is, you know, complicated characterization and complicated interactions. Like we've talked about, we have the same dynamic with Yaz and the Doctor a lot of the time, which is just this kind of weird berating or ignoring. So I feel like if a show, has so much foundation and history and development of characters, you can do more surprises with them just because you have all that foundation. But here, it's not so much. Especially when, you know, and then the representational aspect just complicates that even more, because it makes it seem like you're doing something. You're not treating something with the seriousness that it might be due, perhaps.
Yeah, lack of responsibility.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't say too much about what's coming up in the centenary. I mean, how do you think fans will feel with where Yaz's storyline ends up?
I think, just like me, just like my character, there'll be a lot of tears. But I loved where it ended up. I think it was the right thing. It's exciting. There's a lot of emotion, and I think they'll be not pleasantly surprised, but I think they'll realise that's exactly where it should be going.
Interesting wording there, not pleasantly surprised. Yeah.
Not pleasantly, yeah.
Yeah. It's that classic kind of guarded answer you see actors give.
Because it's just inherently hard to, like, answer that kind of question as an actor without spoiling the story.
It's tricky because you can kind of spoil, like, I don't mean to draw this ugly equivalence, but I remember the classic promotions for the last season of Game of Thrones where actors weren't spoiling anything. They weren't saying anything about the plot, but they were spoiling a lot how they talked about things. I don't think Mandip necessarily seems dissatisfied by anything here. She's saying I loved where it ended up, but I don't know. I'm kind of getting a signal. Am I misreading things to say it might not be a fan-pleasing thing that happens?
I mean, no, not at all. Like,
there'll be a lot of tears.
Yeah, that's what she says. Like that feels more spoily than you'd expect of a Chibu interview answer. Honestly, like a suggestion that there might actually be like maybe a dramatically like striking, but not necessarily a happy sort of ending at all.
But I think they'll realize that's exactly where it should be going. I think it was the right thing.
Coloured by it being not pleasantly surprised, but the right thing.
It's, I mean, we're dealing with like a would-be gay romance here, so I'm getting my guard up a little bit. Just like saying that's exactly where it should be going. Like, what's been done here?
That's that sentence, like where it should be going. There are so many different like interpretations of what would be right or what is right, what's the right way for a story to go from so many different points of view. So it's like we don't know which point of view Mandip is really operating from here. So like, you know, one person's this is the right place for it to go is another person's this is a heinously wrong way for it to go. So I guess we don't really. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's really hard to infer stuff from it, but I do get the sense that because of the nature of how this story has been going on for so long and kind of how maybe less than entirely satisfying the relationship has been, maybe the right place where it should be going is not necessarily a happy place, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. I feel like the most likely thing to me is some kind of like affirming Martha-esque thing where it's like Yaz has a happy character growth moment, but it's not the romance. It's like her not doing the romance. It's her getting over the romance. Like I'm thinking it's more going to be something like that than like death or, you know, like something ridiculous.
She mentioned it's exciting, and obviously that's ambiguous again, but maybe it means exciting for her as an actor to get to like perform it.
Yeah.
Or like that people will watch it and see like what she did with it and how that scene went. Like maybe it will be quite a famous scene in future, an iconic scene. Yaz's epic farewell to the Doctor. I don't know.
You see the lines on these sorts of things shift a lot, and I know, sometimes I see this excuse, and not entirely by straight people. Predominantly in my experience, but not entirely. I see this excuse, well, that's a loaded term. I see this defense sometimes made of gay romances that end up unhappily or gay characters dying and things like that, which is that tragic romance is more interesting and therefore more desirable by a community than happy romance. I sometimes see argued. I was reading a Moffat interview about his Time Traveler's Wife show today where he was kind of pushing back a bit on that. But I see that argument sometimes made that, hey, you know, like no one would want a Macbeth where he lives at the end. That would be boring. We want the Macbeth where he dies at the end. Therefore, you know, we want the Romeo and Juliet story where, you know, the lovers die. Therefore, when there's a gay romance and it ends in tears, that's good because you're getting a cool, great story. Well, I mean, in the context here, I question, but you know, you're getting a meaningful story. And isn't that more than, you know, you're getting Mary Stews that just end up happily ever after? But like, I mean, it's such a ridiculous position. So where to even start? But I mean, like, there's no bedrock of happy gay relationships as a core in the show. So it's not like there's no room to experiment yet because you haven't laid the foundations again of earning trust or even kind of the right to do it kind of that way, if you ask me. So, I mean, it's like a kind of paternalistic thing to me to like, if it ends unhappily and we're being told it's ended exactly where it's going, I don't know. I get a bad vibe from all that. And I don't like the line you sometimes see that, you know, actually tragic romance is desirable because they're more memorable, which, yeah, in a lot of cases, sure, but that's not the only factor here.
I think that point of view tries to treat it as like in a vacuum, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
oh yes, well, there are classic, iconic, straight, tragic romances stories, so therefore if it's a gay one that's tragic, that's classic and great as well. And it's just ignoring just the full range of the context, both historically and in the rest of fiction, obviously in the show itself, or any particular show you might be talking about, and just like what it actually means to be doing one thing as opposed to another.
This is what it reminds me of. The complaints about the Series 9 and Series 10
Oh my god, that's what I was going to say.
endings of Doctor Who, and you can say it. You go on and say it, Missy.
No, you say it.
Well, the similarities between the Series 9 and Series 10 finales of Doctor Who in having two sets of women, one very explicitly, an actual gay relationship, and the other having suggestions of gay attraction, at least in one direction, having them go off as like space adventurers that have surpassed death. And, this is a bad thing because it's repetitive. And I feel like, what planet are you on where that's repetitive? What planet is there where that's a story being told a lot? What is the planet with lots of stories where two women gay lovers go out as crazy time beings across the universe? Like it's more like the meme, if I had 2 nickels, it's weird that it happened twice. Twice is not 100 times. Twice is not the massive weight of straight stories with perfectly happy endings.
The idea that like sad or tragic stories are inherently better because they're sad or like emotional, and that's kind of like, it's a strange idea to have for like heterosexual stories already, but then when you're focusing on stories of queer romance stories, or like stories of marginalized people, or stories that don't get told often, that line is even more in like, I don't even understand where you're coming from.
I feel like something strange happened to people's perceptions of maybe fiction or how stories should work at some point, whereby you get this mindset where Bill should have died at the end of The Doctor Falls and stayed dead because that would be more emotional and impactful and epic, and that would have made the episode better. And it's just that idea of taking just the idea of character dying equals good storytelling, equals the saddest, most depressing thing that happened is automatically the better story. And it's sort of like, again, treating it as like an existing in a vacuum rather than part of an actual story where all the elements should maybe connect to one another. I feel like there's some weird thing that's happened in people's mindsets there where they're just approaching stories like that, like just vacuum bits and bobs of like, okay, insert death here, this is now great. Like, I don't know where it came from.
I'm allowed to say this because I've thought many years past, I thought some similar things for some stories. And what I can say from my perspective, and I think it's true for a lot of people, maybe even most of them, is they don't actually really believe it. And it's not actually really their mindset. Again, I'm allowed to say this because I used to think this way for some contexts. It's that they've heard it a lot, especially from people they respect or people who sound like they know what they're talking about. And so they say it. It's something they've heard a lot. It's like, we only learn such and such is true because other people tell us such and such is true. The only way we learn to talk about media is by hearing other people, talk about media. So for some people, you get a weird sense of a story. Something didn't quite work for you. You're not sure how to articulate it. Oh, there's this perfectly worded criticism already. I'll use that. And might not even be what they mean, but it's linking with a vague feeling. But sometimes, and again, I'm allowed to say this because I've done it myself, in years past. Sometimes they don't even necessarily dislike it, but they're saying it anyway because it's something to say and it's something they've heard and now it's something in their head. So I think I'm a bit less cynical, and I don't necessarily think there are all these bloodthirsty people. Some of them, sure, but I think a lot of them don't really think this. And I think if you had a really long conversation with them and watched the finale with them, sat down with them, I think they wouldn't think it if they really thought about it. I think they wouldn't say it. But I think it's this kind of thing that's just said so much that it's kind of just bubbled into the culture. And so people say, well, characters dying is good. I remember I read a novella once where a character was revealed not to have died in this series of novels. He had actually lived, and then it showed what he'd been doing in all the other novels that had passed since. And my first reaction was, this sucks. Because I really dislike resurrection as a trope in fiction. I really don't like it. I have a bad reaction to it, like 95% of times. And so I read the novella and I thought it was really interesting, but I really didn't like the whole central premise of it. And then there was an afterword where the author talked about why he did it. And it completely won me over. It was just like 3 pages and he explained why he brought the character back and he explained what it was doing and what it was giving him and what he could do with the story now that he wouldn't be able to do it before. And he'd obviously thought about it more deeply than I had as a reader. And he was totally right. And he totally convinced me. And I love the choice now. So I think sometimes it's just people haven't thought about it deeply. And so they're just saying something they've heard a lot and they haven't really thought about it further.
I guess like the initial impulse is sort of understandable because at the end of the day, people consuming fiction, they want to feel things, they want things to leave impressions on them, they want to confront the suffering and the sad shit that happens in real life, and they want like to grapple with that in a way that doesn't feel superficial. And like that, like I get that, but at the same time, maybe it's because there isn't enough of a counter to that in terms of stories that really actually show people just the value of like an actual really fucking positive like shot of like yes, hope, to use the Chibesque phrasing. So maybe there's like shifts that could happen if more stories did good stuff like The Doctor Falls like better, maybe.
And it's also just kind of a literal way to think about things, which is normal because, that's our default thing. Well, no, I disagree with that. I think children think of fiction much more symbolically than we later do as adults, as a rule. But I think there's also that literal kind of thinking. It's just easy to think, well, death makes it more realistic, which makes it darker, which makes it good. It's not necessarily true. Fiction has a whole different set of rules than real life. You can do a story darker, than a death in something that isn't a death. And I don't just mean like a zombies thing, but I mean you can tell a much more moving story about grief through someone not dying because it's not real. You can do whatever you want. If you're a great writer, you can express all these things in ways that aren't the literal representations. That's how Doctor Who works. Heaven Sent is not literally about the things that we can map it to necessarily, but it's still a story about them. Therefore, you don't need to actually kill a character to tell a story that's meaningful and deep about certain emotions because it's fiction. It can do things symbolically, representationally. It can do things differently. I think I'm actually going to read out this Moffat thing from that Time Traveler's Wife interview because I think it syncs up well with what Missy was saying, which he's just saying in praising the Time Traveler's Wife novel. He says, we, writers, often do tragic love stories and we often do divorces and we all do the story of how people first got together. These are the things that fiction tends to favour. The thing that we never ever write about is one of the most common phenomena in human history, the perfectly happy marriage, because they're not very dramatic, blah, blah, blah. It's extraordinary how seldom anyone writes about that. Divorce isn't a mystery. You know why that happens. Why the hell wouldn't it? Heartbreak isn't a mystery because you know how that happens too. And I really like that perspective because that's kind of poking a hole in what we're saying. This idea that, well, a tragic love story is better and more surprising than a happy love story. And again, I think it's just one of those truisms we think. And is it really true? Is divorce more of a mystery than a happy marriage? I think you could argue it's less of one. Is heartbreak really a mystery? You know what happens there. Is it really more compelling necessarily? No. It depends on how it's done.
I guess the challenge is that what Moffat's talking about there, the idea of a happy marriage that continues, fundamentally it's the maintenance of a status quo rather than a status quo violently being upended and crashing and burning. So the question is like, in terms of finding the dramatic, interesting stuff in there, it's about what are the fluctuations and how does it get brought back to the status quo without it going like haywire, I guess, without two people splitting apart or anything like that. So it's like, I guess the dramatic like fuel there is maybe not as like severe or extreme, but it is nonetheless there. But you just have to be really good to actually like tease it out.
But I think a show like Doctor Who, which isn't a realistic show, it's a story engine. It's constantly throwing the characters into new situations. I think that's giving you a bunch of tools to tell a happy love story in an interesting, not static way, because there's so much you can do, not just with the time travel aspect, but the kinds of extremely high stakes, high emotion situations you can throw characters into so easily all the time. There's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with that. That's going to be more difficult for a writer maybe doing, a very literal story just in a house or in a street or whatever. Like Series 9, well, with what it does with the Doctor and Clara, it does all these interesting things with what Clara is kind of using the Doctor for. So easy to do something like that with Yaz and the Doctor, to do what are they getting out of each other. That's an interesting way you can develop and you can probe love stories that are working, that aren't, an actual like disarray of, them not loving each other or whatever, but you can develop interestingly why are they together or what is drawing them together, what is keeping them together. Like I think there's a bunch of story engines in this kind of thing.
On this question of like what's the right place for a story like Yaz and the Doctors to end, and linking it in with all this like Clara and 12 stuff and tragic love stories and such. Like Clara and 12, that's inarguably, well, it's arguably, you could call it a tragic love story. I think very easily you can call Clara and 12, in series 9 especially, a tragic love story. And it ends with them going their separate ways. Clara is not exactly dead at the end of the story, so to speak. She's doing her own thing. But like, and they go their separate ways, but that is still, that story in Hellbent is still emphatically an affirmation of their devotion to each other, their kind of adoration of each other. So it's not an ending that sort of poo-poos the relationship or like ruins it, so to speak, but it does end with them having to part ways. So it's like, so I guess the question that I'm wondering, if say 12 and Clara weren't a man and a woman, but it was a gay relationship like Yaz 13, like, and it happened that same kind of way with them, not like neither of them dying or anything, but like them still not being able to stay together ultimately, but without nullifying the strength of what exists between them, would that be something we'd consider satisfying, or like a good example, like representation wise, and just in terms of actually like being a thing? Like, do you see what I mean? You see the question I'm asking here?
Wait, so are you like imagining if they were if 12 was a woman, how would it feel differently?
Yeah, that kind of that sort of thing. Yeah, basically, like it wouldn't be cancelable, so to speak. I guess the context is that you have the whole like 2 seasons of the development of the both of them. So I guess it's not really the same situation as Yaz and 13, is it, in the first place?
No, I think that's really interesting, because you're kind of asking what do people want here? Like you know what is actually like, because the response to people like me who are saying I don't think we necessarily need a tragic thing is, oh, do you want something boring? But you're bringing up a great example. Is something like this desirable? I think totally. For 3 reasons. One is that it still ends in a gay way, because Clara goes off with another woman.
Yeah, true.
2 is that, like you're saying, it's a huge affirmation. It's a huge catharsis and validation of their relationship, how much they care for each other, how much they mean to each other. The fact is that they have such a strong pull on each other that it's too much, that their love is too strong, which is... There's a tragedy too. They have to be apart. But it's not that they have to die or they have to get hurt. It's that their love is so strong. I think it's tragic, but it's not tragic in the way we usually see tragic romances or gay tragic romances fulfilled, which is like someone dying, or someone getting ill, or some kind of bigotry entering the equation, which complicates the relationship. With Clara and 12, it's just their relationship is the driving factor to all of it. It's just their actual love, their actual relationship that is driving what 12 does. And how Clara responds to it. It's not like there's any bigotry, entering the equation to like complicate it. So I think there's a lot of variables not there, which would make it messier. And 3 is that it's the fact we have to think about it so much shows that it's not a normal story. That's not a story you get a lot of, even in straight relationships or straight friendships even. That's a pretty creative story Hellbent in particular is talking about. So it's not neatly fitting into the typical gay romance tragedy we might be getting, or the typical happy romance. It's doing something quite weird and quite unique. And so I think people would like it or be more accepting of it for that reason, because it's good representation and that it's doing something new, and that's what you want.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Like, in the sense that you can tell... It's not necessarily a bad thing to tell a story of relationship ending or inevitably having to end for whatever reason. Like, even if it's like even from a representational issue, like it's still something you can write and that can be really interesting and good and valuable and worthwhile, because everything ends in one way or another. So, but it's just like a case of you have to do it in a way that honors the humanity of the characters that you're writing, and that isn't just like tossing them offhand in a way that's lazy or bigoted or whatever.
To bring that back to Thasmin, the problem is that we don't know enough about them to know what an ending would be satisfying.
If Jenna Coleman had said a few weeks before Hellbent, well, this is tricky because it was meant to be, a spoiler that she's back or whatever, but let's say it wasn't. If she said, I think viewers will be not pleasantly surprised, but ultimately they'll realize this is where it had to go, I think it would play differently. Because we have such an understanding of those characters and what their relationship is doing for each other, it's not like even the people that might have read 12 and Clara more romantically, I don't think loads of them were like saying, well, they need to live happily ever after, as Husbands of River song does. There's clearly issues in that relationship and what they're pushing each other to do. And so for the resolution of it, the most romantic, you don't necessarily have to keep them together to please the fans of them that like them together, if that makes sense. Because I think the bigger affirmation of their relationship is in a way that they have to be apart because they have such a huge pull on each other. But with Yaz and the Doctor, we haven't had that foundation of this huge pull on each other. We've had these sporadic scenes of Yaz kind of talking about it here and there. So it's not like we don't have this huge weight bearing down of the story must go in this direction, because we don't have the story at all. It's started in Eve, basically. And so we don't have this huge inevitability or story sense of where it should go. And so it's difficult, like, when she's saying not pleasantly surprised, we don't know what she's talking about, because it's not like a situation where if you said this to us after The Woman Who Lived, we could probably think about it and we could say, well, they have to get out of each other's lives in some fashion. I don't know if whether it's death or a parallel universe like Rose. There's, but, you know, I could see a not pleasant surprise where it has to go. It might be just some kind of removal. I don't think we have enough stuff to talk about here with Yaz and the Doctor to say not pleasantly surprised, well, this must go, because I think the story's barely started. And so it's difficult to talk about in that way.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think I just thought this now that it's like, to bring it back again to Clara and 12, we talked a little while ago about how trying to like figure out when the story started. I just thought that because Jenna Coleman was initially supposed to leave at the end of series 8.
Yeah.
So that would have been a logical conclusion for them at Death in Heaven or Last Christmas or whatever. But because they had that foundation, Clara and 12, that was so like strongly built up across series 8, when she came back for series 9, there is still logic to their relationship, which is just like the absolute opposite of Yaz and 13.
Fundamentally, we have not had a single episode that is about Yaz and 13's relationship, that has that as its absolute core focus centric thing. It's just been, I guess, like a side note in various other episodes, and obviously a big kind of thing that kind of emerges in Eve, like there's a big scene, but at the same time it's kind of like you can watch that clip on its own, like it's sort of not core to the episode Eve of the Daleks, if you see what I mean. You could kind of, obviously the episode would be worse if you did this, but you could cut it out, and the episode would still make sense, if you see what I mean. So like, it's never actually been at the heart of any episode. Which obviously, again, like 12 and Clara, completely, or 10 and Rose even, like these other love stories with doctors and companions, they always got like major focus in some way. Like it's never really happened with 13 and Yaz.
Because the plot stuff of the Chibnall era isn't to everyone's taste. To everything that like Thasmin is probably the most discussed aspect of this era of the show. So to have like the fans being so focused on it and the actual show having like almost nothing going on with it, it's this weird tension where we're all wondering, oh, Thasmin, and the show is giving us nothing to do with Thasmin.
I mean, it's funny to think of, do you remember the Flux Explain video that's 15 minutes long where Chibnall and Jodie talk about the plot of Flux and they don't mention Yaz or Dan like at all the whole 15 minutes. It's such a complete misalignment of expectations and what's actually happening.
Well, it's like, remember when the Doctor's mum dies at the end of Flux 5 and then in Flux 6 she's not mentioned once? It's like the whole approach to character storytelling in this era is insanity. That's why these discussions are so strange and difficult to have, because it's an era where you can kill the main character's mum in an episode and then forget about it the next episode, where you can have an exec talk about, oh yeah, we thought of, this romance between the two main characters, we forgot about it. Like we're dealing with an approach to storytelling here which is not following in Davy's footsteps, as Stevens talked about earlier, I would say. I do have another source. So this is from the 31st of March 2022, Doctor Who magazine of that day, and it comes in the context of this interview with Ella Road, the co-writer for Legend of the Sea Devils, and I'll read it out for you. So what it says is, so this is from Doctor Who magazine, it's not just the ideas that are big on Doctor Who, it's got supersized emotions too. When we last saw them at the end of Eve of the Daleks, the Doctor and Yaz, aka Thasmin, appeared to be feeling their way towards a crunch point in their evolving relationship. This is a thread that carries over into Legend of the Sea Devils. I really enjoyed that, says Ella. It's not a huge part of the episode, but I think it's good to be able to include these real, relationship questions that people can relate to outside the whole sci-fi aspect of the show. The question of whether or not to enjoy a relationship for what it is now versus worrying about the future, that's a very universal thing. It also felt really special to be able to write a queer relationship in the series. As a queer person myself, it felt like I'd been handed the opportunity to explore something in a way that was quite subtle, actually, and quite delicate.
Okay, see, I actually hadn't noticed that middle bit where she talks about wanting more out of relationship versus being happy with what it is now. Like that seems quite. I guess that pretty much lays out what the Thasmin incorporation in Sea Devils is going to be like. I guess like just that kind of question of like what Yaz is really grappling with. So maybe not so much a Thasmin kiss scenario, but more a Yaz has some sort of inner conflict kind of scenario.
I think devoid of context, that's a really interesting, like, place for, like, a character beat to go. But because it's Thasmin and because it's the second to last episode, like, that is nothing.
Yeah, I kind of get the sense that, like, in terms of the brief for the episode, it's like, okay, let's not actually move these two's relationship any further. Let's not actually have any progress.
Yeah, it's like pad it out.
Yeah, let's just pad it out. Let's just have them go in circles, spin the wheels. What about, wasn't there that video clip about of a Mandip saying like Thasmin is canon or something? Like, I swear they got her to say that at some point.
This was the front one I got for you. Did you read what was on the front one I handed to you?
Yes, I did. This one says, we're ready for it?
Yeah.
Thasmin is canon.
Very exciting moment for the Thasmin fandom. What do we think of that?
I remember at the time when it came out, very rudely thinking it was quite sad because it was being celebrated as quite a big thing. And so I thought, well, I wish Thasmin actually was being dealt with in the show and not just that phrase being shouted out.
I think of what Ella said. Do we enjoy something for what it is now, or do we worry about larger concerns? That Mandip saying that, Mandip is happy in that moment. And that makes a lot of people happy. That's made at least 700 people liking the tweet happy. And I feel happy for them, feeling happy. But everything we've talked about in terms of what this story is, what this character is, what this relationship is, and everything to come, Mandip herself says Thasmin is canon and it's happy. Mandip herself says, don't be happy about the centenary. She's saying prepare for an unpleasant surprise. So yeah, I really just think of the Ella Road comment of, do you enjoy something now or do you think about what's to come?
You know what it reminds me of? At conventions, this is something that used to be done a lot when fans will go up to one of the actors who played the Doctor in the past and hand them a bit of paper with a speech that Matt Smith or Peter Capaldi says in the show and asks them to read it out for everyone. And they do it and they do their best, they do their best cold reading the speech, but it's something never feels quite right because the context isn't right and they don't really have the understanding of what it is that they're saying. So you get weird moments and stuff that doesn't quite fit together. And Mandip kind of being, I guess I would say, encouraged to say stuff like Thasmin is canon, just in spite of the fact that, Yaz and 13 aren't actually romantically involved, at this stage in the show, so in no real sense can actually be called canon, but only in the very most abstract sense of Yaz being queer and liking the Doctor is that canon. It's like, it just reminds me of that, because it's just a sense of the actor who's playing the role is kind of being put into the position of being I guess trying to represent stuff for people that is not necessarily in the show or was ever real in any sense. With fans trying to get old Doctors to say new Doctor speeches and shit. It's things that never really. Do you see what I'm getting at? The slight feeling of wrongness.
I know exactly what you're getting at.
Yeah, I guess it's one thing to play. It's one thing to play a character, but it's another thing to be made the spokesperson for gay rights.
For Chibnall and Strevens, it's something they can toy with. It's something they can play with Thasmin. But the joy and the jubilance over her saying Thasmin is canon, the joy that brings to some fans, especially some gay fans, is it's such a real thing and such a meaningful thing to some of these people. And you can laugh at it. A lot of people will laugh at this. Straight and gay alike are going to laugh at how much these people care about, this fictional relation, fictional on fictional. Not only is it a fictional relationship, it's a fictional relationship, where the creatives are saying, we didn't even intend this. You're putting fiction in our fiction. I feel like it's heavier than people talk about, whether it's the actor or the producers or something, because I read a lot of this online stuff, and it's not a joke to hundreds of these people. You know, it's something that they think a lot about and they talk a lot about. Or, you know, we know something about that ourselves at this point in the conversation. So I don't know. It's like, it's happy her saying Thasmin is canon, but I just feel like it's all a game to the people making the show.
I guess maybe the risk is getting people's hopes up if what is coming is going to be like the complete opposite of that, you know? That's the danger.
When I say it's all a game to like the actors and the producers, I'm not saying it's not a game. Like, it's just a TV show. Like, yes, but not everyone feels that way. And that could absolutely be wrong with them. And you can think it's immature of them and stupid of them, you know, and ridiculous of them to care this much about the relationship. Sure, but they do, you know, at the end of the day, they do care this much. And you don't get to decide they don't. It's something that does mean a lot to these people, whether you think that's silly or not. And so therefore, I worry about how it's handled, because it's not, some people care about it, perhaps more than they should, you can say, but that doesn't stop them caring about it that much, which means how it's handled is going to have a big effect on them. And so, yeah, it's all that responsibility thing. I just feel like you're playing with fire when you toy around with gay relationships and big mainstream stuff like this so much. It's because, I mean, we can laugh at the Thazzies. You know, some people can laugh at that, but it's not a joke for them at the end of the day, and they're real people. So it doesn't get to be a game for everyone, whether that's right or not.
The Thassis have committed no sin other than wanting something good in the world at the end of the day.
Exactly. We can think they're silly all they want, but they're always going to be the victim, and they're always going to be the good guy, I think, in these scenarios, because you've got these TV shows coming from an overwhelmingly set of straight voices just playing around with, oh, let's throw in a gay relationship at the end. We forgot about that last year, but yeah, let's do it. Oh, let's give it an unpleasant ending for whatever reason. Like, it's just all fun and games for them, but there's so many. I just think of these teenagers, man. You know, my heart goes out to them just because I think it's, they feel so loudly, and they feel so, the emotions are so strong for them. And so I just don't like it being played with so much.
Thazzies deserve better. I think that's a key thing we've been talking about like the whole time. Thazzies deserve better.
They deserve so much better. I hope they get to have their happiness while they can. You know, kind of like Ella Road is saying.
To call back to less than revered Doctor Who episode, you know, the point of them being happy now is that they're going to might be sad later. So let's just, best to be happy as much as possible while we can.
While they can. Yep. This time from Eve onwards, they've got Thasmin is canon, like Mandip says. And so when October comes, we'll deal with what comes then. For now, it's canon, even if it's not going to be dealt with much in the penultimate episode. It's canon for now.
We're never going to get that moment on the beach where you tell me everything that happened to you, are we?
Of course we will. Piracy devils in 19th century China.
We're never going to get that beach holiday, are we?
Okay, we're reconvening in October, about a week out from the centenary. Yaz's final episode, we presume. We're going to look at a few last little bits and bobs before we finish up this big timeline and exploration of Yaz and associated tragedies, as we see, pertaining to her character and the whole Thasmin idea. So we're going to talk a bit about Legend of the Sea Devils and a few other interviews and things like that. And then we'll end, and the centenary is next. So, Legend of the Sea Devils. There's just 3 things I want to quickly talk about with that, because, of course, we had a whole discussion for it. But just in the context of this timeline, there were 3 bits of it I wanted to bring up.
Stunning. Yes, it is. Not a bad date, am I?
No.
Something's missing. No ship, Sherlock.
What do we think of that? The Doctor saying, not a bad date, am I?
There's that sort of like pregnant pause after she says it, isn't there? When Yaz gives this really, really sort of sad kind of look, and it's just very awkward for a moment before the Doctor changes the subject again.
Missy, you described it when we had our separate Legend of the Sea Devils discussion as, I think, the first, or possibly the first bit of self-aware Thasmin dialogue in the show, since it had come after Eve.
Hearing it again now, my first thought it was the kind of like comfortable, self-aware joke about a relationship, or okay, whatever, a relationship. Yeah. It was the kind of comfortable way of joking about that I don't know that the writing for it has earned it. It was the kind of thing that was like, haha, not a bad date, am I? And it's that's a weird way to engage with that, considering not a lot before that has happened. Do you get what I mean? It feels like it's more comfortable with the idea of Thasmin than maybe any of the rest of the show has been, and they've jumped straight into making jokes like, oh, not a bad date and no ship, Sherlock.
You think they're treating it oddly casually is what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they haven't really engaged with it. It's just, and then...
Yeah, because like the fact it's 13 kind of phrasing it that way, she hasn't actually done that before, I don't think. Like, and there've been various moments that have be conceived as sassy baiting or whatever, but I don't think we've had the Doctor like phrase something she's doing with Yaz in a way that's openly romantic or almost flirtatious or whatever. And the thing is, like, she's only doing it now because we had that whole thing in Eve of the Daleks previously, where Dan forces them to confront the whole like relationship thing and awkwardness of their relationship. So it's like it's a bit odd. It's almost like the Doctor is only now like saying this shit because the idea of Thasmin has been floated to her by Dan, even though that the context of that was that it was almost cruel of the Doctor to not acknowledge Yaz's feelings, which she was fully aware of. So it just comes off as kind of cruel in a way for the Doctor to just sort of bring it up in that almost teasy kind of way.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I meant.
I think the promotion around the show also kind of locked in casually to that kind of, we've been doing this the whole time. This is the, casual sort of vibe towards the Thasmin stuff. Like on YouTube, the official upload of this video is titled A Date Under the Sea. So I think they were really locking into the whole, yeah.
Do you guys remember in the end of Spyfall 2 when the fam are all sitting around and they're having that conversation about how they don't really know the Doctor, and they're like, oh, we don't know a thing about her, and it's not for want of asking. Who is she? We never really know. And the show's kind of acting as if the fam have ever been interested in who the Doctor is, which they hadn't in any of Series 11, and they just sort of retroactively sort of pretended that that's the kind of what they were doing the whole time. This Thasmin moment in Legend of the Sea Devils feels like that.
Yeah, that's well observed. Yeah. In the script for the first scene, after the Doc says, yes, it is not a bad date, am I? It's Yaz, parentheses, looks at the Doctor, no. Then the directions. She drifts off, looks out again, awkward. Yaz looks out too, closing in on the two of them, lit by the ocean. So the Doc looking awkward in that not a bad date, am I thing is scripted, and then Yaz looking out as well.
Yeah, so I think the direction sort of went sort of further with that, I think. Like, it made it more than just an awkward moment into an actively, a moment of pathos, I would say, is how it comes off in the filmed version.
You know, I said earlier about not being a bad date. Well, dates are not something I really do, I mean, I used to, have done, and if I was going to, believe me, it'd be with you. I think you're one of the greatest people I've ever known. Including my wife. You what? Oh, I wasn't going to mention that. It was a long time ago. I was a different man back then. But the point is, if it was going to be anyone, it'd be you. But I can't.
Why not?
Because at some point, time always runs out.
It's we talked about this in our Sea Devils discussion, but the vibe I get from it is if someone's rejecting me or I'm rejecting someone, like in a romantic sense, the polite thing, the thing we feel is polite is to kind of do the it's not you, it's me type of thing. And I don't think it's intentional, but I get such that sort of vibe from how the Doctor talks to Yaz in this kind of way. Like, you're one of the best people ever, but I can't date any. Well, I have dated one, but I can't date you, but you're the best person, you're so amazing for someone else.
Yeah, bringing up the the fact that immediately after bringing up the wife, the Doctor immediately goes, "Oh, I didn't mean to bring that up." It's almost, it's like it's compounding like the worstness of it.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's like, I think it's meant to read as like
sincere.
Yeah, or and also just nodding to the fact that the Doctor has had relationships before in an attempt to like build up Thasmin. It's like, oh, the Doctor had a wife, so the Doctor and Yaz. It feels like they're being put on similar levels, which is the way I read it, but it's not the way the rest of the story ends up panning out. It's why would you bring up River at all? It just like, it feels like it wasn't intended to shoot Thasmin down, but the result is that it so definitely does, because they're like, oh, I'm not going to date you. I had a wife once. I'm not going to date you though. I had a wife though.
I also think the stakes around this Doctor's incoming end in the centenary, you know, with the personification of time talking to her forebodingly at the end of the Flux and all that sort of thing. It lacks clarity in the sense that I think it's easy to watch this scene and not know if that's kind of the issue or not. Like she's saying, I've had dates before, I can't now. You're one of the greatest people I've known, but it can't be anyone anymore. Like, I think we're meant to assume it's because the Doctor feels her time is running out and all that kind of thing. Would you agree? Or is it just because she doesn't like, if not, then what is the issue with Yaz? Why can't she get with Yaz if she's got with people before?
And there's so much shit about time running out ever since the end of Flux. I mean, in Eve, the Doctor's going on about how time is catching up with you, blah, 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 blah. And in this episode, it's, oh, nothing lasts forever, time is running out. And of course, in the promotion for the centenary, it's like, oh, nothing lasts forever, oh, it's the end, it's coming. So in that sense, the fact that this is all concertinaed up at the end of 13's run on the show is just sort of there, affecting negatively any potential for a storyline, really, or a character development on the part of 13.
I think even if we're charitable and we say, okay, there's an actual story reason the Doctor doesn't want to get with Yaz, it's because blah, 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 she's going to die or whatever. Also, I'd question that as well, though, because if she's going to regenerate, if we assume that the time running out thing is just she's going to regenerate again, not that she'll die forever, why wouldn't the next Doctor like Yaz? Like, what about Yaz will be so not palatable to, like, the 9th Doctor liked Rose, and then the 10th Doctor liked Rose, and the Doctor liked River across all sorts of incarnations. You know, it's an odd little diss to Yaz, I think, that, oh, we can never be together because I'm going to change body. Don't ask me about other people I've dated before across regenerations. But if we set all that aside and say that's a fair enough reason, like, why do that, though, at the first place? Why do the Thasmin stuff at the end of the era so you could get away with, we can't be together because I'm about to regenerate? Like, it just feels kind of cheap to me to do it now, rather than do it at any point where we might have played with it a little bit more.
I feel like the script is also trying to make it a generalized time running out thing. So in the sense that all relationships are ultimately impermanent, and because the Doctor's immortal and Yaz isn't, and so on and so forth, it'll never be the same. And like all my past relationships ended in sadness and tragedy, so I'm just never having another one again. And they haven't really thought that through, example, in the way that Moffat obviously thought that through a lot and sort of confronted the implications of that and sort of did a whole story about the Doctor, you know, growing up and coming to terms with that. It just feels as though in this case they're just sort of reverting back so they can just come up with whatever half-assed excuse they can throw in, as long as it sounds slightly profound, regardless of whether or not it is.
Yeah. In the script for the second exchange about dates, after a beat and the Doctor saying dates are not something I really do. I mean, I used to and I have done, and if I was going to, believe me, it would be with you. Parentheses. Heartfelt to Yaz. I think you're one of the greatest people I've known, including my wife. Then it goes on with beats and whatnot. But it's scripted that if it was going to be with anyone, it would be with you, is scripted as heartfelt. So I feel like we were saying, this is meant to be sincere. It's like the era is giving us all the tools to read it as insincere.
It is just like mind-blowing how much the script is like twisting and convoluting to try and make explicitly making Thasmin not a thing into a romantic relationship thing.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? It's like
yeah.
There's a lot of work going into like not committing while also presenting the fact that it feels like you are committing.
I think Chibnall is inadvertently, or Ella Road is inadvertently channeling some real life, I'm not saying their real life, but some actual like verisimilitude into their dialogue, in that like we're picking out, this feels like when I reject someone or like when I get rejected, we're picking out like a humanistic, this feels like a real human situation thing, but it's like scripted as a sincere thing, not meant to be what we're picking it up as. I think that's really interesting that we're getting some human applicability out of what's meant to be, I think, a more straightforward bit of dialogue.
Yeah, I think they're presenting these scenes as almost idealized and romantic in the sense, but what they're actually conveying is something perhaps more nuanced, but a lot less desirable, perhaps, you might say.
Yaz. I can't fix myself to anything. Anywhere. Or anyone. I've never been able to. It's what my life is.
No, of course.
Not because I don't want to. Because I might. But if I do fix myself to somebody, I know sooner or later it'll hurt.
My nanny says, courage is knowing something will hurt and doing it anyway. Mind you, she also said it's the definition of stupidity.
Can we just live in the present of what we have while we still have it? Sure.
Make a wish and skim it.
I wish.
You can't say you wish out loud.
Can where I'm from. I wish. I wish this would go on forever.
It's another one of those ones where it doesn't, surely it wasn't intended to feel dissing towards Yaz, but it does.
It feels so selfish, doesn't it? I might get hurt if we do this. So let's just keep things as they are. That's the most comfortable thing for me.
And she's like, can we just live in the present? And Yaz is hesitant. And then the doctor's like, can we just stay exactly as we are? And Yaz is hesitant. And then the doctor's like, I wish we could stay as we are.
Where I'm from, we can stay as we are. So let's do that.
I love that she's, lying when she said, I've never been able to fix myself to anything.
She just mentioned her wife that same episode.
Yeah.
It was an awful lot like friend zoning.
It feels exactly like that to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't be in a relationship, but I wanna stay just like this, just as we are. I've had relationships before, but not with you, but not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Yaz is kind of being taken advantage of here almost. I don't know how to put this, but it just seems like in saying, hey Yaz, let's just continue on indefinitely in this exact way. I know what you feel and I just sort of don't care. And that's how it comes off.
In this third scene on the shoreline, it's scripted as the doctor nodding, preoccupied, looking out, then looks to Yaz, the doctor, parentheses, beat, then shyly, Yaz, I can't fix in italics, myself to anything, anywhere, beat. Or anyone, beat. I've never been able to beat. That's what my life is. Yaz looks down. She knows what this means.
Oh dear.
That's a rejection. That's like an outright scripted rejection.
Yaz, no, of course. The doctor, not because I don't want to beat, not looking at Yaz. Because I might beat. But if I do fix myself to someone, I know sooner or later, beat. It'll hurt. Beat. Yaz looks out to sea. Yaz says the thing about her nani. Beat. Mind you, she says it's the definition of stupidity. They both smile. The doctor saying, let's just live in the present while we still have. The directions here. Yaz holds the doctor's gaze. She doesn't really want to do what's being asked of her. And the doctor doesn't really want to be asking it of her. But she definitely doesn't want to lose what they have already. Yaz, sure, beat. They both look out. The doctor looks back to Yaz. Yaz picks up a stone and holds it out. They do the whole stone throwing thing. The doctor's saying, I wish this could go on forever. They look to each other, smiles infused with sadness. The doctor skims the stone. The stone skims and skims and skims endlessly as we cut to the titles. The bit of directions there saying Yaz doesn't want to do what's being asked of her. The doctor doesn't want to be asking it of her, but Yaz definitely doesn't want to lose what they have already. That's tragedy, isn't it? That's actual tragedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's scripted as tragedy. That's the actual, that's what Chib and or Ella Road are you telling the actors to play it as. This tragedy of one person in the would-be couple wants to, keep it casual and not actually be a couple, and the other person doesn't want that, but they're putting up with that just to have the chance to be with the person at all. It's just like the talk Jack had with Yaz in Revolution of the Daleks saying it's worth the pain, which is tragic. It's the tragedy of Yaz.
Yeah, I think it's upsetting how little of a voice Yaz gets in this whole thing. I just feel like when the doctor asks her to do this thing, Yaz is just like, oh, sure, fine, okay. She says that one thing, that bit of advice from her nanny, which is actually quite a worthwhile bit of thematic wisdom, but it just sort of gets tidied away straight away, so Yaz can just docilely accept the whole thing. And I just can't help but feel that the bit about how, well, the doctor doesn't really want to be asking this, I just feel it's just... It's insufficient. It's like she's still asking it. I just find it not all that sympathetic on the doctor's part. It just feels cruel in some strange way.
I think what's so interesting to me, because I think it speaks to an actual vision and ideology towards the doctor that Chibnall has, and I'm assuming Chibnall, not Ella Road here, just because it links so much into other episodes he's done, like Revolution of the Daleks, is the scripted thing of Yaz doesn't want to lose what they have already, so she's putting up with the doctor kind of being a dick here. It really sinks in so much to me with that Jack talk in Revolution, where Jack and Yaz are talking about, is it worth it, all this pain and these hard times, and, inevitably getting left behind with the doctor. And Jack says to Yaz, how many people in the universe get to meet the doctor, let alone travel with her? We're the lucky ones, Yaz. Enjoy the journey while you're on it, because the joy is worth the pain. And that's like the ending of their discussion. And I think that's like Chibnall buys into that, is kind of my impression by how it's being played out in succeeding episodes. What do you guys think?
Well, I think there's probably some precedent for that with RTD and Moffat too. I think certainly we've got the ideas that the Doctor's worth the monsters or whatever, or hide the damage from the Doctor. I wouldn't say those ideas were always presented uncritically by the past showrunners, but certainly the idea of companions just sort of sucking up the tribulations that come with hanging around the Doctor just so they can get a glimpse of the wonders that the Doctor shows them. It's certainly, I wouldn't say it's a new idea, but maybe it hasn't been played out to quite this dramatic a degree before.
What I can't get a handle on is, we've got in the script that it's meant to be played as like a sad thing, in that Yaz doesn't want to do this and she's putting up with it anyway, because of, the sort of thing Jack said. But are we meant to find this tragic, is my question though, because that's not scripted, that we're meant to be sad or anything. It's not scripted anywhere after that. Well, it says smiles infused with sadness, but the sadness is entirely inflicted by the Doctor, how she's handling that situation. Are we meant to I'm just curious about how Chibnall sees this dynamic and what his stance is on it. Is he condemning the Doctor at all? in this. It actually feels quite nuanced, doesn't it? If we can have these conversations, has he succeeded in an interesting dynamic here?
I get the impression that Chib wants us to just assume the Doctor is right in some way, or telling the. I think the show wants us to go along with the Doctor's logic, because the Doctor's, the immortal alien who's lived countless lives and whatever, and she's just sort of saying this, and we don't really get much of a counter argument, and it just gets meekly accepted. And yeah, I think we're meant to just take away that this is just the inherent tragedy of traveling with the last of the Time Lords or whatever, and it's not the Doctor's fault. There's nothing that can be done.
How would you square that up with River being brought up in the episode, like a success story of the Doctor having at least 24 years with a partner and those being happy? How does this square up with the Doctor saying, I can never be with anyone, this doesn't work?
It doesn't.
And bringing up... Yeah.
It doesn't. Chib is just explicitly just ignoring the actual contours and details of River's storyline. She's just a continuity reference. That's literally all she represents here. Just something thrown in.
Even if River didn't exist, I don't buy that the Doctor couldn't possibly be with someone to some extent, even if we didn't have more than one example of this happening in the past. And even if we do take that as given, it still feels like such a weird way to handle this queer story, is to jam it in at the very end and then say, yeah, it sucks because this can't actually happen. It's so confusing.
I think there is something fundamentally ridiculous about this whole idea of the Doctor not being able to fix herself to anyone, anything, not being able to handle losing a relationship or things naturally coming to an end. Because the nature of the Doctor's life is that they've gone through so many different travelling companions and so many different periods in their lives, so many incarnations. If anything, loss should be the thing they are the most used to in the whole universe. So there's always something slightly strange about writing them as pathologically averse to loss in any way. And just treating that as a given.
It's weird to me because I think Chibnall actually can write loss well. I remember Broadchurch, whether you like or dislike it, it doesn't hide away from loss at all, does it? It confronts that very head on. It deals so much with loss and, examining families and communities in the wake of great losses. It's very interested in a kind of humanistic look at loss. So, Chibnall is a living, breathing man. He has complex, deep emotions. It feels ridiculous to say this because of course he does. He has so much emotional richness as a person, and some of that's been channeled through his other shows. And I believe him that he loves Doctor Who so much. So it's just disappointing that he sets these characters up and then he doesn't even use his own skills, I guess, to make it come alive in a humanistic way.
I was just going to say that, I saw a tweet a few days ago, and it was part of the ridiculousness of this entire thing is the way that it treats the idea of the loss and the hurt is only going to happen if their relationship is romantic. If they don't enter into a romantic relationship, eventually they're not going to be together forever, just inherently. But if they're not in a romantic relationship, it's not going to hurt. It's going to be okay.
That's the funny aspect of it. She's just saying that if you say companion, it won't hurt when you leave. Fuck off, goodbye. You don't matter to me.
So, Legend of the Sea Devils was from the 17th of April. We skip forward a bit to the 28th of April. Doctor Who Mag 577. We've got a little clip of the magazine here titled Love Story, and it's part of Chibnall being asked questions. The mag says, what does Chris make of the Thasmin phenomenon? What do you think he's going to say before I read out his answer?
Is he going to ask what Thasmin means, like Matt Strubens did?
No, he kind of does the opposite. He says, I'm aware of what that is. He says, smiling, Ooh. I'm aware of its existence. The magazine...
Sequel to the Strubens quote.
It is. The Doctor's burgeoning relationship with Yaz was something that evolved during the series. It wasn't part of the plan, Chris says. You're in a constant dialogue with the show because you see things come through and you think, that's interesting, we can slow burn that. And that's sort of what happened with this. If you look at Arachnids in the UK, it's there front and centre in the scene where Yaz's mum asks, are you two seeing each other? And the Doctor says, I don't think so. Are we? Later in the episode, when Yaz describes the Doctor as the best person she's ever met, we noticed a real intensity to Mandip's performance. It started to read on screen, maybe partly because of Jodie and Mandip's friendship off screen, but partly because it just came through. We started making very deliberate decisions in terms of costume and started laying some things in. I remember Maxine Alderton adding the line to The Haunting of Villa Diodati, where Claire talks about Byron being an enigma, and Yaz says, I know someone like that. We talk about how great Jodie is, but Mandip is just as good. She's the most incredible person, so funny. There's so much she could do. She could easily play the Doctor.
I like that total non sequitur at the end there.
Yeah, that was weird. I have to have one question. Why, when Chris Chibnall, when the idea of Thasmin was raised to him, the quote was something like, "That's interesting, we can slow burn that." Why was that the thing and not, "That's interesting, we can do that"?
That's interesting, we can stick that at the end. Yeah. That part is frustrating, but I think that dialogue from Chris there is so cathartic and vindicating, a lot of it, because that's really bouncing off a lot of what fans have said and what we've said in our whole big video here, that there was something there in the performances and in some of the other writers. There was something there, not imposed from an exact level like we talked about with the stream and stuff, but there was something kind of coming through the gaps there. And eventually Chib thought, well, we can do something with that at the end. And so what happened.
What it affirms is just the cowardice of the whole affair. Because he mentions that it wasn't part of the plan, is what he said, but in Arachnids, he still put in that line that sort of almost teases with it, like where Yaz's mum asks if they're seeing each other and says no. And then, so presumably if it was not part of the plan, but he nonetheless put that in, so it must have been something that was, I don't know, floating around his brain or whatever, but only when he saw Mandip's performance being so intense at the end, as he describes, did he think, well, okay, we can slow burn that. And again, that's the cowardice of, instead of actually running with that storyline in series 12 in any tangible way, it's just, let's layer on some costume details. What is let's have a line there? Here or there. Oh, God knows. Maybe they were matching colours or something. I mean, I don't even know. I'm sure some fatties have analysed this to like the last detail. Maybe like one of them knows, but I don't know.
That interview must be awesome for them. That they were reading probably something that felt harebrained into the costumes, and the showrunner's actually saying, "Yeah, we put Thasmin in the costumes somehow." So that's something we missed. Yeah, interesting.
And the fact that whole thing of deciding to slow burn it ultimately just culminates in it being diffused utterly in the penultimate episode. It was just like, why did you do any of this?
This is interesting that it started to read Thasmin on screen, maybe partly because of Jodie and Mandip's friendship off screen. That's really fascinating to me. There's so much you can read into that. It's saying a romance between two characters started to read on screen, maybe because of a platonic friendship off screen. What it is I'm not saying Chib's being silly there at all. I don't think he is. I just think that's really interesting. Does it just speak to how things come off on TV, or does it speak to like fan culture and shipping culture? Because he's basically saying there were two platonic friends, and they were friends so much that they started to seem like more than friends when it was put on TV.
Does it speak to perhaps the lack of
queer, like lesbian couplings,
intimacy, friendliness,
the lack of
warmth?
No, when like characters get along together and actors get along together,
friendship,
camaraderie.
Fuck it, never mind.
Chemistry.
Yes, thank you. Does it speak to perhaps the lack of chemistry in general in the Chib era?
Oh, it's like the rest of the year is like a cold, overcast day, and then their actual camaraderie is like the sun shining through, and it's like we're gasping for any light, so we're misperceiving the light as that metaphor is getting away. But like there's such a lack of something that when we get any of it, it's easy to read it as all manner of things. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking. Like the Chipu characters never like actually felt very close to each other, or like very particularly close friends at any point. So when you have like 13 and Yaz and Jodie and Mandip even seeming kind of close, that's suddenly that just reads like an explosion, you know?
That's a really interesting point, Missy. It makes me think because this year is kind of weird how cold it is with physical affection, at least I'm not saying it's weird, I guess, but it's different than the last few eras, which I know Giggs talked about hugs used to be more of a feature in past eras. And remember, the Doctor just kisses Rory, some episodes, like for no real reason. I know some people might read it maliciously as queer bait and stuff like that, but there's just more of people touch each other more in some other eras. And it's so, like when the Doctor kisses Rory, there's a lot of humor about, shipping them or whatever, but I don't think there's an actual explosion of it, the way that... Imagine if the 11th Doctor didn't really touch people much, but then he did kiss Rory one episode. It would explode, wouldn't it? Everyone would be like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
You know, that 11 and Rory is a thing. This is real. This is happening. But because he touches everyone all the time, he can flat out kiss a companion and it mostly gets laughed off. So it's like the inverse of this.
Yeah, it's just like this is like a baseline of like relationship closeness in an era that isn't in this era.
It isn't even just people touching each other. I think on the fundamental dialogue and script level as well, like the characters don't feel close to each other.
Oh, totally.
This leads in perfectly to the next thing I wanted to quickly touch on, which is from the 5th of May. And it's an interview with The Guardian titled Mandip Gill. Me and Jodie Whittaker are so touchy-feely. In Legend of the Sea Devils, the Doctor finally tells a love-struck Yaz that she reciprocates her feelings. Although things are left up in the air for Thasmin, as fans have nicknamed the couple, it's the first time the Doctor has been involved in a same-sex romance. I'm happy with where it heads, says Gill, of their flirty heart-to-heart. It got there naturally. It's beautiful and full of authenticity.
Some quite interesting, generous wording around that there, saying things are left up in the air for Thasmin. I mean, they've got one more episode left. Like, there's not exactly many places it can go. Now it's been sort of shot down in this way.
Later in the article, it says, in the years since Gill got the role, Whittaker has become one of her best mates, though nothing more. A long time ago, me and Jodie were holding hands, and that started a little bit of a rumour, she says. We're so touchy-feely as friends. As me and Jodie have found each other, our characters are at the same time.
I can't help but feel like to some extent people looking at like Jodie and Mandip doing something innocuous like holding hands or whatever and starting like almost like kind of pernicious rumours about what might be going on in their private lives based on that. I feel like to some extent the people wouldn't care if it weren't for the shipping aspect within the TV show. I just feel like that somehow that's feeding into how people are looking at the actual actors in real life, and I feel like there's probably something toxic about that.
There's something really toxic about it. Do you remember in the very early days of the Chib era when there were Thasmin fan videos and the majority of them would be made up out of photos of Jodie and Mandip?
Out of character. Yeah. Moving on to October, the 13th of October, Doctor Who Mag 583. In an interview with Jodie Whittaker, the interview is talking about how representation is really important, and Jodie thinks it's hugely important, and you know we should get to the point where it's not a big deal, you know, that someone's the first, whatever, because it's so normalized and everything. So they're all talking about that, Jodie and the interviewer. Representation during this era also extended to the deepening relationship between the Doctor and Yaz, which both inspired and fed off the online hashtag Thasmin, 13 plus Yasmin. How familiar is Jodie with the phenomenon? What do you guys think? What's she going to say?
Well, I imagine she'll be more aware of it than Chibnall or Stephen, so this will be like part 3 in the saga. Right? So not only does she know what it is, but she has an opinion on it as well.
Well, Jodie says, someone had to explain it to me, because obviously half the stuff on social media goes over my head, she says, laughing. But I love that it's a celebration of our characters and meeting people at Comic-Con that relationship has had a really positive effect on. You just think, what an honour to be involved in a storyline like that reaches people. Before I read on, really positive effect on, that is tricky, I think, because it's totally true in that Thasmin, such as it is, has had a really positive effect on people. You can find that easily on Twitter. People who have felt inspired and warmed and heartened and all that sort of good stuff from it. But also, there'd be plenty of queer people who feel the exact opposite as well, that feel really let down. Well, you know, we can speak to that feel really let down by that and feel cold and hurt and misjudged by it and all that sort of thing. So I think there's not a really easy response to the positive effect thing. It's like anything in fandom where if you only look at one sort of case, you're being sort of blind. Like, yes, of course, there's some young queer people who this has been really positive to. And yes, of course, all these issues we've talked about, it still exist. And those issues don't matter to some people, queer or otherwise, and they do matter to some people, queer or otherwise.
I also think inherently part of the whole positive effect is also going to be the sense of community. And like, if you get into any particular trend or sort of phenomenon that's happening and you join a community with loads of people talking about the same things and kind of bonding over the same things, that will just bring some social activity into your life and some entertainment and amusement into your life. So that's inherently going to be a good thing.
That can even be what we're doing. When you see people talk about, this frustrates me because, as a queer person, I feel misrepresented by this, or I feel this is another case of, us being let down by this type of representation. Yeah, it can totally be a communal and galvanizing thing to people on both sides of the spectrum, to people, who feel really seen by it and people who feel really unseen by it. You're right, just that kind of extra meta element of there's something to hear, or even if there's an absence, the absence gets to be talked about. The queerness is in the conversation either way. So it's a communal thing. Yeah, that's a really good point. The next paragraph here is, perhaps inevitably, hearts were broken when the Doctor told Yaz at the end of Legend of the Sea Devils that I can't affix myself to anything, anywhere, or anyone. Because the Doctor, it seems, is destined always to be alone. I think that's the thing, nods Jodie. The Doctor understands love and loss on a level that we, as humans, can't. And there's a protection towards the people she takes with her. But when there is such a deep love and connection, it's heartbreaking for everybody.
I'm not sure what the thesis of that sentence you just said is. it feels like sort of three parts which aren't quite following through. I'm not sure what her point is there, to be honest.
Yeah, it's when there's a deep love and connection, and then the magazine in parentheses says, as there is with Yaz, it's heartbreaking for everybody. Why?
I mean, she says there that she feels like protection towards her companions, or whatever, towards Yaz. But like in this case, I mean, as we saw in Legend of the Sea Devils, it's not. It's about protecting herself. So, what does this have to do with the story?
Yeah. I think we've seen enough evidence in this timeline that Jodie and Mandip and the actors and the crew are all intelligent people and they're good at answering questions, but that doesn't necessarily mean their answers are related to the stories necessarily. It just means they're well-spoken people. So sometimes these answers kind of sound right in the moment, but when you try and link them in with what's actually in the show, it falls flat. Okay, there's a fourth and final part to our saga, which is the magazine asking Mandip, when did Mandip first become aware of the online Thasmin phenomenon? On screen, of course, the relationship between the Doctor and Yaz began to develop into something more than friendship, to the delight and ultimate heartbreak of a sizable community of fans. Interesting that a magazine published in October is saying, and ultimate heartbreak. I guess it's just talking about Sea Devils?
There is a sense of finality to how they're talking about that. Like it's been officially sort of canonized as Heartbreak, a story that ended sort of like ultimately heartbreakingly in Sea Devils, even though, the final episode has not aired yet. So it feels like very much like it's being safely put away in the box and finished.
There was that Radio Times video interview with Mandip we looked at earlier in this timeline where she seemed to kind of be bracing fans for something in the centenary as well. Anyway, the magazine asks, when did Mandip become aware of Thasmin? What do you think she's going to say?
I get the weird... I have a suspicion maybe Mandip might be more engaged with it than Jodie, I don't know, but purely because in the sense that Thasmin is a thing that's really specific to Yaz, whereas the Doctor has all these other things associated with the character, whereas Thasmin is Yaz's thing, and it's probably the Yaz's biggest thing. Maybe Yaz's only thing as a character in the show. So I don't know, but yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Yes, you're right. Quite early on, to be honest, Mandip says, I'm quite present on social media. I see things that I'm tagged in. Sidebar, I guess, much like John Bishop. I see things that I'm tagged in. I repost fan art. I've always done that. I think it's brilliant. So I did hear about Thasmin quite early, and I was showing Jodes the fan art and stuff. I also think it was touched on in the scripts quite early. Whether intentionally or not, I do think there were moments where the seed was planted, going right back to the first series where Yaz's mum goes, is that your girlfriend? But I think it became bigger from the second series when it was touched upon more and more. I think people on set were aware of it at that point, and then it just so happens that it ends up in scripts. Chris Chibnall isn't on social media, and I don't think he reads things online. But people were talking about it. We were talking about it. I'm subconsciously putting in the extra looks because I could see this being a thing that worked for my character. I remember saying to the director of one of the episodes, can I look at her in that way? And they were like, okay, try it. Look at her in a way of love.
There was just a clear sense that, like, not only Mandip, but even people on set, just like around, like, directors and stuff, like, everyone knew, everyone could see this thing that ought to be explored, but I guess it still took ages before Chib was willing to actually write it down, like, on paper.
I'm glad we're ending our big discussion around close to this interview, because that feels so... There's such an air of finality to actually getting this explicit kind of catharsis of, you know, Mandip saying, I was seeing it there, even though I don't think it was intentional in the scripts. I started actively working for it and asking directors, can we put this in? And I started actually trying to put it into the show, and I subconsciously was putting all this in. It's like what might have felt conspiratorial or harebrained or, you know, mildly insane beforehand was right. Thasy vindication. In a sense, you know, the idea that Chris Chibnall was planning it all along is complicated because it was brought to his attention and then he thought, let's slow burn it. But for Mandip to be saying, yep, I saw it early on. I saw you fans. I saw the fan art very early on. I showed Jodie the fan art. I saw this all quite early and I started fighting for it to be in the show. That's big.
It is like a lot of basically everything related to Thasmin, where it's like there are nice things, but it's like surrounded in a thing of like sadness and hopefulness for more, because it's like I really love that Mandip saw that and thought it was a good idea and like actively sought to bring that more into the show and did so with the directors and other people on set. But I just wish that Chris Chibnall had been in on that.
Yeah. For me, like I'll read the ending of this little bit in a minute. Mandip goes on to congratulate Chibnall and stuff, basically. But I think whenever I see someone praise Chibnall for Thasmin or praise Chibnall for putting in this representation or praise Chibnall for anything to do with Thasmin, I feel like praise Mandip. Pretty much everything good about this comes from Mandip, specifically. She's the one actively going to directors, hey, you know, it's not scripted like this, but can I play it like this? I think this works better for my character. I've seen the fans wanting this. I've seen the fans making these links. Pretty much everything affirming about Thasmin comes from Mandip, in my eyes. And everything that's more tragic about it seems to be coming from Chibnall, who's the one deciding to slow burn it and jam it at the end and have smiles infused by sadness and do all these mechanics that the doctor's saying, yeah, I did have a wife, can never be you though. Do you know what I mean? I feel like all the good aspects are from Mandip, basically.
Yeah, Mandip has been kind of almost fighting to get this in, like just anything at all, like something to give her character and her relationship with the Doctor more like life and intrigue and nuance. And it's just been... Chib has just been like this block of iron, I don't know, at the top of the show, like not really absorbing any of the good ideas, just sort of floating above everything.
People will make these links that, hey, before Series 11, the execs, Chib and Stevens, were saying there's going to be representation from across the spectrum, there's going to be queerness and there's all this kind of stuff. And then there is ultimately the show. And so people will be like, oh, you know, Chris, you hero, you know, you gave us the queerness that you promised. And then we're seeing behind the scenes here, you know, it's Mandip saying, yeah, I'm online a lot, so I see what fans do, so I fought to put this stuff in the show. She
shouldn't have had to fight to get it in, I think is the main thing. Like, it should have been obvious. You know, Chib put that line from Yaz's mum in Arachnids, like that should have been obvious what he was doing and what that meant and where that could go and where that ought to go and what would be a good idea for the show, for the characters, what would be a good direction for the scripts to go in, what would actually give the show some substance to it. Like, all of that should have been obvious, and I think it would have been obvious to any writer who was, you know, not half-assing their job.
Yeah.
The next bit of this interview here is Mandip. Some of that stuff was probably written as friends, reflects Mandip, but it can all have layers. And it worked because Chris Chibnall had put a seed plant in it with the characters. I don't think it was random that was touched on. I know that people might have mixed up, like me and Jodes holding hands in real life with what's on screen. But it also makes sense to me in terms of the characters, in terms of Yaz trying to understand the self and what she's been through and what she's going through. She's growing up, she's got growing pains, she's trying to figure herself out. It didn't feel like it came out of nowhere. Magazine. It's certainly a relationship that had the time and space. That's not me jokingly adding that in. The magazine has it in parentheses. Time and space to develop. As any Doctor Who fan with a spreadsheet will tell you, Yaz is the first companion in the show's long history to have spanned an entire Doctor's era and the showrunners too. No, says Mandip, shocked again. I didn't know that. I love that. There are so many companions and we've all been on a similar journey, so it's great when there's something that sticks out that you can hold on to. You'll hear me quote that all the time now.
I mean, it's like, Mandip is right, because there is, well, obviously she's right. It's logical in the story for Thasmin to go where it's going, but that just makes it all the more infuriating, the lack of where it has gone.
I think the really frustrating thing is, as is identified here and Mandip celebrating, Yaz has had so much time on the show. She's had, and space. She's had 3 series and these specials. She's had the whole era is hers. She's been in the whole thing, which is so much more than some really iconic, not even companions and side characters. She's had a longer run than some Doctors. All this opportunity. And we can see Mandip does what she can with it, and she rises to the occasion whenever the occasion is there. And sometimes she puts the occasion in there herself. But what has been given to her is so paltry that it's just there's a tragedy of Yaz, and I think there's a tragedy of Mandip too. There's this actress that always does a great job when there's the material there to do a great job with, and she fights to get more of that material in there. And it's just a shame to me that, you know, she's like saying the unique thing I can cling on to is how long I was in the show, rather than the show like giving her all these, you know, tangible things that could be celebrated about the character.
And the thing is, like, when the decision was made to slow burn it, for the sake of what? What was in place of Thasmin?
And because all this extra time, because she's had the whole era to herself, why? What
was Yaz doing instead of Thasmin?
What was happening at all on the show?
Yeah, I was being polite. What was happening in this show?
In a way, like the fact that Yaz has spanned the entire era of Chibnall under 13, as much as that feels like something to celebrate just because of how long it lasted, I guess, it also feels to me a bit like the opposite. It just feels like a symptom of the creative inertia, really, and the lack of a real structure or idea of what to do with it. I mean, I'm not one to complain when a character, like a companion, lasts for a long time. Obviously, Clara was around for a really long time, but you know, like every series with Clara, there was some insane like climax that she could have easily left, but Jenna was like, "Okay, I'll come back. I'll do some more." With Yaz, it just felt like a run-on sentence that never really wound up anywhere until arguably the last minute. And that's what makes her spanning the entire era and only going when it's time for Chibnall and Whittaker to go. That's what makes it feel just like, it feels half-assed. It feels like she's not getting an ending to herself. She's just getting shuffled out of the show same time as everyone else is going, because out of necessity, almost. She's not getting an ending to herself. She's not getting a story to herself.
Exactly. And it's like, because there's also, it's like, we said this earlier, but there's no reason for the next Doctor to not also be, like, why would the next Doctor not like Yaz and not want Yaz to stay on? There's such non-story to Yaz that, of course, she doesn't have an ending because his story didn't really begin, and there's no middle, there's no anything. Yaz is just present. So it's like, oh, Yaz served, like, longest serving companion. Yaz has been here for the 13th Doctor's entire run, and it's like, okay, cool, but like, who cares? Because nothing happened really. It's like, Yaz is just still here, and it's like, she could have had so much stuff. She could have had reasons to leave and chosen not to, or reasons to stay, but she didn't have either. She's just here.
With Mandip, something extra irritating, not to do with her, to do with the show, is that, like we've talked about a lot, she's introduced as confident and, you know, on her way up and having good skills already and being very ambitious and everything already. And then we have regression of the Yaz for 2.5 series, until Survivors of the Flux, where she's back into the active mode of she's being a leader, and she's finally got a point like above where she was in her first episode, where she was a rookie cop handling disputes well. And so it took like a couple of episodes from her last episode to her, in my opinion, to finally kind of go above where she started, because I feel like she just went backward from the Ghost Monument onwards. We talked a lot about how her goal stopped being to, self-actualize herself and raise her own skills up, and they become, what would the Doctor do? And it kind of morphed into, how can I serve the Doctor the best, or how can I stay with the Doctor the most? There's that conversation with Jack we talked about, and the smiles infused by sadness now. So it's not even that she had a disappointing arc. It's like for most of the run, she had an anti-arc. It's like she went backward most of the time. And then when there's a couple of episodes left, finally she kind of rises up. And it's like this avoidant thing in the era storytelling that I will slow burn it. I will have Yaz finally, become a bigger person and more of a leader in like the 4th or 5th last episode. But when she's had all this time, why did we give Mandip less to work with until the very end? I can't think of any good answer. It's just, why were we burning time away on so many inconsequential things?
Even at the very end of Yaz's storyline, and with the whole Sea Devils thing and the acknowledgement of Thasmin and 13 shutting Yaz down on the Thasmin front and stuff, Yaz never actually gets a point where she can say to the Doctor, please go out with me. It's just like, it's sort of leaked to the Doctor by Dan and then implicitly addressed by the Doctor. And then the Doctor's like, okay, I need to talk to you about this. I'm not doing this. This is why. And Yaz is like, okay. So, so it's all passively basically done to Yaz almost. So on the whole front of Yaz, self-actualizing, being a leader or whatever, she never actually gets to really take the lead when it comes to her own emotions and stuff. So it almost feels like another regression, even as that, I guess, anti-regression happened in Survivors of the Flux. She just still feels like she's never actually risen to the point where it really matters, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
You see it, Yaz's arc devolves into like how she can serve the Doctor. And I think that like kind of in a more like general way explains Yaz's purpose in the show. It's just like she doesn't have an arc of her own. She's just there to provide additional context to other characters and their arcs. It feels like the show is like, even though Thasmin is such a Yaz-centric thing, when we finally get to explore it in Legend of the Sea Devils, it's very much Doctor-focused. There's just nothing for Yaz to do ever. There's no thought to give into what Yaz does, that there's not even a thought to give her an ending. That's why she's still here.
On the topic of avoiding Yaz and focusing on the Doctor instead, the very last thing I want to look at is an interview from literally today, the day we're recording this last pickup of the conversation, 15th of October 2022, which is Big Issue interviewing Jodie Whittaker. So the relevant bit here is Big Issue saying, there may be more old friends and foes too, and don't get us started on the final scenes between the Doctor and Yaz. Last seen sitting on a beach, a rare moment of stillness amid the manic energy of the Whittaker era, discussing the impossibility of a relationship. Jodie, our storylines have mirrored the love and respect we have for each other and the joy of being around each other, says Whittaker of her off-screen relationship with Gil. I knew the chemistry was there at her audition. I walked out and said to Chris, I could be best mates with her. He was like, well, there are other important factors. But she made me laugh so much, I knew she would be someone I would never tire of being around. I'm still not used to not seeing her every day yet. That's partly why I forgot about this interview. I was walking around on the high street on the phone, monologuing to Mandip.
So is there no more Thasmin stuff in the rest of this interview? Is it just that little bit she said?
Yeah, there was just that her saying, she loves Mandip so much.
Oh, so yeah, I guess, yeah. So there's no actual really like on-screen Thasmin discussion. It's just sort of subject changed onto the off-screen relationship between Jodie and Mandip, and I think that sort of says it all, really, doesn't it? Like they had a great partnership off-screen. That's great. Yeah.
I'm now going to rewind the clock to the conclusion talk we had in our first discussion we recorded for this big The Tragedy of Yaz timeline. So we're going to listen to our concluding thoughts from the first time now.
So to end all of this, in conclusion, I want to say that I was excited for Yaz's character. In fact, I was excited in general for Chibnall's era before it started. My friends here probably even remember me defending Chibnall's appointment of showrunner back in 2016, 2017, 2018. I remember that outside of his castings, which I praised, I specifically invoked his experience in police television as a strength he could bring to Doctor Who. When we learnt one of the new era's companions would in fact be a police officer, I thought that was fantastic. Even after so many series in the revived New Who alone, the nature of the Doctor and the TARDIS's connection with policing was pretty underexplored, in my opinion, and so I thought that would be really fertile ground to dig in. Think of all the interesting ways the Doctor and their relationship with police, their associations one way or another with policing could be explored. So even though I was apprehensive of some of the stuff in the pre-release promotion run for Series 11, I was still very much entering into Series 11 in good faith. I wanted Yaz to be a great character with a great story. In terms of police material, like we've looked at, I think Rosa and the Series 12 triptych run of Fugitive, Raxius, Can You Hear Me, explored that a little bit, because I'm not just talking about does Yaz ever do things that could or could not be read as, skills not just being a companion, but specifically products of police training. I'm not looking for little smatterings of evidence, in the backgrounds of a shot. I'm talking about actual exploration and depth and story to her being police and the Doctor's relationship with policing and so on. Anyway, so obviously after 29 episodes, the era hasn't done that to any large extent, and the era didn't have to be about policing in any meaningful sense, of course. That was just a hope of mine. So that's all right. So what else did Yaz get in place of that? In Series 11 and 12, I don't think she got an awful lot. Graham and Ryan seemed to regularly take precedence as focal characters, and I got an increasing sense of time loops in and out of the show, repeating cycles. How many times did we waver between claims of flat democratic structures and aggrandizing Doctor-led companion subservient dynamics? How many times over the course of what we've watched and read today were there claims of Yaz finally stepping up and developing and becoming a capable figure that didn't overly rely on outside help? What does it mean for that beat to continually be played and re-stressed? What does it mean that Yaz's very first scene was her being a very competent, successful, professional policewoman, and that by the very next episode we had settled into a pattern where she actually struggles without help and is sometimes outright forgotten by those meant to be doing the helping? Big emotional journeys for all the companions, resonance with the world today, and LGBT representation were talked up by the production before Series 11. Is that what we got? What does it mean that Yaz's defining trait was initially set out as ambition, yet somewhere along the way that became an obsession with the Doctor instead? A woman that forgets Yaz, deceives Yaz, infantilizes Yaz, fobs Yaz off, is openly rude to Yaz, lies to Yaz, and, amazingly, was finally outright in the narrative framed as ignoring and deceiving Yaz, not so much out of her much talked about social awkwardness, but as acts of specific intent. Scripts outright identify the Doctor as passive-aggressive, and she uses language that I do find resonant with the world today, that kind of toxic guilting language. How dare you criticize me for toying with your emotions and deceiving you? Haven't I done so much for you? Don't I provide you with so much? And mentally, characters warmly tell Yaz that she should just enjoy the Doctor for who she is, and stick around with her. What is the story being told there? How does that square up with the hagiographic way the Doctor is characterized and contextualized inside and outside of the show, with the feel-good way the show is presented by the production in general? I welcome hearing other perspectives on this, I really do, but Yaz's story feels overwhelmingly like a big tragedy to me. Whatever happens in the last 2 episodes of the era, 29 of its 31 episodes, 94% of the era, has told a story that feels to me like a regression and a reduction of a woman introduced as bright, capable, smart, confident, socially skilled professional into a woman helplessly pleading with her would-be friend to treat them better, to not ignore her, to not avoid her, as that friend continues to infantilize them, ignore them, deceive them, and frame all of that in happy-go-lucky terms about "don't I do so much for you though?" In her first episode, Yaz calmly and confidently diffused a police matter with no issue. In her last series, she has to look down at her palm to read what would the Doctor do to proceed with talking to a triangle. I don't dispute that a Yaz Doctor crush or romance has always been toyed with the era, because I completely agree that whatever the early intent, it's absolutely been something the show has been messaging in some capacity for a considerable time now. But I don't feel it's romantic, I feel it's tragic. Yaz's story makes me sad, and not in a sad as happy for deep people way, in a my heart actually pangs for this character, and it makes me feel sad how they've been treated, how they've regressed, and what they've resigned themselves to way. Whatever happens in the last 2 episodes of the era, Yaz is the longest running companion in terms of the television history of the entire show, of all of Doctor Who, in terms of real world time passing. And so we've had literal years of this tragedy framed in happy-go-lucky terms by the production. So I'm really skeptical of this idea that whatever developments in the last 2 episodes could somehow make this Yaz-Doctor relationship some positive queer story. And in a family show, one very much with children on the mind and in the audience, I think the way it's been handled is also tragic. David Tennant's 10th Doctor treated Martha pretty poorly a lot of the time, but in the 3rd episode of their run together, Martha stood up for herself and confronted the Doctor to stop being so secretive and avoidant and to open up and let her in a bit. And he did. That's a span of 3 weeks. It's been over 3 years between the woman who fell to Earth and Eve of the Daleks, and the Doctor is literally still shutting Yaz out and still lying to Yaz and still deceiving Yaz and still dodging Yaz's questions. The 3-4 month sustained run of Series 3 with Ten and Martha ended with Martha outright leaving the TARDIS and leaving the Doctor, making a positive and affirming decision that she deserved better than to feel reduced to simpering over the Doctor. And so Martha developed as a character, she stood up positively for herself, that was her character arc, and it was framed as a positive development to the audience, and all was well, and Martha continued to grow. Again, it's been over 3 years of Yaz being reduced and regressing, with long season breaks of fandom wrestling with that one way or another. As one coherent season unit, Series 3 with Martha and Tan clearly had intent and direction with how it told Martha's story. That affirming ending of her leaving the Doctor was part of the same story unit that developed her crush on the Doctor in the first place, and the Doctor's bad way of handling that. In the Chibnall era, we've had 3 separate seasons do no such thing with Yaz, and more often than not, we're sold her story as a positive thing. I don't feel the intentionality here, and if it's present, I'd be hard-pressed to think of a clumsier and less affirming way to present it. Before this era started, the producers, Chris Chibnall and Matt Stevens, promised emotional arcs for each of the companions, resonance with the world today, and LGBT representation. How do you feel the era has fulfilled these 3 promises?
You know, this may sound insane, but in the sort of almost... in the devotion from Yaz towards the Doctor and the way the Doctor ultimately sort of like turns down the prospect of a deeper relationship, I almost feel like there's a weird metaphor for the fans and the show. and especially in like queer fans hoping for representation from their favorite media as well. like almost like the fans begging for more Thasmin stuff. It's almost like that's what Yaz is doing for the Doctor. Like, Doctor, hey, let's make Thasmin happen. And the Doctor's like, can't be bothered. In the same sense, that's what Chibnall's saying to the viewers as well. And also just generally like TV shows just kind of avoiding the risk and just going with the coward's route of not really bothering on that front, which doesn't apply to all TV shows, but certainly it applies in this case.
Emotional arcs for the characters is a fascinating point, because while it really makes you wonder what the definition of an emotional arc is, because I would say yes, in the broadest, most simple possible sense. We had Ryan and Graham going from grandfather and grandson who don't really get along to grandfather and grandson who do kind of get along, and that was it. We had the Doctor go from kind of a awkward and weird but nice, generally school teacher type thing, and then she turned into, well, she slowly decided to get more toxic over the course of her run, which is an interesting arc. And Yaz has just gone straight backwards. She started off hyper competent, super cool, confident, and as the years gone on, it has been worn down to the point where there's not really a lot she can do without the Doctor's help. LGBT representation. Wow. It got better. It got better in Series 12.
They stopped killing them.
Yes, just by virtue of them not killing gay people. There were no queer people in Series 12, I don't think.
Jack and Praxius.
Okay. Oh yeah, the Praxius guys. Jack's Jack. That he existed beforehand. As in terms of we're introducing LGBT representation for this series, the fact that the Praxius people, it was such a shock to so many people that they survived, really says all you need to know about LGBT representation in the Chib era. But what I would like to say is that there's one more promise. There's one promise that Chib and Stephen have made constantly throughout, and I think it's the most interesting one to sort of think about, and that is that the idea of the pillar of hope. Does this show and does this Doctor represent a pillar of hope?
Not to me.
Not to me either.
More like a Jenga tower of
hatred,
of disappointment. Yeah, hatred. Well, the Pillar of Hope thing, what that stuck out to me right at the start was that they were talking about the Doctor and Doctor Who as something that needed to be desired just because it was Doctor Who, and there was this relationship between Doctor Who existing and them doing. The way they were talking about the show they were making was that, like, well, it's a box of chocolates. If you love Doctor Who, you'll love this. Everything about Doctor Who you like is here. And they weren't describing anything in particular they were going to do that made their version of Doctor Who worth watching, other than the fact it was Doctor Who. So, and there's kind of... Okay, what I'm about to try to describe is a kind of weird construct, but I think it relates to the Dr. Yaz thing. And what we get over the course of Chibnall is both a doctor who is not particularly interested in her companions, in people beneath her, so to speak, and a show that is not particularly interested in the companions either, or anything other than the Doctor's lore, so to speak, the Doctor's fanwank aspects. The nature of the Doctor is some big Time Lord with the world on her shoulders. But simultaneously, we have the show expecting the audience to love it just because it is Doctor Who, and in parallel to that, we get Yaz, who ends up loving the Doctor because there is nothing else for her to do, almost. And in spite of all the things the Doctor does to her, all the shitty episodes the Doctor puts her through, shitty interactions, should I say, the Doctor puts her through, we get Yaz who just falls more and more in love with the Doctor because that's what she's there for, I guess. Adoration of the Doctor becomes her only trait. And what I'm trying to say is, I think the Doctor and Yaz kind of parallel this conflicting axis of, like, the show being disinterested in the human drama, but also expecting the audience to love it in some way. And it kind of comes back to the companion also being kind of the audience surrogate, in the sense that the audience is in this sort of expected to be in this, like, toxic relationship with the show that is so disinterested in giving them drama or anything good to latch onto. And in the same sense, you have Yaz, who is so attached to the Doctor despite the Doctor not giving her any, like, crumbs, anything beyond these crumbs of affection, maybe. And I think just these two axes that just kind of conflict with each other lead to this tragedy of Yaz in this crap relationship with the Doctor. I think that's a bit abstract, but I think that's kind of where it all comes from. It all goes right back to the very start.
Okay, viewers, listeners, I appreciate you going on this big odyssey with us. It's probably pretty clear by this point that myself, the three of us, like talking and thinking about this stuff a lot. So please go ahead and comment any of your thoughts or reactions or perspectives on Yaz, on Thasmin, on any of the interviews or clips in this timeline, or any of the points raised, or anything at all that we looked at or talked about. And for thoughts on the specifics of how Yaz and the Doctor's stories end up in the centenary, the power of the Doctor, the final episode of Chibnall's era, we'll have our individual discussion on that. Thank you for being part of this big Yaz and Thasmin journey with us. Thanks.